Attacker was actually a dark power wielder hiding in the sanctuary of the celestial gods, named Selim. Naturally cruel, he had already scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Besides the mortal deity-level individual who hadn't gone far, there were 5 other creator deity-level powerhouses eyeing the scene. He didn't care about Alice's background. Normally, even high-ranking god kings and absolute deity-level powerhouses wouldn't interfere with their disciples' path of cultivation. Disciples? Do high-ranking god kings and absolute deities have affection for their disciples? If a disciple dies, it proves that was their fate. Just find another to train. High-ranking god kings and absolute deities have so many disciples. If they intervened every time their disciples faced danger, what would the world come to? Wouldn't their disciples become arrogant and unrestrained under their master's protection, never growing on their own? Understanding these points, Selim wasn't afraid at all. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Seizing the divine artifact and the power of the sacred halo, hiding to absorb their power and enhance his strength, perhaps one day, he too could become an absolute deity, or even a high-ranking god king. Just as he was about to make a move on Alice, he found that Alice had actually hidden herself inside an alchemy furnace. Damn, Selim couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw the alchemy furnace. Who exactly is this young lady's master? Is the quality of the artifact she possesses a bit too high? This alchemy furnace was actually made from purified golden magic sand. You should know that even for him, a mid-stage creator deity, finding a piece of golden magic sand the size of a fist was extremely difficult, and he would hesitate to use it, only using a tiny bit each time. The alchemy furnace made entirely of golden magic sand was somewhat terrifying. That's too extravagant. But today, he seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. He'd take both the furnace and the person with it. William, you're not thinking of changing wives, are you? This guy is too strong. I can't beat him. After hiding in the alchemy furnace, Alice immediately started shouting. Training is one thing, but when there's a huge gap in strength levels, Alice didn't harbor many illusions. Wanting to kill the opponent? She had asked the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker, and the sword spirit said that to stand a chance, she would need to unlock its second seal and instantly drain all her power for one attack. Then what's the point of fighting? No choice but to call for backup. William, are you calling that mortal deity-level guy? Selim sneered, his divine sense scanning for William, intending to remotely obliterate him with psychic power. Who would deliberately seek death like this? William, hiding in the shadows, hadn't planned to intervene, but Selim seemed a bit too arrogant, actually. Making a move against him? The next moment, Selim's expression froze, and he stood motionless, like a statue. He had done the most arrogant thing, trying to remotely obliterate William with psychic power. Was William's immense psychic power something he could contend with? Was there any chance of survival after that? For a creator deity to actually attempt to kill him was way out of line. Selim's soul was almost instantly obliterated, and his body turned into an empty shell. The 5 creator deities hiding in the shadows couldn't hold back any longer. One of them took the initiative to attack Selim. Another reached out to grab the alchemy furnace, thinking it simple to take both the person and the furnace away. Boom! A divine artifact pierced Selim's chest, and he slowly fell. The 5 creator deities were simultaneously stunned. What happened? Selim was killed? Antares, have you become so strong now? To kill Selim with one strike. Antares was also only at the level of a creator deity, with strength comparable to Selim's. He could only manage a sneak attack and never thought he could actually harm Selim. His plan was merely to distract Selim so his allies could kidnap Alice and the alchemy furnace. But Selim was dead. That was the fact, eerily shocking. Antares swallowed hard and said, "Do you guys really think I could kill him with one strike?" The other 4 looked at each other, bewildered. A creator deity died just like that? His soul has been extinguished, dead for sure. The creator deity who had just touched the alchemy furnace instinctively withdrew his hand. Just then, Alice actually put away the alchemy furnace, placed her little hands behind her back, wore a smile on her face, her eyebrows curved up, and asked softly, "With just a few of you, you want to make a move against me? The person in front of you is your outcome." Chapter 577 Additional Reward. A being of merely mortal deity level, standing unguarded in front of 5 individuals of creator deity level, with a beaming smile. Wasn't this a bit too eerie? These creator deities, beings who had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, found such abnormal behavior definitely problematic, especially since Selim had just died. The way this young girl stood so brazenly was even stranger. To make a move? Among them, only one had combat power comparable to Selim's, while the others were slightly weaker. Selim's death was mysterious and abrupt. They didn't even see anyone besides Antares make a move. Now, did they dare to attack Alice? Would the consequences of their actions be the same as Selim's? Alice had grown much bolder too. She was well aware that hiding in the alchemy furnace might not guarantee her safety. As a mortal deity, in the presence of 5 creator deities, all her defenses seemed insignificant. So, she decided to withdraw the alchemy furnace and engage in psychological warfare instead. In doing so, she couldn't show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, she might even scare them off. Her gamble paid off. Her actions indeed frightened the 5 creator deities. William, watching from the shadows, realized Alice had made significant progress. From her initial bewilderment with soulmancy to now daring to intimidate 5 creator deities, it was truly something. He would definitely have to reward her properly later. Antares gave an awkward smile, took a few steps back, and said, "Miss, we see that your divine power is extraordinary, and your talent is unique. Who is your master?" Alice threw her identity plaque to Antares and said, "Why don't you see for yourselves?" Antares caught the identity plaque, which was no ordinary item. It bore pure energy and runes that even he couldn't understand. Poseidon, the sea god. Antares dared not say it out loud, truly frightened at that moment. A disciple of Poseidon, the sea god, in the divine realm, is someone you do not want to mess with. It's clear now, she's a disciple of Poseidon, the sea god. Really Poseidon's disciple? Aren't all of Poseidon's disciples at the level of creator deity in terms of strength? Alice's power level and her equipment clearly show she's a favored and beloved disciple of Poseidon. Thinking of robbing and killing? Antares glanced at Selim's corpse, feeling a chill down his spine, realizing that might very well be his own fate in the future. After returning the identity plaque to Alice, Antares sighed. "Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. I'll take my leave." He quickly grabbed Selim's corpse and made his escape. Thinking of capturing Alice? Selim had many treasures on him, and it was a chance to pick them up without any effort. But to joke with his life for it? He wasn't that foolish. If Selim hadn't died, perhaps there was a chance to struggle. But now, better to flee. Seeing this, the other 4 creator deities cursed Antares for being despicable and shameless. He had seen Alice's identity plaque, but didn't share the information, even taking Selim's corpse with its many treasures. Now, do they need to ask Alice for her identity plaque again? How awkward would that be? William, from his hidden position, released Ares and Sparta. These 2 had been confined by William for several days. Despite all efforts, Ares couldn't break out of William's spatial storage ring, which seemed like an endless universe unto itself. Suddenly set free, he didn't even feel like making a move. The gap in power was too vast. Ares watched William warily. William said, "Do me a small favor, and I'll spare the dog meat." Sparta whimpered softly, still remembering the dog meat. "Didn't I tell you, cat meat tastes better? Have you ever tried milk-flavored cat? What's so good about dog meat?" Ares dared not refuse, so he could only say, "At your command." Alice was in a standoff, with hundreds of powerful beings watching from a distance, waiting for an opportunity. Seeing several creator deities make their move, they dared not act. But they consider it not bad to watch the excitement. Suddenly, a handsome god in shining armor descended from the sky, commanding loudly, "Those above the level of nature deity, leave now, and you will be unharmed. For nature deity or below, whoever kills that girl, everything she possesses will belong to them. Additionally, I have other treasures to reward that person. You need not worry about her background. Whatever happens, I, Ares, the god of war, will take responsibility." No way. Alice was also shocked. This war god Ares wants to set her up. Without a second thought, she held the sword of Soulbreaker, flew up, and attempted to flee. The 4 creator deities, upon hearing Ares's words, found a way to ease the awkward situation and went forward to greet Ares. Ares, the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and the true god of war, is a formal deity within the sanctuary of the celestial gods. His background is equally terrifying. Now he has issued a kill order against Alice. Everyone coveted the top-tier artifacts on Alice, but hesitated because of her background. Now, with Ares saying he would take responsibility for any issues, everyone's concerns were alleviated. Especially since those above nature deity were not allowed to intervene, it became very interesting. Judging from the strength of Alice's sword earlier, her combat power, with the aid of the top-tier artifact, was roughly at the nature deity level. Now with so many beings at the nature deity level hunting her, she must have a moment when she's exhausted, right? At that time, whoever takes advantage of the situation to deliver a fatal blow while she's weakened and seize the divine artifact, wouldn't that be delightful? Alice's first instinct was to flee. She was well aware of her situation. With so many elites ganging up on her, she would undoubtedly die. Was William tired of her and looking for a new wife? Escape first, think later. A group of beings at or below the level of nature deity chased after Alice. The four creator deities approached Ares, and one of them asked, "God of War Ares, may I inquire about the background of this girl that warranted your personal involvement?" Ares glanced at him coldly and barked, "Get lost." "As you command." The four creator deities hurriedly left the scene. Ares took a deep breath, looked around to make sure there were no onlookers, and then said, "Master, I have done as you instructed." William slowly emerged, looking pleased with Ares, and said, "Well done. Here's a pill I have no use for. Consider it your reward. I've had you locked up for a few days, and I do feel somewhat sorry about that. Ares, don't take it to heart." He then tossed a glass bottle to Ares. Like everyone else, Ares couldn't help but closely examine the exquisite glass bottle endowed with mysterious powers. If even the bottle was this extraordinary, what quality could the pill inside be? "Thank you, Master." Ares excitedly thanked William repeatedly, saying, "If you have no further instructions, I'll take my leave now." "Hold on. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it," William said. "That lady who just ran away, if she truly faces a life-and-death crisis, I hope you can come to her rescue. Just keep an eye on her for 10 days. I'll come to find you after 10 days, and there will be an additional reward." Chapter 578, Is it merely because of her beauty? Ares was in a complex mood. As the son of Zeus, with the power of a supreme deity and the renowned title of god of war, Ares found himself threatened and tasked with such menial duties. Yet, the items William offered were enticing. He had no reason to refuse William. After parting ways with William, Ares discreetly followed Alice, observing her from the shadows. Alice's speed in aerial flight was decent, but her pursuers were veterans. A barrage of magical artifacts and spells forced Alice to defensively encase herself with the alchemical furnace to escape. Huh, really now? Ares couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Such a top-tier alchemical furnace was being used by Alice as a turtle shell. The attackers, mostly at the nature deity level, couldn't breach the defense of the alchemical furnace with their magical artifacts and spells, barely causing Alice any harm. William must be William the Obliterator, right? Seeing that Alice was out of danger, Ares took out the pill given by William, removed the stopper to smell it, and immediately felt that the long stagnant bottleneck in his strength level might have the potential to break through its limits. Ares quickly recorked the bottle, not wanting to leak even a whiff of the pill's scent. He was no stranger to extraordinary items, being the son of Zeus. Even his mentor had been the mighty ancient god of war, Titanics. What divine medicine hadn't he seen? Yet, even the ancient god of war Titanics didn't possess any divine medicine that could help him break through his current level of power. For a supreme deity, what kind of top-tier divine elixir could give him such a sensation? In his view, aside from a divine elixir concocted jointly by the three high-ranking gods of Olympus, there seemed to be no other possibility. William had casually handed him a pill of such caliber for a small favor. Wait. William had mentioned there would be an additional reward if he completed this task. What reward would William give him for completing this task? The situation in the Divine Alliance is complex, with various forces intertwined. Zeus is not the absolute ruler. For someone like Ares, with great strength and a powerful background, He is not controlled or restrained by anyone. Although Zeus is called the king of gods, in the complex relationships within the divine alliance, Ares can only be considered an ally when issues arise. Despite Zeus often being dissatisfied with his actions and character, their relationship is still based on familial ties. Not to mention other official deities. Ares rarely does favors for others, and he generally doesn't care much for Zeus's rewards. It's all just a formality. But this pill from William genuinely excited him. William's generosity made it impossible for him to refuse. Just protecting someone, right? Ares pocketed the pill and focused intently on Alice from a distance. Alice was pursued relentlessly until she suddenly stopped decisively. But she stayed hidden within the alchemical furnace, which was surrounded by blazing eternal starfire. An elite at the nature deity level threw an artifact at the furnace, only for it to be ignited and consumed by the purple-gold flames. What kind of fire is this? The nature deity was shocked. A mere mortal deity could produce fire that burned his artifact? That was simply too absurd. Eternal starfire. Ares focused on the flames surrounding Alice's furnace, his pupils suddenly narrowing. The power of the holy aura? The chosen one. Ares's expression turned solemn. He had yet to receive even a hint of the holy aura's power, yet Alice, a mortal deity, had already merged the holy aura's power with her soul. And then there was the alchemical furnace. As expected of William the Obliterator, his generosity is truly lavish. Ares had fully realized just how wealthy and generous William is. Inside the furnace, Alice carefully observed the situation outside, realizing her eternal starfire could actually harm these people, which greatly reassured her. At least they weren't so powerful as to be unbeatable. The fact that only elites at or below the level of nature deity could pursue her, as stated by the god of war Ares, also presented an opportunity for her. All these nature deities strongmen chasing after me, a mere mortal deity, don't you have any shame? Alice didn't leave the alchemical furnace, effectively tucking in like a turtle, but she didn't want to keep this standoff going either. Young girl, there's no point in struggling in vain. With so many strongmen eyeing you, you can't escape. Just come out quietly, hand over your artifacts, and we might spare your life. We hold no grudge against you from the past. As long as you hand over all the artifacts on you, we promise not to harm you. Outside the alchemical furnace, a group of nature deities made promises of sparing her life in exchange for the artifacts, similar to robbers who seek wealth without harming the victim, hoping for the robbed to cooperate willingly. Alice actually burst into laughter. Gentlemen, I only have a few artifacts on me. With so many of you here, how will you divide them? This statement immediately made those outside realize the issue. Robbing for artifacts is a matter of opportunity, but now that more than 200 people had gathered, how many artifacts could Alice possibly have, and how would they be divided among them? Lady, we're not fools. Don't expect to incite us to fight amongst ourselves. Even if we have to fight each other, it would only be after we've taken the artifacts from you. Humph, clever girl, trying to stir up conflict among us. However, you can forget about that plan. Those surrounding Alice were exceedingly shrewd. How could they possibly start fighting among themselves just because of a word from Alice? If they ended up battered and bruised and Alice took the opportunity to flee, they would end up with nothing. After realizing these people weren't fools, Alice then said, I can come out and duel with you. One-on-one, no one cheats. I have only 3 artifacts on me. Whoever wins can have them. But you need to figure out how to queue and maintain order to prevent sneak attacks. We need to agree on this first. Once we've agreed, I'll come out. Alice didn't want to miss this opportunity for combat training. This opportunity was created by William for her. Real combat experience would enhance her strength, and this was a great chance. But it had to be a one-on-one duel. Otherwise, she couldn't possibly win against so many people. Alice's words suddenly quieted the crowd surrounding the alchemical furnace. Everyone, I suggest we join forces to deal with the one inside the alchemical furnace first, and then it's up to each person's skill afterward. A nature deity level strongman shared his opinion, now that she's trapped. In our encirclement, all we need to do is launch a joint attack. Even if she has artifacts for protection, an individual's power is ultimately limited. She can't use that strange fire indefinitely. Forcing her to reveal herself is the wisest strategy. Exactly. I agree with Robert's point. Once we get the artifacts, it depends on who has greater skill to possess them. Alice felt incredibly frustrated inside the alchemical furnace, thinking, how come the thoughts of these people are completely different from what she had anticipated? Normally, they should be fighting amongst themselves outside, or arguing about who should act first, stirring up conflicts among them. How could a group of strangers unite so quickly to attack her? Is it merely because of her beauty? Chapter 579, Truly a Rare Opportunity. Alice was pursued by over 200 nature deity elites. This might be the first time in the many years of the divine realm that a mortal deity received such high-level treatment. According to incomplete statistics, there are about 2,000 elites of nature deity level strength in the entire divine realm, including other gods from various forces like Odin. And now, over 200 nature deity elites were chasing a single mortal deity. Even though Ares said that those of nature deity level and below could pursue Alice, obviously, those below nature deity level weren't qualified to join in. Entering the fray was akin to seeking death. Boom. Over 200 nature deity elites attacked simultaneously, with various artifacts and spells accurately hitting Alice's alchemical furnace. Alice was all in. She was betting that the alchemical furnace given by William could not be damaged by these people. Absolutely not. In that moment, a roaring sound reached Alice's ears, and the spot where she was located was blasted into a giant crater thousands of feet in diameter, destroying all vegetation and obliterating the rocks around her. Alice, hiding inside the alchemical furnace, wasn't hurt in the slightest. As for the alchemical furnace, it didn't even show a mark of damage. Alice couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, as long as she hid inside with the lid closed, these people couldn't harm her at all. The eternal starfire once again enveloped the outside of the alchemical furnace, burning fiercely. Alice sneered, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If I don't come out, you can't harm me at all." Ares, hiding in the shadows, also shook his head and laughed. A bunch of waste with nature deity level strength, thinking they can smash an artifact made entirely of golden magic sand. "Everyone, let's push harder," Robert sneered. "Even if she is protected by an artifact, hiding inside, she must be getting hurt somehow. When she exhausts her soul energy and can no longer maintain that strange fire, won't she be at our mercy?" In their view, even if they couldn't break Alice's alchemical furnace, Alice hiding inside must be getting hurt somehow. With so many of them, their strength levels far surpassing Alice's, how could she not be injured? Is that possible? Nature deities in the divine realm are considered to have mid-level strength, but not many have seen golden magic sand. Alice's furnace, which looks more like an unpolished rough prototype, seemed unlikely to be very sturdy in their eyes. They even thought that breaking the alchemical furnace would allow them to share some of the materials. It must be said, their thinking was quite naive. Robert somehow became the leader of this group of nature deities, with many agreeing with his point of view. A group of nature deities began attacking Alice's alchemical furnace nonstop. Alice couldn't be bothered to care, letting them attack as they wished. Her method of enhancing strength was quite special, and maintaining the eternal starfire around the alchemical furnace was still easy for her. After the second round of attacks, the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker suddenly said to Alice, "Master, you can take this opportunity to quickly enhance your strength. Only I can break through this furnace. Those little trash outside, you don't need to bother about them. Enhance my strength at this time?" Alice found the sword spirit's thought process quite unique. Those little trash outside, who was he insulting? She was just a small mortal deity level being. Weren't all those outside nature deity level elites? But the sword spirit was also right. Maintaining the eternal starfire while enhancing her strength was indeed possible. Alice simply took out all the energy crystals she had won in the sacred gem exchange and began absorbing the soul energy from these crystals to enhance her strength. As for the outside of the alchemical furnace, let them fight however they wanted. When she began absorbing the energy crystals to enhance her strength, she noticed a problem. The attacks generated by those nature deities outside seemed to be absorbed by the alchemical furnace. She was inside the alchemical furnace, and the energy generated by those attacks was actually refined by the furnace into extremely pure soul energy. Honestly, Alice herself could not understand it. Those attacks were clearly from the outside. She was hiding inside. Yet that energy was also absorbed and then transformed and even absorbed by her. Though it was incomprehensible, the benefits were tangible and real. After discovering this, Alice immediately started a mode of crazily absorbing soul energy for power enhancement. She frantically absorbed the soul energy stored in the energy crystals and the soul energy refined by the alchemical furnace. Those nature deities outside seemed to assume that Alice would definitely get hurt under their barrage of attacks, and that the furnace would inevitably be destroyed. Unknown to many, their artifacts were damaged by Alice's eternal starfire, but those outside were now truly unleashing all their firepower, attacking in a near-mad frenzy. They were all in too deep. Honestly, each person had already damaged at least one artifact. So many nature deity elites ganging up on a mortal deity, only to fail miserably, would be truly laughable if word got out. Alice, hiding in the alchemical furnace, was absolutely delighted. Could the alchemical furnace also be used this way? She only felt her strength level constantly rising, absorbing more and more soul energy. With no bottlenecks to her advancement, she was leveling up as if she were cheating. Mortal deity level early stage, mortal deity level mid-stage, mortal deity peak stage. By the third day, the number of nature deity elites besieging Alice had reached more than 400. Strong contenders kept arriving, many of whom didn't even know why the original group of nature deity elites were collectively throwing their artifacts at the alchemical furnace. They simply asked the person next to them, and then cluelessly joined the frenzied attack. On the fourth day, Alice had already broken through to the mid-stage of guardian deity level strength. Could this also be within William's calculations? Alice laughed. With her power increasing, she was no longer panicked and no longer felt that William wanted to change his wife. Keep going. Keep going. Such a great opportunity, as if hundreds of elites were forcibly giving her gifts. How could she not accept them all? Truly a rare opportunity. Alice continued to enhance her strength, and in just one day, her power level surged to the peak of the guardian deity level as effortlessly as drinking water. Ares, watching from the shadows, grew bored. What exactly were these fools doing? The eternal starfire released by Alice showed no signs of weakening. Instead, the flames grew even more intense. Though unaware of Alice's breakthrough in strength level, the sheer intensity of the eternal starfire flames outside at least indicated that she wasn't injured and was doing very well. The nature deity elites outside finally realized the problem, and now some had even started to hold back on their attacks. Originally, they came to snatch top-tier artifacts. Now, with their frenzied output, their own artifacts were getting burnt, and their soul energy was being depleted. If the alchemical furnace was indeed shattered, what strength would they have left to seize the top-tier artifacts? Moreover, after 4 days of attacks from so many nature deity elites, Alice hiding inside the alchemical furnace seemed unaffected. This couldn't go on. Stop. Robert, too, realized this wasn't working and shouted. Those who were already reluctant to attack ceased their assaults, and all eyes fell on the alchemical furnace in front. The flames of eternal starfire wrapping the furnace seemed even more terrifying now. Any magic artifacts thrown at it today could only last up to 3 attacks before being completely incinerated by the eternal starfire. Alice, absorbing the purified soul energy transformed inside the furnace, was very satisfied. It didn't even cost her any energy crystals. How wonderful it was, the endless supply of soul energy, especially after being refined and purified by the alchemical furnace. But then, suddenly, the attacks from outside stopped. How could this be allowed? What's wrong? Stopped attacking? You bunch of wastes. Keep attacking. If you dare, smash my alchemical furnace. Having spent a lot of time with William, Alice had learned a bit about taunting and drawing hatred. Discovering such a good thing, how could she let it stop just like that? Chapter 580 Heavenly Dungeon. Alice's voice echoed around. Ares, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but want to enter the fray and fight her himself. A mere mortal deity, taunting so many nature deity-level elites and calling them wastes? Where did she get the courage? Ares thought back and realized. The courage given by William the Obliterator. It seemed there was nothing wrong with that after all. Anyway, These nature deity elites were helpless against that alchemical furnace. But they didn't know that. Provoked by the taunt, someone couldn't restrain their anger and attacked again with their artifact, followed by a barrage of magical artifacts and a chaotic unleashing of special abilities and spells. After shouting her taunts, Alice immediately felt the alchemical furnace she was hiding and transformed the energy from the attacks outside into pure soul energy. She smiled and continued to absorb the energy to enhance her strength, finding the whole process exceedingly comfortable. William hadn't bothered to check on Alice's situation. In his view, Alice has the protection of a cosmic entity, and the divine artifacts she carries are quite decent. It's impossible for her to come to harm. The only issue might be that she could appear somewhat disheveled while being pursued. How could he have thought that Alice's process of being pursued was not at all disheveled? She essentially found a group of people who worked for free to help her level up. Moreover, she's the kind of boss who doesn't plan to pay after the work is done and even intends to beat them up. Utterly ruthless. Curious about Loki, William ventured alone to the 28th district. The heavenly dungeon in the 28th district is surrounded by tens of thousands of defensive barriers, constructed by a collective of absolute deity gods as a prison within the sanctuary of the celestial gods. The so-called heavenly dungeon doesn't even have a door. It's just a region within the 28th district, where space is distorted, time is chaotic, and various defensive barriers and attack magic circles are densely arranged. Anyone with a power level below absolute deity who forcibly enters the heavenly dungeon and wishes to exit depends solely on fate. The evil gods, demons, and criminals of the divine realm imprisoned here are constantly at risk of death, with their power levels continuously being weakened. Only a few creator deities take turns guarding nearby. These guards are not afraid of jailbreaks. If someone manages to escape from the heavenly dungeon, it's either destined by fate or they've received a special pardon from a high-ranking god king, which no longer concerns them. Upon arriving in the 28th district, William stepped directly into the area of the heavenly dungeon. Instantly, thunder roared and lightning flashed, celestial fires burned, and air currents that seemed capable of tearing apart one's body surged, attempting to attack William. William walked forward undeterred, shattering the magic circles under his feet, rendering all attacks ineffective before they could reach him. The design here seems quite impressive, William commented, not immediately seeking Loki, but instead deciding to take a tour. Everyone imprisoned here is an unparalleled powerhouse. A child with the power level of a nature deity thrown in here wouldn't survive a day. Anyone who is confined here and still alive is undoubtedly a formidable figure. As William entered a sea of eternal flames, he heard the cry of a phoenix and turned towards the sound. He saw a gigantic phoenix rushing towards him, its beak open, attempting to swallow him whole. What a place! William smiled, reached out, and grabbed the phoenix by its neck. The gigantic phoenix barely had time to react before William had already stored it in his spatial storage ring. This creature would taste quite good, but it must be freshly killed for the best flavor. He planned to let everyone taste it once outside. Since it had attacked him, there was no chance he would let it go. Walking further, there's a desolate mountain stretching thousands of miles, with winds sharp enough to tear flesh crisscrossing throughout. At the foot of the mountain, a person with white hair and red eyes is continuously swinging a katana. Streams of air, sharp as blades, constantly sweep across his body, yet he seems utterly unaffected, as if the only thing that exists between heaven and earth is the katana in his hands. His kenjutsu seems unremarkable at first glance, but if the gods of the Divine Alliance were to see it, they would be utterly astounded. This is Oroku, known as the Shredder, a master swordsman who appeared 50,000 years ago, famed for his formidable willpower. Day after day, he practiced his swordsmanship, and his formidable strength was renowned throughout the divine realm. 30,000 years ago, he fought Athena to a standstill with just his katana. Later, he was suppressed and imprisoned in this heavenly dungeon by the combined efforts of the 12 absolute deities of the zodiac. Over the years, no one has entered the part of the heavenly dungeon where Oroku is located, and many have assumed that Oroku had long since died. As William approached to watch Oroku practice his swordsmanship, he couldn't help but praise, "Not bad." He had thought that aside from himself, Poseidon's swordsmanship was the most formidable. He hadn't expected to encounter someone like this here today. A pleasant surprise. Young man, what year is it now? Oricus slowly stopped his movements, his blood-red eyes staring at William, his white hair whipping around like wild snakes, his whole body exuding the oppressive energy of a supreme powerhouse. William smiled and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Oracle laughed and said, "Young man, do you think you are strong? Do you know who I am? Since we've met today, serve as my attendant, and I will teach you unparalleled swordsmanship." William shook his head and replied, "No need. By the way, who are you?" "I am Oriku. Have you ever heard of a master swordsman called the Shredder?" Oriku's eyes flashed with blood, saying, "Judging by your appearance, you must have just arrived here. Tell me, how many years has it been since the Shredder's name vanished into obscurity?" William said, "Sorry, I haven't heard of you. Continue practicing your swordsmanship. I'm leaving." "Umph, arrogant and ignorant young man." Oriku snorted coldly, as his katana already thrust towards William. William stood in place, just watching him, blinked, and Oriku's katana turned to ash. Oriku was sent flying backward, spitting blood, and fell to the ground, unable to get up. "You, who are you?" Oriku had been practicing his swordsmanship for 50,000 years, feeling that his swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level, confident that he had a 70% chance of victory even against absolute deity-level opponents. But what just happened? This person did nothing, yet his sword turned to dust, and he was severely injured. "My name is William. You probably haven't heard of my name." William thought for a moment. "I used to have another name, the Obliterator. Not sure if you've heard of it." Oriku's eyes widened, muttering, "William the Obliterator? You are William the Obliterator." He then laughed eerily as if he had gone mad. "Ha! William the Obliterator. I actually thought I was stronger than the rumored William the Obliterator." William glanced at him and didn't say much, simply leaving the desolate mountain behind him. Stronger than him? Well, back in the day, many in the divine realm probably thought they were stronger than William the Obliterator. William didn't bother too much with this Oriku. Being imprisoned here for so long, it's common for one's mind to falter. He continued on his way until he came upon a giant mountain thousands of feet tall and stopped. A giant dragon was circling around the entire mountain, swooping down with its massive claws pressing down on a person engulfed in flames and covered in wounds. He was Loki, surrounded by bloodstains, barely alive, yet his eyes were still shining brightly. That indomitable will to fight was evident. "You're Loki, right? Seems like. Your willpower is still pretty strong." Chapter 581. Very sensible. Another little thing has arrived. Recently, there's been quite a few kids locked up in here. The dragon coiled around the giant mountain at a height of about 10,000 feet, let out a strange laugh. "Since you're here, stay and keep me company." The head of the primordial dragon lord stretched down, sizing up William. "Let's see what interesting little kid has come this time." William, with his hands in his pockets, faced the primordial dragon lords expressionlessly. "You are." Upon seeing William's face clearly, the primordial dragon lords froze, and in the next moment, its body rapidly shrank. The dragon, originally about 10,000 feet in height, transformed into a figure about 5 feet tall, prostrating before William and said meekly, "Mr. Johnson, what a coincidence meeting you here." "Is it a coincidence?" William asked. "Do you live here?" The primordial dragon lords grinned. "Yes, yes, yes." "Mr. Johnson, which way did you come from? Did you see the phoenix in the sea of eternal fire? That phoenix tastes pretty good." "I've seen it," William said. "Want to eat it together?" "Huh." The primordial dragon lords didn't quite catch William's drift. William didn't elaborate further and directly released the giant phoenix from his spatial storage ring. The moment the giant phoenix was released, it immediately shrunk to the size of a chick, rubbing its head against William's leg and hurriedly said, "Mr. Johnson, it was all my fault earlier. I didn't recognize you. Please spare my life." William laughed. "Don't be so nervous. Others might think I'm very cruel and merciless." "Mr. Johnson, you are kind and merciful. How could you be cruel?" The phoenix quickly started flattering William. William glanced at Loki, who was still lying on the ground, and asked, "Loki, what meat do you want to eat?" Loki wasn't foolish. He could tell that both the phoenix and the dragon were very afraid of William. Although he didn't know William, he knew that the man before him must be a supremely powerful being. Loki asked, "Can we eat both of these?" He had suffered a lot since being imprisoned in this heavenly dungeon. When Loki ventured into the sea of eternal fire, he was teased by the phoenix. Then, upon reaching the desolate mountain, he was wounded by Oraku. Finally, having escaped to his current location, he was captured by the primordial dragon lords. He had been tormented by the giant dragon for days, an experience too bitter to describe. Hearing Loki's question, William nodded and said, "Which one do you want to eat?" The phoenix and the primordial dragon lords felt a sense of doom. Damn, Loki seems to have a close relationship with Mr. Johnson. They had both bullied Loki before. Now, with William asking such a question, their life and death seemed to hinge on Loki's whim. Resist? Well, they might as well just lie down and accept their fate, at least by lying down. Even if they were to be eaten, it wouldn't necessarily mean death. After all, if eaten, only a part of their body would be consumed. Loki, eyeing both the phoenix and the dragon, asked, "Can I eat both together?" Damn. Neither the phoenix nor the dragon dared to look at Loki, both laying their heads down, sitting there, waiting for William to decide. "Then let's eat both." William said to the phoenix, "You should be able to be reborn from the ashes. Dying once or twice shouldn't be a problem, right?" The phoenix forced a laugh. "As long as you don't obliterate my soul and don't eat the phoenix egg that I become after death, it's fine." What else could it say? Being able to be reborn from the ashes wasn't too bad. If it dared to resist William, it would have no chance of survival. William then said to the primordial dragon lords, "Cutting off a piece of your tail shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem. No problem at all, Mr. Johnson, as long as you're happy." The primordial dragon lords also had to respond with a smile. Otherwise, if it dared to show any displeasure, it might end up completely obliterated. A piece of its tail was nothing. To be alive was what mattered. To be alive was all that mattered. "All right then, let's start." William stretched out his hand and tapped on the phoenix's head, causing it to burst. The body of the phoenix fell and became immensely huge. The primordial dragon lords watched from the side, shivering in fear. Just a tap and the phoenix was dead? Damn. It should be known that it had fought with the phoenix from time to time here, and usually, neither could best the other. The defensive power of the phoenix was not weak. To be killed with a tap, it thought William would at least draw his sword as a sign of respect. Loki, standing by, was even more terrified. What level of power did this person possess? He had experienced the strength of the phoenix firsthand. With his own power and special abilities, he was merely a plaything for the phoenix. But in front of William, the phoenix seemed as weak as a chick. Primordial dragon lords looked at William and said, "Mr. Johnson, about my tail, which part would you like?" William surveyed it for a moment, waved his hand, and a huge section of the dragon's tail was severed. Primordial dragon lords didn't even feel pain, and the wound had already healed. It had become a dragon without a tail. "You look pretty badly injured, and your power level has decreased. Eat more later." William took out his celestial furnace, then pulled out a dagger, plucked the phoenix's feathers, skinned it, and expertly butchered it with divine knife skills, leaving only a huge skeleton behind. Suddenly, the skeleton gradually dissipated, finally converging into a phoenix egg. The soul of the phoenix hovered in the air, watching as William threw its flesh into the celestial furnace. "Let's start by stewing some soup." With a wave of his hand, William added a lot of water to the celestial furnace, which quickly came to a boil. William then took out many seasonings from his spatial storage ring and slowly added them. As for that section of the dragon tail, William skillfully sliced it into paper-thin slices with his knife. The meat slices floated in the air, and below them appeared the eternal starfire, also suspended. In just a moment, a rich meaty aroma was released. "It's ready to eat." William began to call Loki to dine. Loki had been drooling for a while, but since William hadn't said to start, he didn't dare to move. He ended up in this dreadful place because he drank too much at a banquet of the gods in the Divine Alliance and spoke recklessly. Loki's intuition told him that angering this man in front of him would have far more severe consequences than angering Zeus. William sprinkled some seasonings on the dragon tail meat slices, withdrew the eternal starfire, and said to the primordial dragon lords, "Why don't you try some?" That doesn't seem right. The primordial dragon lords felt a bit awkward. Eating its own flesh. Isn't that a bit twisted? There's nothing wrong with it. If it's not enough, we can cut more. William smiled. Please don't be shy. The primordial dragon lords felt like crying, but had no tears. Want to cut more? It really wasn't being modest. If more were cut, wouldn't it still be from its own body? This is madness. Mr. Johnson, please enjoy. I'll not disturb you. The primordial dragon lords curled up on the side, watching Loki eat its flesh. William laughed and said, "Your dragon kind is very polite. Don't leave just yet. I see Loki has a good appetite. If it's not enough." The primordial dragon lords felt its scalp tingle and quickly said, "If it's not enough, we'll talk then, willing to serve you." Very sensible. After saying this, William also started tasting the dragon meat, which indeed tasted different from other meats. Especially after being seared with the eternal starfire, the divine dragon meat had a chewy texture, was tender and fragrant. It had been a long time since he had eaten something like this. Chapter 582 Smart Choice. Loki's way of eating was quite crude, devouring the food voraciously as if he had been starving for a long time. William was more about tasting the flavors, whereas Loki, with every bite of meat, would intensely circulate the energy throughout his body to enhance the function of his internal organs and even the strength of every cell, hoping to quickly absorb the power contained within the dragon meat. "How's the taste, Loki?" William observed Loki, noting importantly that Loki did not show any signs of fear in his presence. "Very good." Loki finally paused, looking up at William with eyes full of confusion and a hint of respect. "Have some soup too." William brought out a large soup pot, poured out the phoenix meat and broth that had been stewed in the celestial furnace, and took out 2 sets of utensils. Sitting down, he tasted some and commented, "The flavor is not bad." Over the years, Loki had seen quite a few grand scenes and was no longer just the frivolous youth who played pranks in Asgard. After eating the dragon meat and drinking the soup made from phoenix meat, his injuries had healed, and his power level even showed signs of breakthrough. William nodded in satisfaction and said, "In a while, someone will come to find you. You'll leave with her for a journey, and then let her ensure your safety." Loki was stunned at the moment and said, "Some time ago, God told me to follow a missionary, preaching all the way until we reached the sanctum of the holy light. Are you talking about that missionary?" William replied, "I'm talking about a woman. As for what the gods said, do you think you should listen to me or to him?" Loki's face broke into a sly smile. "I'll listen to you. Smart choice." William patted Loki on the shoulder approvingly. Facing William's gesture, Loki did not resist. He could tell that this person was definitely more powerful than the god. "All right, enjoy your meal. I'll be going now. Stay here and take care. If anyone bullies you, let me know," William said, and then, looking at the primordial dragon lords, added with a smile, "Thanks for the hospitality. I'll visit again soon. Farewell. Safe travels." The primordial dragon lords, trying to hold back tears, nodded continuously. "Mr. Johnson, I'll definitely take good care of Loki." It was clear to it now that Loki had a significant background. After William left, the primordial dragon lords, trying to ingratiate itself, approached Loki and said, "Loki, the past misunderstandings are all behind us. If you had mentioned your close relationship with Mr. Johnson earlier, who would dare to bully you here?" Loki wasn't upset. Instead, he asked, "How powerful is this Mr. Johnson?" "You're asking." The primordial dragon lords pondered for a moment before saying, "He's the most powerful kind. Let me put it this way, the god Mr. Johnson mentioned earlier, in my view, is just SOSO. Would he dare to enter here? He wouldn't. As far as I know, the so-called Olympian gods are nothing in front of Mr. Johnson." The primordial dragon lord said with a bit of excitement when talking about William, "I've lived a long time, and back in the day, Mr. Johnson was a legend among us mythical beasts. In short, whoever Mr. Johnson wants to eat, they have to stand there obediently. Look at me and that deceased phoenix. We're considered the sensible ones." Loki inquired, "Were there any that weren't sensible?" The primordial dragon lords, trying to get on Loki's good side, laughed. Of course, there were some who didn't know any better, but without exception, They all ended up dying in rather ugly ways. Look at me and this phoenix. At least we can continue living with dignity. Indeed, quite dignified, Loki agreed, finding the two to be quite dignified. Unlike others, Loki felt that William gave off a very amiable vibe. After meeting Loki, William didn't concern himself with much else and left the heavenly dungeon directly. As he was leaving, he happened to meet Rhadamanthus, one of the three great guardians of Hades. The two made eye contact. Rhadamanthus looked at William, opened his mouth to speak, and asked, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." William smiled. "You haven't?" Rhadamanthus bowed to William, saying, "Did you just come from the heavenly dungeon? Is there anything I can do for you?" William was amused. This young man seemed quite sensible. "Who's your master?" William sized up Rhadamanthus, who was at the creator deity level, not too weak. Considering he didn't realize William's power level, his attitude wasn't bad. Rhadamanthus, bowing without raising his head, said, "I am Rhadamanthus, one of the three great guardians of the underworld under Hades." Hades man, not bad. William thought for a moment. His team was precisely lacking a humble and honest person. He didn't feel like looking for anyone else, so he asked, "Would you be willing to become stronger even if it means becoming bald?" Rhadamanthus was confused and asked, "What do you mean by that?" William said, "I'm now forming a team and am short of one person. But actually, it doesn't really matter whether you join or not. After completing that journey, I'll give you some benefits, but those few hairs on your head will have to go." Rhadamanthus asked, "What does this have to do with the hair on my head?" "It's not really related. Consider it a personal quirk of mine, altering your appearance to make it harder for others to recognize you," William said, looking calmly at Rhadamanthus. Rhadamanthus slightly raised his head, saying, "I'm willing, but I must inform my master Hades first." With a raise of William's hand, space twisted, and a long-haired man in a black robe suddenly appeared before them. "Who's this?" Hades, who was having breakfast, felt the spatial disturbance, became furious, and was about to explode. Oh. Hades paused for a moment, then suddenly lunged at William. William kicked him away for hundreds of yards. Rhadamanthus swallowed hard, shouting, "Lord Hades, what is this?" Hades actually started crying, crawling to William's feet, shouting, "Master, where have you been all these years?" Rhadamanthus was speechless. Was this really his master Hades? Even in front of Zeus, he had an attitude of not caring at all, but now he's crying like a silly dog. "Don't you know?" William raised an eyebrow. "Stop crying, or I'll kick you to the end of the universe." "I won't cry anymore." "I won't," Hades hurriedly said. "Master, are you planning to stay in the divine realm?" For a while, William shifted the topic to the trembling Rhadamanthus, saying, "Is this one of your guardians?" Hades glared at Rhadamanthus, saying, "You little rascal, did you anger my master, Mr. Johnson? Kneel down and apologize now." Rhadamanthus was terrified. What was going on? Did Lord Hades have a master? He was unaware. William waved his hand, saying, "Don't make a fuss. I'm just borrowing him. He'll be with me from now on." "Ah!" Hades exclaimed. "How is this little guy worthy?" "Master, wouldn't it be better if I served by your side?" William narrowed his eyes. "I don't recall ever taking you as my disciple. Do you think I'm old and forgetful? I thought there was." Hades looked shocked, saying, "When we three brothers were young." "Master, you can't be joking with me." Seeing his shameless act, William really wanted to kick him again, but then casually said, "Let's assume that's the case, but you cannot spread this around." William did not want too many people disturbing his life because of this. Then, casually pulling out a 7 treasures staff from his spatial storage ring, he said, "This is for you." Chapter 583. There's no one more cunning than him. Hades trembled as he received the 7 treasures staff from William. "Is this, Master, is this the legendary 7 treasures staff?" Although Hades is Zeus's brother and the formidable ruler of the underworld, he didn't possess any extremely powerful artifacts. The 7 treasures staff, renowned as one of the top 10 super artifacts from the era of the ancient gods, is considered slightly superior to Poseidon's Sword of the Abyssal Guardian. William nodded. "Yes, that should be it." It was crafted by God and the angels, embedding it with 7 infinity stones, a powerful staff bestowed upon the archangel Amenadiel. if I recall the name correctly. Taking the seven treasures staff with both hands, Hades took a deep breath, overwhelmed with emotion. Such a powerful artifact was given to him so casually by William, just because he acted coquettishly towards William. "Thank you, Master." Hades knelt before William right there. With the seven treasures staff, not only would his combat power significantly increase, but he might also break through the limitations to ascend to a higher godly realm. Such a grand favor was beyond repayment. Get up. Kneeling is not in vogue anymore. William didn't think there was anything special about this seven treasures staff. It was just prettier, composed of 7 different colored gems, looking colorful, shiny, and very attractive. Hades then stood up and asked, "Master, how did this artifact come into your possession?" William thought for a moment. "Seems like that Archangel Amenadiel took it to steal Poseidon's 2 artifacts. Then he showed up at my doorstep, wanting to take my sword," William declared confidently. "So, I took this from him." Hades and Rhadamanthus were dumbfounded. They knew the seven treasures staff was Archangel Amenadiel's strongest artifact, but were unaware that Amenadiel had once used it to steal 2 of Poseidon's artifacts. With the seven treasures staff, Archangel Amenadiel was notoriously arrogant, capable of seizing control of others' artifacts, making them his own. There were even rumors of him taking 2 weapons from Diablo. Given it was embedded with 7 infinity stones, one could only imagine the staff's power. But hearing William's casual tone made it seem all too easy. Archangel Amenadiel's strongest artifact, just taken away like that. It was as if a strong man ran into a kindergarten to steal a lollipop from a little girl. Hades envisioned the scene of William snatching the magical artifact from Archangel Amenadiel. Amenadiel, one of God's most loyal messengers back in the day. He actually thought of stealing William's sword. What bad luck. "Master, if Archangel Amenadiel or God comes to me demanding this artifact, how should I respond?" Hades was genuinely concerned. After all, Amenadiel was one of God's most faithful messengers, and while the seven treasures staff was in William's hands, Amenadiel wouldn't dare harbor any thoughts. But if the seven treasures staff was in Hades's possession, that would be a different story. It wouldn't be surprising if God, upon finding out, sent someone to demand it from Hades. After all, such a powerful artifact was originally Amenadiel's, so if God wanted it back, what could he do? William said carelessly, "Whoever asks you for it, just give it to them and come find me. I'll snatch all their artifacts for you." Rhadamanthus, listening on the side, was buzzing with thoughts. What was he even saying? Was he looking down on the power of those high gods? Hades was overjoyed, nodding continuously. "Understood, Master." He was now considering whether to flaunt the seven treasures staff around. If he encountered any high god who wanted to steal his artifact, he could just hand it over and then hiss. Just thinking about it felt so thrilling. "What kind of sneaky plan are you concocting?" William squinted at him, saying, "You're not thinking of deliberately giving it away, are you?" Hades's face changed. "How could that be? Why would I do such a thing?" William snorted. "Do I not know what kind of person you are? You'd better not have such ideas." Hades, always full of cunning schemes, was always looking to outsmart others. "Right? I have something to ask you," William said. "Last time, you passed on that forgetting ritual, which increases strength through severing emotions, to a girl named Evelyn. What's that about?" "Evelyn?" Hades thought for a moment, then said, "You mean that girl from the Prime World?" At that time, it was discovered that the divine realm was on the verge of collapse, so I sent someone to the Prime World to scout ahead. By chance, we found this ordinary person with fairly good potential, so I took her as my disciple. For ordinary people wanting to quickly enhance their strength level, cutting off emotions works faster. William looked at him, expressionlessly, making Hades's scalp tingle. "It's not. I remember that girl was a bit special. You should know, the power of faith from ordinary people is very important to us. The girl's power of faith actually increased my strength significantly, so I thought she would achieve greatness in the future. But recently, for some reason, I lost her power of faith, and I can't sense her current situation either." Seeing William's displeased expression, Hades instantly panicked. William seemed to understand something. Those who have deeper interactions with him experience many changes in luck and fate. Alice, Amy, and Evelyn, their fates have all changed. This is the so-called law of cause and effect. William is so powerful that even unintentional actions can change a person's fate. Evelyn consumed a drop of William's blood, awakening memories from 2 lives, which inevitably changed her fate. First, she became Hades's disciple, but then William nullified her supernatural abilities, effectively severing the law of cause and effect between her and Hades. Now, having become a disciple of Moros, Hades naturally lost Evelyn's power of faith. High-ranking god kings gathering disciples is essentially for the collection of the power of faith. The more disciples and followers they have, and the stronger these disciples are, the more powerful the accumulated faith power becomes. Cosmic entities operate in a similar manner. Whether it's high-ranking god kings, the Grand Lord of the Shapeshifters, or even dark demon lords, as long as they adhere to the laws set by the cosmic entity, the stronger the cosmic entity becomes. Hades perhaps thought Evelyn was somewhat special, hence he casually passed down the forgetting ritual that enhances strength through severing emotions. He thought this secret technique would quickly boost strength without having any other special intentions. It's nothing serious, you don't need to be so nervous. William shifted the topic, saying, "So, Rhadamanthus will come with me to do something. You don't mind, do you?" Hades looked at William full of hope, saying, "Master, why don't you take me directly instead?" Following William would be an incredible opportunity. How could he let his subordinates seize it first? Rhadamanthus stood aside, not daring to speak. He couldn't dare to compete with his own master. William glanced at Hades and said, "You, my boy, have too many bad intentions. It doesn't fit the character profile I had in mind for the last member of the team I'm assembling." "No, script?" Hades looked puzzled, then quickly realized that wasn't the point, hastily saying, "Master, how can you say I have many bad intentions? I'm so innocent and straightforward." Scram. William had no words for him. Innocent and straightforward him? Back in the day when he was younger, whatever he wanted to eat, he would provoke those ancient divine beasts, deliberately luring them towards William's residence. There's no one more cunning than him. "As you command." Hades carefully stored the 7 treasures staff and stood aside obediently. Chapter 584. What you can do to me. "Rhadamanthus, would you follow me?" William asked. Rhadamanthus quickly responded, "If it's your command, I dare not disobey." "Disobey? What's there to disobey? Didn't you see the powerful artifact this person casually handed out just now?" Even Hades was putting on a smiling face, trying to flatter and follow him around. Now that such a huge stroke of luck has fallen on him, how could he possibly refuse? What if William, in a good mood, also rewards him with a top-tier artifact? Wouldn't that skyrocket his status? Besides, Hades just had to act a bit coquettish in front of William to get such benefits. If he could stay by his side regularly. The thought alone excited Rhadamanthus. "All right then, from now on, you'll be called Gump." William looked Rhadamanthus over and said, "You're a bit too handsome. We need to change that. Get rid of that bunch of hair on your forehead, and then your physique." Originally, Rhadamanthus had clean, slightly curly long hair and deep brown eyes. After William's meddling, he was transformed into the appearance of a bald, muscular man. "Gump," Rhadamanthus muttered. "Mr. Johnson, this name sounds a bit silly." "I think it's quite good. Fits the character in the script," William said. "Don't think too much. You're just there to make up the numbers. In the team, just accompany them on this journey. You're basically there to help with the luggage, nothing else." Rhadamanthus, after all, was of creator deity level strength, and William wanted him to do these things? It was a bit hard to accept. Just help with the luggage? "Mr. Johnson, the other members of this journey." Rhadamanthus sneakily glanced at Hades and tentatively asked, "Whose luggage should I help with?" "Apart from you, there's a team leader, main damage dealer, main tank, a missionary, and a means of transportation." Hearing William say this, Hades was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't quite understand, he didn't dare to object. "Just listen to Mr. Johnson, Rhadamanthus." Hades could only agree. Rhadamanthus asked again, "Mr. Johnson, may I know where my other teammates are?" William counted on his fingers and said, "One of them is in the heavenly dungeon. It's the same Loki who was captured earlier. Do you know about him?" "That Loki? Can he even come out of the heavenly dungeon?" Rhadamanthus asked. Loki spoke out of turn in front of the major gods. Angered Zeus, and those who are locked in the heavenly dungeon never come out." As he spoke, he looked at William and then closed his mouth. Didn't William just come out from there? Realizing his subordinate had misspoken, Hades frowned and said, "Rhadamanthus, what are you talking about? If Mr. Johnson wants to take Loki out of the heavenly dungeon, wouldn't that be extremely easy?" "What heavenly dungeon?" "If Mr. Johnson wishes, with a wave of his hand, it would all disappear." Hades knew William well enough. High-ranking god kings are mere playthings in front of William. What's a heavenly dungeon to him? Gone in the blink of an eye. "Who are the other team members?" Rhadamanthus asked. "And who is this team leader, such a superpower?" After thinking, William answered, "Your team leader is currently only at the mortal deity level of power. There's an ancient frost dragon that transforms into a means of transportation. One is Jesus from the sanctum of the holy light, and there's Dionysus. You should recognize him." "Ah, this." Rhadamanthus was genuinely stunned this time. He thought the team leader Mr. Johnson had found for him was some high-ranking god king, or at the very least, someone of absolute deity-level strength. A mortal deity as his team leader? He's at least of creator deity level. The peak of creator deity level, no less. Just a step away from becoming a supreme deity-level powerhouse, and yet he was expected to be led by a mortal deity. He really couldn't understand. And then there were the other team members. Rhadamanthus was aware of the news that all of Jesus' divine powers had been nullified. A person whose powers had been stripped, now becoming prey for others, yet still an important member of the team. As for Dionysus and the others, even though they had some skills, they weren't considered very strong. Regardless, Rhadamanthus dared not raise any objections to William's arrangements. "Do you not approve?" William asked. Rhadamanthus hurriedly responded, No, I am willing to follow your arrangements." "Then it's settled. I'll take you to Blizzard City to meet up with them." After William spoke, space twisted around them, and he and Rhadamanthus disappeared from the spot. Hades, watching them leave, smiled. "Blizzard City? That's where Saint Benedict died." Jesus probably also announced his withdrawal from the sanctum of the holy light there. Rumor has it that a disciple of the sea god Poseidon killed Saint Benedict. Jesus' body seems to have some special effect. It's said that eating his flesh can rapidly increase one's power level and possibly even grant immortality. At present, in the entire divine realm, aside from high-ranking god kings, probably only William the Obliterator could subdue Jesus. "Archangel Amenadiel, now I come with your 7 treasures staff to see what you can do to me," Hades mused. He hadn't had an easy time in the divine realm these years. Back when Archangel Amenadiel came to the underworld to challenge him, claiming that if he won, Hades would have to betray the Olympus faction. If not for the sudden intervention of a mysterious powerhouse, he might have become a follower of God by now. Now he had the support of William the Obliterator. "Archangel Amenadiel, humph, try challenging me now." With a step, Hades appeared on Paradise Island to the west. Archangel Amenadiel was living in seclusion there, in a small cabin, with no other guards around. Who would dare to intrude on Archangel Amenadiel's residence? After arriving, Hades' aura surged, summoning the 7 treasures staff, and shouted into the air, "Amenadiel, have you been missing your 7 treasures staff? I've brought it specially for you to see today." At these words, an angel, 18 feet tall, clad in golden armor with white skin, appeared before him. Archangel Amenadiel's eyes widened, and in the blink of an eye, he became the same height as Hades, with a kind face, white hair, benevolent eyes, and a smile on his face. "Where did you find the 7 treasures staff? Do you wish to pledge allegiance to our almighty God?" Hades raised an eyebrow and burst out, "Are you delusional? This 7 treasures staff was given to me by my master, William the Obliterator. I came today just to show it to you, to see what you can do to me." Chapter 585. I'll take you to a great place to watch a good show. Archangel Amenadiel had never imagined that, thousands of years later, someone would be so brazen as to speak to him while holding his 7 treasures staff. Faced with Hades' formidable demeanor, his smile gradually solidified, and his expression turned icy. "Hades, right? Impressive." Hades burst into laughter. "Of course, I'm impressive. Got the guts to hit me. Do you realize how much you're asking to be punched right now?" Although Archangel Amenadiel usually maintained a cheerful demeanor, Hades was clearly provoking him on purpose. The dignity of Archangel Amenadiel was not something others could affront. Hades glanced at Archangel Amenadiel with the corner of his eye, disdainfully saying, "Of course, I know how much I'm asking for it. So why don't you take a swing? If I fight back, I'll be at your doorstep acting as your dog tomorrow." Archangel Amenadiel, eyes bulging with fury and body trembling, had already summoned another one of his artifacts, the Spear of Apocalypse. Oh, the Spear of Apocalypse? That's enlightening. Hades felt ecstatic, thinking that this artifact would soon be his. No, no, no. Still not ecstatic enough. How could there be no witnesses to such an event? Pointing at Archangel Amenadiel's nose, he said, "You dumb bird, just wait. I'm going to call someone." When had Archangel Amenadiel ever been subjected to such treatment? Dumb bird. What kind of absurd nickname was that? But hearing Hades say he was going to call someone. Call whom? William the Obliterator? William the Obliterator is still alive? Archangel Amenadiel had lived in seclusion for many years primarily because the Seven Treasures staff was taken by William the Obliterator. Unable to swallow his pride and ask for it back, and after losing the power of his mighty artifact, he ultimately chose to live in seclusion. Over the years, he occasionally heard rumors about William the Obliterator. Most rumors were false, and there were even imposters claiming to be William the Obliterator. He was unsure whether William the Obliterator was still in the divine realm. Now, with the emergence of the Seven Treasures staff, especially since Hades brought it out so conspicuously, does it prove that William the Obliterator is indeed alive and maintains a very good relationship with Hades? Hades had recently issued an order concerning William the Obliterator, indicating their ongoing close relationship. It was decreed by William the Obliterator that anyone visiting the Prime World must abide by its local laws. So, does that mean William the Obliterator is in the Prime World? Because of this, various high-ranking god-kings and absolute deities strictly forbade their subordinates from going to the Prime World. Archangel Amenadiel was pondering whether he should flee or how he should behave if he encountered William the Obliterator soon. While he was lost in thought, Hades had already disappeared. Disaster always arrives on schedule. Archangel Amenadiel let out a heavy sigh. Thousands of years ago, he had clashed with William the Obliterator, a being of monstrous strength. Despite being a high-ranking god-king, he was beaten without the slightest chance to retaliate. He had coveted William the Obliterator's sword and attempted to use his divine power to forcibly take it with the Seven Treasures staff. To his surprise, William the Obliterator took interest in his Seven Treasures staff and snatched it away, saying his home was missing a unique decorative piece. He vividly remembered being punched in the left face, deforming it with a single blow. Then, he was stomped to the ground and forcibly deprived of the Seven Treasures staff in his hand. As for his special divine powers or secret techniques, they were utterly meaningless in front of William the Obliterator. Thinking of these, Archangel Amenadiel realized that if William the Obliterator truly returned, there seemed nowhere he could flee to. What should he do in the future? Archangel Amenadiel could only offer a bitter smile. As a high-ranking god-king, he stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, now that he found himself completely at someone else's mercy. Ordinary artifacts were definitely not an option anymore. His Spear of Apocalypse was slightly superior in quality to the Seven Treasures staff. Directly support the authors on web novel. If William the Obliterator saw it, would he claim he needed a skewer for roasting meat and take it away? Seven Treasures staff. If William the Obliterator saw it, would he claim he needed a Archangel Amenadiel stood there, his mind racing, while Hades had gone to find Zeus. Upon seeing Hades, Zeus, suspecting no good could come from his visit, immediately said, "Haven't you been hiding in the underworld? What brings you to me today?" "Oh right, when I was playing chess with Athena the other day, William the Obliterator paid us a visit." At this, Zeus seemed somewhat proud. "By the way, Hades, you used to say you were very close to William the Obliterator. You're not still unaware that he's arrived in the divine realm, are you?" William the Obliterator is considered legendary among the Olympian gods, who are all deities with great insight. They have long recognized that even if William the Obliterator is not a high-ranking god-king, his strength is definitely not inferior to that of a high-ranking god-king, and might even be a bit stronger. Being on good terms with William the Obliterator was a matter of prestige. Zeus's tone seemed to imply that his relationship with William the Obliterator was better than Hades's. Why did he visit the divine realm and seek me out first instead of you? It was somewhat akin to a scenario in a large corporation where a billionaire CEO throws a party with the employees. Hades pulled out the seven treasures staff and chuckled. Let me show you a great treasure. Huh? This is... Holy shit. Could it be? The seven treasures staff. Hades said with a cool smile. Nice treasure, isn't it? The seven treasures staff? You didn't really betray the Olympian gods to side with Archangel Amenadiel, did you? Zeus's eyes nearly popped out, but he quickly recovered, saying, That can't be right. Even if you sided with Archangel Amenadiel, given his stingy nature, would he bestow the seven treasures staff upon you? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zeus shook his head, his gaze never leaving the seven treasures staff in Hades's hand. No way. That must be a fake. Nonsense. A fake. Hades scoffed. Lack of knowledge. This is definitely real. And would I side with Amenadiel of all people? Then who gave it to you? Zeus frowned. Who would give such a powerful artifact to you? The one who gave me the seven treasures staff is none other than William the Obliterator himself. See how well he treats me? If I ever get upset, I'll just badmouth you in front of him and let him deal with you. Hades looked smug, and Zeus found it hard to accept at the moment. So, our master gives you the seven treasures staff, and you start acting all high and mighty? What's there to be arrogant about? Have you forgotten who was the first to help you when you were being unilaterally thrashed by Archangel Amenadiel? Zeus, waving his finger, spoke as if on the verge of tears. It was me. And now you say such things. Hades waved his hand dismissively. Stop it. Don't put on a show, my dear brother. I'll take you to a great place to watch a good show. Chapter 586. Come on. Try to take it. A great place. Zeus looked at Hades with some confusion. Hades blinked. An exciting place. How exciting. The gods, one by one, were so bored to the point of panic. There were really few things that could excite them nowadays. Seeing Hades's expression, Zeus also became interested. Hades chuckled. Would you believe me if I told you I just ran up to Archangel Amenadiel with the seven treasures staff, pointed at his nose, and provoked him? He didn't kill you? Zeus laughed too. God sent many saints to spread the gospel everywhere, making many people believe in God, which really annoyed Zeus. Especially that guy, Archangel Amenadiel, who once poached Zeus's followers on his turf. Hearing what Hades just said, he couldn't stop laughing. Hit me? I came to you specifically to have you join in the fun, to see how I tease him. Teasing him alone is no fun at all. Hades laughed even more joyfully. Thinking back to how Archangel Amenadiel wanted to hit him, but didn't dare to make a move made him feel very pleased. Zeus thought for a moment. How about I call Athena? Since we're all just watching the show, if we are all present, then the Archangel Amenadiel won't be able to make a move easily. Great idea. Hades clapped his hands in approval, but then lowered his voice. But my master William told me to keep a low profile. Low profile. It's already low profile with just the three of us. Let's go? I'll send her a telepathic message, Zeus said. And you, running all the way to find me, couldn't you have just sent a telepathic message? It's all the same. All the same, Hades said cheerfully. Let's go? I'll show you how I bully Archangel Amenadiel. Zeus wasn't afraid of Archangel Amenadiel either. He was of great strength. Moreover, it was Hades who was provoking Archangel Amenadiel. This time, he and Athena were just going to watch. Could Archangel Amenadiel really lay a hand on him? In the blink of an eye, the two absolute deities arrived at the Paradise Island where Archangel Amenadiel resided, who was still standing there motionless from before. He was waiting for William the Obliterator to come so they could have a proper talk. After all, William the Obliterator should be a reasonable person. However, after a long wait, he saw no sign of William the Obliterator. Instead, Hades and Zeus appeared before him. And then, Aphrodite, Athena, Demeter, Hephaestus, Hermes, and even Zeus all showed up. However, all these deities stood far away, watching without any intention of coming closer. They were spectating Hades teasing Archangel Amenadiel. The legendary seven treasures staff in Hades's hands, given by William the Obliterator. How explosive is this news? After Zeus passed the message to Athena, She naturally spread the word, and eventually, even Demeter was informed. Aphrodite, who rarely goes out, also came to join in the excitement. Hades provoking Archangel Amenadiel, especially with Amenadiel's own seven-treasure staff, was an incredibly thrilling act. Hades glanced around, sneakily peeking at Zeus, and said, "Are you planning to summon all the Olympian gods here for me?" It wasn't me who informed them. I only told Athena, and I stressed not to tell anyone else, just to come and enjoy the show. She must have been with someone at that time. Zeus appeared somewhat innocent, and with Hades saying this, it made him seem very gossipy. It's fine, not too many people came. Hades thought that if some deities saw him acting so brazenly, they might not stand for it, and such behavior, being widely publicized, might not be too appropriate. No sooner had he spoken than the sea god Poseidon appeared in front of Zeus, the two brothers whispering to each other, discussing something unknown. This turnout, it feels like today the Olympian gods are joining forces to take down Archangel Amenadiel, doesn't it? Hades's voice wasn't too loud, but definitely not quiet, and his remark was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Archangel Amenadiel, looking around at the gathered powerhouses, immediately felt a headache coming on but asked cheerfully, "Esteemed gods, you all seem to have a lot of free time today. What brings you to me?" Poseidon laughed heartily. "I heard Hades wanted to tease you a bit, so I came over to have a look. Truly amusing." This blunt statement left no face for Archangel Amenadiel. Even Hades thought Poseidon's comment was a bit too much, especially to say such a thing in front of so many deities. What a thrill. Haha. Archangel Amenadiel maintained his smile, ignoring Poseidon, and fixed his gaze intently on Hades, saying, "You claim to be a disciple of William the Obliterator? But William the Obliterator has vanished without a trace for tens of thousands of years. Since the divine realm was rebuilt, there's been no sign of him. Are you trying to fool me?" Hades laughed loudly. "Are you afraid of my master?" This question left Archangel Amenadiel momentarily unsure how to respond. He truly wasn't certain if William the Obliterator was still alive. If he made a wrong judgment now and William the Obliterator actually appeared later, wouldn't that be awkward? Everyone knows William the Obliterator truly spares no one in a fight. Seeing Archangel Amenadiel remain silent, Hades directly pulled out the seven treasures staff and said, "The seven treasures staff is in my hands. I told you, my master William the Obliterator bestowed it upon me. If you want to take it back, then come and get it, so you won't have to beg me for it later." Archangel Amenadiel stood frozen in place, coldly staring at Hades, and said, "Don't go too far." Hades raised an eyebrow, looked around, and loudly said, "Everyone, you all must bear witness for me. I've brought out the seven treasures staff and asked him whether he wants it back or not. If you give it to me, I'll take it." Archangel Amenadiel knew that continuing this standoff would only lose him face. If it was given by Hades himself, then even if William the Obliterator showed up, he couldn't really say anything. Hades scoffed, "Are you out of your mind? Such a powerful artifact was taken from you by my master, William the Obliterator, and now he has bestowed it upon me. If you want to take it back, you'll naturally have to snatch it back. To take it back, you'll need to show some skill. Do you think I won't dare?" Archangel Amenadiel became angry. Saying this in front of so many people, if he didn't act, he would lose face forever. Hades solemnly said, "My master stated that if anyone dares to take my artifact, he will take all of that person's artifacts and give them to me." With that, he placed the seven treasures staff in the palm of his hand, smiling at Archangel Amenadiel. "Come on, try to take it." Chapter 587 Taken? I don't think it's necessary. Hades is certainly no pushover. Having previously suffered at the hands of Archangel Amenadiel, today he was set on settling the score. While he lacked the power to slay a high-ranking god king, embarrassing Archangel Amenadiel in front of so many leading figures was definitely within his capabilities. Archangel Amenadiel was furious. True, he feared William the Obliterator, but Hades was essentially trampling on his dignity in front of all the gods. "Hades, even if you are a disciple of William the Obliterator, do you really think you can humiliate me?" Archangel Amenadiel coldly stared at Hades and said, "Proud angels cannot be insulted." His words were not just for Hades, but also aimed at Poseidon and Zeus, among others. Poseidon and Zeus, hearing Archangel Amenadiel's words, really didn't take them seriously. Can't a disciple of William the Obliterator insult you? Hades is not only a disciple of William the Obliterator, but also their brother. If their brother wants to bully someone, especially someone like Archangel Amenadiel who has been poaching their followers, of course, they would help. Amenadiel. If you feel insulted, then fight back, but don't drag others into this. I'm not on good terms with you. Poseidon shouted directly. Hades is my brother, and if you dare harm Hades today, we'll see if my trident agrees with you. Having said that, he had already summoned his trident, ready for action. Suddenly, in front of Zeus appeared a mysterious sphere enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, with a spiral storm eye inside a transparent crystal ball, emitting a terrifying intent to kill. The sudden support from the two high-ranking god-kings for Hades scared the other gods away. Amenadiel, try laying a finger on him. Zeus, too, was determined. If Amenadiel dared to touch Hades, he and Poseidon would join forces to take down Archangel Amenadiel directly. With such a strong stance from the two high-ranking god-kings, Amenadiel took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over Zeus and Poseidon, and said, "Both of you are high-ranking god-kings. If you act against me, have you considered how the cosmic entity would react?" Hades was also surprised. Were these two high-ranking god-kings really backing him up like this? He remembered the relationship among the three brothers being just average in the past. He had even been turned away when visiting Zeus before, and now Zeus was willing to go head-to-head with Archangel Amenadiel for him. Poseidon disdainfully said, "Even if we're restricted by the cosmic laws set by the cosmic entity and dare not kill you, giving you a beating is definitely not a problem." "Exactly," Zeus nodded, not saying much more. Previously, he and Poseidon had been considering unifying the entire divine realm. Now, with Hades stirring up trouble and claiming to be a disciple of William the Obliterator, they took it as an indication that taking down Archangel Amenadiel was William the Obliterator's will. Setting everything else aside, attacking their brother in front of them? Would it really be too much to give Archangel Amenadiel a beating for this? Archangel Amenadiel was becoming annoyed, but his mind started to work faster. Being a high-ranking god-king, a being whose soul is immortal and recognized by the cosmic entity, he would be reborn even in the event of death. Most importantly, since the rebuilding of the divine realm, the cosmic entity had conveyed a message to the high-ranking god-kings. They must not directly engage in combat with each other. The first to initiate conflict would be stripped of their high-ranking god-king status. Archangel Amenadiel glanced at Poseidon and Zeus. If they acted against him today, even if they killed him and he was reborn, the two high-ranking god-kings would be stripped of their status by the cosmic entity, losing their current position and divine power. Perhaps, the moment the two high-ranking god-kings acted, they would lose their status, significantly diminishing their power. In that case, would two individuals stripped of their high-ranking god-king status still be a match for Archangel Amenadiel? If he could provoke them to act first, might he be able to seize their top-tier artifacts and divine powers? As for Hades, even if his master was William the Obliterator, William the Obliterator wouldn't dare kill him. Enduring a beating in exchange for the top-tier artifacts of two high-ranking god-kings, and perhaps even seizing their divine auras, seemed like a fair trade. With this in mind, Archangel Amenadiel's eyes gleamed eagerly as he reached for the seven treasure staff in Hades' hand, arrogantly stating, "This seven treasure staff was originally mine. Today, it returns to its rightful owner. Hades, for your insolence today, in consideration of William the Obliterator, I'll let you off with a slap. Mind your actions in the future." As Archangel Amenadiel spoke, he had already picked up the seven treasure staff and activated his divine power, attempting to use the seven treasure staff again, only to discover he could no longer use it. Amenadiel was shocked to find that he could no longer use the artifact once bestowed upon him by God. The seven treasure staff seemed to only recognize Hades. When William gave the seven treasure staff to Hades, it effectively reauthorized the user, making the artifact Hades's. Archangel Amenadiel's attempt to forcibly break William's restriction was impossible. Hades laughed, delighted that this fellow really tried to take the seven treasure staff. And he wanted to slap him? Go ahead. It didn't matter anymore. With the backing of two high-ranking god kings, if Amenadiel really did slap him today, he likely wouldn't end up well. Thinking about the artifacts on Archangel Amenadiel potentially becoming his, Hades felt a bit excited. Come on, hit me. Hurry up. Hades, instead of being angry at having the 7 treasure staff snatched, joyfully presented his face to Archangel Amenadiel. The gods watching from a distance were dumbfounded. Damn, Hades really had no shame to provoke a high-ranking god king like this. Most importantly, the attitudes of Poseidon and Zeus were too unusual. Would the two high-ranking god kings really strike at Amenadiel if he slapped Hades? The gods were ready to flee at any moment. A fight between these high-ranking god kings would surely be earth-shattering, possibly harming them in the process. Hades was truly foolish to be so arrogant. If a fight broke out, he would be the first to suffer. A battle among high-ranking god kings would not bode well for the weaker gods caught in the middle. Archangel Amenadiel, not caring about the consequences, had his own plans and raised his hand to slap Hades. In that instant, William suddenly appeared in front of Hades, extending his hand to swat away Archangel Amenadiel's hand, asking, "He is my disciple. Do you think you have the right to hit him?" Archangel Amenadiel withdrew his hand, his body involuntarily trembling. The gods in the distance became even more excited. Among those present, who hadn't been beaten up by William the Obliterator, they all knew how formidable William the Obliterator was, but naturally, they wouldn't spread the word about their own beatings. They were also unaware that those around them had been beaten too, let alone understanding just how powerful William the Obliterator really was. Hey, has William the Obliterator really come back? Hermes laughed. It seems like Archangel Amenadiel is somewhat afraid of him. Could it be that he was beaten by him in the past? I think that's quite possible. Hephaestus also laughed. It looks like we won't have to intervene. Poseidon winked at Zeus. Brother, what do you think Amenadiel will end up looking like? Boring. Zeus gave him a look and said, I think it's going to be pretty bad. Poseidon knew his older brother's temperament well and asked, So, do you think his artifacts will be taken? Zeus scoffed, Taken? I don't think it's necessary. Poseidon pondered Zeus's words carefully. He had a point. With William's power, was there a need to take anything by force? Chapter 588, A Complete Scoundrel. Upon seeing William, Archangel Amenadiel instinctively took a couple of steps back. He had just attempted to reclaim the 7 treasure staff, only to find himself triggering some sort of prohibition. His most powerful artifact was now bound by restrictions placed by another, which was a terrifying situation. Mr. Johnson, your disciple is too arrogant. I really couldn't help myself and just wanted to teach him a lesson. Archangel Amenadiel truly did not want to confront William. After all, he couldn't win against him, and for some reason, this person seemed to be unaffected by the cosmic entity's rules. William raised an eyebrow and asked, Can't my disciple be arrogant? Archangel Amenadiel was suddenly at a loss for words. This person is unreasonable. William's gaze fell on the 7 treasure staff in Archangel Amenadiel's hand, asking, You're stealing from my disciple? And bullying him, making you even more shameless. This was originally mine. Archangel Amenadiel was on the verge of tears. What kind of reasoning was this? William stated, But this object has recognized me as its new master, which makes it mine. I've given it to my disciple Hades, so it's his. The gods in the distance, upon hearing William's logic, really exclaimed in admiration at its brilliance. They remembered how long ago Archangel Amenadiel used to roam around with the 7 treasures staff, challenging others and plundering their artifacts. Wasn't it the same? William had just echoed the very words Archangel Amenadiel used to love saying, leaving him even more at a loss for words. Hand it over. William straightforwardly extended his hand. Archangel Amenadiel, no matter how reluctant, had no choice but to dutifully return the 7 treasures staff to William. William then handed the 7 treasures staff to Hades. Hades grinned and said, Thanks, Master. William nodded slightly, then extended his hand towards Archangel Amenadiel again. Anything else? Archangel Amenadiel was taken aback. That's all I took. William said, Hand over all your artifacts. Don't make me act, and spare you the embarrassment in front of all these people. Don't push me too far. Archangel Amenadiel was really at his limit, being asked to surrender all his artifacts in front of so many people? Was this William even more shameless than Hades? He was a high-ranking god king. Do you know what a high-ranking god king is? The strongest existence below the cosmic entity. To say invincible might be a bit of an exaggeration, but at least he shouldn't be insulted like this. If you dare kill me, slaying a high-ranking god king, the cosmic entity will naturally punish you. Archangel Amenadiel stiffened his neck and said, "You might not know, but the soul of a high-ranking god king is immortal. Even if you kill me today, I will be reborn tomorrow." Is that so? William suddenly became interested. Then I must try. Archangel Amenadiel abruptly stepped back, the spear of apocalypse appearing in his hand, radiating divine light with thousands of thunderbolts falling. He thrust the spear of apocalypse fiercely towards William. Taking advantage of the moment before William drew his sword, Archangel Amenadiel planned to use all his strength in a desperate attempt. If he could severely injure William the Obliterator, it would be worth it. He could be revived just once, but severely injuring William the Obliterator once would be enough. William's gaze sharpened, and as thousands of thunderbolts vanished into the void, just as the spear of apocalypse was about to pierce his throat, he cleanly caught the spear of apocalypse, snatching it from Archangel Amenadiel's hand. William wiped away all connections between the spear of apocalypse and Archangel Amenadiel. Archangel Amenadiel was shocked, as William the Obliterator seemed to become even more terrifying, instantly severing his connection with the spear of apocalypse and taking it away so effortlessly. The next moment, William's palm landed on Archangel Amenadiel's chest. What appeared to be an ordinary palm strike turned Archangel Amenadiel directly into dust, with the power of 5 holy halos bursting out and falling into William's hand. Archangel Amenadiel was obliterated, soul and body. Just one palm strike. William handed the spear of apocalypse to Hades, saying, "I might have used a bit too much force. Amenadiel's other artifacts are gone, but then again, there wasn't much of value on him." The scene fell into dead silence. Hades, with a stunned expression, took the spear of apocalypse and dumbly asked, "Master, is Archangel Amenadiel dead?" William frowned. He should be considered dead. After saying this, he toyed with the power of the holy halos in his hand. He had been researching this stuff lately, and, after thinking for a moment, infused a bit of his own power into it before casually tossing it. The power of the 5 holy halos passed through space, scattering to unknown locations. This power of the 5 holy halos, consider it a treasure hunt. Whoever finds them, they belong to. William laughed, then turned to pat Hades on the shoulder, saying, "Hades, try not to be too arrogant in the future. It's better to keep a low profile." Hades could tell that his master wasn't blaming him, but still hung his head, saying, "I will heed your command." William's gaze swept over the surrounding deities and said, "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Have fun." With that, he vanished. Hades, holding the 7 treasures staff in his left hand and the spear of apocalypse in his right, wore an excited smile on his face. This was his master. Such treatment was simply too good. He had speculated that his master was strong enough to defeat Amenadiel, but not necessarily kill him. Yet, with just a palm strike, he obliterated a high-ranking god king. With such a master, who would dare trouble him in the future? Zeus glanced at Poseidon and said, "It seems that in the end, forceful seizure is necessary." Poseidon, with a joyful expression, said, "That guy Amenadiel, too ignorant for his own good, got what he deserved." Zeus mused, "With Amenadiel gone, it seems God might." The surrounding deities were even more shocked at this turn of events. In their previous encounters with William the Obliterator, the worst they got was a beating. William the Obliterator never went for the kill, and it was mostly after a narrow victory that he gave them a thrashing. It was somewhat in jest. Now, it seemed that William the Obliterator was outrageously strong. A high-ranking god king obliterated with a single palm strike? If it really came down to a fight, would they stand a chance? Let's hope that what happened today doesn't get spread around. After saying this, Poseidon directly left. As for Hades, he clearly became a person of interest among the gods. Fortunately, the Olympian gods usually had a decent relationship, and Hades also remembered William's final advice to him about keeping a low profile. Actually, there's no need for all this. My master is very easygoing, and I'm straightforward and kind. I wouldn't deliberately set you up. That Archangel Amenadiel brought it upon himself, don't you think? Hades knew what these fellows were thinking. If their relationship with him was bad, and they ended up like Archangel Amenadiel, to whom could they complain? As for Hades's comments about his master being easygoing and himself being straightforward and kind, the gods just nodded along, knowing better than to take it seriously. If William the Obliterator's temper is considered good, then wouldn't Poseidon be a saint? As for Hades, a complete scoundrel. Chapter 589. You'd better shut up. Deep in the universe, William once again found the location of the cosmic entity. As soon as he arrived, the voice of the cosmic entity reached him. What exactly do you want to do? Oh, I'm just curious to see if you can revive Archangel Amenadiel. William had already extracted and altered the power of the 5 holy halos from Archangel Amenadiel. He was curious whether the cosmic entity could revive Archangel Amenadiel. After a long silence, the cosmic entity asked, "Do you want me to revive him or not?" The cosmic entity obviously knew William had killed Amenadiel, but what could it do? Punish William? Well, unless it wanted the entire universe to be shattered by William, it could consider that option. You can try reviving him for me to see. Just like before, with the same strength as Archangel Amenadiel. And, I hope his memories are intact. William saw clearly that the so-called power of the holy halos should be considered the cosmic entity's original power. Reviving Archangel Amenadiel was definitely not a simple matter for the cosmic entity. Sure enough, the cosmic entity fell silent again for a moment, somewhat frantically saying, "Reviving Archangel Amenadiel is certainly possible, but what did you do with those 5 holy halos of power?" "They're just halos. You ran out of them." William looked expressionlessly towards the black hole area. "Cut the chatter. Hurry up and bring out Amenadiel." "Big guy, can you not play me like this? Let me be straight with you. In a universe like mine, there were originally only 100 strands of holy halo power in total. The prize for the winner of the Guardian contest held by various cosmic entities was this. You just wiped out 5 of them, and now you want me to bring Amenadiel back? What do you think I am?" The cosmic entity began to ramble. William's previous world-ending palm strike actually didn't cause it too much damage. But this time, William's actions truly hit its very foundation. Because of that incident, the cosmic entity only lost some hosts of the sacred halo power at most. Reviving those who had died and reshaping the divine realm would suffice. Overall, it could only be considered a minor impact. However, with the power of 5 holy halos gone missing, even the cosmic entity couldn't sense them. What does this mean? The cosmic entity was completely panicked. If William, this troublemaker, made all other holy halos' power disappear in the same manner. Indeed, the power of the holy halos is your original power. William nodded. Then create another Archangel Amenadiel for me, as per my earlier request. If the cosmic entity had a temperament, it would have exploded by now. After all that talking, was it all for nothing? Not agreeing? The consequences could be severe. It felt like William might have realized something, and if it didn't comply now, this person would definitely do something even more outrageous. Then, you can't tamper with any more of my holy halo's power, except for the one with Alice. That doesn't count. The cosmic entity had already lost control over the holy halo's power within Alice, unsure of what method William had used. Do you talk too much? William's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous aura. The cosmic entity gave in, quickly saying, "Don't rush me. I'll create one right now." Although Archangel Amenadiel was a high-ranking god king, as long as there was enough power from the holy halos, it was naturally possible to create another one. After the cosmic entity compromised, it took only a moment for Archangel Amenadiel to reappear alive in front of William. Not bad. William went forward and pinched Archangel Amenadiel's face, who, having just been revived, dared not move. "You, when will you ever stop?" Archangel Amenadiel said. "I've already told you, even if you kill me, I will resurrect." William released his face. "You'd better shut up." The cosmic entity suddenly exerted its full power to suppress Archangel Amenadiel. Cosmic entity. Archangel Amenadiel's complexion turned somewhat unsightly, and he instantly dared not speak any further. William laughed. Sorry for making you lose face in front of so many people earlier, but if you want to be revived again, I can help you out." The cosmic entity couldn't help but directly curse. "Emanadiel, do you want to never be able to be revived again? If that's the case, I can satisfy that wish right now. Bored to death, insisting on courting disaster, and you're still showing off in front of William? Do you really think you're that great?" Archangel Amanadiel dared not speak anymore and just stood there obediently. William sized up Amanadiel and said, "All right, it's fine now. I understand what's going on. By the way, about that contest of the cosmic entity's guardians, I can fight one battle for you, but only one." After speaking, William returned to Blizzard City, no longer concerning himself with the cosmic entity or Archangel Amanadiel. The cosmic entity felt relieved and was even somewhat excited upon hearing William's last statement. Archangel Amanadiel was left bewildered, standing at the edge of a black hole. As a high-ranking God King, he wouldn't be too affected. But William the Obliterator's arrogant stance, was he talking to the cosmic entity? Why did it feel like the cosmic entity was somewhat afraid of William the Obliterator? The cosmic entity is almost omnipresent in this universe. It examined Archangel Amanadiel, making him feel as though every pore of his being was under surveillance, a strange sensation. The voice of the cosmic entity resonated in his mind again. "Forget it. I was thinking of returning you to nothingness, but since you've been created, let it be. Go back, work hard, and don't provoke that guy from earlier again. If you still want to live, that is." Amanadiel was on the verge of tears, aside from a few 100,000 years ago when he provoked William the Obliterator on his own. When had he ever troubled him? This time he was purely led into a trap by that guy Hades. "After you go back, apologize to Hades," the cosmic entity said, and the reborn Archangel Amanadiel had already returned to Paradise Island in the Divine Realm. Hades and the others were still exchanging pleasantries when Archangel Amanadiel suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing the lively atmosphere to feel like it was suddenly doused with a bucket of ice water. All the deities looked at Archangel Amanadiel. He was actually revived? The revival of a high-ranking god king caused Poseidon and Zeus, who had already left, to return directly. "Amanadiel, you're not thinking of seeking revenge, are you?" Poseidon, fearing that the situation wasn't chaotic enough, loudly asked. Archangel Amanadiel might be considered the first high-ranking god king to die and then be revived after the reshaping of the divine realm. Does this mean that even William can't truly kill a high-ranking god king? Poseidon and Zeus exchanged looks. If that's the case, it wouldn't be impossible for Archangel Amanadiel to kill Hades, since he could just be revived again. Archangel Amanadiel ignored Poseidon and instead loudly said to Hades, "Hades, I have wronged you before. Please forgive me." Hades was stunned. His thoughts were similar to those of Poseidon just now. If this guy could be endlessly reborn, killing him wouldn't be out of the question, even if his master, William the Obliterator, was incredibly powerful. After all, William couldn't be expected to stay here and deal with Amanadiel indefinitely. But for the reborn Archangel Amanadiel to apologize to him in front of so many deities? That's quite interesting. Chapter 590. Great Director William Johnson. Hades had a peculiar expression on his face. Did the power of the 5 holy halos return to Archangel Amanadiel? Without them, could he still be considered a high-ranking god king? All the deities were pondering this question without exception. They had all planned to search for the power of those 5 holy halos after leaving this place. Now, with Archangel Amanadiel standing alive before them, what did this mean? It's fine, it's fine. Amanadiel, do you see me as someone who holds grudges?" Hades, holding the 7 treasures staff in his left hand and the spear of apocalypse in his right, had a grin that could kill. "That's great then." This time, Archangel Amanadiel was completely humbled, ignoring any provocation from Hades as if he hadn't heard it. Seeing Amanadiel's demeanor, Hades narrowed his eyes, mischief brewing, and approached to ask, "So, do you still want the 7 treasures staff and the spear of apocalypse?" Archangel Amanadiel gritted his teeth in frustration. This guy was shameless. But what could he do? His reputation was already ruined. Even the cosmic entity feared William the Obliterator. Could he afford to die again? Poseidon and Zeus, standing at a distance, remained silent, but Hades's behavior was somewhat reminiscent of their master. No wonder he was favored. As for the other deities, there was no need to say. Hades had always been like this. They even wondered if Amenadiel attempted to attack Hades again. Would he be slapped to death once more by William the Obliterator? Hades jests. These two magical artifacts were bestowed upon you by William the Obliterator. What do they have to do with me? Amenadiel laughed. I'm not the type to covet others' artifacts. Damn. The deities around were truly stunned. What shameless things were Hades and Amenadiel saying? Two shameless fellows having a conversation was utterly nauseating. Amenadiel actually said he's not the type to covet others' artifacts. Who was the one who went around with the 7 treasures staff, plundering others' artifacts back in the day? Hades laughed. My bro, Amenadiel, make sure not to trouble me anymore in the future. Archangel Amenadiel quickly added, Hades, bro, you're quite the joker. It would be wonderful to have you over for tea sometime. I can't take this anymore. I can't take this anymore. Poseidon made a vomiting gesture and turned to leave. Zeus, without saying anything, disappeared on the spot. Amenadiel is really open-minded, isn't he? I'll definitely come over for tea and chats more often in the future. Hades, the shameless one, smoothly played along. The other deities could no longer bear to listen and left one after another. They had actually wanted to leave earlier, wondering if the power of the 5 holy halos was still scattered around, ultimately deciding to search for them. After giving Archangel Amenadiel another dose of disgust, Hades bid his farewell. After leaving Paradise Island, Hades spat vehemently, creating a hole in the ground, cursing, truly shameless. After Hades left, Archangel Amenadiel blasted his own wooden hut into smithereens with a palm strike. Shameless scoundrel. Amenadiel was utterly infuriated. 2 top-tier artifacts were directly snatched from him, and he had to endure humiliation in front of so many leading figures, even apologizing to that bastard Hades. Is this something a high-ranking god king should do? William, however, didn't care what Archangel Amenadiel did next. He returned to Blizzard City and introduced their new teammate to Jesus. Gump, that is, Rhadamanthus. By now, Dionysus had already transformed into his plump appearance, and the Frost Dragon had become a Ford Econoline van. Mr. Johnson, what is this? Gump had heard William mention before about a frost dragon that transforms into a means of transportation. The so-called transportation in front of him was indeed peculiar. William said, I call him Little Broken Car. Isn't he a frost dragon? Gump was somewhat confused. He is a frost dragon, but now I call him Little Broken Car. Is that a problem? William said, one shouldn't be limited by conventional thinking. Gump chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. If Mr. Johnson says he's Little Broken Car, then he's Little Broken Car. Bob and Little Broken Car, upon seeing this new team member so adept at flattery, felt disdainful in their hearts. Mr. Johnson, when will our team leader arrive? Little Broken Car spoke with its hood flapping open, a sight that was indeed a bit eerie. William said, just wait. They are rescuing another member of yours. They'll be here once that's done. So we just wait here? Bob was actually a bit impatient. Although William was powerful, being transformed into a plump appearance and having to partake in these mundane tasks was somewhat displeasing for him, the supreme commander of the Divine Alliance forces. William took out 4 small wooden boxes and handed them over. Just follow what's written inside the boxes. William planned to be a competent director. How could he let Alice arrive and subdue everyone, and also acquire such a flashy van as a vehicle? Bob opened the small wooden box and his eyes widened. Find a place as your secret base, take a woman explorer as your wife, and wait for the team leader's arrival. Was this his mission? Damn, what a strange setting. But this small wooden box, this note, holding it, one could already feel the terrifying energy emanating from it. The content on the note seems to be commands that must be followed. Unlike the universal truths of this world, the content on this small piece of paper sets its own rules, more like a script for each character's role-playing. Jesus glanced at his small wooden box, a journey starting from the Shire to the Sanctum of the Holy Light as the endpoint, completing the journey as a target contested by many forces? Is there a place called the Shire in the Divine Realm? It seems not. The Divine Realm indeed has towns, but they are all under the jurisdiction of the Divine Alliance, and there definitely isn't a place called the Shire. So what should he do? First, establish a town named Shire, and then set off with the other team members? Jesus thought about it and figured that was probably the only way to go. As for Little Broken Car, he was assigned to a place called Mount Akina to race against passing vehicles. Hone the skills of quick cornering, ultimately becoming the racing god of Mount Akina, waiting for the team leader to bring the other team members. If there isn't a place called Mount Akina, then create one. It's no big deal. Gump's mission was to become the river god at a place called Mystic Torrent, waiting for the arrival of the team members. Don't get excited. This is a map. Take a look at where you need to arrive in advance. William, the director, is quite competent. He's bored enough to create surprises and challenges for Alice, stirring up some trouble himself. There's a town here, right east of Blizzard City. You wait there for your entrance, waiting for your team leader to arrive. As for the town's name, why not just have the mayor change it to Shire? Then, Blob, you're here. William, holding a map of the Divine Realm, began assigning tasks to everyone like a director distributing roles according to his script. Chapter 591. How about that? Feels good, doesn't it? William brought the actors from Blizzard City to their respective places, letting them develop on their own before heading straight back to District 3. It had been 10 days since Alice had been pursued. Ares and his beloved dog, Sparta, squatted in a dark corner, utterly bored. Nearly all the elite of the nature deity rank in the entire Divine Realm had converged on this area, sealing it off completely. Alice was still hiding inside an alchemy furnace. Within a 5-mile radius of the furnace, trees were destroyed, the ground was pockmarked, and attacks on the furnace continued unabated. William approached Ares and asked, "Has she really been hiding in there for 9 days?" Ares, startled, turned his head to see William and quickly replied, "Master, Alice has been hiding inside all this time, not daring to show her head. But I think if she comes out now, she'd probably be killed by everyone." "Oh, then let's wait together and see what happens next." William wasn't in a hurry. He never rushed, preferring to wait. With a wave of his hand, William set up 2 wingback chairs and a small table on the nearby open ground, complete with juice, fruits, and fries. "Please sit. Don't be shy. You've been a great help these days." After saying this, William slowly took a seat. Ares's mouth twitched, but he didn't hide. The two of them sat there openly. After Ares appeared, the elites surrounding Alice noticed him too, but in the Divine Realm, probably only Ares would be seen wearing golden armor and accompanied by a Doberman. No one dared to approach and ask. As for William, he was unfamiliar to them, but sitting with Ares, he must be a significant figure, so naturally, no one bothered them. "What's going on with them?" William asked Ares, sipping juice. Ares wasn't as casual. Sitting down felt like sitting on pins and needles. In response to William's question, he cautiously replied, "On the 4th day, those nature deity elites realized their attacks couldn't damage Alice's alchemy furnace at all, and were about to give up when Alice provoked them with her words. That's why they started a new round of attacks. On the 6th day, the news that nature deity elites could pursue Alice spread throughout the Divine Realm, drawing almost all of them here, making the situation uncontrollable. Alice hasn't spoken in the past few days, but the eternal starfire outside the alchemy furnace seems to be getting stronger. I believe Alice's abilities have improved." Listening to Ares's work report, William smiled and said, "You've done a great job. Mr. Johnson, you flatter me." Ares sat in the wingback chair, his back ramrod straight, clearly uncomfortable. William placed a paper book on the small table and said, "Your 9-fold arcane art has been perfected to its limit, and advancing further will be difficult. Here is a secret technique for you to study." William, back in the day, created the first generation of humans from clay, and after all, could be considered the progenitor of all deities in the Divine Realm. However, the act of destroying the world with a single blow was indeed outrageous. In the end, it was a cosmic entity that helped revive them. In a sense, the humans now living on Earth can be considered the second creation, evolved from the cosmic entity's act of creation. But those living in the Divine Realm, aside from the shapeshifters and the demon race, the rest of the humans can be considered William's descendants. Ares is also Zeus's son, and Zeus is William's disciple, which makes Ares's relationship with William even more extraordinary. Working for William usually comes with rewards, and Ares had been promised something, so receiving the secret technique wasn't a big deal. Aries stood up to thank William, but a look from William stopped him. Sit down and take your time reading it. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me while I'm available. Yes. Aries obediently sat back down and picked up the book of secret techniques from the table. The book did not have a name on it, but as he opened the first page, he immediately felt the ancient and desolate energy emanating from the magical text. What are these symbols? Aries had never seen such writing before, but felt he could understand some of it. William smiled mysteriously. Linear A. Try to feel the power contained within with your heart. How much you understand is up to you. I can understand some of it. Aries' heart raced, and his soul's energy surged throughout his body. It wasn't about the content of the text anymore. What mattered was who had written these symbols. Take your time with it. I spent over 2 hours writing it, William said, bringing over a plate of fruit and calling over to Sparta. Puppy, come here. Sparta whimpered but reluctantly walked over to William. Aries, fearing William might harm the dog, looked hesitantly at William and whispered, Please, please be merciful. To be honest, if William really wanted to eat dog meat, Aries couldn't stop him. From any perspective, William's strength absolutely overpowered Aries. William said with a laugh, Don't panic, petting won't kill him. Sparta extended his tongue, looking up at William with a face full of eagerness, squatting beside him, allowing William to stroke his head. How about that? Feels good, doesn't it? William glanced at Sparta. He didn't really like eating dog meat, especially an old dog like Sparta who had been with Aries for so many years. Wouldn't it be too cruel to kill him in front of Aries? Sparta felt his blood flow smoothly after William petted him. As a divine dog, it's hard to make progress in strength, but after being petted by William, he felt he had gained some understanding. This person, Mr. Johnson, please feel free to pet him. Sparta's dog face even showed a smile, gently nudging William's hand with his head. This fur feels quite nice. William also enjoyed it, petting the dog and eating fruit, watching his wife getting beaten. It actually felt pretty good. If Alice knew what William was thinking, she would be furious. But now, she was hiding inside the alchemy furnace, focusing on improving her strength, making rapid progress. William, looking at Alice inside the alchemy furnace, realized her fate was actually quite fortunate. So many people were helping her improve her strength. Truly a concerted effort. Most importantly, Alice's mentality had undergone a significant change, seemingly becoming more eager to become stronger. In just 10 days, she went from the early stages of mortal deity level to the peak of elemental deity level, taking only 9 days. Moreover, because the alchemy furnace converts the energy from external attacks into soul energy and injects it into the furnace, the quality of her peak elemental deity level is exceptionally high. Now, even without using the Sword of Soulbreaker, she could probably face a peak nature deity level head-on. As a true chosen one, fighting above one's class level is quite normal. William counted, and there were already 1,332 nature deity level elites bombarding the alchemy furnace with their magical artifacts. Alice's rapid improvement in strength was partly thanks to their efforts. However, William also wondered, if Alice came out of the alchemy furnace, whether she would be instantly killed by a focused attack. Given the firepower, it was entirely possible, but he definitely wouldn't intervene. Chapter 592, Who's First to Court Death? During her time in the alchemy furnace, Alice could clearly feel her strength skyrocketing. However, after reaching the elemental deity level, the pace of her strength increase slowed down significantly. The secret technique passed down by William had no bottleneck, but the requirements for enhancing one's power were much higher than those of ordinary secret techniques. For a typical elemental deity at the early stage to break through to the mid-stage, around 10 million energy crystals would be needed. At the same level of power, Alice would need twice as many, or even more. If not for the thousands of nature deity elites bombarding her day and night with spells and magical artifacts, and if not for the alchemy furnace's extraordinary effects, Alice would have no idea how many years it would take to break through from the mid-stage of mortal deity level to the peak of elemental deity level. On the 10th day of being pursued, those nature deity elites finally began to realize that their attacks were futile. The ones who initiated the attack looked at the newcomers as if they were fools, as if they had never done something so stupid themselves. The newcomers gradually stopped their attacks as well. To continue such a fruitless endeavor for 10 days was quite something. When everyone stopped attacking, a nature deity elite named Robert, who was one of the initiators, stood not far away and loudly said, "Alice, you can't hide in there forever." Feeling disappointed as the influx of soul energy stopped, and hearing the words from outside, Alice scanned the surroundings with her consciousness and was startled. So many people? Wouldn't she be killed on the spot if she went out? Hey, why can't I hide forever? If you lot, this bunch of losers, can do nothing but squat outside, then do so. Alice, truly following in William's footsteps, pulled hate with such stability. You can't even break a lousy alchemy furnace. You don't seem to have any prospects. Facing a weak woman like me, you dare not challenge me one-on-one, so why waste your breath? The nature deity elites outside were furious upon hearing this, having heard that the woman inside the alchemy furnace was just a minor mortal deity level. A mere mortal deity level daring to be so arrogant? Most importantly, her alchemy furnace was terrifyingly powerful, resisting the attacks of so many elites in turns. And yet, Alice dared to call it a lousy alchemy furnace. Which broken alchemy furnace can withstand such a beating? You say one-on-one duel, then come out. Robert had no real intention of a one-on-one duel. Such a thing seemed utterly impractical. 1,000 people challenging one person to a duel? How could that ever be a fair one-on-one? Alice laughed mockingly. Do you think I'm stupid? You guys figure it out, draw numbers, line up, and whoever wins gets my artifact. After you've lined up, swear an oath. Alice now understood that in the divine realm, oaths were bound by some universal rules, and breaking an oath would result in divine retribution. To be at peace, making them swear was the only way. A group of nature deity beings being forced to take a collective oath by someone suspected to be of mortal deity level was indeed odd. Alice, what do you take us for? Robert sneered. We won't swear, so what? Do we have to agree to whatever you say? What do you take us for? Alice, often rendered speechless by William's rebukes on regular days, showcased her verbal sparring skills to the fullest this time. She loudly said, "What do I consider you all? What else? A bunch of losers. A bunch of idiots. So many of you taking turns for a one-on-one duel with a weak woman, and it's a war of attrition, yet you dare not swear an oath. You're planning to ambush, aren't you? A bunch of noobs. Trying to play foul, are you?" William, sitting at a distance, laughed out loud upon hearing Alice speak like this. He had always thought of Alice as a demure, somewhat naive girl. A manic pixie dream girl? That's probably the term. But as a 21st century woman, many girls' thoughts are quite open. Even though Alice was originally a girl who stayed at home focused on studying medicine, she wasn't ignorant of internet slang or insults. With William not by her side, a group of people chasing her, and William seemingly ready to find a new wife, her more formidable personality naturally came to the fore. As the saying goes, a man is known by the company he keeps. Hanging around with William, picking up some trash talk and learning how to get under people's skin came with the territory. Sure enough, Alice's words infuriated some of the nature deity beings into attacking the alchemy furnace again. Have you eaten? Alice let out a mocking laugh. A bunch of noobs. Let's see how long you can last against me. Someone, who knows who started it, said, We'll swear the oath. Are we really afraid of her? All of us against one. This made sense to many. The alchemy furnace was like an indestructible turtle shell. They had been at it for so long without any success. A one-on-one duel with Alice seemed like a better idea. Whoever wins gets the top-tier artifact. It could also prevent a second melee. But first, they had to coax Alice out, right? Otherwise, were they all supposed to stand there like idiots waiting? Seeing how confident Alice was, they might indeed end up waiting for tens of thousands of years. Who goes first? Robert had no objections. To win the treasure, they first had to lure the person out. Alice, too, wanted to hone her skills. She knew those outside were nature deity level elites. But she had slain nature deity level elites when she was at a high soulmancer level. Now that her strength had surged, why should she fear them? If it came to a one-on-one duel, she could use her overwhelming tactics to kill some and dominate in terms of momentum, perhaps even breaking through their ranks. It seemed this was the only option now. Decide by drawing straws. Alice wasn't just sitting idle inside the alchemy furnace. Besides enhancing her strength, she had been refining her secret sword technique. Having the Sword of Soulbreaker and being with William for so many years, to put it plainly, the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker was the best teacher. Alice's understanding of swordsmanship advanced rapidly as she continuously visualized William drawing his sword, coupled with the power of a holy aura for deduction and observation. All right, drawing straws it is. Robert and the others compromised yet again, facing Alice, this little rascal. They were helpless, and drawing straws indeed seemed the best solution. In their view, anyone present could potentially kill Alice instantly, given the overwhelming difference in strength levels. After all, wasn't everyone who reached the nature deity level considered a chosen one of the heavens? Being killed by someone of a lower level seemed like a scenario only found in online novels. Even if Alice got lucky and managed to win 1 or 2 duels, those who were drawn to fight earlier held a natural advantage. But there was one thing to consider. Whoever won Alice's artifact would undoubtedly face a collective attack, and how they would manage to escape unscathed was a concern. With this in mind, everyone was in no rush. The order of challenge was not the issue. Securing Alice's artifact was just the beginning of the conflict. Alice. She was hardly within their consideration. As soon as she appeared, she was doomed. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the oath and drawing straws were completed under Alice's direction. The matter of swearing oaths was mutually monitored, otherwise, each would feel at a disadvantage. Once everything was ready, Alice emerged from the alchemy furnace, holding the Sword of Soulbreaker, clad in white, standing amidst the encircling nature deities. Who's first to court death? Alice's voice was cold, her demeanor resolute, embodying the air of a peerless master. Her gaze slowly swept over the nature deity-level powerhouses, surrounding her, showing not a trace of fear on her face. Chapter 593 seems a bit embarrassed. No way. Wasn't she said to be at the mortal deity level? Peak of elemental deity level. So what? Is someone at the peak of elemental deity level this arrogant? The nature deity level powerhouses, upon recognizing Alice's strength level, were slightly surprised but didn't take it to heart. Regardless of being a mortal deity or an elemental deity, under the overwhelming disparity of strength levels, it all meant nothing. Alice can use a sword? I'll be the first to experience the lady's swordsmanship. A person named Balthazar stepped forward. Balthazar, at the early stage of nature deity level and also a swordsman, was the lucky one who got the first chance to challenge Alice through drawing straws. Alice raised her eyebrows, her sword aura imposingly released. Balthazar immediately summoned his divine sword, loudly announcing, "This sword is named." Clang! The newly summoned divine sword fell to the ground, completely beyond Balthazar's control. The surrounding nature deity level powerhouses looked at Balthazar in surprise, puzzled. Soon, everyone who used a sword as their weapon discovered a problem. They couldn't summon their soul energy at all, rendering their secret sword techniques useless. It was as if something was suppressing them. Fly up! Balthazar exerted all his effort to control his divine sword to fly, wanting to recover from the embarrassing moment. But the divine sword lay on the ground like a dead fish, not moving an inch. Alice coldly watched Balthazar and scoffed. "Are you here to make us laugh? If you're not going to fight, then beat it." Balthazar also realized he couldn't use his soul energy at all, but as the first lucky contender, he couldn't just give up. The most powerful secret sword technique, Mountain Cleaver. Balthazar decided to use all he had learned, but as he picked up the divine sword from the ground, it broke apart immediately, and its sword spirit perished. Holding the sword hilt, he stood bewildered, not knowing what to do next. "Ha ha, Mountain Cleaver? Go on then. Who do you think you are?" Alice couldn't help but laugh, now realizing the unparalleled power of the Sword of Soulbreaker she held. It disregarded strength levels, quality, everything. As long as it's a sword, all must submit. In her presence, any swordsman's combat ability could be said to be halved at least. The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker assured Alice, "Master, rest assured, any sword that meets me, I am its absolute sovereign. As the sword's master, no blade can harm you." At this point, Alice couldn't help but curiously ask, "What about William? Don't joke about that." The Sword of Soulbreaker was embarrassingly amused. If it were William? The Sword of Soulbreaker was defying the heavens. But in its view, William could bend it with just 2 fingers. Such jokes were pointless. I don't believe it. Balthazar roared, vanishing from his spot and launching a punch towards Alice. Sword energy majestic and sweeping surrounded Alice as she swung her blade. In that moment, her figure seemed to overlap with the shadow of William swinging his sword tens of thousands of years ago. In the world, there was only one sword. Indeed, Balthazar's strength level far surpassed Alice's, but with that swing, his spirit was overwhelmed by the residual force tearing through the air. The tip of the Sword of Soulbreaker pointed at his brow, not penetrating, but Balthazar was utterly terrified. He seemed to see a figure slaughtering 10,000 ancient fierce beasts with a single sword. All beings in the world subdued under this sword. Initially, Alice did think of going on a killing spree, but when it came down to action, being a woman who rarely killed, she inevitably halted her sword at the last moment. Thud! Balthazar, pale-faced and devoid of spirit, fell to his knees before Alice. A master swordsman? Nothing in the face of the Sword of Soulbreaker. Get lost. I can't be bothered to kill you. Next, Alice found it too easy, not at all satisfying, seeing this sword stroke more as leveraging the Sword of Soulbreaker's might. After sheathing her sword, Balthazar, gasping for breath, hastily retreated, saying, "Thank you for sparing my life." With that, Balthazar quickly fled. Master, to intimidate these trash, why not let all the swordsmen come at once? One strike could take them all out. Why waste so much time? The Sword of Soulbreaker, sensing the tremendous improvement in Alice's strength level and her understanding of the secret sword technique, made such an arrogant suggestion. Is that feasible? Are you sure I won't get killed by them? Alice was somewhat concerned. After all, according to the Sword of Soulbreaker, everyone present had a higher strength level than hers. All swordsmen attacking at once? Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Being ostentatious was one thing, but what if she got killed? Master, you can trust me completely. Unless Mr. Johnson intervenes to suppress it. Even if a high-order God King were to strike, they couldn't harm you. It's just that you wouldn't be able to defeat them. But these little nature deities, I really don't take them seriously. When the Sword of Soulbreaker was with William, it killed unparalleled fierce beasts, and even high-order God Kings were not spared from battle. How formidable is a god-slaying sword formation that can slay high-order God Kings? Wasn't it broken with a single strike? Just a bunch of little nature deities. With Alice's current insight into the secret sword technique, one strike is enough. Alice took a deep breath, holding the Sword of Soulbreaker in her hand, and loudly declared, "All the noobs present, anyone who uses a sword, come at once. Let's not waste everyone's time." Ares, who had been studying the secret technique given by William, was startled by Alice's shout, looked up at William, and said, "Mr. Johnson, isn't the lady being a bit too ostentatious?" After blurting this out, he immediately realized he had misspoken. With William sitting right here, his wife could be as ostentatious as she wanted. What Ares actually meant to say was, "Do you need me to help?" Ares wouldn't think William wanted to use someone else's hand to kill his own wife. After all, with William's strength, what woman couldn't he have? Moreover, William had specifically instructed that if Alice was in a life-and-death situation, he would step in to help. William leisurely ate his fruit and smiled. No need, she'll be fine. Ares couldn't help but glance towards Alice. Peak of elemental deity level? Her strength had improved way too quickly. But even at the peak of elemental deity level, facing so many nature deity level powerhouses, being so ostentatious, wasn't she courting death? Seeing William's calm demeanor, if he said it would be fine, then it probably would be. How could those nature deity level elites stand Alice's provocative declaration? Among the over 1,000 present, at least 500 were sword masters. To think of taking on 500 by oneself with a sword, and a cross-level challenge at that, wasn't just arrogance. It was outright disregard. Even if they couldn't use swords or summon their soul energy, with so many attacking at once, without the protection of the alchemy furnace, Alice would undoubtedly die. These sword masters also realized they couldn't use their soul energy, and their divine swords were as good as useless. But with Alice's challenge, they each used other artifacts, and, after communicating through consciousness, launched a collective attack to try and annihilate Alice instantly. What if they don't use swords? What do we do? Alice was momentarily taken aback. The sword spirit of the Sword of Soul Breaker hastily cried out, "Use the alchemy furnace." Alice summoned the alchemy furnace again and hid inside. All that could be heard from outside the alchemy furnace was the thunderous roar of thunder. Scanning with her consciousness, she saw lightning interweaving outside. All the sword masters who had acted were struck by divine lightning, resulting in a chorus of wails. This is because they broke the oath of a one-on-one duel, right? Alice, hiding in the alchemy furnace, felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 594. Please call me the Goddess of Wisdom. The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker was also embarrassed and said, "Who knew these guys wouldn't play by the rules? But we won, right?" Alice, still shaken, said, "Had those people not broken their oath and invited divine retribution, wouldn't I have been instantly killed by their focused attack if I hadn't reacted in time?" "You didn't think those people only knew how to use swords, did you?" Alice remarked sarcastically, actually encouraging her, an elemental deity at her peak, to take on more than 500 nature deity powerhouses. "That's not how you seek death." The sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker then said, "Master, rest assured, everything that happened was part of my plan. Provoking them with those words was just to enrage them. I am so noble. Are they even worthy of me drawing my sword? I bet you were scared too." Alice didn't buy the sword spirit's bluff, questioning its so-called plan. Was it planning to find a new master? Joke. How could I possibly be scared? The Sword of Soulbreaker naturally would not admit to it. Alice didn't bother to argue further. Seeing that all the nature deities who had acted were down, losing their combat capability, she confidently put away the alchemy furnace. Despicable. They tricked us into acting. Can't win, so she resorts to underhanded tactics. This woman is ruthless. We've been had. Fooled by a woman with an unremarkable chest. Hearing these remarks, Alice was somewhat displeased. What do they mean by an unremarkable chest? Such poor choice of words. They deserve to be struck by lightning. You ants. I merely employed a simple strategy, and you all fell for it. And you still say you're not useless? Alice's face was full of arrogance, embodying the demeanor of a master strategist, manipulating events from afar. Upon these words, aside from those still wailing in pain, the other nature deity elites began to view Alice in a new light. This woman, with her rapidly advancing strength level, wielding a somewhat peculiar sword, appearing aloof yet cunning, and adept at manipulating people's hearts, proved to be a formidable opponent. If Alice knew they saw her this way, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Smart, cunning, and strategic, an aloof goddess. Please call me the Goddess of Wisdom. Ares, sitting beside William, suddenly remarked, "Your wife Alice is truly astute." It seems she had planned everything from the start, embodying the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. In Ares's view, Alice's strength was still somewhat lacking to confront so many nature deity-level powerhouses, obviously requiring some special tactics. He had thought Alice would rely on William's power or some artifact. But to resolve the situation with just a few words was quite impressive. Could it be that Alice had started her scheme from the moment she made them take an oath? Such cunning was indeed remarkable. In a place like the Divine Realm, relying solely on strength could sometimes lead to one's downfall, but having such delicate cunning was indeed a way to survive. William's lips curled into a smile. I think she hadn't thought that much ahead, not even considering using divine retribution. Ares frowned. That can't be right. If the lady is indeed only at the peak of elemental deity level, without such strategic planning, she couldn't possibly take on so many nature deity level powerhouses by herself. If it were someone else, perhaps they really wouldn't dare, but her. William laughed. Alice really got carried away, probably egged on by the Sword of Soulbreaker. The Sword of Soulbreaker is indeed formidable, but how high could a sword spirit's intelligence be? Ares didn't dare to say more. If William said so, then it must be the case. But if that was true, didn't that make Alice a bit foolish? Alice didn't dare to relax, her nerves taut as she scanned the surrounding powerhouses, coldly saying, "Next." The sword masters, severely injured by the divine retribution, dared not linger in this place. Even if Alice were to be dealt with, they were already at their limits and had no right to compete further. What if they were killed by others and their divine artifacts taken away? The divine realm has never been a place of peace. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance, so those who needed to flee did so. After reorganizing the challenge order, the second nature deity finally approached Alice. Alice, just hand over the divine artifacts you possess. I am at the peak of nature deity level, far stronger than you. You're no match for me. This nature deity was not intimidated by Alice and laughed. Why don't you join me instead and become my woman? That way, I can break through with you. How about it? Alice lifted an eyelid and retorted. All this nonsense? A mere peak nature deity level dares to covet me. She was somewhat confident now, not afraid to face any nature deity in a one-on-one duel. This was also what the Sword of Soulbreaker had told her. Just a bunch of nature deities. If it came to a one-on-one fight, she'd take them down with a single strike like they were mere noobs. The peak nature deity level powerhouse didn't say much more. With a sweeping gesture, a massive warhammer fell from the sky. This warhammer was a legendary level artifact, slightly inferior to mythical level artifacts, but as it descended from the sky, becoming as large as a mountain, its terrifying power tore through space, aiming fiercely at Alice. If you hide in that alchemy furnace again, this battle loses all meaning, the nature deity shouted. If Alice were to dodge into the alchemy furnace upon facing any attack, what would be the point for those who followed? It would only lead to a deadlock. Alice, overshadowed by the warhammer and gripping her sword, trembled slightly, a trace of fear in her, but more so tension. Who said I'm hiding? With a raise of her hand, Alice swung her sword to meet the warhammer head-on. The secret sword technique she had come to understand these past days was not for naught. With a single strike, an even more terrifying energy burst forth. Boom! The Sword of Soulbreaker clashed with the massive warhammer from the sky, astonishingly sending the mountain-sized hammer flying away. Despite her lower strength level, under the full assault of a peak nature deity level elite, the ground beneath Alice cracked open, with the land for thousands of miles around sinking several feet and debris flying. Somewhat capable. The nature deity sneered coldly as the warhammer smashed down once more. After clashing directly once, Alice felt that a peak nature deity level was nothing much. Golden light flashed in her eyes, the cheat codes previously granted by a cosmic entity activated, increasing her strength, speed, and reaction time by 5-fold. Bring it on, Alice called out lowly, envisioning the scene where William shattered the god-slaying sword formation with a single strike. Boom! With another loud noise, the Sword of Soulbreaker's blade tore through space, splitting the warhammer in two under its edge. One sword to cut all. The nature deity's face went pale, his pupils contracted, and spitting out blood as his strongest divine artifact connected to his soul was broken. His body trembled uncontrollably, knowing that continuing the fight could lead to his death here. Alice, teeth clenched and eyes fixed on him, appeared before him in the next moment, piercing his chest with another strike. What of being at the peak of nature deity level? Alice's robes fluttered as she withdrew the Sword of Soulbreaker, the ground stained with blood. Silence enveloped the surroundings. A peak elemental deity level defeating a peak nature deity level? Terrifying indeed. Chapter 595. Well, he hasn't changed. Next, Alice's hand holding the sword was trembling. She had killed someone. Blood splattered on her face. In the past, she had also killed, but back then, with a single strike of the Sword of Soulbreaker, the opponent would be reduced to nothing. At least she wouldn't have to witness such a bloody scene. Even during the last battle with that angel, she fainted from exhaustion after just one sword strike. Bloody scenes, after all, are something she's not quite accustomed to. But now, surrounded by enemies, showing mercy was no longer an option. William watched from a distance, feeling a twinge of compassion. He had lived for so many years, almost always doing as he pleased, considering right and wrong to be of little significance. Alice didn't like to kill. She had grown up in a peaceful land, and what girl would enjoy fighting and killing? Why was William pushing her like this? Was it to make her stronger? But what then? To William, these things also seemed of little significance. From the way Alice handled her sword just now, It was clear that the group of nature deities attacking her were no match for her. Continuing this way, Alice might not make much progress, but her mental state could change. As for what kind of change, even William couldn't predict. When another nature deity stepped forward, William was already in front of Alice. He slowly reached out, took her hand, looked her in the eyes, and said, "That's enough for today's trial." Looking into William's eyes, Alice finally calmed down, feeling a bit wronged. Tears involuntarily started to fall, but she quickly wiped them away, huffed softly, and remained silent. The nature deity looked at William and asked, "Who are you? What do you mean by saying today's trial ends here?" William didn't reply, but the aura around him suddenly became terrifying. In just a short moment, all the strong beings of the nature deity level, and even Ares sitting in the distance, felt as if they couldn't catch their breath, each turning pale. What level of power was this? Supreme deity? Absolute deity? Under such a terrifying aura, they felt like the most insignificant dust, with William appearing as the sovereign ruler of everything, and the others no more than ants. William, with a warm smile, slowly sheathed the sword in Alice's hand and said, "Let's go home. I'll cook." Alice exhaled deeply, her whole body relaxed, letting William lead her by the hand towards the safe zone in District 3. None of the nature deities present dared to stop them any longer. They had realized that no matter how many of them there were, they couldn't kill Alice. Their attempt to kill Alice was nothing but a trivial game in the eyes of someone more powerful. "Why didn't you let me continue fighting?" Alice asked curiously as they walked. "I think if I could defeat all of them, I would become really powerful." William, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, asked, "Do you want to kill them all?" "Kill them all?" Alice's pupils dilated for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "I guess not. It doesn't have to come to killing. What else could be done if not killing, given the circumstances?" William didn't explain further, simply saying, "That's enough. You've withstood the pressure and made great progress. Take it slow. There's plenty of time." Thousands of years ago, William did have some reservations about the cosmic entity because Artemis died under the rules set by the cosmic entity, and he couldn't track down its whereabouts. But now, he seemed to have become many times stronger than before, gradually understanding what the cosmic entity's original power was, even managing to turn the power of the divine halo into his own. Cosmic entity. Merely a trifle. If the cosmic entity dares to touch Alice now, if one punch doesn't solve the problem, then 2 punches it will be. Living a peaceful life on Earth is the same as in the divine realm for William. There's no significant difference to him. Cultivation has never been just about becoming stronger. Alice's journey from an ordinary person to the peak of an elemental deity level was incredibly short. She hadn't faced much hardship, yet William could sense that her mental state had already undergone many changes. From initially being just curious to now striving for a specific goal. "I feel like eating vegetarian." Alice had just killed someone and felt somewhat uncomfortable. The idea of eating meat seemed repulsive to her. Those who have never killed might think those who act decisively in killing are formidable, but those who have truly killed know it's like stepping on a path of no return. And for anyone with a normal psyche, the first time killing one's own kind and witnessing the bloody scene would likely be unsettling. It's almost an instinct encoded in animal genes. "Then let's have vegetarian food." With a step, William and Alice crossed space, directly appearing in the house he bought in District 3. Many deities in the divine realm don't excessively pursue culinary pleasures, so William's house didn't have a kitchen. With a wave of his hand, the air filled with a subtle change, as if reality itself twisted under his will. As William's gesture settled, the twisted space calmed down, and a modern, fully equipped kitchen was miraculously created. He had thought about slowly building a kitchen himself, as that would be more interesting, but since Alice was waiting to eat, he opted for a quicker solution. "What are you holding in your hand? Can you eat it?" Alice saw the plants William pulled out from nowhere, her eyes wide with surprise. The bunch of plants William took out was bright red and shiny, looking more like a decorative item than something edible. Such things definitely didn't exist on Earth. William glanced at her, his tone calm, yet with a hint of mystery. "This is shadowlight herb." Alice, having studied medicine and learned quite a bit from William, naturally knew what shadowlight herb was. In ancient European mythology, there are records of a peculiar plant that grows in the underworld, shining in the dark realm like the light of distant stars. This plant is known as the shadowlight herb, and legend has it that messengers of the underworld use it to light the way to Hades' temple, and its glow can even reveal demons hiding in the darkness. Does this taste good? Alice's mouth twitched. It is said that Hades often ate pastries made from this herb, proving it was indeed edible. But could it be tasty? I haven't tried it myself, but I heard that eating it makes a person glow. William blinked. Want to try? Alice was speechless. Even if we're eating vegetarian, we don't have to eat such bizarre things, do we? William helplessly said, "What can we do? There's no supermarket around here. If you wanted to eat meat, that would be easy. Just take one of the deity's pets. But if you want to eat vegetarian, let's try this first." Alice looked at William expressionlessly. Was she being used as a guinea pig? After a moment, William said, "I used to have a fox that liked eating this." "Good thing it wasn't a dog," Alice chuckled. "If you want to eat dog food, I have that too," William said. Alice was mistaken. She had actually thought William was becoming gentler. She had thought that after becoming William's wife, he would dote on her in every possible way. Well, he hasn't changed. He's still as unromantic as ever. Chapter 596, I knew you'd like this surprise. Alice tried some shadowlight herb and found it surprisingly tasty. Perhaps anything prepared by William, a top-notch chef, could taste decent, even if it were something as unappetizing as dog poop. "By the way, Alice, I've prepared a surprise for you," William said. Alice, who had just gotten used to the taste of shadowlight herb, wasn't shocked by William's words. This must be another piece of bad news. Just say it, what's the scare? I'm ready to accept it now. Isn't this William's usual style? Every surprise surely comes with a scare. And the bigger the surprise, the bigger the scare. William smacked his lips. Why would you think that of me? Alice put down her dinner knife and said with a dry laugh, "Just get straight to the point." Alice almost dares not to expect surprises anymore. Just like when she said she wanted to be vegetarian, and then William played a prank on her. After eating, she now emits a faint red glow, looking quite eerie. "I've put together a travel team for you. You can enjoy the scenery while on the way to slay some shapeshifters transformed from ferocious beasts and demons for an unforgettable journey," William explained. "The scenery along the way should be pretty good." This is your surprise for me?" Alice asked expressionlessly. "Slaying shapeshifters all the way? Is this another new challenge you've designed for me?" "It can be understood as a script," William said. "Anyway, your team members are already prepared for you, and a vehicle has been arranged. By the way, one of them named Loki needs to be rescued from the sanctuary of the celestial gods' heavenly dungeon before you can start this journey." Alice pondered for a moment and said, "You haven't assigned a mission to the shapeshifters where I'm their prey, and killing me would complete their mission, have you?" This scheme, after all, isn't something new to Alice. "The team members you've thoughtfully put together for me, are they to protect me in case of an accident?" Now that she's become the team leader, she's naturally the primary target. However, William shook his head and said, "No, you've got it completely wrong. This time, Jesus has been captured, and all you need to do as the team leader is to rescue him." William explained, "Your squad members are each stronger than the last. How about that? Happy?" Alice raised an eyebrow. "So, you're saying I can command them to rescue Jesus?" William shook his head. No. They have their own roles, mainly responsible for carrying luggage, driving, and such. They're not the main combat force." "Driving?" Alice was baffled. William stated, "I've turned an ancient frost dragon into a car. You really are a genius." "Thank you for the compliment." William smiled. "This should count as a surprise, right?" Alice then asked, "After rescuing Loki, he should contribute something, right? What contribution can Loki make? Don't you think it's nice to have Loki tell you jokes? Let's consider this as honeymooning in the divine realm." "What the hell kind of honeymoon in the divine realm is this?" Alice was almost exploding with frustration, asking, "Then what's the point of going through all this trouble to rescue Loki?" "To form a team, to fill the numbers. Isn't it normal for a team to have 5 members?" William spoke as if it were the most obvious and justified reason. Such a surprise indeed. No matter how Alice thought about it, it felt frustrating. All the effort to rescue Loki, just to listen to his jokes, and the others not being of much use, even turning an ancient frost dragon into a car. Isn't flying in the sky better? Moreover, Jesus is the one who's been captured for the mission, and the others are just there to make up the numbers. The task of rescuing falls entirely on Alice, and William dares to call this a honeymoon. There's a slight anticipation, though. Alice, with a dark expression, said, "Then let's go rescue Loki now." William laughed. "I knew you'd like this surprise." Alice rolled her eyes, truly unsure how William felt she liked it. From District 3 to District 4, Alice now faces no pressure at all. With her strength clear to see, although she's only at the peak of the elemental deity level, she can easily overpower those at the peak of the nature deity level. Such strength is more than enough for her to head straight to District 28. As for energy crystals, after Alice's body merged with the power of the divine halo, making money became incredibly easy. William just followed Alice, watching her rush into the gem exchange. With her X-ray vision fully activated, betting on gems became like robbing a bandit, earning a fortune, and securing enough energy crystals to go from the 4th district to the 28th. Breaking through the districts, they headed directly to District 27. Recently, the news that thousands of nature deity elites were defeated by someone named Alice and her incredibly strong escort spread throughout the entire divine realm. No one in the gem exchange dared to provoke Alice anymore. She had become a legendary figure. "Alice, if you want to enter District 28, you must become an official deity," said the director of the Passage Approval Bureau in District 27, who is of creator deity level strength. He met Alice without fear, maintaining a superior demeanor. William stood by silently, letting Alice handle her own affairs, confident that she could manage. The Passage Approval Bureau's director was unaware that William was Alice's escort, as he didn't seem very strong at a glance. How can one become an official deity? Alice, having fought and defeated many strong opponents along the way, had grown in spirit. Facing a creator deity of a higher level, she was calm and fearless. "You need to report to the trial sovereign. After undergoing certain tests, as long as the trial sovereign agrees and reports to the Divine Alliance, you can become one," the director of the Passage Approval Bureau in District 27 said with a smile. "However, if you wish to serve in District 28, you also need to have some accomplishments. In any case, you should first report to the trial sovereign. As for serving in District 28, we can discuss that later." Alice had no choice but to nod and thank him. What else could she say? Claim she was going to District 28 for a jailbreak? That would be a bit too audacious. Who is the trial sovereign in charge of the trials here? She turned and asked William directly. She felt there was no need to ask anyone else. Asking William was enough. William said, "Aphrodite, do you know her?" "Of course I know." Alice said, "The goddess of love, Aphrodite, right? The very beautiful one, the wife of Hephaestus." William chuckled. "Aphrodite is actually the daughter of the sky god Uranus and the ruler of District 13. In the Divine Alliance, she's the trial sovereign responsible for testing those who wish to become official deities. Her strength is at the creator deity level." Hiss. Alice took a deep breath in surprise. It seems this Aphrodite is somewhat different from how she's described in the myths on Earth. "So, we're going to find Aphrodite now?" Alice frowned. William nodded and smiled. "Let's go." Going to find Aphrodite? The last time William saw Aphrodite, her attitude towards him was a bit strange. "I have some history with Aphrodite. I'd better not go. You can go by yourself." Alice frowned. "Is she your ex-girlfriend?" Chapter 597. How many wives have you actually had? William looked at Alice puzzledly. "Why would you think that? You already know that Aphrodite is Hephaestus's wife, right?" Alice blushed deeply and said, "I feel like there's something more between you two. A woman's intuition is very accurate, you know. Plus, you said you have a history with her and seem afraid to meet her with me. It's natural for me to wonder." "Then keep wondering." William flatly refused to explain. Explain? That word hardly ever applied to him. "How many wives have you actually had?" Alice finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been troubling her for a long time. William was silent for a moment, the two of them looking at each other for a long while. Alice raised an eyebrow. "Well?" William also frowned and said, "Counting." Alice was so angry that her delicate body trembled, saying, "Is there that many? You need to count." William seriously said, I had a total of 9,998 before, and with you, it's exactly 9,999. Alice swallowed hard, glaring at William, and said, 9,999. There are that many. Then, Alice took a deep breath and said, are you planning to add one more? To make it a round number? Reach 10,000. William squinted. I don't plan to for now. For now. Alice was utterly lost. William nodded and said, I generally have only one wife at a time, unless you die. Alice felt she was mistaken. She shouldn't have asked this question. Did you love all your previous wives? After asking such a question, Alice instantly felt even more foolish. I love them all, I suppose. William said nonchalantly and confidently. All right, I shouldn't have asked you these questions. Alice couldn't deny feeling a bit sour. It's doubtful that any woman could be magnanimous enough to hear her husband say he's had 9,998 ex-wives and that he loved them all. It's like the saying some players use. I'm not a scoundrel. I just want to give every girl a warm home. There's no harm in asking. William seemed quite at ease, saying, I've lived too long to dwell in the past. He truly doesn't see himself as a scoundrel. He, too, wishes to find someone to grow old with, but only recently has he been able to do so, reviving someone and restoring their original memories. He witnessed the cosmic entity resurrect the archangel Amenadiel. Before, even though he could revive someone or even create a person from scratch, he didn't know how to restore their past memories. Is a person revived under such circumstances still the same person? Now, having seen the cosmic entity do it, he's naturally learned. But even so, he wants to know if the current Archangel Amenadiel is still the same Amenadiel. It's like when a computer file is deleted and then re-downloaded exactly the same, even retaining all the previous records. At least in use, it seems the same. Whether it's the original seems not to matter anymore. Alice couldn't help but ask, would you forget me after I die? After asking, she felt it was a pointless question. The answer was obvious. William also seriously said, don't worry, as long as you don't want to die, you won't die. And even if you did, I could revive you. Alice finally heard the answer she wanted. Could this be considered a love declaration? She was overjoyed and shyly asked, then why haven't you revived your previous wives? Is it because you love me a bit more? William said, before, I hadn't mastered this skill. If you want, I could try reviving them too. Alice's complexion changed, and she quickly said, I don't want that. Let the departed rest. I will take good care of you in their place. William looked at Alice with a meaningful gaze. Take good care of him. Alice quickly changed the subject, saying, let's go find Aphrodite now. Us, William said. He had just mentioned that he wouldn't go. Yes, us together. I'm curious to see how beautiful the legendary Aphrodite really is. Alice clenched her teeth. She didn't inquire further about the relationship between Aphrodite and William, just an old acquaintance. She was keen to meet her. William examined Alice's face for a while and then asked, do you know what it means to be the first beauty of the divine realm? Alice asked somewhat self-consciously, is she much more beautiful than me? William fell silent for a moment at the question and said, why would you ask such a thing? Such a question was indeed difficult to answer. Alice was almost driven to tears by anger. Shouldn't William have said that no matter how beautiful others are, Alice is the most beautiful in his eyes? Upon returning to the 13th district, Al Palace of Delightful Love, the lead red-clad guard recognized William and nodded politely upon meeting him, respectfully greeting. Mr. Johnson, welcome. Are you here today to see our master, Aphrodite, or? Alice had visited the 13th district before, where she saw many unparalleled beauties. Compared to them, she felt somewhat inferior, and even the red-clad guard in front of her was strikingly handsome, with refined features. Even Alice, a woman herself, thought the red-clad guard looked stunning. Especially that aura she had, simply incomparable. William, without further ado, glanced at Alice and said, my wife is looking for her. So, you must be Alice. I've heard so much about you. You are Mr. Johnson's wife. I wish you both well. The red-clad guard, clad in silver armor, bowed respectfully to Alice. Don't be so formal. Alice couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, quickly reaching out to lift the red-clad guard's arm. Led by the guards in red, the two arrived in front of the Isle Palace of Delightful Love. only to see Adonis still chopping at the myrtle tree. "William, what are you here for this time?" Adonis no longer dared to confront William, given the significant difference in their strengths. Previously, when William reprimanded him saying, "Over. Pleasing and unconditionally pursuing someone in a relationship will inevitably lead to no good end," he had no rebuttal. "Hello, Adonis." William greeted him with a cheerful smile. Adonis. He didn't know what to say to that. Seeing William acting like they were close, it seemed they were familiar with each other, but they really weren't. Alice then realized that William seemed to be familiar with everyone. "You call him Adonis. Is he the Adonis from the myths?" Alice, having read mythological stories, whispered to William. William nodded. "Let's go. We don't need to bother with him." As Alice and William entered the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, a cat directly blocked their path. "Mr. Johnson, Aphrodite said she doesn't want to see you, and please don't come again," the cat said, its chubby cheeks trembling as it spoke. Indeed, saying such things to William, this cat must feel confident that it has enough meat on its body. William turned to Alice and said, "See, I told you it would be troublesome." Alice asked in confusion, "Why? Could it be that Aphrodite is heartbroken because of William?" Chapter 598, I heard you're quite arrogant in the divine realm. Why? Alice really asked a lot of questions today. William looked at her with a smile and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Alice thought for a moment and then said, "Never mind, don't tell me." With the matter of nearly 10,000 ex-wives being something William could mention so casually in front of her, what else did she need to keep asking? Especially with that smile of William's, it was clear the answer wasn't something she wanted to know, so it was better not to ask. "Aphrodite doesn't want to see me?" William's gaze fell on the cat, muttering to himself, "I've always thought that eating someone's pet in front of its owner is very impolite." Upon hearing this, the cat shouted, "Aphrodite, help!" Then it turned and attempted to flee using the sprint spell. But as soon as it turned around, its ears were already caught in William's hands, rendering any spells useless. Quite plump, William observed the cat and said, "It's so hot, and you're still wearing a fur coat. Should I help you take it off?" With that, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand, ominously approaching the element-devouring cat. "Help! Someone is killing a cat!" The cat shouted for help, knowing that at this moment, probably only Aphrodite could save it. The dagger in William's hand was already at the cat's throat as he said, "Stop yelling. No one can save you even if you scream your throat raw." Seeing the cat caught by William, Adonis at the door actually showed a rare smile. The red-clad guard opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then stopped herself. She knew that William had extraordinary relations with her master Aphrodite's father, the sky god Uranus, which meant he was of extraordinary status too. This was not something she could interfere with. William turned to Alice and asked, "Alice, do you know how to skin a cat?" Alice blankly shook her head. William slowly explained, "To skin a cat, you first make a circular cut with a knife around each of the cat's hind legs, 1 to 2 inches away from the feet." Upon hearing this, the cat's legs involuntarily trembled. William continued, "Then, make incisions along the inner side of each thigh towards the groin and have the cuts from both legs meet. At this point, the cat's skin will be like a tube, open at one end. Start peeling the skin from the thighs carefully, separating it from the cat's flesh without applying too much force to avoid tearing the skin. If the skin sticks to the flesh, use a sharp knife to carefully cut through." Upon hearing this, the cat's fur stood on end. Damn, is this person really that cruel? Talking about such things in front of a cat, it would have been more merciful to just end it quickly. William gently tapped the cat's front leg with the dagger, saying, "When skinning the front legs, just like the hind legs, make a circular cut around the skin 1 inch from the front paws so that the front legs can be pulled out of the skin tube." Alice didn't seem to find anything amiss with this statement, but the cat shivered in response. In the entire divine realm, probably only William would dare to do this to it. Before Aphrodite showed up, William's dagger had already made its move. With the blade flashing like a shadow, in less than 3 seconds, William had skinned the entire cat, not a drop of blood spilled. Sophia's, except for its head, was completely bare, as if it had truly just taken off a fur coat. William, with the dagger still in hand, turned to Alice and asked, "Do you prefer it grilled or stewed?" Alice's mouth twitched, saying, "You're not really going to kill it, are you? After all, this cat can speak human language. Killing such a cat would be somewhat regrettable." William said, "Don't be fooled by its ability to talk. It's just a cat." Saying this, he was already prepared to open the belly and deal with the innards. Stop. At that moment, Aphrodite finally couldn't bear it and appeared in front of William. "Uncle William, this isn't very nice, is it?" Aphrodite, wearing a light white dress that fluttered in the wind, had her hair casually tied up in a loose bun, exuding a lazy yet elegant temperament. Her nose was delicately shaped like a piece of finely carved art, and her deep eyes seemed capable of swallowing all darkness, mesmerizing those who looked into them, causing them to lose themselves. However, when she looked at William, her bright eyes remained undisturbed, as if all worldly troubles couldn't reach her heart. William's hand holding the dagger didn't stop. Looking at Aphrodite, he said, "Niece, didn't you say you didn't want to see me?" Alice stood by, utterly astonished. Niece. Was William actually Aphrodite's uncle? That meant, was she Aphrodite's aunt? Ah, spit. What was she thinking about at a time like this? Alice observed Aphrodite, and at a glance, she was astounded. What does a beauty that shocks the heavens mean? This is what it means. In Aphrodite, Alice could sense a unique and lofty nobility. Compared to Aphrodite, all the celebrities, campus beauties, and beautiful broadcasters Alice had seen on Earth were nothing. This is a true goddess. Uncle William, I don't want to hate you, but I also don't want to get too close to you. It makes me feel guilty towards my sisters, Aphrodite said. If you need something, just say it. There's no need to use Sophias to threaten me. With your abilities, you shouldn't need to resort to such methods. Aphrodite was well aware of William's strength. Even her father wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Did someone like him need to employ tricks? William responded, "Niece, you're misunderstanding me. Actually, your aunt here needs to talk to you. You two can discuss. I won't interfere." As he spoke, William's dagger hovered near the cat's testicles, frightening the cat into a shiver. The cat quickly cried, "Out, Aphrodite, save me." Aphrodite glanced at the cat in William's hand and said, "Then please let Sophias go first. Then you two talk. I'll take this cat for a walk." With that, William walked off with the cat, leaving Alice and Aphrodite to chat alone. Chatting between aunt and niece was something William didn't plan to interfere with. Over the years, he hadn't been in the divine realm. Although he could instantly survey the entire divine realm with his divine consciousness if he wanted to. But that would be too dull for William. Just as he enjoyed going to bars on Earth to serve and accompany successful women, now back in the divine realm, he was more interested in finding fun things to do. The civilization of the divine realm has developed over a longer period than human civilization on Earth. Even without Earth's technological advancements, could a civilization that has lasted hundreds of thousands of years be weaker than Earth's? William has never been fond of fighting. After all, with his power, a fight is over with one move, which is too boring for him. He prefers to find interesting people or animals and do interesting things with them. Of course, not the kind of interesting activities some lechers might think of. "Little cat, I heard you're quite arrogant in the divine realm." William never really planned to eat cat meat. Given this cat's knack for causing trouble, it surely knew where the fun places in the divine realm were. Having it as a guide would be perfect. Now bare-skinned, the cat hastily responded upon William's inquiry. "Mr. Johnson jests. In front of you. How could a little cat like me dare to be arrogant?" William returned the cat's skin and asked, "What are some interesting places in the divine realm?" Chapter 599. Continue playing. Continue dancing. The element-devouring cat took its skin, quickly putting it on as if it were mere clothing. Where it had been cut by the dagger, it healed instantly. After all, it was no ordinary cat. Even if its skin was removed, it was as if it had merely taken off its clothes. Haven't you seen before how the phoenix and the ancient dragons could offer up their own bodies? What would Mr. Johnson like to do? The element-devouring cat had no other requests, as long as William didn't eat it. Everything was negotiable. William thought for a moment and asked, "Where do you usually go for fun?" Then, he casually threw a gemstone in front of the cat. Infinity stones. This cat had a unique talent. By devouring artifacts and treasures, it could greatly increase its power, a unique method of enhancing its strength. Seeing the infinity stones, the element-devouring cat's eyes shone with excitement, asking, "Mr. Johnson, is this for me?" "It's yours." William was not stingy. After figuring out what a cosmic entity was, he was no longer afraid of any repercussions from the law of cause and effect. In fact, he could now forcibly elevate Alice's strength to that of a high-ranking divine king without any fear of repercussions from the cosmic entity. The element-devouring cat hugged the infinity stones and excitedly swallowed them. "Mr. Johnson, if you want to know where the most fun place in District 13 is, asking me is certainly correct," the element-devouring cat said with a wink. "Just follow me." William raised an eyebrow and nodded. He always felt this cat was up to something, but he wasn't afraid of a bit of trouble. "Mr. Johnson, you can turn invisible and go in," the element-devouring cat said sneakily, lowering its voice. "I'll take you to the bathing place of the goddesses in District 13, called the Sacred Spring Forest. The place is surrounded by forbidden magic circles, but I think, for you, those magic circles should have no effect. Forbidden magic circles are no issue, but do you think I'm that kind of lecher?" William said coldly. "What's so fun about that place? Peeking at women bathing? Is that something he would do? He's never been lacking in women. If he wanted to look, he wouldn't need to turn invisible." "Mr. Johnson, don't all men." The element-devouring cat, seeing William's serious demeanor, quickly changed its tone. "You must know, in the divine realm, there are quite a few who harbor such lewd thoughts. However, I don't know many spells, after all. Those daring to peep in the Sacred Spring Forest are definitely top-tier powerhouses of the divine realm, but their actions are morally reprehensible. With your noble character, Mr. Johnson, you surely wouldn't let them get away with their misdeeds. You'll stand up for justice on behalf of the goddesses of District 13, won't you?" William chuckled lightly. "So, you want me to punish them, and then you'll take the chance to snatch their artifacts. That's actually not a bad idea." "Indeed, not bad." The element-devouring cat smacked its lips, then suddenly realizing something was off, stealthily glanced at William and said in a low voice, "How can you call it snatching? If we're to punish them, Mr. Johnson, taking their artifacts would merely be a minor reprimand. But you surely wouldn't care for their trashy artifacts, so why not let this little cat do the job and destroy them for you?" The cat stretched its chubby face, carefully watching William, trying to gauge his real thoughts from his expressions. Guessing the intentions of a big shot required caution. A wrong guess could lead to an awkward situation. Just like a servant by the emperor's side, always trying to deduce the emperor's will, a single misstep could lead to decapitation. The element-devouring cat now deeply understood this. "Let's settle on that. I'll rectify the morals of the divine realm." William, always looking for amusement, found the cat's suggestion appealing. Cleaning up some lechers would be doing a good deed. If things went as planned, Alice might end up living in District 13 for a while. Wouldn't those peeping toms then target Alice? Even though Alice's figure could hardly compare to those goddesses, she was his wife. How could he allow others to gaze upon her body? Together, the man and the cat arrived at a stone forest shrouded in celestial mist. No sooner had they entered the forest than a giant sword fell from the sky, landing in front of them, followed by the descent of 5 Valkyries of nature deity strength level. "Element-devouring cat, you've brought another man here. What exactly are you trying to do?" The leading Valkyrie, her long dress fluttering, looked coldly at them. Her use of "again" suggested that the element-devouring cat had brought men here more than once before. It was clear that its previous visits with men were meant to set them up. These 5 Valkyries were peak nature deity level powerhouses. Ordinary deities tricked into coming here would likely meet a grim fate. Luring people here to their deaths, and then taking the opportunity to pick up their artifacts without lifting a finger was simply delightful for the cat. Being Aphrodite's pet, the cat wouldn't be unduly troubled by the Valkyries in District 13. It was sure to make a clean getaway. "Do not be angry, honorable Valkyrie ladies. This time, I specifically invited this master to help me cleanse the sacred spring forest of those lurking lechers," the cat said with a grin. "There are some powerful individuals who have been hiding in there for who knows how long." The leading Valkyrie snorted coldly. "Sophias, don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're Aphrodite's pet. Apart from the perverted men you bring here, who else is there?" This Valkyrie pointed her sword at William. "Out of consideration for your ignorance. Leave now, and I'll spare your life. Take one more step forward, and don't blame my sword for being heartless." William took a step forward. The tip of the Valkyrie's sword was already aimed at William's throat. With a single finger, William lightly touched the tip of the divine sword. The sword shattered inch by inch, and the Valkyrie who made the move was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Together, seeing William dare to strike, all 5 Valkyries called out in unison. Each summoned their artifacts: crumhorn, harp, organ, flute, harpsichord. For a moment, music filled the air. The element-devouring cat hurriedly covered its ears. The step William had just taken revealed 3 deities skilled in stealth and disguise, shaken from their hiding. All 3 were official members of the Divine Alliance, one of them even at the early stage of the creator deity level. Their disguising spells broken by William's foot, the 3 tried to flee immediately. The next moment, William appeared in front of the creator deity. "Buddy, not running away quickly? If Aphrodite finds out about this, it won't end well," the creator deity said, trying to teleport away instantly. William raised his hand, gently tapping the well-intentioned deity on the neck with the side of his palm, and he collapsed limply to the ground. As for the other 2 nature deities, without any surprise, they were also knocked unconscious by William, who appeared like a ghost. The element-devouring cat hurried forward, stripping the 3 of their belongings down to their underwear. The 5 Valkyries were stunned. Were there really 3 old lechers lurking here? For a moment, they even forgot to attack. William glanced at them coolly and said, "Continue playing, continue dancing." Chapter 600: The Secret of Sacred Spring Forest. Continue playing, continue dancing? Upon hearing William's words, the 5 goddesses felt somewhat embarrassed. They were in the midst of attacking William with sound waves. Moreover, they were using legendary artifacts, and a combination attack crafted by 5 peak nature deity-level goddesses seemed to have no effect on the man before them. All treated as mere music? The element-devouring cat was covering its ears, daring not let the sounds enter. To William, however, the music sounded quite pleasant. He ignored the 3 unconscious individuals, standing still to listen to the goddesses play. Any combination technique was futile against him. It actually sounded nice. "Who exactly are you?" the 5 goddesses asked in astonishment, seeing someone unaffected by their combined technique and even appearing to enjoy it. They no longer attempted to attack William, each stopping their assault. William frowned and said, "I told you to continue playing, so don't stop." Upon hearing this, the 5 goddesses immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as if the person before them possessed power akin to the word, where his commands manifest into reality. If they stopped playing, they might very well drop dead on the spot. The music continued, and the goddesses previously bathing in the sacred spring forest, hearing the commotion, came forward one after another. In a short while, William found himself surrounded by over 20 goddesses. The air was filled with a fragrant breeze, as if he were in a mysterious realm full of gentleness and charm. William never considered himself to be excessively upright, but, indeed, an older man's mood can greatly improve from admiring beautiful women. Especially when so many beauties emerge from the hot springs, it would be a waste not to look. William, however, disdained the idea of lurking in the shadows to peep at others bathing, unlike those 3 voyeuristic men. But assisting the ladies in dealing with perverts and then openly admiring the beauties was something he found perfectly acceptable. Peeping at women bathing is deemed sleazy. But when William admires beauties, he does so with a clear conscience and righteousness. Now, those 5 goddesses couldn't stop playing their music. The goddesses who arrived later were also confused. The 5 peak nature deity-level goddesses in District 13 were considered elites, and their combined force and formation was formidable. Yet, the man standing amidst them. This master is so unique. I wonder if he has a wife. Little minx, are you crazy with longing for a man? Could he be another who sneaked in to watch us bathe? If it's this master, I wouldn't let him sneak a peek. Wouldn't bathing together be even better? The goddesses were all eyeing William. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, what haven't they experienced? Naturally, they wouldn't be as shy as the youthful girls on Earth, feeling embarrassed when peeped at during bathing. William's ability to stand unshaken under the assault of 5 powerful goddesses clearly showed his strength. Moreover, William's appearance and demeanor were uniquely outstanding. Just standing there was enough to draw the attention of these goddesses. In their view, if a powerful being like William were to sneak a peek at them bathing, they would actually be quite pleased. Kalira, stop! In the sacred spring forest, a creator deity dressed in red, with eyes as beautiful as stars, called out, her gaze fixed intently on William, filled with admiration. Lady Valeria, we can't stop. The goddess called Kalira was on the verge of tears, wanting to stop, but now finding it beyond her control. Valeria, known as Aphrodite's mentor, holds a deeply respected position in the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, because the sacred spring forest conceals the Isle Palace's greatest secret. She was assigned to guard this place. With the strength of a mid-stage creator deity, she's hardly a weakling in the entire divine realm. This gentleman, you look somewhat familiar. May I ask what brings you to this sacred spring forest? Valeria scrutinized William, feeling she had seen him somewhere, but couldn't recall where. William's gaze swept over the surrounding bare legs and bosoms, and he solemnly said, I came here to capture these 3 disgraceful individuals. Hearing the celestial music from the 5 goddesses felt quite nice, so I requested them to complete the piece. Listening to music and admiring beauties are, broadly speaking, the pleasures of a man. Valeria frowned slightly, asking, Sir, have we met before? After giving Lady Valeria a look and thinking it over, William responded, I don't believe we've met. May I ask your name? At the moment of seeing William, Valeria's heart, dormant for tens of thousands of years, began to stir. This man, matching her in strength, possessed an extraordinary demeanor and a heart full of justice. Becoming companions with him seemed like a joyous possibility. William mused, My name is William. I also have a title, the Obliterator. You might have heard of it. William the Obliterator. Is it him? He's William the Obliterator? Isn't that the legendary figure from before the divine realm was rebuilt? The surrounding goddesses had more or less heard the name William the Obliterator, as there were indeed too many legends about him. Especially in District 13, there were rumors suggesting William the Obliterator was a heartbreaker, playing with the affections of several daughters of Uranus. Of course, there were also tales of William the Obliterator being dashingly handsome, with several princesses falling in love with him at the same time. But William the Obliterator died hundreds of thousands of years ago, leaving several princesses in sorrow, their strengths stagnating as a result. William laughed. I didn't expect to be so famous. Are you really William the Obliterator? Valeria's expression turned serious as she asked, Have you come here to pay respects to the souls of the princesses? With a sweep of his consciousness over the sacred spring forest, William discovered indeed something peculiar. The souls of several deceased daughters of Uranus have not dissipated even after their death. Moreover, the vast hot spring pool was enchanted with magical arrays. Goddesses bathing here would presumably offer a portion of their power to sustain these souls. Furthermore, the sacred spring forest was home to 5 young offspring of ancient ferocious beasts. This magical array, ingeniously designed, must have been laid out by Uranus himself. Only a being of the absolute deity level or higher could discern its intricacies. Otherwise, it remained concealed. But why would an absolute deity level being venture into District 13 to watch goddesses bathe? This place served as the bathing ground for the goddesses of District 13. Which absolute deity level or higher being would stoop to such lewd voyeurism? What was Uranus thinking? William glanced at Valeria and smiled. May I enter to pay my respects? Absolutely not, Valeria said as she drew her sword. Regardless, the princesses died because of you. Unless Uranus or Lady Aphrodite permits, outsiders are not allowed to enter. With a slight lift of his eyelid, William vanished from the spot, reappearing within the sacred spring forest's forbidden magical array the next moment. In this universe, there was nowhere he couldn't go, paying respects to the souls. It was possible to have a chat with the deceased. After so many years, they still hadn't found peace. Why endure such torment? Chapter 601 Stopping William the Obliterator. William entered the forbidden area of the sacred spring forest, where 5 stone steels engraved with mysterious runes stood tall. Golden light flowed over the runes like living tadpoles. The souls of Uranus's 5 daughters were sealed within these steels. Beneath 2 of these steels, young offspring of ancient ferocious beasts lay suppressed in slumber. Uranus, an early ancient deity and a powerful god of the sky, had sealed his daughters' souls with a powerful sealing spell after their deaths. He then found the young offspring of ancient beasts, suppressed them under the steels, and nourished them with the soul energy of the goddesses, attempting to have his daughters reborn in the forms of these beasts. By having them reborn in the bodies of these young ancient beasts, and then transforming them into shapeshifters to live in human forms, their strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. William glanced at the 5 young ancient beasts sealed beneath the steels. One was a 9-tailed dragon scorpion, a monstrous creature from the age of gods, a giant dragon with 9 scorpion tails, each tail equipped with a deadly sting. One was a golden griffin cub, mutated from a griffin. One was a hydra cub. There were also cubs of the Leviathan and the Behemoth. Such an extravagant effort was beyond even the most luxurious feast William had ever had. It was unclear where Uranus had managed to find so many cubs of ferocious and divine beasts. If his daughters were to be reborn, the entire divine realm would likely tremble. The shapeshifter's race would also greatly flourish because of this. Who dares to intrude upon our sacred ground? Following a stern shout, a whooshing sound came from behind William, and suddenly, a creature with the face of a man and the body of a horse, looking fierce and wielding an iron rod, launched a sneak attack on William. William slightly turned his head, dodging the sudden attack, and looked at the assailant. The creature was covered in densely packed runes and wore a tiger skin outfit, exuding a fierce aura. Zephyrones? William squinted at the shapeshifter's lord, his gaze calm. Zephyrones was one of the 10 grand lords of the shapeshifters under Uranus, renowned across the heavens since the age of gods, with strength no less than any supreme deity. Zephyrones stared at William for a long time before finally being completely dumbfounded. "Mr. Johnson?" Zephyrones twitched the corner of his mouth, his ferocious face looking somewhat comical as he tried to muster a pleasing smile. But given his fierce appearance, the smile seemed rather unfriendly. William nodded and said, "Move aside and be quiet." Oh, Zephyrones, scared, stepped back twice and then stood there, daring not to make a sound. When William said to be quiet, it meant to not make any noise at all. There are many legends about William the Obliterator in the divine realm, but Zephyrones knew that most of these legends are essentially false. He had witnessed William the Obliterator overwhelming their leader Uranus. This was something Zephyrones dared not speak of. Anyone in the divine realm who spread even a whisper of this incident would most likely be silenced by Uranus. How strong is William the Obliterator? Zephyrones dared not think about it, nor ask. He was stationed here by Uranus to guard this place. If anyone else had dared to intrude upon this sacred ground, he would have fought them to the death. But facing William, was he supposed to go and throw his life away needlessly? William paid no further attention to Zephyrones, instead quietly observing the 5 stone steels in front of him. The souls of Uranus's 5 daughters within the steels became agitated upon sensing William's presence. "William, you've finally agreed to see us. How have you been these years? William, do you know how hard I've searched for you over these years?" The 5 sisters were all deeply attached to William, their longing turning into an obsession over hundreds of thousands of years. William sighed softly. "I truly don't love you. Forget about me." With that, he erased all memories related to him from the souls of these 5 goddesses. Over the years, William's power and skills had grown far beyond what they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. Back then, although he was invincible in this world, there were many things he couldn't accomplish. Over the years, he had learned a lot. Becoming stronger was never his goal, but he did enjoy learning some special skills. Erasing memories from a soul without harming its essence is something even Uranus couldn't do. Otherwise, he likely would have done it already. The reason their souls lingered for hundreds of thousands of years, besides Uranus's runes and various soul energies, was primarily their obsession with William. Now that William had removed their obsession, the runes on the steels flickered. Uranus appeared before William in an instant. "William, how did you get here?" Uranus was dressed in a white tank top and shorts, appearing like an ordinary person. William raised an eyebrow at him and said, "Let's talk outside." In the next moment, the two were outside the sacred spring forest. I didn't mean anything by it, just happened to come across them and then cleared their memories of me. William glanced at Uranus, knowing that Uranus must have his own plans. The sky god Uranus was one of the early deities, before Zeus, when Uranus was the chief of the gods. Now, after Zeus seized power, the authority Uranus wielded was nowhere near what it used to be. With Uranus's stature, how could he just let things be? Accept his fate? William thought it impossible for Uranus to just accept his fate. The plan to infuse his daughters' souls into ancient divine and ferocious beasts was set in motion hundreds of thousands of years ago. On the other hand, Odin had Lucian under his control, with both deities holding the power to potentially alter the structure of the divine realm at any moment. William, you must have seen, the shapeshifter's tribe under my control is not without strength, Uranus said. This time, when I went to the prime world, I already had quite a few followers wanting to overthrow Zeus's rule. William waved his hand. To be honest, Zeus is my disciple. Whatever you want to do with him is up to you. I'm staying out of it. Uranus was stunned. Zeus was William's disciple. Holy moly, talking about overthrowing his disciple right in front of William? Don't worry, I'll pretend I didn't see anything here, William said. You guys have your fun. Your cat took me around for a tour. No problem, right? No problem. Uranus was at a loss for words. A cat? Which cat? Oh, right. Wasn't he supposed to capture the element-devouring cat for William last time? Wait a second. Where did I see that cat? Uranus scanned with his divine consciousness and found the element-devouring cat in the sacred spring forest. Uranus immediately appeared in front of the cat. The element-devouring cat was happily beating up those three stripped-down guys, showcasing its achievements from the visit. Uranus's sudden appearance made it stand on its hind legs in shock, quickly exclaiming, "Lord Uranus, what brings you here?" The goddesses nearby, seeing Uranus, also showed their respect. Valeria quickly said, "William the Obliterator was here earlier, and now his whereabouts are unknown. I suspect he entered the forbidden area, but his strength is too great. We couldn't stop him. Please punish us." "It's fine. Don't worry about it. And let's not spread word of this," Uranus said distractedly as he looked at the element-devouring cat, then grabbed the cat by the ear and disappeared. Stopping William the Obliterator? What was I thinking? Chapter 602 The Arrogant Element-Devouring Cat. The element-devouring cat was feeling miserable. It knew it had committed many wrongs over the years, but despite its mischief, it considered itself to be just a harmless little cat. Hey, simple and innocent little cat. What bad intentions could it possibly have? Uranus had always been its biggest support, but now, it was caught by Uranus by an ear, a sharp knife ready to be drawn across its body. William, during my trip to the prime world, I discovered quite a few delicacies and learned many cooking techniques, among which grilling and frying were quite outstanding. Uranus was swift in his actions, quickly skinning the cat again without consulting it, then asking William, "William, how do you think we should eat it?" Seeing the element-devouring cat's look of despair, William couldn't help but laugh. "Let it be. If you eat it, little Aphrodite would be sad." Holding the cat's chubby ear, Uranus chuckled. "Who would snitch that it was us who ate it?" The cat didn't speak, not even bothering to struggle. If these two powerhouses decided to eat it, there was truly nothing it could do but resign itself to fate. William said, "I didn't borrow the cat to eat it. I told you, I just wanted the cat to show me around. Didn't you understand what I was saying?" Uranus froze, realizing that William did indeed say he wanted the cat to take him around. How would a fried cat take him anywhere? Hearing William say this, the element-devouring cat instantly felt relieved, especially noticing Uranus's expression. What about the god of the sky? In front of William, it seemed like nothing. The cat, with eyes like sapphire gems, teased Uranus, "Lord Uranus. Still thinking of eating cat meat?" Uranus then put down the cat, coldly saying, "Element-devouring cat, are you seeking death?" The cat grinned. "Yes, I want to become spicy-flavored." Uranus's gaze grew colder, but he didn't dare lay a finger on the element-devouring cat. With William's protection, even if the element-devouring cat climbed on top of his head and defecated, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Seeing Uranus looking like he wanted to kill it, yet not daring to touch it, the element-devouring cat felt that all the torment it had endured before was worth it. Afraid of death? Everyone is afraid of death. The element-devouring cat had resigned itself to its fate, as if it had already taken a trip to the underworld and come back. Now, why should it fear the sky god Uranus? It just needed to recognize who the real powerhouse was. Uranus sneered. Sophias, you'd better not forget, William only asked you to show him around. Anyone can do that job, and after the tour, you still have to return to the Isle Palace of Delightful Love. Uranus's meaning was clear. Right now, with William protecting the element-devouring cat, he indeed dared not do anything. But William couldn't protect the cat forever. The element-devouring cat was merely acting as a guide, a role anyone could fill, and he could settle scores after the task was completed. He said this in front of William too, intending to see William's real stance towards the cat. As the god of the sky, Uranus was not so easily angered. The element-devouring cat was originally rescued by him from the ancient abyss to accompany Aphrodite. Even if the element-devouring cat was arrogant in his presence, its relationship with Aphrodite would always remain unchanged. If the element-devouring cat could gain William's approval, it would be excellent both for Aphrodite and the entire shapeshifters tribe. Hearing Uranus say this, William, seeing through everything, said, "Brother Uranus, from now on, consider the cat as following me. Why bother quibbling with a cat?" Upon hearing William say this, Uranus glanced at the cat and laughed. William is right. Why should I bother with a cat? The element-devouring cat, however, was unappreciative, or rather, it couldn't fathom that Uranus could have a deeper meaning behind his words said in front of William. It leisurely put on its skin that had been removed, muttering, "Lord Uranus, if you don't fancy cat meat today, then I'll just put my skin back on. Next time you skin me, please be gentler. You tugged at my calf muscle just now." Uranus's lips curled slightly. The element-devouring cat seemed quite arrogant, but it appeared William liked such audacious characters even more. He could understand this situation. With William's strength, wherever he went, people treated him with the utmost respect. A creature as audaciously ignorant as the element-devouring cat seemed more likely to garner his appreciation. "Mr. Johnson, please let me know what you need, and I'll make sure everything is arranged properly for you." The cat, now donning its coat, sidled up to William, its chubby face beaming with a smile, fawning over him like the most devoted of lapdogs. Damn! Uranus wanted to curse the cat on the spot. Just a moment ago, he thought it was arrogant and had personality. Now it started to fawn so quickly? This won't do. Uranus sneaked a glance at William. Surely William must despise such flattery. William patted the cat's head and smiled. "Then let's go. Wherever you think is interesting, take me there." The element-devouring cat chuckled. "There are plenty of fun places in the divine realm. I'll take you." These days, Uranus had also been watching quite a few videos on Earth, and he vaguely noticed a blue light flickering in the cat's eyes. That's not a special effect. But Uranus knew this cat was up to no good, wondering who it planned to bring disaster upon. "Mr. Johnson, I heard Odin has called a meeting of some powerhouses in the divine realm to discuss some recent matters. How about we check it out?" The element-devouring cat looked utterly sincere in front of William. Upon hearing this, Uranus's facial muscles twitched fiercely. A meeting convened by Odin? Uranus remembers clearly, back in the days in the ancient abyss, the element-devouring cat was once severely beaten by Odin. Over the years, with Uranus's protection, the element-devouring cat had been causing trouble and acting as it pleased in the divine realm, taking revenge for every grievance, flaunting its arrogance. Yet, it had always avoided provoking Odin. Now, with William as its backer, wouldn't it seize the chance for a harsh revenge? A meeting convened by Odin? William found this somewhat interesting when he heard it. The element-devouring cat, feigning shock, said, "No way. You weren't invited to Odin's meeting." "Oh no. If I go with you, would Lord Odin be displeased?" Hearing this, Uranus's face turned dark. This cat, after all, was brought out from the ancient abyss by him and Odin. Now, clinging to a powerful ally, Its first thought was to trouble Odin. Is this really okay? Such deliberate provocation was simply shameless. All right, you little traitor, let's go. We'll have a look around. William could easily detect the element-devouring cat's malicious intent. He just wanted to wander around, and since the cat mentioned Odin, he was also interested in seeing Lucian. That guy and William had some connections, and Lucian must be doing quite well with Odin by now. He wondered if Lucian would start a fight upon seeing him again. If Lucian did start a fight, William was contemplating whether to eliminate him on the spot, or perhaps let him develop a bit more. Chapter 603 Do Not Resist. Seeing William about to leave, Uranus hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "William, Odin absolutely means no disrespect towards you." William paused and then said, No, don't worry, I won't cause trouble. Would Odin disrespect him? That seems unlikely. After all, Odin had personally witnessed William slaying 3,000 powerful ancient beasts with a single sword strike. Hearing William say this, Uranus felt somewhat relieved, but still planned to follow and keep an eye on things. William might not cause trouble, but that doesn't mean the element-devouring cat won't. And this was the Ultimate Force Alliance meeting Odin was preparing in collaboration with the Shapeshifters tribe, gathering many strong beings from the divine realm. The attendees also included a large number of powerful shapeshifters transformed from ferocious beasts. However, in William's eyes, that might just look like a collection of ingredients gathered together, waiting for him to pick. What a terrifying thought. It's not about whether William wants to cause trouble or not. Even if William and Odin have a good relationship, almost friends. Being friends, if one enters the other's vegetable garden and picks a tomato or an apple, can that be called causing trouble? For someone like William, what he considers causing trouble might just mean annihilating all the shapeshifters attending the meeting. Mr. Johnson, are you familiar with Lord Odin? The element-devouring cat walked along, cautiously asking. If William and Odin were close, it wouldn't be fun if the two met, got happy, and decided to kill an element-devouring cat for entertainment. William said, "Not too close, just an old acquaintance." He wasn't planning on looking for Alice right now. Since Alice had gone to Aphrodite to seek an official deity position, even if Aphrodite granted it, she would have to work. Why should he intrude on her work? To talk about lively events, one must visit the Ultimate Force Alliance convention to see what there is to eat. No, to see what there is to have fun with. Mr. Johnson, please don't think about eating me again. The element-devouring cat looked at William with a woeful expression, saying, "But even if I were to be eaten, I'd only be willing to be eaten by you." William glanced at it and laughed. Is that a confession? I guess so. The element-devouring cat had thought it through. If William wanted to eat it, it couldn't escape anyway. But by saying this, William might not actually eat it. As long as William doesn't eat it, then no one else would dare to touch it. Thinking this way, it felt like a win. You don't need to overthink it. I'm not planning to eat you now. William grabbed the element-devouring cat by the ear, took a step, and they appeared in the northern part of the Divine Realm. Although most of the Divine Realm is under the rule of the Divine Alliance, the northern part, with Tulip Town as the boundary, is the territory of Odin's Guardian Alliance and the Shapeshifters tribe. With one step, William arrived directly at Tulip Town. From this town, a vast expanse of fiery red tulips stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles became the border between the Divine Alliance and Odin's Guardian Alliance, along with other shapeshifter nations, hence the name Tulip Town. William and the element-devouring cat stood thousands of feet in the air, looking down at the spectacular flower sea below, a sight unseen anywhere on Earth. From the air, the area north of the flower sea was biting cold, while to the south, it was sunny and bright, making for an interesting contrast. Using tulips as a border in the Divine Realm is quite romantic. William decided that after Alice was done with her duties, he could bring her here to see. As they entered the town, they saw a group of oddly shaped shapeshifter lords and demonic guards surrounding it. Lucian was inside the town. This was the reason why William had come to this town. A walking cat and that person beside it. Hurry up and leave. No one is allowed into the town right now. A minotaur wielding a steel trident stood in front of the town, glaring at the element-devouring cat and William, ordering them to leave. William glanced at the minotaur, noting that even a mere guard of the town had strength surpassing that of an average nature deity. The town was filled with shapeshifter lords who took one look at the element-devouring cat and William and then disregarded them. William wasn't angered by the Minotaur's attitude. He wasn't the type of grumpy old man who got angry easily. For a shapeshifter lord, choosing not to attack on the spot and merely expelling intruders was already quite polite. Stepping forward with a friendly smile, William said, "Buddy, I'm just here to find someone and have a look around. Could you please let me through?" As he spoke, William subtly revealed a hint of his own energy aura, hoping to make the Minotaur understand that he was powerful and it was best to step aside. After all, the divine realm was a place where strength was respected, and it was normal to be humiliated if one was too weak. The shapeshifter lords throughout the town were all stunned. That energy aura was terrifying. Enemy attack. After sensing William's aura, the Minotaur immediately shouted. In an instant, over the town of Tulip Town, energy released by the shapeshifter lords materialized, darkening the sky, and hundreds of powerful shapeshifter lords rushed out. A powerful shapeshifter lord appeared before William first, glaring at him and barked, "Are you sent by the Divine Alliance? Go back. We are temporarily taking over here on the orders of our leader. Even if you are of the absolute deity level, you should reconsider if your fists are hard enough to force your way through." William said, "I didn't plan to force my way in, just step aside." As his words fell, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The powerful shapeshifter lord's body stiffened, uncontrollably shifting a few steps aside, and the other shapeshifter lords found themselves unable to move. In that moment, they realized that the individual standing before them was indeed a powerhouse above the absolute deity level. "Sir, may I have your name?" The leading shapeshifter lord couldn't help but call out. A fight was certainly out of the question, but he had already declared they were taking over on their leader's orders. Yet this individual still insisted on entering, effectively making an enemy of the entire shapeshifter tribe. William said, "My name is William, or you can call me William the Obliterator. When your leader asks, just say I came in for a visit." William the Obliterator. The shapeshifter lord who had just spoken showed a hint of fear in his eyes upon hearing this name. He had lived for quite a long time and heard from some of the older shapeshifter lords that, back in the day, if any shapeshifter lord had not yet transformed into human form and happened to encounter William the Obliterator, the best strategy was to stand still and not run, letting him choose which part might be tasty, or to recommend parts that could be cut off without causing death. Do not resist. Do not resist. It's important enough to say twice. But over the years, they had only heard legends of William the Obliterator, never seen him in person. Some even said he had died. Now they had met him. So how many years had he lived? This shapeshifter lord, assigned to guard Lucian and already appointed as a Grand Lord of the shapeshifters, with strength no less than any creator deity, was rendered immobile by a mere word from William the Obliterator, without even seeing him use any magic. Unable to move, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Some of the younger shapeshifters weren't aware of the terrifying reputation William the Obliterator held in the past, but even their Grand Lord of the shapeshifters was suppressed without effort. What could the others possibly do? Daring to barge into such a place and even announce his name. William the Obliterator, right? Even if he was a legendary figure, what of it? Wait until they tell their leader. This William the Obliterator will surely die a very ugly death. Chapter 6:0 For the Gungnir Stellar Array had been activated. William, leading the element-devouring cat, slowly walked into Tulip Town. The entire town was enveloped by Odin's Gungnir Stellar Array. The Gungnir Stellar Array is a powerful magic formation derived from the divine artifact Gungnir by Odin. Gungnir, being the foremost among the three great artifacts, is also Odin's signature weapon. This legendary spear, Gungnir, is not just a weapon but more like a microcosm of the universe. Around the exterior of this divine spear, the Big Dipper rotates, mimicking the orbit of celestial bodies, with the four elements of earth, water, fire, and air encircling it, as if it commands the creation and alternation of everything in the world. Inside this divine spear, runes flicker. Observing these runes closely leads one into another realm, where beings from the ancient times appear faintly, enacting an endless cycle of life stories. Odin created this powerful magic formation based on the profound mysteries of Gungnir. However, setting up the formation is extremely laborious, requiring the creation of 365 cosmic star staffs representing the main stars in the sky, along with 14,800 smaller cosmic star staffs representing the lesser stars. Combining the powers of countless gods and demons, each participant representing a star, holding a star staff in their designated position, can form the mighty Gungnir stellar array. The Gungnir stellar array can summon the power of billions of stars in the universe, with its power so immense it could destroy heaven and earth. And Odin laid down such a vast magical array merely to confine a young man named Lucian. Odin truly went to great lengths. The shapeshifter lords guarding the place all knew about this. The leading Grand Lord of the shapeshifters didn't disclose this, letting William and his company walk into the town. With the Gungnir stellar array's immense power, even if William the Obliterator forcefully entered, he would likely find it difficult to survive. As William entered the town, he already noticed something was amiss. 365 Asgardian warriors and powerful members of the shapeshifters tribe were hidden in the shadows, with the top-tier divine artifact, Odin's sapphires, and 365 star staffs setting up a formidable magical array. Even if an absolute deity of the zodiac attempted to break through, they would likely be repelled. Even if Zeus led the 12 Olympian gods here, without half a month's effort, they would probably find it difficult to breach the formation. As the chief god of Asgard, Odin naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. How else would he dare to contend with Zeus or challenge the divine alliance? The element-devouring cat walked behind William, instinctively stopping a foot away from the edge of the Gungnir stellar array. As an ancient ferocious beast, its instincts warned it of danger ahead. The seemingly ordinary town hid deadly threats, yet it couldn't discern the specific danger. Gungnir stellar array? Well arranged. William looked ahead, nodding with a smile. In the divine realm, although Asgard and the shapeshifters tribe have waned, they still possess a solid foundation. Most importantly, the charisma of Odin and Uranus is too strong, attracting many powerful beings and shapeshifter lords from the divine realm to join their ultimate force alliance. Compared to the divine alliance, where Zeus and God operate independently, often undermining each other, with Zeus not having absolute authority. The hidden Asgardian warriors and powerful shapeshifters, upon hearing William's words, no longer concealed themselves. The main shapeshifter lord of the formation was the ultimate force alliance's strongest shapeshifter, also Odin's most powerful shapeshifter lord, King Ghidorah. Upon seeing William, he actually dispelled all illusions, transforming from human form to his original gigantic form. The 9 dragon heads let out strange cries and even activated the Gungnir stellar array. William the Obliterator, I never thought I'd have the chance to see you in my lifetime. Ghidorah's 9 heads were ferocious, his grudge piercing the heavens. The element-devouring cat was also frightened by Ghidorah. Although it had a powerful lineage, Ghidorah was a formidable being from the age of gods. After William's cataclysmic strike, he was reborn in the divine realm, his strength undiminished. And over hundreds of thousands of years, his power only grew. Previously, Odin's top shapeshifter lieutenant, Hydra, was missing. Now, Ghidorah was the prime force. Ghidorah. William looked up at the immense 9-headed dragon, recalling this monstrous dragon. In ancient times, the number of heads of ferocious beast had often symbolized its strength. Like Hydra, when William first encountered Ghidorah, he had just grown his 3rd head, and now he had 9. Back then, he was already considered a powerful shapeshifter lord, dominating a territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. William found him by following his screeching. Back then, William remembered that he had very politely negotiated with Ghidorah, asking if he could cut off one of his heads too. Try. After all, cutting off a head wouldn't kill him, right? This was part of William's experience over the years. And then, William remembered that Ghidorah had agreed quite straightforwardly. Yes, he straightforwardly said, as long as you have the ability to defeat me, just cut one off. Then William drew his sword and cut off a head. He ended up making a great feast and even graciously invited Ghidorah to join. Ghidorah declined very politely. At that time, The impression Ghidorah left on William was a dragon that was very ugly on the outside but kind-hearted, willing to sacrifice for others, and knew how to be polite and considerate. Meeting Ghidorah made William feel that shapeshifters could be very kind too. However, after so many years, William felt he might have misunderstood something. "You still remember me?" Ghidorah's 9 pairs of eyes were all fixed on William, filled with a look of resentment. William nodded and said, "I remember." A very calm response. He still remembered the taste of Ghidorah's head to this day. Not much fishy smell, the meat was tender, and the brain roasted quite nicely. The taste was good too. "That's about it." "Good that you remember. Meeting you today is really quite the coincidence. You actually barged in." Ghidorah sneered. "Finally, I have found my chance for revenge. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." William quietly looked at him. The Gungnir stellar array had been activated. The entire town seemed to detach from the rest of the divine realm. Amidst the vast universe, the power of the stars descended. 356 stellar forces converged, and with Ghidorah's roar, all that power was directed at William and the element-devouring cat. "Mr. Johnson, save me!" The element-devouring cat screamed. Such terrifying power made it feel its life was under threat. Even as an ancient, ferocious beast of a different kind, facing the full onslaught of the Gungnir stellar array, it felt as insignificant as dust. William casually grabbed the element-devouring cat by the ear. Standing still, he made no movement. "Die!" Ghidorah shouted with unmatched excitement. In his eyes, even William the Obliterator, who was unmatched tens of thousands of years ago, would inevitably be turned to dust under the bombardment of the Gungnir stellar array, with no chance of survival. The element-devouring cat, being held by the ear by William, suddenly felt much calmer. The tremendous power of thousands of stars arriving vanished into thin air just a foot in front of William. A force capable of destroying a parallel dimension couldn't even damage a corner of William's clothing. After a minute, everything returned to calm. William remained in the same pose, unmoved, calmly looking at Ghidorah and saying, "I misunderstood you before, but I won't apologize. Just stand aside and don't speak, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Ghidorah's 9 heads seemed to be under a paralysis spell, his eyes nearly popping out. What happened? William the Obliterator hadn't used any spells, not even a divine artifact, and the attack from the Gungnir stellar array had no effect whatsoever. Do you know what it's called when one of the 10 most powerful magic formations from the ancient times is rendered useless? Why did it feel like just a display of fireworks? Chapter 605. This little cat sure holds a grudge. Ghidorah and the group of shapeshifter lords and Asgardian warriors were all stunned. The full deployment of the Gungnir stellar array couldn't even harm a single hair on this person. It seemed a bit too absurd. Many shapeshifter lords had heard of the great name of William the Obliterator, but that was limited to legend. Even within those legends, William the Obliterator was at most portrayed as having the strength of an absolute deity. It couldn't be that he was stronger than a high-ranking god king, could it? After all, there has always been a saying from the era of the gods, below the high-ranking god kings, all are as ants. Even with many legends about William the Obliterator, none have ever suggested that he was a high-ranking god king. Could it be that, like the sky god Uranus, although not recognized by the cosmic entity as a high-ranking god king, he also possessed strength not inferior to one? Ghidorah looked at William incredulously, at a loss for words and unsure of what to do next. William, unconcerned, with the surrounding shapeshifter lords, continued to lead the element-devouring cat deeper into the town. The shapeshifter lords and Asgardian warriors inside the town suddenly felt their bodies and souls suppressed, standing motionless like wooden figures. Except for the element-devouring cat, only Ghidorah was not suppressed. William had also recalled the taste of Ghidorah. His visit this time wasn't to pick out delicacies. It seemed somewhat unfriendly to consider chopping off another of Ghidorah's heads on a whim. But if Ghidorah made another move against him, it would seem reasonable for him to retaliate. In any case, the opportunity was given. It was up to Ghidorah to choose. Ghidorah stared at William for a long while, itching to launch another attack. Just then, a majestic man in armor, tall, with one eye covered by an eye patch, suddenly appeared above Tulip Town. "Odin, Sensing the activation of the Gungnir stellar array from thousands of miles away, thought it was Zeus or another high-ranking god king unreasonably forcing their way in, so he hurried over to check. When he stood above Tulip Town and saw William confronting Ghidorah, he felt something was off. What was wrong with Ghidorah, this foolish nine-headed dragon? Using the Gungnir stellar array against William the Obliterator? Did Ghidorah think the shapeshifter's tribe he sheltered had become too comfortable and needed some excitement? Could it be that Ghidorah has been turned by Zeus? William, please show mercy. Odin didn't have time to think. He teleported in front of William, wearing an apologetic smile, and said, "Let's talk this out. Maybe there's some misunderstanding here?" Seeing Odin, William inwardly sighed, realizing it would be difficult to make a move now. How did this guy arrive so quickly? William is essentially a reasonable and very kind person, and he had some relations with Odin, who was now looking at him with a benign expression. Ultimately, it was not right to act against his subordinates in front of him. "Odin, there's no misunderstanding. I just came to see a friend, but your subordinates stopped me," William said. "It's nothing serious." Oh, Odin's interest was piqued, asking, "The friend you're talking about wouldn't happen to be Lucian, who was captured by Luna and her group?" William nodded. "Not really a friend. We had some interactions in the Prime world, and I thought he was interesting, so I came to see him." Odin walked up to Ghidorah, kicked him away for tens of thousands of miles, then turned to William and said, "Then you must know the secret Lucian carries." William laughed. "It's hardly a secret. Nothing too significant." Odin glanced at the surrounding shapeshifter lords and commanded, "All of you stay away. Without my order, no one is to come near here." The shapeshifter lords were already terrified. William's strength needs no further mention, but what's probably most terrifying is that Odin is so anxious. Within the entire divine realm, it's known among the shapeshifter lords that Odin respects no one besides Uranus. Even towards Zeus and God, Odin is disdainful. When Zeus once invited Odin to a banquet, despite being busy fishing, Odin blatantly told the envoy from the Divine Alliance he was unavailable. Moreover, Odin usually carries a stern face, is cold towards others, and has a rather bad temper, taking lives at the slightest displeasure. When have they ever seen Odin speak to anyone with such an attitude? After being scolded by Odin, all the shapeshifters retreated and conscientiously closed off their senses. With the shapeshifters' tribe in decline and their living space in the divine realm shrinking, after their king of the shapeshifters was slain by Zeus, the now unsupported shapeshifters' tribe was taken in by Odin and Uranus. Subdued by Odin's absolute power, they now obey Odin without question. What Odin discusses with others is certainly not for their ears. Some things are better left unknown. After the shapeshifters exited, Odin's gaze fell on the element-devouring cat, frowning in confusion. "William, is this the element-devouring cat from Aphrodite's side?" 018. Seeing Odin finally noticing him, the element-devouring cat from Aphrodite's side. Seeing Odin finally noticing him, the element-devouring cat grinned, showing two gleaming little fangs, and chuckled. "Lord Odin has a good memory. Now I'm following. Mr. Johnson." Odin ignored him and said to William, "William, that Lucian indeed has some peculiarities. It's good that you're here. See what's the best way to handle him." William replied, "How to deal with him is your concern, not mine. I'm just passing by, merely stopping to say hello." Seeing itself being ignored, the element-devouring cat said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Tisk tsk." As expected of Lord Odin, not even using honorifics when addressing Mr. Johnson. Odin was taken aback. He had killed countless people in his life and had completely forgotten about beating up the element-devouring cat in the ancient abyss years ago. Now, he didn't quite understand why the element-devouring cat would make such a sarcastic remark. Would such obvious attempts at driving a wedge work with William? William was amused by the element-devouring cat, grabbed its ear, looked at Odin, then back at the element-devouring cat, and asked, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Odin frowned and said, "We shouldn't have any grudges, right?" He really couldn't remember having any enmity with an element-devouring cat. Speaking of which, the element-devouring cat is also considered a member of the shapeshifters tribe, isn't it? He has always treated the shapeshifters tribe quite well. Just like the kick he gave Ghidorah earlier, at least it wasn't fatal. Realizing its poor attempt at instigation was noticed by William, the element-devouring cat stopped hiding it, glared at Odin, and said, "Lord Odin seems to have forgotten. 10,000 years ago, you damaged my soul core in the ancient abyss." Back when the element-devouring cat had its soul core, it was massive like a small hill, dominating the ancient abyss. But that day, when Odin and Uranus entered the ancient abyss and clashed with it, the result goes without saying. The element-devouring cat's soul core was destroyed, its strength plummeted, and even after 10,000 years, despite awakening the talent to devour everything, its strength has never returned to even half of what it was. To Odin, this was a trivial matter, not worth dwelling on, but for the element-devouring cat, it was an unforgivable vendetta. Was there such an incident? Odin wasn't flustered, furrowed his brow in thought. Seems like there was such an incident. When Uranus and I entered the ancient abyss that year, we encountered the element-devouring cat, then subdued it, and Uranus took it away. Look at that, such casual words from Odin, a high-ranking god. King. Destroying the soul core within a mere element-devouring cat. How could he remember such a thing? This little cat sure holds a grudge. Odin truly respected William, but he wasn't afraid, thinking that William was a reasonable person, unlikely to strike him over the element-devouring cat. The element-devouring cat snorted coldly and said nothing. Similarly, it didn't think William would strike Odin on its behalf. After thinking it over, William said, "Odin, how about you just apologize?" Chapter 606 sounds quite formidable. Having the high-ranking god king Odin apologize to a small cat? That would be unprecedented. Or rather, Odin has never apologized to anyone in his life. But with William suggesting it, Odin hesitated. If he didn't apologize, he heard that previously, William, instigated by Hades, gave Archangel Amenadiel a severe beating, and 2 top-tier divine artifacts on him were also plundered by Hades. Now, the element-devouring cat is instigating a rift between William and him. The element-devouring cat, held by William, curled its hind legs, looking somewhat arrogantly at Odin. Then William added, "Odin, why bother over a cat? If you apologize, you two would be even, and then we can eat this cat." This could be considered a prayer before a meal. Hearing this, Odin's eyes narrowed, and he said, "That works." The element-devouring cat was stunned, quickly saying to William, "Mr. Johnson, didn't you say you weren't planning to eat me?" William seriously replied, "I remember very clearly. I said temporarily. You keep instigating conflicts. I think it's time to eat." Odin laughed, "Sorry. Element-devouring cat, Sophius." The element-devouring cat looked incredulously and pleaded, "Mr. Johnson, spare me. I know I was wrong. Then you can reflect on it in hell." William's smile looked more devilish. The element-devouring cat, in this scenario, seemed like those cunning advisors by a king's side. Although a bit strategic, full of mischief inside. William and Odin are old acquaintances. Meeting now can be considered fate. Killing an element-devouring cat to liven things up wouldn't be too much, right? However, at that moment, Odin said, "William, let's forget it. This little cat is a rare kind of shapeshifter, and it's also my niece Aphrodite's pet. How about we spare its life, all right?" William was just looking for an excuse to eat the element-devouring cat, expecting Odin to be quite willing, but unexpectedly, Odin actually pleaded for the element-devouring cat. Given this, it became somewhat difficult for him to proceed. "Since you've put it that way, if I don't give you some face, it would seem as though I'm just being greedy," William said, eyelids drooping, to the element-devouring cat. "It's best if you keep a lower profile in the future." The element-devouring cat realized that William was not a benign character, nor would he show mercy just because it was a small cat. "Mr. Johnson, I understand," Sophia said, not daring to seek death intentionally anymore. "Take me to see Lucian," William said, ignoring the element-devouring cat and walking with Odin towards the interior of Tulip Town. With no one stopping them this time, Odin led William to an underground chamber. In the gloomy and sinister chamber, Lucian sat on the ground, his eyes closed, his hair disheveled, and his limbs shackled. In front of him was planted a demonic sword, and within a cage 3 steps away, a deity whose powers were sealed was imprisoned. William, seeing this scene, seemed to understand Odin's intention. Are you trying to stimulate his potential through killing and let him choose his own path? Odin nodded. He was originally immortal, but he carries the will of some significant entity. According to information from Poseidon, he could potentially become the new great demon lord, the kind that could destroy heaven and earth. Odin, fearing William might not grasp Lucien's potential, added this specifically. William, as if he hadn't heard anything, walked up to Lucien. Lucien slowly opened his eyes. When he looked up and saw William, a spark flashed in his eyes, and he frowned. You were captured too? After all, Lucien and William didn't have any deep hatred or significant feud between them. In fact, Lucien had once benefited from William's kindness. Before Odin could speak, William nodded. Right, just got captured. With that, Odin simply remained silent. Whatever William said, that was it. Lucien glanced at Odin and said, You are really well informed, knowing that I had a past with him, but now I don't want to kill him. Odin was completely taken aback by these words. What is this foolish boy talking about? Lucien couldn't possibly think that William was captured by Odin to be brought here for him to kill. Could he? Oh my. Odin's expression changed rapidly. At this moment, he genuinely didn't know what to say. The future great demon lord, right? You are quite brave. He has a grudge against William, yet he says he doesn't want to kill him? You must not realize that the real great demon lord is standing in front of you. The kind of great demon lord who can instantly kill even a high-ranking god king. And this kid actually thought William was brought here by Odin for him to kill. William asked, Why don't you want to kill me now? After a moment of silence, Lucien said, I used to think you were the great demon lord, but now I realize that I am the real great demon lord. The system inside me is the devil. There is no deep enmity between us. Lucien took a deep breath and said, Moreover, I hope you can live. He didn't elaborate on the reason, so William straightforwardly used mind reading on him. I've become a puppet. At least this William can take care of Alice. But I can't speak of this. If others learn about Alice's existence, using her to threaten me. Reading Lucien's thoughts, William was shocked. What does it mean to be hopelessly devoted? This is hopelessly devoted. The ultimate form of being hopelessly devoted. At such a time, he is still concerned about his wife, Alice? That's just absurd. Take your time to think about it. Odin didn't dare to ask further, unlocked the chains binding Lucien, and turned to leave the underground chamber. With William there, those chains had already lost their original purpose. If Lucien really was so rash as to make a move on William, well, if he died, he died. The great demon lord? Odin wasn't actually that concerned. Dead is dead. Talking about a great demon lord capable of destroying heaven and earth? Could he possibly be stronger than William the Obliterator? The element-devouring cat also wisely followed Odin and left. He had realized that Odin wouldn't harm him, and he dared not trouble Odin any further by seeking death intentionally. Do you want to break out of jail? William found Lucien to be somewhat interesting. He could see at a glance the system within Lucien's soul and understood what was going on. If Lucien's willpower was slightly less firm, choosing the path of slaying, coupled with Odin and the entire shapeshifter tribe's support, it wouldn't take half a month for the divine realm to gain a high-ranking God King level powerhouse. But Lucien actually resisted such temptation. To become a high-ranking God King, that's a temptation any absolute deity would find hard to refuse. Break out of jail? What are you talking about? Do you know who the person who captured you is? Do you know how strong he is? Lucien scoffed with disdain. I thought you were somewhat capable, but it seems that's not the case. Oh. William looked at Lucien with interest. Lucien slowly stood up, releasing his own energy aura, and chuckled coldly. Do you feel it? This is the power of the strong. Pointing at the demonic sword in front of him, he continued, I know you're somewhat powerful, but you probably don't know. Just by drawing this sword, I would reach the strength of a supreme deity, my soul sacrificed to demons, henceforth descending into the demonic path. William, with a serious expression, said, Sounds quite formidable. Chapter 607, just a tiny bit stronger. Hearing William say this, Lucien showed no sign of pride. Instead, he spoke with a somber face. Do you think I'm bragging to you? William laughed. There must be a bit of bragging involved. Lucian scoffed coldly. If you think I'm bragging, then so be it. After all, with your level of strength, it must be hard for you to understand my current feelings. William's eyebrows raised slightly. Indeed, he found it hard to relate to Lucian's feelings. After all, Lucian's level of strength was rather low. Or to say, even the so-called high-ranking god kings seemed to have a low level of strength to William. Many things William simply couldn't experience personally. So, you're still talking about breaking out of jail, which is utterly ridiculous, Lucian said. If you want to live, just stay here quietly, don't wander around, and don't provoke me. William simply opened the cage on the opposite side and walked in. The deity imprisoned in the cage looked at William in astonishment. The cage just opened like that? He is a well-known supreme deity in the divine realm, Odysseus. A supreme deity level of strength, now reduced to a prisoner, used for sword sacrifice. The cage holding him was notable, and with Odin's methods, even a supreme deity would find it hard to escape. But William opened the cage effortlessly. Right? Just like opening an unlocked door. Do you want to leave? William looked at Odysseus and said, I can let you out of here. From the moment William opened the door, Odysseus knew that he was the true powerhouse. Either he was under Odin's command. Great God, can I really leave? Odin is right outside. Odysseus said, if Odin wants to kill me, he could do it at any time. With Odin's formidable strength, even an absolute deity is but an ant before him. Currently, Odysseus is just a supreme deity. If he escapes without Odin's permission, his death would likely be even more gruesome. In the divine realm, it's just like this. When you truly encounter a high-ranking god king, an almost invincible powerhouse, you really are at their mercy. Even if the chance to escape is right in front of him, Odysseus wouldn't dare to flee. Standing inside the cage, William spoke indifferently. If you want to leave, just go. Just say I allowed you to leave, and no one will stop you. Odysseus seemed to understand William's intention, expressed his thanks, then walked out of the cage towards the outside of the chamber. Lucian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something was off. Are you in league with Odin? Lucian scrutinized William. Seriously, this guy is still so arrogant. He remembered when he attacked William and activated the powerful magic formation, the ninefold stellar sanctuary. William merely flipped through a book and directly broke his strongest move. At that time, it was as if William had scored a full mark in acting tough. Now, with his level of strength being different from before, he felt William was no longer his match. Killing William would just be a matter of lifting a finger. Just draw the sword. William said, I'm not with him. Now you consider whether you want to kill me or not. Killing me could also make you stronger. William stared at Lucian, glanced at the demonic sword in front of him, and said, you have 10 seconds to decide. If you don't draw the sword, I'll take it with me, and you'll never have the chance again. Lucian, also staring at William and then at the demonic sword in front of him, felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate. Drawing the sword would grant him supreme deity-level power, and he could kill William. If he truly drew the sword, following Odin, he would also have the support of a strong backer. Draw the sword, kill him, and you will gain the power of a high-ranking god king. The system's voice echoed in Lucian's ear. William also heard the system's voice. Even laughter rang in William's ear. William, the obliterator. Do you dare to kill him? If you kill him, I will be reborn. Do you plan to kill me again? Enough with the nonsense, William said, and the voice immediately disappeared. The terrifying aura made Lucian's face turn pale, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were fixed on William. The great demon lord. Who is the real great demon lord? If William is the great demon lord, then what's wrong with killing him? If William is not the great demon lord, then he himself must be. Lucian's hand slowly reached towards the demonic sword, his hand trembling, his breathing rapid. His hand got closer to the hilt, his eyes gradually filled with blood, and a malevolent aura enveloped him. No, I am me. What system? Get lost. Lucian's veins bulged, his long hair whipping around, and after a roar, his expression returned to normal, his gaze exceptionally calm. The entity William had expelled from his body that dared to challenge William here was intimidated by just a word from William. And at this moment, Lucian suddenly firmed his consciousness and regained clarity. Go? I won't kill you. Lucian took a deep breath, sat down on the ground, and calmly looked at William. William didn't expect the young man's will to be so strong. He simply walked out of the cage, grabbed the demonic sword, and seemed to lightly squeeze it, causing the sword to directly turn into fragments scattered on the ground. Lucian was dumbfounded. A light squeeze, and the sword was crushed to pieces. Wasn't this supposed to be a demonic sword? Why did it feel like a fragile item? This is just too brittle. Odin actually said that just by drawing this sword, one could attain the strength of a supreme deity? That seems a bit too far-fetched. William said, Do you now want to leave, or do you wish to stay? You really can take me with you. Lucian couldn't help but believe in William's power now. He felt that Odin probably wouldn't bluff him. This demonic sword definitely wasn't that simple, yet William still managed to crush it with just a light squeeze. That supreme deity just now. Didn't he also call William a great god? And then when William said he could leave, he did leave. Thinking back to the scene of Odin and William entering. Holy crap, you're not stronger than Odin, are you? Lucian's mindset was almost blown. He couldn't accept it. A person from Earth, after coming to the divine realm, turns out to be stronger than Odin? Back on Earth, William had shown off in front of him, and now in the divine realm. Could he possibly also be a chosen one? William will still be able to show off in front of him in the future. No. What did he just say? Lucian recalled what he had previously said to William and instantly felt his face getting hot. Just a tiny bit stronger. William said, So if you really want to leave here, I can take you out. It's not that complicated. A tiny bit? How much is this tiny bit? Lucian felt this phrase sounded familiar. Back on Earth, William had also said he was just a tiny bit stronger. Now compared to Odin, he's also just a tiny bit stronger? Chapter 608 Why would Odin think so much? Just a tiny bit stronger. William didn't quite know how to explain to Lucian. It has been said that below the high-ranking god kings, all are mere ants. This must refer to combat power. But in terms of combat power, in William's view, even absolute deities are just somewhat peculiar ants. As for high-ranking god kings, they're just slightly stronger ants. This is precisely why, in William's eyes, all beings are equal. Why ask so many questions? Just tell me if you want to leave or not. William didn't bother explaining too much, as it didn't seem to matter much. Just like the obsession William expelled from his body, that entity wanted William to personally kill Lucian, and then it could be reborn. But even if it were reborn, what could it do? Whether it's extinguished or not also lies within a single thought of William. William merely found that entity a bit interesting. Its appearance and actions now add some spice to his long life. That entity must also know William's mindset, so it behaves so boldly, deliberately provoking William, with a sense of, I've anticipated your anticipation. On William's side, it's like, I've anticipated that you've anticipated my anticipation. It's obviously impossible to anger William. William was just in the mood to give Lucian a choice. If Lucian chose to draw the sword, then he would give him a chance to use it, and ultimately, as the host for the Demon Lord's arrival, only that person named Elric would remain. If I could really leave, who would want to stay in a place like this? Lucian's eyes lit up, and he stood up immediately. If you can take me out, then let's go. William couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't you say we had a grudge before? Lucian was quite open-minded, replying, At most, we were rivals in love. A grudge? How deep could it be? It's not to the death. William chuckled. Now, Alice is already my wife. How despicable. You took advantage of my absence to stage a sneak attack. Lucian glared at William, somewhat furiously saying, Don't you dare compete with me fairly? Does this guy have some serious issues? Are you leaving or not? William, not bothering to deal with him further, walked out of the cell. Lucian, no longer restrained by shackles, also let everything go and followed William out. Outside the underground chamber, Odysseus had already left, leaving only Odin and element-devouring cat standing at the entrance. What's the situation now, William? Seeing Lucian follow William out, Odin naturally didn't dare to make a move. William stated, You don't have to worry about this person. Let him go wherever he wishes. Odin nodded and smiled. Everything will be done according to your instructions. Congratulations, you're free. Lucian was stunned for a moment. Free? just because of a word from William. And he felt Odin was very humble. Earlier, he had said that with William's current level of power, it would be hard to comprehend his own feelings. Now, looking back, he feels like a fool. He has some idea of how strong Odin is. If he has to ask for William's opinion and even says, "Everything will be done according to your instructions," then how strong must William be? Where do I go then? Lucian suddenly became lost. In the vast divine realm, he had no relatives or business to attend to. He was clearly captured by Odin and brought to the divine realm, yet he didn't even know what he could do after arriving. "How about you come with me for a stroll around?" William glanced at Lucian. He was just making a suggestion as to what Lucian decided was his own business. Lucian eagerly nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you." Although he said he had a past with William, many things weren't that important to him. Even the opportunity to become a high-ranking god king laid before him. He could give it up, now knowing Alice had become William's wife. The fact was established, and he knew he couldn't possibly hate William. After swearing as he walked out of the chamber, he had actually let it go. "All right then," William said to Odin. "Odin, I'll take him with me. You don't have to worry about us. Aren't you going to hold an Ultimate Force Alliance conference? We could go there and mooch a meal, no problem, right?" William actually belonged to the kind who had nowhere to go, just wandering around, looking around. Holding an Ultimate Force Alliance conference is definitely something important that Odin would have instructions to give. "Most welcome," Odin said with a smile on his face, but he felt somewhat nervous inside. From what he knew about William, William was very picky about his food. And now, the Shapeshifters tribe, which is affiliated with Odin, is considered a delicious ingredient that William is paying close attention to. During this meal he's mooching, he might end up sitting in a group, directly asking a certain Shapeshifter's lord next to him for a wing, then asking another Shapeshifter's lord beside him for a head. But Odin couldn't refuse William's attendance. "William, how about you sit next to me?" The best solution Odin could think of was to have William sit by his side. This way, William likely wouldn't act recklessly, and to make the entire Shapeshifter tribe recognize his face, so they wouldn't offend William. Offending William, truly no one's plea would work. No, I'll just disguise myself and sneak in for a meal. You hold your meeting, and I'll just listen for fun." That's what William said. Odin became even more anxious. Disguising himself to come? Don't let some brute really offend William. "Bro, you better not be joking with me." Odin chuckled dryly. "The main point of this meeting is to discuss the future development between my Asgardians and the Shapeshifters tribe. Also, I don't know if you've heard, but it seems Jesus and Dionysus are plotting something big. There's news that Rhadamanthus, one of Hades' 3 guardians, even changed his appearance to join their conspiracy." Odin was actually testing William by saying these things. He already knew Hades was William's disciple. Were these maneuvers orchestrated by William? William and Odin stared at each other. "You're not wrong. It's all arranged by me." William had no intention of denying it. Odin asked excitedly, "I heard Uranus also went to Prime World. Was that under your guidance?" "Well, sort of." William didn't know how else to describe Uranus, a true imaginative genius. Running off to Prime World while chatting with William. "So, now you come for this young man, and then you subdue Jesus." Odin's eyes narrowed slightly, suggesting, "Could it be that you are planning to?" William didn't know what to say. He really hadn't planned anything major this time. He just wanted to give Alice special training to make her stronger. And then, as someone who was bored, he just wrote a script, directed a movie. Wasn't that a reasonable thing to do? Why would Odin think so much? "Think whatever you want." William sighed, no longer explaining. Odin nodded thoughtfully, saying, "I understand." William just looked at him expressionlessly. "You understand nothing." Chapter 609 Killing Leads to Power. Odin truly misunderstood. As the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, his worldview naturally broadened just a tad more. In his eyes, since William possessed greater strength than him, shouldn't William's vision be even broader? Using the gods of the divine realm as chess pieces to stir up the situation is just a basic move for the strongest, right? William's series of actions led Odin to believe that William intended to join forces with their Ultimate Force Alliance and Zeus Olympian gods to act against God's forces. Taking Lucian under his wing was, in Odin's view, a gesture of alliance with their Ultimate Force Alliance. and William's intention to attend their Ultimate Force Alliance meeting further implied an alliance, didn't it? Yes, it must be so. Odin believed that a powerful being like William wouldn't engage in meaningless actions. If he were to do all this, it must indicate a significant move. With these thoughts, Odin's lips curved slightly upwards. Their Ultimate Force Alliance had just allied with William the Obliterator. How fantastic! After all, Odin had witnessed William single-handedly slay 3,000 mighty ancient beasts. Recently, with William's help, Hades forcefully took 2 top-tier artifacts from Archangel Amenadiel. Odin knew that in the divine realm, those who had good relations with William the Obliterator could walk sideways. Even any high-tier god king couldn't compete. William, here is an invitation to the Ultimate Force Alliance meeting. Please accept it to avoid any brash individuals offending you due to ignorance. Odin handed over a black invitation to William. Since William preferred not to sit together, this invitation was essential. Odin was thorough in his preparations. With this invitation, no one at the Ultimate Force Alliance meeting would dare to provoke William foolishly. That was enough. William accepted the invitation and handed it to Lucian. If you ever run into trouble, just show this. Even high-tier god kings will give you some respect. Odin hadn't expected William to use the invitation in this way, but since William said so, he felt quite honored. Lucian, I bear you no ill will either. If you encounter any troubles in the divine realm, just tell them you're my friend. Odin said, handing Lucian a sapphire imbued with his power. This is an Odin sapphire, containing my strength. There are only 7 like it in the divine realm. Keep it as a token. It's recognized by all Asgardian warriors and shapeshifters lords loyal to me. Even high-tier god kings from other factions will show some respect if you show them this Odin sapphire. As the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance in the Northern Divine Realm, he has the strength to contend with other high-ranking god kings. And with the limited number of powerhouses in the Divine Realm, no one would dare provoke Odin lightly. Anyone under Odin's protection would be somewhat respected by high-tier god kings from other camps. This token was really just for show. Odin knew how to make gestures of goodwill. Lucian following William the Obliterator and facing trouble? What a joke. Lucian unhesitatingly accepted the Odin sapphire, thanked him, and pocketed it. The special significance of the Odin sapphire aside, even its material was far superior to many legendary artifacts. Let's go. After speaking, William didn't linger with Odin but headed straight towards the Ultimate Force Alliance headquarters, the Valhalla Temple. Leaving the town and crossing the vast tulip fields, they approached the miles of glaciers ahead. After Odin followed suit and left, he quickly warned his subordinates via divine sense. He instructed them to treat anyone accompanied by a walking element-devouring cat with utmost respect. Of course, this warning was mainly for the shapeshifter lords to pass on to their subordinates. If anyone was foolish enough to trouble William and his companion, they were simply seeking their own doom. Odin believed that William wouldn't hold the entire Ultimate Force Alliance accountable for the reckless actions of a few subordinates. William, where are we headed? Lucian had no idea what destinations the Divine Realm had to offer. It was like being a tourist in a new place without knowing the way around, filled with novelties yet lacking a guide. We're going to the Ultimate Force Alliance conference. William looked ahead at a forest and then at Lucian, saying, on the way there, I won't make a move. Whether you can survive to attend the Ultimate Force Alliance conference depends on your own abilities. He had already figured out the trick with Lucian's system. Killing would boost Lucian's power, somewhat akin to how killing monsters in online games increases experience points. The entity William had expelled wasn't wrong. William was waiting to see if Lucian could grow into a power comparable to his own, which would indeed be quite interesting. Hearing William's words, Lucian raised an eyebrow. I don't need your help. Currently at the peak level of a destroyer deity, Lucian was far from weak. Although William is very strong, he wasn't just some pushover. The 2 men and a cat ventured into the forest, enveloped in a sinister atmosphere, as if rain loomed overhead. They hadn't walked far when hundreds of massive vines suddenly lashed out towards them. This forest was home to Ents, whose power levels weren't very high, and Odin couldn't be bothered with these creatures. They don't even realize the strength of the person they are attacking. Fire! Lucian didn't even need to gesture. He simply uttered a command, and a massive ninefold stellar sanctuary magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The attacking vines were burned to ashes. Not keen on slaughtering beings? Weren't ants living creatures too? Lucian instantly annihilated more than a dozen ants. William noticed that Lucian's energy aura had slightly strengthened after he killed the ants, clearly showing that more power was funneling into his body. This was far beyond any ordinary means of enhancing one's strength. The entity that William had expelled truly had given Lucian what could only be described as the quintessential cheat device from web novels, where killing leads to power. Lucian, having realized this, felt no guilt over eradicating these ants. Instead, he seemed somewhat addicted to the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger. Killing an ant made him stronger. What if he kept on killing? This felt entirely different from when Odin pressured him to kill Odysseus. William watched Lucian begin his slaughter without emotion. Odin is truly foolish. How does he expect someone to go on a rampage after locking them up? Such actions only made Lucian resistant. Left to his own devices, facing danger, Lucian would naturally defend himself. Of course, Odin's main reason for acting this way was likely his desire to keep Lucian under his control, hence the deployment of the Gungnir stellar array. Probably only William would dare to let a potential great demon king roam free. William, having witnessed Alice's growth, now began to observe Lucian's path to becoming stronger. Even if Lucian had remained confined and inactive, he would still be growing stronger. Everyone who had made a contract with the entity that William expelled, be it humans, gods, shapeshifters, or demons, would contribute to Lucian's strength through their deaths or their acts of slaughter, gathering the power of slaughter from 3,000 parallel worlds to create. A great demon king is indeed a very creative endeavor. Chapter 610, I am William the Obliterator. I admit you might be stronger than me, but I don't need to rely on you. After burning and killing over 100 ants, Lucian glanced at William with a hint of pride. William simply stated, "You could be a bit more confident." Huh? Am I not confident enough? Lucian felt he was quite confident already. William continued, "It's not that I might be stronger than you. I am indeed stronger than you, and whether you admit it or not, it's a fact." Lucian's face darkened, his pride evaporated, leaving him filled with a sense of defeat. Some people, even without taking action, can cause immense damage just with their words. Sophius, the element-devouring cat, too, remained silent, following Lucian to pick up soul cores. The soul cores formed from over 100 ants after their death were consumed by Sophius as if they were mere beans. For Lucian, who essentially became a tool for element-devouring cat to farm monsters, since the ants wouldn't drop any gear and the soul cores were meaningless to him, he naturally wouldn't compete with a cat over these items. Having element-devouring cat picking up the leftovers did give him a sense of accomplishment. Is this what creatures in the divine realm are like? Just so. Of course, his mood would have been better without those last remarks from William. As the trio approached the edge of the woods, William suddenly asked, "Weren't you reluctant to kill before?" Lucian shot William a glance and said, "I was just chopping wood." "Oh, is there a difference between ants and humans?" William inquired. "Does killing ants not bring guilt?" Lucian's expression turned cold as he responded, "They attacked me first. Can't I defend myself? Is it wrong to kill them?" William nodded. "No, it's not wrong. But didn't you also accept Odin's blue sapphire?" Lucian paused, looking at William, momentarily at a loss for words. William laughed and said, "Ahead is the headquarters of the Ultimate Force Alliance, known as the Heart of Asgard. Inside, in addition to the people of Asgard, there are tens of thousands of strange creatures and beastly monsters similar to ants. As a human, you've just killed their kin and then invaded their territory. Should they invite you to dinner?" William glanced at Lucian. "Of course, if you want to fight your way through, that's not really a problem either. Killing them makes you stronger, doesn't it?" William spoke lightly. "Just like those invaders in Earth's history, might is right, plundering and killing. This is also a survival rule in the divine realm. You're adapting quite fast." "Congratulations." Lucian shuddered. "Just like those invaders in Earth's history? Is it?" As William said, he had just killed their kin and then barged into their nation. Should he expect others to invite him for a meal? The most crucial point is, he has the Odin sapphire given by Odin. Odin intended to make a connection. Even though he was taken to the divine realm, Odin didn't actually do anything bad to him. Clearly, he just needed to show the Odin sapphire, and he could have free passage anywhere in the Ultimate Force Alliance. Yet, he hadn't even thought about this, starting to kill directly. Perhaps one day, when he encounters some powerful being he can't defeat in the Ultimate Force Alliance territory, he would take out the Odin sapphire. Lucian broke out in cold sweat on his back. He had enjoyed that feeling of killing and becoming stronger just now. Just a few hundred Ents. And they were the ones who initiated the attack. As if Lucian was the righteous party. But is that really the case? Odin had given him a token of trust. It's like being invited to a friend's house as a guest, but then you kill their family members. How can such actions be considered righteous? Lucian's inner turmoil was evident as he stood still, not moving for a long while. "Let's go," William said. "I'm just wandering around. If you don't want to come with me, you can go on your own." Lucian's gaze hardened as he looked at William and said, "Why didn't you tell me before I took action? Did you do this on purpose?" William had just taken a few steps forward when he heard Lucian's words. He stopped, turned around, and with a smirk, said, "Why should I tell you these things? Do I have an obligation to?" Suddenly, William felt like he just wanted to engage in a verbal battle with this youngster. Combat. Lucian would undoubtedly be doomed. But striking him with words seemed somewhat amusing. "You're clearly agitated, looking for an excuse to calm your guilty conscience, making it sound like I've wronged you." Lucian's face turned pale. William's words were like a sharp knife piercing through his heart. The hypocrisy deep within, along with the hope of finding someone to blame to alleviate his own guilt. Seeing Lucian like this, William was pleased, turned around, and walked away with a spring in his step, in high spirits. Lucian took a deep breath, and with a grim face, followed behind William. As they approached a mountain ridge, they were targeted by a bare-headed monster wearing leather armor and a group of variously shaped little monsters. "Hold it! You too, and that cat!" The bear monster roared, waving its huge bare claws, with a group of little monsters surrounding William and his companions. It laughed menacingly. "The great king here was just worried about not having dinner, and you show up, truly it's fate." A small monster by its side chimed in. "King, it's been a while since we've had cat meat. This one looks plump, surely it'll taste great." Another bear monster with fierce eyes fixated on William, sneeringly said, "Element-devouring cat is a rare delicacy. Eating it must feel amazing." Just as the black bear monster was about to make a move, Lucian immediately took out the Odin sapphire, telling the black bear monster, "I'm a friend of Odin. I don't want to fight you." Seeing the Odin sapphire in Lucian's hand, and sensing the powerful energy emanating from it, the black bear showed a goofy smile and said, "Greetings, sir. Where might you be heading? Would you like something to eat before you go?" He then kicked the gray bear monster beside him, cursing, "Idiot, you fool. You want to eat a friend of Lord Odin? Apologize to these nobles right now." The gray bear monster was about to apologize to William, but Lucian gestured for them not to bother, saying, "If you want to eat them, it's none of my business. Do as you like." Then, he looked meaningfully at William. William had accused him of needless killing. Now it was his turn to see how William would handle this. The black and gray bear monsters, upon hearing Lucian's words, showed strange smiles. The surrounding minions also looked at William and the element-devouring cat with malicious intent. Sophius, the cat, was not panicked at all. He was used to causing trouble everywhere. Now, these shapeshifters wanted to eat William? That's quite bold. William, without even looking at Lucian, pointed at the bear monsters, saying, "Both of you, leave one paw each behind, and then you can leave." The bear monsters burst into arrogant laughter. The gray bear monster pointed at William and said, "Have you lost your mind from fear, or are you just a fool?" With a slight lift of his eyelid, William caused all the weaker shapeshifters around to turn into dust and disperse into the air. Then, smiling at the two bear monsters, he said, "I am William the Obliterator. Did you understand the part about leaving behind two paws?" The black bear monster and the gray bear monster were so scared they almost wet their pants. This terrifying aura, along with the name William the Obliterator. Holy shit, what were they talking about just now? Did they actually think William the Obliterator looked tasty? Chapter 6:11 Good and Evil? The shapeshifters race, appearing after gods, demons, and humans, typically transform from animals, though there are also instances of plants or mythical beasts and monsters transforming. When William created ancient humanity, he also taught methods for channeling the soul's energy within the body. These methods, learned from the divine and demonic realms and then adapted by William, were tailored into a secret art more suitable for human strength enhancement. Due to the different physiological structures of each race, the ways in which soul energy is channeled naturally vary. The secret arts, improved by William, became particularly well-suited for humans to increase their strength. The techniques for enhancing strength among the three major Olympian high gods were also taught by William, leading to Poseidon eventually passing these secret arts on to the early shapeshifters race. For shapeshifters to learn these human-suited secret arts, they naturally had to transform into human forms. This is the fundamental reason why shapeshifters assume human forms. Only in human form can they more aptly learn advanced secret arts. Otherwise, they are limited to their racial innate abilities. Shapeshifters at the headquarters of the Ultimate Force Alliance generally look down on ordinary humans. After tens of thousands of years, they would not admit that the secret arts they learned were originally meant for humans. Therefore, apart from using the secret arts to enhance their power, they mostly retained their original forms. Before transforming into humans, shapeshifters knew the name William the Obliterator as if it were their nightmare, lingering deep in their hearts, inescapable. There are many legends about William the Obliterator. As some ancient shapeshifter lords died off, later generations of powerful shapeshifters came to believe that, even if the legends were true, this demon must have already died or ventured into other dimensions. Upon hearing the name William the Obliterator, the two bear men reacted as if their primal instincts were triggered. Fear, together with the recent disappearance of other shapeshifters around them, as if evaporated, and the terrifying energy emanating from William, the two bear men didn't dare question William's identity. 3 minutes later, each of the two bear men cut off one of their paws and shakily crawled before William. "Lord William, please. Enjoy." The two bear men, massive as small hills with even a single paw the size of a human, displayed their submission and humility by prostrating on the ground, tails up, looking at William with pitiable eyes. William glanced at the two gigantic paws offered to him and said, "Put them down and leave." Upon hearing this, the bear men felt as if they had received a pardon, quickly got up, and scurried away with their behinds twitching. To encounter William the Obliterator and lose merely a paw yet still keep their lives was an immense stroke of luck. Lucian watched the two bear men flee in panic, then looked at the two huge bear paws in front of William. After being stunned for a moment, he sneered, "And you had the nerve to criticize me? Aren't you also slaughtering the innocent?" William looked at him with some confusion and said, "Have I ever criticized you for slaughtering the innocent?" What's going on?" After thinking it over, Lucian realized William hadn't actually voiced any criticism towards him. Just like the invaders in Earth's history, might makes right, looting and killing. That's also a survival rule of the divine realm, and you've adapted quite quickly. Congratulations. These were William's exact words. Lucian retorted with a sneer. "Aren't you friends with Odin too? Doesn't he treat you with great respect? How is what you're doing any different from those invaders?" He was essentially throwing William's own words back at him. William looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. "Whether I kill humans, gods, demons, or these shapeshifters, I feel no guilt whatsoever. I kill if I want to. What's it to you?" As William spoke, he tossed out a huge grill from his spatial storage ring. Hearing William's response, Element-devouring Cat glared at Lucian. "Why does Mr. Johnson need to explain his actions to anyone? You little brat, knowing nothing and talking nonsense." Lucian, grinding his teeth, said, "You strange cat, you followed behind me and gobbled up the soul cores dropped by the ants I killed. You benefit from my actions and still speak for others?" The element-devouring cat, after consuming the soul cores dropped by the ants that Lucian killed, still spoke in favor of William. "Truly heartless." With a sneer, Sophius replied, "I picked up those soul cores fair and square. What does that have to do with you?" Faced with Sophia's utterly shameless behavior, Lucian was helpless. He could only continue to direct his criticism towards William, who was busy with the barbecue grill. "William, don't you feel any guilt for indiscriminately killing Odin's subordinates?" It seemed Lucien was psychologically affected by William's words, feeling blocked and unable to pinpoint William's faults, yet feeling uneasy inside. As William cleaned the bare paws with boiling water, removing the fur indifferently, he said, "Even if I were to kill Odin, I wouldn't feel any guilt." Lucien found himself unable to converse with William, feeling that William's mindset was unusually bizarre. Was it cold-bloodedness? Given Odin's respectful demeanor towards William, complying with whatever he said, and even inviting him to dine, William's remarks seemed astonishing. William swiftly cleaned one of the bare paws, pulled out a dagger, and began to slice it, squatting there and saying, "I'm not like you," hesitating. "Actually, just now you could have said that we are together, and those shapeshifters wouldn't have deliberately courted death. But you chose to say those words on purpose, making them that we are together, and those shapeshifters wouldn't have deliberately courted death. Attack me. Their deaths are primarily your fault." William's ability to deflect blame was flawless. It was clearly William who wiped out those shapeshifters in the blink of an eye, and even forced the two bear men to leave behind their paws. Now, while arranging the barbecue, he is shifting the blame onto Lucien. What kind of logic is this? Yet, to Lucien, William's words somehow made sense. Hearing William's words, Lucien found them oddly reasonable. Knowing full well that those shapeshifters stood no chance against William, Lucien deliberately incited them to take action. If he had no ill intentions and simply stated the truth, that William and the element-devouring cat were with him, those shapeshifters would not have needlessly thrown their lives away. Lucien was dumbfounded. Morality and justice tangled within him, leaving him standing there like a fool. He said those words, actually thinking that William wouldn't take action. How could he have imagined that William would be so ruthless once he made a move? But, as William said, he bore responsibility. William didn't even glance at Lucien, sensing that the guy might be grappling with his inner demons. Good and evil? For William, these distinctions weren't so clear-cut. Even if someone called William a demon, he wouldn't bother to refute it. For instance, the slap that destroyed the world, and the slap that struck Japan because of the Pearl Harbor incident. Logically, Japan's crimes wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary for William, but William, who was vacationing in Hawaii, was just not pleased. His annoyance led to a slap, which was nothing out of the ordinary. Just like the shapeshifters who just died. If they're killed, so be it. Each dimension, each world, follows different rules. On Earth, William favored peace. In the divine realm, he adheres to the law of the strongest. He is the strong one, setting the rules. Those who offend him, he kills. Even Odin, if he irks William, might just be killed in retaliation. Lucien, with his comparatively short lifespan, cannot possibly comprehend the whims of someone who has lived for 1,000,000,000 years. Chapter 6:12 William. Thank you. Lucien had no idea that if it weren't for the two bear men looking particularly appetizing, they probably would have been goners just now. Moreover, whether the two bear men fought back or not, William had felt they looked especially delicious from the moment he laid eyes on them. William couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last ate bear paw. After arriving in the divine realm, he encountered two bear men who had lived for thousands of years. Was this simply a gift from nature? Sophias, do you eat raw? William had already skewered the bear paw and placed it on the grill, a golden flame spontaneously appearing under the paw. This was a bear paw from a shapeshifter lord. Ordinary fire simply wouldn't do, so William had to use magic to ignite the fire. Hearing William say this, element-devouring cat quickly responded, "Can I eat it cooked?" "That works too." William thought for a moment, and then, staring at element-devouring cat, asked, "Don't you find it a bit odd for a cat to eat a huge bear paw?" "Odd." Element-devouring cat smiled sheepishly. "I'm not just any cat. Eating a bear paw isn't strange at all." Lucien watched William and element-devouring cat grilling the bear paw, with another paw set aside. These two bear men have already partially transformed into human forms. Is this really okay to do? Lucien was almost in the same mental state as Alice. In his view, monsters and ents could be killed, but shapeshifters that had taken on human traits were like humans, sentient beings that could be killed but not eaten. If you're not eating, Just stand there and don't talk. You're ruining the appetite. William glanced sideways at Lucien, his gaze dark and forbidding. Lucien felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, unable to utter a single word even though he had more to say. He stood there, as if electrified, dazed and motionless. The gap in strength was simply too vast. With just one look, William could render Lucien immobile. Lucien once again experienced the feeling of utter helplessness he felt during his first encounter with William on Earth. That complete sense of defeat, unable to offer any resistance. It felt to Lucien as if William was a massive mountain pressing down on his head, leaving him struggling to breathe. He had actually once thought that, with his power surge in the divine realm, William, who had once overwhelmingly outclassed him in strength, had become vulnerable in his presence. However, it was clear that William remained an insurmountable force, always seemingly a bit stronger than anyone else. Lucien didn't even dare to imagine that if William wanted to kill him, he might end up like those weak shapeshifters, merely with a lift of his eyelids, turning into dust. William casually seasoned the bare paw with salt and black pepper, while Sophias took delight in Lucien's predicament, casting a glance in his direction before obediently squatting down to watch William barbecue. William's cooking skills were, of course, beyond question. The divine fire he controlled with magic was perfect in terms of heat and temperature control. After thyme and rosemary were sprinkled on, the fat on the bare paw began to drip, and the aroma spread all around. Sophias, the element-devouring cat, swallowed hard while squatting nearby, not daring to make any move. William then took out 2 sets of utensils, handed one to Sophias, blinked, and said, "Let's eat." Eating alone can be somewhat boring, but having a cheeky cat to share a bare paw with seemed not too bad. Lucien just watched William and Sophias eating the bare paw, standing there unable to even move. The fragrance of the bare paw made Lucien's mouth water, but he was immobilized. He knew all too well that even if he could move and approach them, he couldn't shamelessly ask for a share. The taste of bare paw wasn't particularly outstanding. It had a strong gamey taste without any distinct flavor, more like a large piece of beef tendon. If not cooked properly, it might end up being hard to swallow. William had eaten bear paw before. In the past, it required cooking with chicken, pork, or other meats in a broth, then seasoned and stewed until tender, ending up tasting somewhat like braised pig's trotters. In terms of taste, it wasn't even as good as the meat of the element-devouring cat. This time, William's choice to barbecue with divine fire was an attempt at a different method. Since the bare paws of the 2 bear men were thick, the center of the paw was cooked by the divine fire to a crispy outside and tender inside, complemented by William's secret seasoning. A bite was elastic and rich in flavor, yet not greasy. But that was about it. For William, it wasn't considered particularly delicious. After eating a few bites, William put away his utensils and started playing with his phone. Despite the divine realm being about 1.12 AU from Earth, William could still get the Earth's internet signal to reach the divine realm. Sophias, the element-devouring cat, cautiously asked William, "Mr. Johnson, aren't you eating anymore?" "No, I'm done." "You eat." After saying that, William started looking at the news on his phone. Uranus, Poseidon, Zeus, God, and the 12 deities of witchcraft were now expanding their influence on Earth. Humanity had already begun to accept the existence of soulmancers, and with these deities gaining followers on Earth, the world was undergoing revolutionary changes. The coexistence of technological civilization and divine civilization was somehow maintaining a degree of peace. Lucien finally regained his ability to move, and when he saw directly support the authors on web novel, William playing with his phone, he was stunned. He approached slowly and asked, "William, you have a signal on your phone?" "Yes." William looked up at him, showing no anger. "Can I make a call?" Lucien's voice was a bit strained, his heart racing at the moment. Even the things William had mentioned before hadn't caused such a stir in his emotions. Becoming stronger? Ascending to a high-tier god king? Those goals seemed too distant. Lucien knew that gaining any formidable power often required much more in return. The system that had suddenly appeared was filled with oddities, starting him off with a mission to kill William. Wasn't that sending him to his death? So, he didn't trust the system to be all that beneficial. As an earthling living in the divine realm, he felt homesick. Could I borrow your phone to call my grandmother? Just for a minute, to let her know I'm safe. Lucien looked at William somewhat choked up, fearing William would refuse him. Lucien was barely in his 20s. Even as a genius with many extraordinary encounters, he found it difficult to let go of his family and old friends. No matter how high his level of power, his mental state remained that of an ordinary person. He couldn't be indifferent to many things like William. This might be one of the reasons William enjoyed the lifestyle of ordinary people on Earth. Ordinary people have emotions and desires, attachments. Even if it means betraying others for personal gain, what ordinary people consider vile, William finds interesting. In contrast, the divine realm lacks much of this human touch. Aside from increasing power, it's mostly about combat. The beings of the divine realm live primarily to survive, then to get stronger, and in the end, just to keep living. Some might already be very strong, but they are just living. William doesn't need to increase his power, and he doesn't have much desire for combat. He finds little joy in fighting, but the complex emotions among ordinary people are much more interesting to him. Did you bring your phone? Use your own. I'll just connect you to the network. William didn't lend his phone to Lucien. With just a thought, Lucien's phone was charged and had full signal strength. Lucien took out his phone, his pupils dilated, and with trembling hands, he said to William, "William, thank you." At this moment, he felt that the person before him didn't seem so detestable after all. He seemed quite approachable. Chapter 6:13 System loading failed. Lucien had always held a great prejudice against William. From the first time he met William, he thought William was just a pretty boy. Later, the girl Lucien liked, Alice, was taken away by William. He saw William as a rival in love and hoped to outperform William in every aspect. Thinking back on his conversations with William, Lucien would always end up infuriated, especially since his proudly claimed strength seemed negligible in front of William, like a weakling. The powerful ninefold stellar sanctuary magic array, a heritage of the Nostradame family, was nothing more than flipping through pages in front of William, who broke it effortlessly. Because of these incidents, Lucien found it hard to feel any goodwill towards William, and the events that just transpired made Lucien question his life and even led to the creation of an inner demon. But in that moment, Lucien was moved by William. He had been in the divine realm for a while, always in a state of captivity. William's arrival freed him from the underground prison, and most importantly, William gave him a chance to contact his family. At that moment, he genuinely felt that William wasn't so bad after all. William, for his part, didn't care about Lucien's attitude or opinion towards him. It was utterly insignificant. Just connecting his phone to the network was a trivial task for William, and he didn't expect Lucien's gratitude for it. "Grandma, don't worry, I'm doing well. I'm traveling with a friend." Lucien might truly be whipped in love, but he also deeply loved his family. With the phone signal available, he connected a video call to his grandmother and even pointed the camera at William. Friend? Well, at least in the divine realm, William was somewhat of an acquaintance. Lucien had also realized that William's strength was far superior to his own. The fact that William hadn't killed him despite his many offenses was quite generous. William was not a man of mercy, a fact that Lucien could clearly see. "Hello." William was originally playing with his phone, but when Lucien pointed the camera at him, he still showed a warm and friendly smile. Seeing William's friendly face, reminiscent of a deity's aura, Lucien's grandmother believed that Lucien must have met an incredibly powerful friend. "You must be very strong." Lucien's grandmother felt that this person's power level must be very high, evident from his demeanor. "May I know your power level?" William laughed. "Just at the demigod level, not particularly strong." "Don't worry, Lucien is improving quickly. He's quite powerful now. I want to thank you for taking care of my grandson." Lucien's grandmother expressed her gratitude to William through the phone screen. Being at the demigod level was already considered very strong on Earth. No need to mention it. "You talk to Lucien. I'm off to do some special training." William's tone was quite pleasant, acting as Lucien's friend for a moment, which reassured Lucien's grandmother. Lucien gave William a grateful look, then turned to chat with his grandmother through the camera. Once the camera was away, the smile on William's face froze, and he started playing a mobile game. After Lucien reported his safety and hung up the call, he thanked William. Thanks for that. William, engrossed in his mobile game, didn't pay any attention to Lucien. In the game, at least characters can die, and when encountering less skilled teammates, William wouldn't go all out to win. Lose. This feeling, for him, was quite a novel experience. Lucien watched William fully absorbed in gaming, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this what someone calls special training? Wondering if following his lead would also make one so strong? It's hard to judge what kind of person William is. From a certain perspective, he seems heartless, yet he also appears quite easygoing. Watching William play, Lucien faintly sensed that he seemed to blend into the natural surroundings. Even sitting there playing a game, William seemed to harmonize with nature and the universe in a way. Lucien's power level was already not low, and he was more attuned to sensing this particular presence. He, too, had the augmentation of cosmic entity power. This system within him was something expelled by William. Even if he couldn't match William's power, they had a common origin. From William's words and actions, Lucien felt a resonance with nature, an innate wisdom and tranquility. He had an epiphany. In this moment, he actually had a realization. Merely by watching William play a game and their simple interactions, his mental state underwent a qualitative change. There was no malice in William's actions of killing. He wiped out many shapeshifters without harboring any killing intent. His actions were not driven by emotion. As William had said before, even if he killed Odin, he wouldn't feel any guilt. It's not that he was ruthless. Rather, it seemed difficult for anything to affect his emotions. Even if Odin were respectful towards William, if killed, then killed he was. One moment William's gaze could immobilize Lucien, and the next, he connected Lucien's phone signal and conversed amiably with Lucien's grandmother. This must be the state of being freely self-sufficient. Lucien had been conflicted about whether to embark on a path of killing. He was influenced by the system and affected by William's words, even to the point of developing an inner demon. But at this moment, his mental state was influenced by William. Everything seemed less significant. Does the choice to embark on a path of killing matter? Does the system's mysterious intent matter? Influenced by the unique power emanating from William, Lucien entered a state of unconsciousness. Unaware to himself, he sat down, entered a meditative state, and began to absorb the black energy essence that William had expelled. William, engrossed in his game and having just destroyed the opponent's crystal base in less than 20 minutes, sensed a change in Lucien's aura. He couldn't help but be surprised. Could this kid really be one in a million, a true genius? To absorb that entity he had expelled. If this continues, could Lucien truly come to dominate that force? System loading failed. Warning. Please cease all unauthorized actions immediately. System reloading. Warning. System loading failed. Lucien's mind was filled with the system's repeated alerts. William also heard the system's voice and couldn't help but laugh. My goodness, what on earth did Lucien do? To actually make that entity he expelled fall apart? No. The system within Lucien's consciousness is only a small part of that entity. Its greater power still resides with the cosmic entity. However, this turn of events seems to have disrupted some plans. William's eyes narrowed slightly. If Lucien absorbs the power of the system within him and then kills Elric, wouldn't all the plans of the entity he expelled end up paving the way for someone else? Wouldn't the entity's plan to be reborn through Lucien's body be thwarted? Doing such mischief, William found quite enjoyable. To gather the strength of beings from 3,000 parallel dimensions to mold a new body, only to create a being that cannot be controlled. William felt a bit of sympathy for that entity he expelled. Could it really have been its doing? That seems a bit too foolish. But then again, he quite enjoys witnessing such developments. Chapter 614 No matter, it's even better this way. Chapter 614 No matter, it's even better this way. When Lucien opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the continuous alerts of the system ringing in his ears. Warning, system reinstallation failed. The system is beginning to detach from the host. System detachment from the host failed. System initiating self-destruction mode. Warning, system self-destruction failed. William was also listening to the system's alerts by his side. He had come to understand that the system within Lucien's consciousness didn't really possess a complete self-awareness. It was truly just a system. Hearing these chaotic messages from the system, Lucien's expression turned peculiar. Just because he watched William play a game, he managed to crash the system, not to mention the loading failures. All sorts of detachment failures, self-destruction failures. A system that sounded impressive ended up being played to destruction in just a while. And the fundamental reason was merely because Lucien had an epiphany while watching William play a game. If it had been due to watching William do something else, or having an epiphany under William's guidance, Lucien thought that would have made some sense. But it was just from watching him play a game and recalling their simple conversations that he had this realization. Lucien found it unbelievable. Could enhancing one's own power really be this easy? Seeing Lucien awake, William asked, "Are we going or not?" "Yes, let's go." Lucien also realized that following William seemed quite promising, and he no longer harbored the strong hostility towards William as before. The element-devouring cat also had its belly round and full, with faint golden light emanating from its head. After eating the bear paw prepared by William, it too could feel the powers deep within its bloodline beginning to awaken. Despite consuming numerous divine artifacts before, it had not awakened any further bloodline powers. Yet, now, just by eating a bear paw grilled by William, it experienced an awakening? Ancient fierce beasts could awaken their bloodline powers multiple times in their lives, with each awakening multiplying their strength geometrically. The element-devouring cat, whose soul core had been shattered by Odin, leading to a significant reduction in its strength, hadn't fully recovered even after many years. Though the bear paw could be considered a nourishing supplement, for an ancient fierce beast like the element-devouring cat, it really wasn't much. After eating the bear paw grilled by William, Sophius, the element-devouring cat, thought all the credit went to the bear paw and went on to eat another one raw. The result, of course, goes without saying. A bear paw not cooked by William personally was just a slightly larger bear paw. At this moment, Sophius fully realized that William was a true powerhouse. The ordinary bear paw, under William's cooking, had effects surpassing countless divine artifacts. If it could always stay by William's side, picking up scraps to eat occasionally, couldn't it achieve divinity right there? What about divine artifacts? Compared to the dishes prepared by William, they were all rubbish. On their journey, Lucien simply hung the Odin sapphire on his waist, and thus, they faced no obstacles. No matter the power level of the shapeshifters they encountered, seeing the Odin sapphire, they would treat them kindly. Some shapeshifters even invited them for meals. Because of this, Sophius, the element-devouring cat, couldn't help but mock. "Kid, how scared are you? Why don't you hang the Odin sapphire around your neck instead?" How could Sophius be happy? With Lucien's approach, which rash shapeshifter would dare to trouble them? This way, how could William make a move on them? Then how would the element-devouring cat consume the dropped soul cores? Damn cat, stop stirring things up here. Lucien now gets lost in thought just watching William walk. He seems to be on the verge of entering a meditative state of enlightenment at any moment. Killing shapeshifters? Killing shapeshifters is less appealing than watching William play a game for a while. The path to strength through slaughter is too weak. Lucien will probably never know that when he once competed in swordsmanship with Alice, the Alice he saw at that time was possessed by William's soul. It was precisely because of William's possession that Alice's demeanor underwent a drastic change. Strictly speaking, he fell for Alice at the moment William, possessing Alice, drew the sword. Both Lucien and the cat have now discovered the benefits of staying by William's side. William didn't mind, mainly because this kind of thing happened too frequently. In the past, beings like Moros, Luna, Erebus, and other powerhouses in the divine realm gained insights from William's daily life, which was quite normal. Otherwise, why would beings like Hydra and Moros shamelessly follow William around? They soon arrived at the city where the Ultimate Force Alliance's headquarters, Heart of Asgard, was located. The Ultimate Force Alliance's meeting was to be held here. After entering the city and seeing various shapeshifter lords, warriors of Asgard, and the bustling city, William said to Lucien, "Could you put away that sapphire of yours?" The Odin sapphire was too conspicuous in Heart of Asgard, so much so that it made them the center of attention wherever they went. William, who prefers to keep a low profile, disliked the feeling of being the focus. Additionally, William shared a common interest with the element-devouring cat. Apart from boredom, one reason William came to the Ultimate Force Alliance's headquarters was to seek delicious shapeshifters. Lucien's high-profile behavior meant that not a single shapeshifter came to them looking for trouble along the way. Although William acts without any prohibitions, he also doesn't like to just grab a shapeshifter he sees on the road. That would make him seem particularly unprincipled. If it had been before, Lucien would definitely not have listened to William, but after everything that happened these days, he found himself subconsciously obeying William's words. "The scent on me might attract the attention of some shapeshifters," Lucien said as he tucked away the Odin sapphire, then added, "This way, I'll become a target for their attacks." William's eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "No matter, it's even better this way." Shapeshifters mostly use scent to identify what kind of being someone is. Someone like Lucien, coming from the Prime World and enveloped in various mysterious powers, arriving in Heart of Asgard, would definitely attract the attention of various shapeshifter lords. Now that's interesting. William looked at Lucien and actually induced the aura on Lucien, making it emit forcefully. The mysterious powers, along with the force of the system that he expelled, all these auras spread out, like a little piglet emitting a delicious scent rushing into a pack of wolves. Almost instantly, Lucien felt countless consciousnesses sweeping over him. His scent was really something. William exuded the aura of a shapeshifter lord, and at the same time, his hands conjured enchanted chains that quickly bound Lucien's wrists. "What are you doing?" Lucien stared at William in disbelief. At this moment, William actually chose to act against him? Truly a merciless tyrant. William lowered his voice and said, "You are my prisoner now, understand?" This voice was lowered, but saying it so openly in Heart of Asgard was almost like not lowering it at all. After all, the surrounding Asgard residents and shapeshifters could all hear. "Who is this guy?" A shapeshifter lord in a white robe with blood-red pupils approached William, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Did you deliberately make him release his scent?" Chapter 6:15 Lost Enigma Array. Heart of Asgard, as the grand city hosting the headquarters of the Ultimate Force Alliance, is led by the renowned god of light, Balder. Balder, a formidable god among those of Asgard and the son of Odin and Frigg, is one of the most beloved deities within the Ultimate Force Alliance. He has also been mentored by William. Without the use of artifacts, Balder's divine power allows him to almost equally match Poseidon, the god of the sea, in battle. However, he is not fond of slaughter. Now, he has not appeared in the public eye for a long time. The white-clad deity is Forseti, the son of Balder. In fact, Forseti manages the entire Heart of Asgard and serves as Balder's lieutenant. Forseti, the sole son of Balder and the goddess Nanna, has shown exceptional talent from a young age. Though in human form, he has wings on his back and eagle's claws for feet, and astonishingly, he defeated Thor, the god of thunder, at the age of 10. Currently, in the Ultimate Force Alliance, his power ranks only below Odin and Uranus. William and his companions entered the city carrying the Odin sapphire, naturally attracting Forseti's attention. "Yes, I intentionally made him release his scent," William said calmly when faced with Forseti, sizing him up. His unique appearance immediately suggests a mixed lineage, but his power should be considerable. The gods of Asgard, including Odin, were originally designed by a cosmic entity in ancient times. One characteristic of beings designed by cosmic entities is their large reproductive organs, indicative of a propensity for procreation. Odin is a typical example of this, with many wives. William feels they could potentially have offspring with any race. Curious about this, William once experimented with a black dragon princess in human form. Unfortunately, William's potent lineage made it impossible for the Black Dragon Princess to bear his offspring, despite numerous attempts. Forseti looked coldly at William and asked, "Are you one of Odin's subordinates? Why haven't I seen you before?" If William claimed to be one of Odin's subordinates, Forseti would certainly not quibble with him. It would be even less appropriate to stir up trouble. William laughed. "How could I possibly be his subordinate? Then are you a subordinate of Uranus?" Given Forseti's status and power, he was not intimidated by Uranus. In this city, he was the true ruler. William squinted at him, asking, "Are you afraid of them both?" This statement caused a stir among the surrounding shapeshifters. If it were them, they indeed would fear Odin and Uranus. But for Seti, he has always been defiant towards both Odin and Uranus. Forseti also had his own forces and even aspired to replace Odin and Uranus as the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance. Given his youth and strength, even Odin and Uranus wouldn't dare to move against him lightly. Some things are better left unsaid. William's blunt statement was tantamount to seeking death. Afraid? Forseti let out a cold laugh, then changed tack, saying, "So you're saying you're not a subordinate of Odin and Uranus?" William nodded, asking, "And then?" "And then?" Forseti's mouth twisted into a cruel smile, saying, "Then you're going to die a very ugly death." With that, the energy aura around him intensified, causing the shapeshifter lords nearby to scatter, not daring to compete with Forseti for prey. Lucian's face turned pale as Forseti's energy aura instilled a primal fear deep within him. The suppression of a powerful species over a weaker one was probably like this. Sophius, the element-devouring cat, was fine, quietly hiding behind William, with no intention of confronting Forseti. What a joke, to make a move in front of Lord William. This guy was bound to die a gruesome death. It's just unknown whether he's suitable for consumption. If he is, it would be great for the element-devouring cat to scavenge what's left after Lord William is done. Thinking this, Sophius's gaze towards Forseti also shifted slightly. In the end, you're still afraid of them. William's smile remained unfazed, completely unaffected by any influence. Kneel when you speak. Forseti's eyes shot out two beams of blood light, and a green glow around him solidified, enveloping William and his companions. Even those with the strength of a supreme deity would inevitably kneel under the pressure of Forseti's energy aura. After all, how many in the entire divine realm possess the strength of a supreme deity? Thud. After speaking, Forseti himself kneeled in front of William, the ground cracking open with him at the center, the cracks spreading as the surrounding shapeshifters dodged aside, their minds struggling to comprehend what had happened. Could it be that Lord Forseti prefers to speak while kneeling? And the manner of his kneeling, no ordinary shapeshifter lord could achieve that. There's no need to be so courteous when speaking. Really, stand up. William looked down at Forseti, noting his unique form, human-shaped, but with wings on his back and eagle's claws for feet. But this could be considered a unique delicacy. Forseti's face turned even paler. In that moment, he felt as if he saw countless ancient fierce beasts falling, blood spilling across the sky, and his legs inexplicably gave out, causing him to kneel. It wasn't until William spoke that he slowly stood up. "Exactly who are you?" Forseti wasn't foolish. The individual before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. William glanced at the shapeshifters nearby and said, "This isn't the place to talk. How about we find somewhere else to discuss?" "Discuss?" Forseti frowned, wondering if this individual had specifically come looking for him. What did he want to discuss? Although William made Forseti lose face in front of his subordinates, Forseti recognized his strength. In that instant, he understood that this stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, was far stronger than him. With the Ultimate Force Alliance meeting approaching, his seeking out Forseti at this time surely meant he had an agenda. Forseti, after careful consideration, concluded that even if this strange individual was strong, it was impossible for him to kill him within Heart of Asgard. After all, his father is the god of light, Balder. "Follow me. If it's about something you want to discuss, I'm not interested. I won't let you leave Heart of Asgard." With these words, the city's protective magic array activated, covering Heart of Asgard with a layer of cyan-black, semi-transparent light. The city's residents and shapeshifters were terrified. Did Lord Forseti activate the Lost Enigma array? It seems these outsiders are somewhat capable. What good does being capable do? It's feared that only someone at the absolute deity level could break through this formation. The Lost Enigma array, created by Forseti, traps those inside and prevents entry from outside. Moreover, with Forseti in control of the array, if he harbors a killing intent and activates the second layer of the powerful attack magic array, it can unleash an attack equivalent to the full force of a high-tier god king. In this world, aside from the few high-tier god kings, Who could survive such a powerful strike? William slightly raised his head to look at the cyan black light screen. Not bad. This powerful magic array can also absorb the power of others within the city, plus the original stored power, making a strike capable of severely injuring it. Absolute deity. Seeing William looking up, Forsetti's face showed a confident smile. With such a trump card, he was naturally unafraid. Since he came to Heart of Asgard, he must have realized the terrifying power of the lost Enigma array. Chapter 616, When Kneeling Becomes a Fashion. William walked forward, pulling Lucian, whose hands were bound, with Lucian still emitting an enticing scent. The surrounding shapeshifter lords eyed Lucian with drool, but none dared to compete with Forsetti for the prey. They interpreted William's actions and their recent conversation as William intending to offer Lucian as a gift to Forsetti, in exchange for discussing some matter. However, some were puzzled as to why Forsetti had knelt earlier. The shapeshifter lords couldn't quite grasp Forsetti's actions, but some shapeshifter lords made their interpretations. Perhaps Forsetti was teaching this outsider that if one is to kneel, it should be done with presence. Or maybe, a full-force kneel could psychologically oppress the opponent. Today, in Heart of Asgard, many shapeshifter lords followed Forsetti's lead, kneeling before battle to intimidate their opponents. There were also instances where two opposing shapeshifter lords, locked in a fierce glare, ended up kneeling to each other, comparing whose ground cracks were more terrifying as they knelt. Due to Forsetti's act of kneeling, Heart of Asgard seemed to suffer various earthquakes today, with continuous booming sounds throughout the city. If not for the strong magic arrays protecting the buildings, Heart of Asgard might have turned into ruins. Following Forsetti, William and his companions arrived at the Guardian Temple of Heart of Asgard. At the temple's entrance, two scantily clad girls bowed gracefully upon seeing Forsetti. Entering the temple, they found it filled with beautiful girls. Could it be that Forsetti had chosen all the pretty girls in the city for his household? What divine being are you exactly? And what is it that you want to discuss? After entering the great hall and sitting on a pure gold chair, looking down at William and his companions, Forsetti was flanked by two girls. One of the girls picked a grape and fed it to Forsetti's mouth. Quite the scene, reminiscent of Louis XIV of France. William untied the magical ropes binding Lucian, looked at the supremely confident Forsetti, and said, "My name is William, also known as the Obliterator. You should have heard of me." Forsetti was stunned, and the girl beside him was petrified. Ha ha ha, William the Obliterator. After his initial shock, Forsetti pointed at William and burst into laughter. "You are William the Obliterator? You're using the name of William the Obliterator to scare me?" Forsetti said, "If you're William the Obliterator, should I ask what you'd like to eat?" As the son of the god of light, Balder, he had naturally heard the legends of William the Obliterator, and he knew those were true. The William the Obliterator of those days was truly invincible. But that person had long vanished, likely perished in that catastrophe, and had not been reborn. William pondered for a moment and said, "You saying that makes me feel somewhat embarrassed." Embarrassed. Forsetti's smile froze, glanced at Lucian, and said, "I don't care about your background. In my territory, you follow my rules. This person is a gift you're offering, right?" William sighed softly. "Why do you have this misconception? I asked for a secluded place just to have a chat with you. Which part do you plan to keep? I think those wings of yours detract from your beauty. How about I trim them for you? You really consider yourself William the Obliterator?" A hint of murderous intent flashed in Forsetti's eyes, and with a thought, a beam of green light descended from the sky without warning, hitting William accurately. This was the second stage of the Lost Enigma array. Forsetti could sense that the person before him was no ordinary individual. Since he wasn't inclined to have a serious conversation, Forsetti decided it was simpler to just eliminate him. "Play some music. This is boring," Forsetti called out after seeing the Lost Enigma array's magic array strike William. Truly a bit dull. Yet another who's not afraid of death. After his call, a dozen stunning beauties orderly entered from outside the hall. Indeed, quite boring. Let's listen to music and talk at the same time. William made himself comfortable, sitting by a table. As for that attack, just average, really. He is a very kind person. He can forgive a child's ignorance. Moreover, William noticed that Forsetti carried the bloodline of the god of light, Balder. Speaking of which, Balder could also be considered his disciple, so it might be best to ask Forseti if he has any other brothers or sisters. Forseti, with his mouth agape, was completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute. What just happened? That guy was hit, wasn't he? Why is he completely unscathed? The dancers had already entered the great hall, utterly unaware of the current situation. They thought William and his companions were guests of Forseti, so they began to dance, and the musicians started to play music. For a moment, the great hall was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. But Forseti trembled all over. At this moment, he felt fear. The second stage of the powerful attack magic array had been activated, which means, did the individual claiming to be William the Obliterator just withstand a full-force strike from a high-tier god king? Was he really William the Obliterator? Damn, what had he done? He had actually attacked William the Obliterator? According to his father, William the Obliterator was the being he most revered in his life, as well as his master. But such matters were not to be disclosed. Lord William? Is it really you? Forseti swallowed hard, hoping it wasn't too late to admit his mistake. After sitting down, William asked, "You are Balder's son?" Forseti hurriedly ran down from his chair and knelt before William. Seeing this, the dancers in the great hall were so frightened that they stopped dancing, and the music abruptly ended. Everyone looked incredulously in the direction of the speaker. William glanced at the female musicians and said, "Continue with your performance." The female musicians were unsure of how to react for a moment. Forseti turned his head and said loudly, "Did you not hear what Lord William said? Continue the music. Continue the dance." Upon hearing this, the female musicians and dancers resumed their graceful dancing, and the music flowed like silk. William also spoke politely. "Don't be so tense. I'm not as terrible as the rumors suggest. Let's sit and have a heart-to-heart talk." Forseti sat beside William like a docile dog. Sophias, the element-devouring cat, and Lucian sat to the side, somewhat confused by the situation unfolding before them. Lucian once again realized the terrifying presence that is William. Forseti, who had been so formidable moments ago, was now kneeling obediently. To be precise, he had knelt twice. Forseti's feelings were incredibly mixed. Not nervous? How could he not be nervous? Thinking back on his earlier attitude and the rumors about William the Obliterator, he had already started pondering which part of him might taste better. Damn, the son of the god of light, Balder, and the leader of Heart of Asgard, was contemplating which part of himself would be more palatable. He was truly questioning his life, and he really regretted it. Why did he have to be so arrogant just now? Why did he have to stand out? If he hadn't, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Although William is a gourmet, he's not devoid of empathy or social graces. Since Forseti also has some connection to him, if he's Balder's only child, it indeed wouldn't be right to just stew him up directly. Chapter 6:17 Forseti's Determination. Chapter 6:17 Forseti's Determination. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Upon hearing William's question, Forseti felt the tension in his heart ease slightly. It felt like a casual family chat, especially with the expression William had now. How to put it? Like a benevolent elder. It seems the rumors were somewhat exaggerated. "Lord William, I have no brothers or sisters," Forseti responded, now almost certain that the person before him was indeed William the Obliterator. Forseti's tone of voice is now very earnest. William the Obliterator was an incredibly powerful being, the mentor of his father, the god of light, Balder. Whenever his father mentioned his mentor, his eyes were filled with reverence. He had even asked who was more formidable, William the Obliterator or those high-tier god kings. His father's response, filled with disdain, was clear: high-tier god kings? Do they even compare to William the Obliterator? At that moment, he understood that William the Obliterator must be a being beyond all others in strength. If William the Obliterator supported him, what did the high-tier god kings of the divine realm amount to? William, hearing Forseti's eager attitude, felt a bit embarrassed. An only child, huh? Then let it be. William had actually been considering plucking off his wings. "What brings you here, Lord William?" Forseti, not quite understanding William's intentions, had a gleam in his eyes. According to his father, just a little guidance from William the Obliterator had significantly advanced his power level. Forseti knew from his father, the god of light Balder, that William the Obliterator's strength was indescribably supreme. Even a little guidance from him promised boundless prospects. As for the purpose of his visit, William, however, fell silent. He couldn't possibly tell Forsetti that he really just wanted to discuss how to obtain Forsetti's pair of wings. Since you are Baldur's son, how about I give you some guidance? William's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the need to improve the impression others have of him. Throughout his journey, William had realized that he had perhaps left a somewhat unfavorable impression on the shapeshifter race in the past. That would be fantastic. Forsetti, excited, knelt before William again, thanking him repeatedly. Have them all leave. William nodded and said, I'll guide you one-on-one. Forsetti took a deep breath, turned his head towards those maids, and said, Didn't you hear? All of you leave. What an exhilarating moment. To be personally mentored by William the Obliterator. His power level was sure to skyrocket. Stumbling upon such an opportunity made him think that sometimes impulsiveness could bring benefits. William spoke seriously. Your inherited bloodline is quite exceptional, combining the strong genes of both your father and mother. However, there is a conflict between the two sets of genes. Look at those wings of yours. They've actually hindered your growth. Wings. Forsetti was puzzled and said, These wings are inherited from my father's bloodline. How could they hinder my growth? William raised an eyebrow and explained, Baldur also possesses a pair of golden wings. With wings, there's no need to learn any secret techniques for aerial flight. But as a humanoid creature, flying through the sky like a clumsy bird, is that really desirable? Huh. Forsetti was momentarily confused. His wings were a symbol of formidable power. Besides flying, they could be used for attacks and to execute various special abilities. Such wings, according to William, were somehow hindering his power development. With these wings, Forsetti could fly tens of thousands of miles with ease. They were extremely useful to him. Had anyone other than William made such a claim, Forsetti might have responded with a slap. You have your mother's bloodline. Look at your mother. Does she need wings to fly? William spoke solemnly. I have a secret technique here. Instant teleportation, capable of crossing space and transcending time. But you need to give up these wings. Do you want to learn it? Instant teleportation, crossing space, reversing time? Forsetti was aware of many racial special abilities, but he couldn't perform instant teleportation. And what William mentioned about space and time, that would not only allow instant movement, but also time reversal, meaning it could traverse time and space. Even high-tier god-kings would find it difficult to reverse time. Forsetti's heart raced, his breathing quickened. Lord William, I can just retract my wings into my body. Forsetti thought this was no big deal. Wings, after all, with his ability, could simply be retracted to learn this special power. However, William said, retracting them is useless. To enhance strength with this secret technique, you must not have wings in your subconscious. As long as you have wings, you will think about them, and the technique will be hard to master. Therefore, these wings must be cut off. Sophius, the element-devouring cat, listening by the side, had its eyes wide open in shock. Could it really work like that? Forsetti hesitated. Can it work without cutting off the wings? William nodded seriously. No, it can't. Hiss. Forsetti was filled with myriad thoughts. To him, these wings were as essential as a human's hands. Could they just be cut off? William scoffed. Do you not even have the courage to cut off a pair of wings? Forsetti realized. Was William testing his resolve and determination? It's just a pair of wings. Cut them off. Lord William, I have understood. After saying this, Forsetti stepped back a few times, and his wings spread out from his back. He was indeed ruthless to himself. Forsetti grabbed his wings and, right in front of William, tore them off. He managed to keep the blood from splattering onto William. Seeing this, William nodded in approval. Well done. Truly determined. Despite the pain, Forsetti, pale-faced, managed a smile. William then said, Give me those wings. I'll keep them for you for the time being, so you don't feel sorry looking at them. Your command will be obeyed. Forsetti had never imagined that William the Obliterator, whom he revered, had been eyeing these wings from the start. With a casual wave, William collected the wings. How could bare paws compare to the delicacy of these wings? William thought about it. One wing roasted, the other chopped into small pieces and stir-fried. the taste would definitely be extraordinary. Such delicacies could also be shared with Alice later. She had made significant progress recently and deserved a reward. Lucian, sitting aside, was completely dumbfounded. This birdbrain must have a screw loose. He's supposed to be the supreme commander of Heart of Asgard, right? With this level of intelligence? He doesn't even realize he's been duped. With just a few words, William managed to bamboozle this birdbrain into handing over his wings. Having witnessed William grilling Bear Paws, Lucian would never believe that William intended to temporarily keep those wings. It's like asking children to guard candy. Would they really refrain from eating it? That's simply not possible. Chapter 6, 18 Amputation Surgery. Although William was indeed interested in Forsetti's pair of wings, the secret techniques he promised were not offered in jest. Here is my theory of space-time, and this other book is a corresponding secret technique. As for the name, you can choose it yourself. I'm not fond of naming things. William casually tossed 2 paper books onto the table. Strictly speaking, if Forsetti understands these 2 books, he could easily cross space and reverse time. However, even after many years of study, William could only reverse time by a maximum of 10 years. That is, bringing the entire universe back to 10 years ago. Reversing time is an extremely formidable skill. If Forsetti could reverse even a moment of time, that would be quite impressive. In Divine Realm battles, many outcomes are decided in an instant. The ability to reverse or pause time, what impact would that have on the outcome of a battle? It's unimaginable. Forsetti, having stopped the bleeding, knelt before William and picked up the 2 books from the table. The text within was written in Etherian runes, an ancient magical script. The powerful force imbued within these runes was hidden in the text written by William. Even without prior knowledge of this script, at Forsetti's level of power, he could easily grasp its meaning, and perhaps even understand it on a deeper level. Is this the sacred script of the ancients? Forsetti's eyes lit up with excitement. Just from seeing the first page, the text seemed alive, swirling around his body. Forsetti knew then, Lord William had not deceived him. Just focus on the content above. Does it matter in what language it is written? William said, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with Forsetti. Having obtained the wings, it was naturally time to leave. And with matters like these, it's best to leave quickly before the other party fully realizes what happened. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. But it was time to slip away. He had no plans to meet with Balder. After all, having tricked his son out of a pair of wings, meeting face-to-face would indeed be somewhat awkward. The secret techniques William gave are indeed real, but who knows how long it will take Forsetti to master them. Having given up his wings, Forsetti's combat capabilities have significantly decreased. In William's view, what he gained was more important than what he lost. However, Forsetti didn't see it that way at all. Just a pair of wings. Living in Heart of Asgard, does he need to fight anyone? Aside from William the Obliterator, who would dare to lay a hand on him in Heart of Asgard. Meaning, for the time being, Forsetti doesn't really need strong combat capabilities. Trading a pair of seldom-used wings for 2 secret techniques from William the Obliterator, even earning his approval, how could Forsetti see this as anything but a win? Do you need to see my father? Forsetti closed the book of secret techniques, looking up at William with admiration. He was very aware that now was not the time to read books. Establishing a good relationship with William the Obliterator was the best choice. With William the Obliterator's support, he would have nothing to fear in the entire Divine Realm. See Balder? William responded, no need. I have other matters and must be leaving. Do you have any tasks? Is there anything I can assist with? Forsetti eagerly offered to help William. What could you do? William's eyes narrowed slightly. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since he had extinguished beings from the age of ancient gods, and then the cosmic entity allowed all beings to be reborn in the divine realm. After hundreds of thousands of years of development and the evolution of beings, the divine realm now contained countless creatures he had never seen before. There's nothing I need, but let's keep my visit to Heart of Asgard between us, William said. I could instruct some of your subordinates, perhaps those shapeshifter lords. If you have any trusted followers you want to strengthen, you can bring them to me one by one. I'll teach them some secret techniques. Forsetti clenched his fist, Was Lord William planning to boost the overall strength of his forces? To instruct all his trusted followers? What did that entail? One day, if all his confidants were guided by William the Obliterator, how strong would they become? If that were the case, what kind of status would he achieve in the Ultimate Force Alliance Headquarters Council? Many thanks, Lord William. Forseti stepped back, then knelt again with a series of relentless kowtows that made the entire Guardian Temple shake. William said, "Go call your confidants over. I'll wait for you here." "Please wait a moment, Lord William." After picking up the 2 books of secret techniques, Forseti stood up and left. After Forseti left, Lucian looked at William with a peculiar gaze and said, "You aren't planning to perform amputations on all the shapeshifters, are you?" William cleared his throat, turned away, and suddenly held a gleaming dagger, which he then sprayed with alcohol and sterilized with divine fire. "What do you know, kid?" Sophius, the element-devouring cat, immediately retorted, "Mr. Johnson is bringing benefits to the entire shapeshifter race. How could you say it's an amputation surgery?" Without further words from William, it wasn't long before Forseti returned to the Guardian Temple with a shapeshifter lord. "Whoever you're going to meet, that's a truly unparalleled powerhouse. Whatever he asks you to do, just do it. Don't dare to offend or question him. Got it?" Forseti was warning his top confidant as they approached. "Lord Forseti, you're not talking about the person you brought today, are you?" "Yes, him. But didn't you kill him?" "I saw with my own eyes the second layer of the Lost Enigma array activating." Forseti chuckled. "The Lost Enigma array? I tell you, even after the second layer was activated, it couldn't harm even a single hair on him. Now do you understand what I mean?" Forseti reiterated his caution. Finally, this shapeshifter lord understood what it meant to be a powerhouse. An unparalleled powerhouse. Even Odin and Uranus couldn't possibly be this strong. Led by Forseti, the shapeshifter lord came before William, with the dagger resting on the table. Upon seeing William and then noticing the dagger on the table, the shapeshifter lord had a bad feeling. "You must speak while kneeling," Forseti whispered to the shapeshifter lord. Thud! The Guardian Temple shook again. William looked over the shapeshifter lord, leisurely picking up the dagger from the table, and said in a calm tone, "Your tale seems somewhat superfluous, doesn't it?" Lucian watched from the side, his mouth twitching. The folks of Heart of Asgard must be sick in the head. Why does meeting someone involve kneeling? And if you're going to kneel, fine. But why does every single kneel have to shake the place like an earthquake? Most importantly, these shapeshifter lords must be idiots. One by one, they line up to have William perform amputations. William, like a ruthless butcher, would raise his knife, and another shapeshifter lord would lose a part of their body. And after being cut, these shapeshifter lords, without exception, are all grateful. This is insane. They all must have a screw loose. The shapeshifter lords might have lost their minds, but Lucian knew that in just a short while, William had nearly assembled a table of delicacies. Chapter 619 Stupid Fool. Many thanks for your teachings, Lord William. Forseti, seizing the rare opportunity, chose a total of 350 of his subordinates. Initially, he thought that if Lord William could guide just a few of his confidants, it would already be wonderful. However, to his surprise, William patiently instructed each one, even personally performing surgery to painlessly remove some unnecessary body parts for them. Afterward, William even had Forseti bring over a pen and ink to write down secret techniques or pieces of advice for these shapeshifter lords. Receiving the secret techniques from William, the shapeshifter lords were ecstatic, utterly convinced by his earlier words. Like a shapeshifter whose original form was a chicken, William told him, "Your 2 legs are hindering your power improvement." Then, with a swift movement of the knife, he obtained 2 chicken legs. That shapeshifter, originally a chicken, also learned to move without legs, floating in the air like a ghost. Forseti didn't tell these shapeshifters that William was William the Obliterator, only mentioning he was an elder relative. After all, the name William the Obliterator was practically a terrifying nightmare for the shapeshifters. When William and his party stepped out of the Guardian Temple again, the shapeshifters treated them with unparalleled enthusiasm. Eating at a restaurant even didn't require payment, and wherever they went, shapeshifters greeted William. Lord William, or Mr. Johnson. Polite greetings were heard on the streets from time to time. The shapeshifters seemed to have become much kinder. Seeing this thriving and benevolent scene, William felt a deep sense of satisfaction in his heart. Following behind William, Lucian whispered, "You're so hypocritical, doesn't your conscience hurt? I taught these shapeshifter lords very powerful secret techniques, all for their benefit. You call this hypocrisy?" William said this out loud on the street, looking at Lucian with a face of grievance. If this isn't hypocrisy, then what is it? After Lucian spoke, he felt many unfriendly gazes from around them. All the shapeshifter lords guided by William regard him as a spiritual mentor. Speaking ill of William in front of his followers was bound to incite public outrage. Hundreds of shapeshifter lords glared at Lucian, and one of them indignantly said, "This ignorant, weak human dares to call Mr. Johnson hypocritical. That Mr. Johnson, a good man who asks for nothing in return, has to endure slander from this foolish human. I can't stand it. I can't stand it either. I really want to beat this stupid human up." Lucian never imagined his words would provoke such outrage. It was clearly William, the shameless one, deceiving these shapeshifters. Yet, they foolishly stood by William, full of gratitude and admiration. And now someone was criticizing William in front of them. Who could tolerate that? "How dare you insult the greatly respected Mr. Johnson? I won't accept it. I won't accept it either. I wonder if Mr. Johnson would get mad if we were to lay hands on this foolish human. After all, Mr. Johnson seems too kind." Go to hell with being kind. Lucian was completely infuriated. "You call this kindness? Are you all idiots? He just wants to eat your bodies." Lucian, unable to restrain himself any longer, shouted out loud. Sometimes, when the whole world seems blind and only you can see clearly, it brings about an inexplicable sense of sorrow and anger. Even though these guys were shapeshifters, but to watch them amputate parts of their bodies and still praise how merciful William is. Lucian called these shapeshifters fools. Surely, these shapeshifters couldn't stand it. Upon hearing Lucian's words, the shapeshifters became even more infuriated. "Foolish human, if you dare to slander Mr. Johnson again, I'll kill you even if it costs me my life." A shapeshifter lord, who had been guided by William and had offered one of his claws, exploded with rage, unable to tolerate any more. "Mr. Johnson eating our bodies? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lucian sneered. "He's just deceiving you into trusting him, wanting to eat your bodies, that's all." William, still pretending to be innocent. "Though I've come to dislike you less than before, such behavior is truly despicable." Exposing his vile intentions publicly now should awaken these shapeshifters, making them realize they've been deceived, and reveal William's true, ugly face. After speaking his mind, Lucian felt a considerable sense of relief, as if he had done a great deed. Well, maybe not a great deed. It was like a wise man unveiling a fraudster's scam in front of a bunch of fools. That feeling was somewhat rewarding, creating a strong sense of pleasure at the spiritual level. It felt like being the only sober person while everyone else is drunk. Damn it, I can't stand it any longer. This damned human is being protected by Mr. Johnson while slandering him. Another shapeshifter lord said, "If Mr. Johnson truly wanted to eat me, I'd lie down here and let him do as he pleases. Why would he need to deceive me?" Exactly. With Mr. Johnson's strength, if he really wanted to eat us, would he need to deceive us? Some shapeshifter lords knew that William had withstood the second layer of the Lost Enigma Array's powerful attack. The Ultimate Force Alliance headquarters also revered the strong. In their eyes, if a powerhouse like William really wanted to eat them, why would he need to deceive them? He could just call out their names directly. "Mr. Johnson, we request permission to teach this human a lesson, may we?" Lucian's last statement further incited the crowd's anger, with shapeshifter lords beginning to ask William for permission to discipline Lucian. William, who had been mostly silent from start to finish and had barely offered any explanation, sighed upon hearing the united front of the shapeshifter lords. "I am someone who dislikes violence, but I understand that you are all quite agitated right now. This person has significant connections with the Divine Alliance. Remember not to kill him, or it would be difficult for me to explain. I'll seal your powers. Perhaps you could just give him a simple beating." After speaking, William walked away on his own, with the element-devouring cat following closely behind. Lucian was left in disarray, especially since William, the shameless one, had also sealed his powers. The shapeshifters of Heart of Asgard also felt their powers had been sealed. Their soul energy couldn't circulate. At this moment, they personally experienced William's strength. To instantly seal the powers of all shapeshifter lords, what kind of power was that? This further confirmed that if Mr. Johnson wanted to eat them, he wouldn't need to resort to any tricks. He is a person who wholeheartedly serves others and advocates for peace. After hearing William's words, many shapeshifter lords thought deeply and were moved to tears. Would someone with Mr. Johnson's power fear the people of the Divine Alliance? Of course not. So why did he seal everyone's powers, preventing them from killing this foolish, despicable, and divisive human? Clearly, it was to protect them from future retaliation from the Divine Alliance. Such magnanimity and approachability, openly guiding them without reservation. How could such a powerful being be slandered by a vile and despicable human? Unbearable. Chapter 6:20 Aspired Life. Lucien could no longer remember how many times he had broken down in front of William. Just before, when William had given his phone a signal and battery boost, he had felt grateful, even thinking that perhaps William was a person with a cold exterior but a warm interior. At this moment, he realized he was wrong. He was really wrong, and ridiculously so. William, the bastard, has nothing to do with the term cold exterior, warm interior. He's just a schemer full of bad ideas. A complete fraudster. A devil who plays with people's hearts. He even says he dislikes violence. You dislike violence? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of shapeshifters in the divine realm vanished. He coerced two bear creatures into chopping off their own paws, and even tricked Forseti into tearing off a pair of wings. These actions are simply demonic. If he dislikes violence, then probably the whole divine realm would be peaceful. At this moment, thinking more about it is futile. The shapeshifters all over the street were glaring at Lucien with righteous indignation. In their eyes, he was a despicable and shameless outsider. With his powers sealed, Lucien couldn't even use the most basic ninefold stellar sanctuary magic formation, let alone think about escaping. In front of a group of rugged and burly shapeshifters, he was like a fragile little chick. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't mess around. I'm the future great demon lord. Lucien felt a strong sense of oppression, reminiscent of his childhood days at school when he was bullied by stronger classmates, filled with a sense of powerlessness. What are we doing? Just teaching you a lesson. That's all. Don't worry, we won't kill you. The future great demon lord, right? You even have connections with our enemy, the Divine Alliance, right? William stood at a distance, appearing compassionate, with his hands clasped behind his back, looking in Lucien's direction. Sophius, the element-devouring cat, followed William, his eyes darting around. He had fully recognized who the real boss was, determined to stick with William forever, never to leave. William had harvested so many premium ingredients, which he couldn't possibly consume alone. Sophius thought about picking up leftovers, following along for a sip of soup, which would surely boost his power level. Why bother deceiving others in the divine realm for their magical artifacts? Those artifacts tasted terrible and had mediocre effects, to the point where Sophius had begun to disdain them. Meanwhile, a group of shapeshifter lords swung their fists, as large as sandbags, and their palms, as wide as fans, furiously at Lucien. Besides Lucien's screams, one could occasionally hear a shapeshifter yelling, "Go easy on him." Yes, yes, go easy. At this moment, Lucien felt somewhat touched. At least, these shapeshifters weren't entirely heartless. If you kill him, we can't keep hitting him. Each person gets a maximum of 3 hits. Lucien went into shutdown mode again. Damn it, he must be out of his mind to think these shapeshifters weren't that bad. Facing these shapeshifter lords, Lucien had no way to fight back, only curling up to protect his vital areas to avoid being hit in sensitive parts specific to men. William turned around, seeing the shapeshifters enjoying themselves, yet being somewhat cautious, and felt a twinge of compassion. Everyone, stop for a moment, let me say something. William finally spoke up. By this time, Lucien had been beaten until he was swollen all over, like a water-injected balloon, seeming as if he would burst with a poke. When the shapeshifters heard William speak, they naturally gave him face, stopping their actions to listen attentively. Lucien thought that William had finally developed a conscience and couldn't bear to watch anymore. You don't really have to do this. After William spoke, Lucien let out a heavy sigh of relief, thinking this ordeal was finally ending. What a relief. Feel free to hit him as much as you want. After all, I've sealed his powers. I know a bit of healing magic, so you guys keep hitting him, and I'll heal him on the side. Let's all have a good time today. Upon hearing this, the shapeshifters cheered, praising Mr. Johnson for his consideration. Beating someone with reservations, worrying about killing them. How could anyone enjoy that? Mr. Johnson, you've thought of everything. Damn it. Lucien, his eyes swollen to slits, managed to widen them in shock. He had never imagined that William's suggestion to pause was for this reason. Utterly shameless. You dare to curse Mr. Johnson. Beat him. Now, they were even more unrestrained, striking with vicious force. A slap broke Lucien's arm, but then a green light fell on his forehead, healing the injury immediately. The shapeshifters were overjoyed. With Mr. Johnson present, there was no need to worry about killing the boy today. For a while, cheers and screams intermingled. William stood aside, practicing his healing spells, quite pleased with himself. Murder? There was no need. Lucien had offended William several times, and William hadn't killed him. Doing this now was just a minor lesson, perfectly reasonable. This beating continued for over half an hour, with Lucien enduring terrible abuse, finally understanding just how malicious William could be. After the beating was over, William raised his hand, and Lucien's injuries healed, with everyone, including the shapeshifters and Lucien, returning to normal. William, you. Lucien clenched his fists, glaring at William with rage. Before he could swear, he noticed a group of shapeshifters eagerly watching him, forcing him to swallow his words. What's wrong? William raised an eyebrow at Lucien. Taking a deep breath, Lucien said, You're great. Truly kind-hearted. Who are you cursing? A shapeshifter lord snapped upon hearing Lucien's words, interpreting the tone as mocking Mr. Johnson's kindness. Damn it. Lucien chose to keep his mouth shut. These lunatic shapeshifters had completely baffled him. Anything he said was wrong, so it was better not to speak at all, lest he get beaten again for no reason. All right, let's go. William decided not to torment Lucien further. In this heart of Asgard, he had gathered quite a lot of premium ingredients. It was about time to leave, otherwise, if Balder found out, that kid would start following him around with a sycophantic smile again. That guy ate too much, and William didn't want to bring him along. The news of William's departure quickly reached Forseti, who appeared before William and whispered, Lord William, where are you headed? I wish to follow you. Over. The past few days, Forseti had made significant gains from the techniques William had shared with him. He thought, how hard would it be to progress if he just stayed in Heart of Asgard? Moreover, his father had always forbidden him from going out to gain experience, and he dared not disobey. Yet, he had always wanted to venture out. He dreamed of a reckless, free-spirited life. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Chapter 6:21 Domestic Abuse. Huh? That's not good. Chapter 6:21 Domestic Abuse. Huh? That's not good. William truly didn't want to take Forseti on the road with him. Not for any other reason, but because Forseti's body, though oddly shaped, consisted entirely of parts that were excellent ingredients. He feared he might not be able to restrain himself and end up disassembling Forseti. It's better if you don't follow me. William said this actually for the sake of Forseti's safety. Out of sight, out of mind. Imagine having someone who looks like a walking feast around William every day. Isn't that a test for William? He acts on his whims, and who knows if one day he might not care whether Forseti is Balder's son. By the way, what happened to your face? Is it from practicing secret techniques? William also noticed Forseti's swollen cheeks, but figured, in Heart of Asgard, no one would dare hit Forseti. I've already told my father. He did it. He also said, Mr. William, you are a fraud. Eventually, Forseti told his father about William's visit to Heart of Asgard. At this point, Forseti choked up a bit. Tears shimmered in his crimson eyes. The god of light, Balder, was deep in meditation, practicing his secret techniques when his son interrupted him. Furious, he spat blood, nearly losing all his power from rage. After hearing Forseti say that William the Obliterator had come, he slapped Forseti against the wall in anger, shouting, A fraud claims to be William the Obliterator, and you believe it? Forseti struggled to climb out from the wall, insisting loudly, It's really William the Obliterator. Please believe me. Slap. Forsetti, just out of the wall, was slapped away again, his cheeks now symmetrical. What a foolish child, my master, William the Obliterator, isn't someone you just happen upon. Balder, hearing his son might have encountered someone impersonating William the Obliterator and fell for such a foolish scam, thought it preposterous. Such a son, if not disciplined, would surely suffer in the future. Regarding the person claiming to be William the Obliterator, impersonators were far too common for Balder to take seriously. What's with your wings? Balder angrily looked at his foolish son, incredulous that he believed William the Obliterator would come to Heart of Asgard. Could he be any more foolish? It was Mr. William who said my wings were hindering my strength. He told me to tear them off, and then taught me a set of secret techniques. Idiot! Your wings are a heritage of my divine power. How could they hinder your strength? Are you stupid? Balder raised his hand, intending to slap Forsetti again, but seeing his son's pitiful look, he stopped himself. Take me to see who dares to swindle in Heart of Asgard. Balder didn't believe the story about William the Obliterator arriving, especially the part about wings hindering strength improvement. That sounded like nonsense. It was a disgrace that his own son fell for such a trick. Now fully convinced of William's identity, Forsetti didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he suggested, "Then, father, let me go stabilize him first, and you can take action when the time comes." Go ahead. Balder needed to steady his shaken mental state. Having lived for so long, his life was nearing its end unless he found a new opportunity, like obtaining the power of the sacred aura or finding his master, William the Obliterator. After finding William, Forsetti just waited for his dad to make a move. Doesn't his dad like to hit him? Now look at you. Do you have the guts to hit your master? Old thing, daring to slap my face? Once you make a move, let's see if Mr. William doesn't beat you half to death. Seeing Forsetti's pitiful appearance, William asked, "Does your father often hit you?" Forsetti nodded, kneeling before William, tearfully pleading, "Mr. William, I merely told him you were here, and he slapped me on both sides of my face. He often hits and scolds me. Please, take me away from this sorrowful place." Domestic abuse, huh? That's not good. While saying this, William had already seen through Forsetti's intentions and asked, "Do you particularly want me to beat up your father?" Ah, this. Forsetti, having his true thoughts exposed, knew that deceiving Mr. William would not end well. He bravely admitted, "Mr. William, my father is domineering and rude. He abuses his position as my elder, hitting me whenever things don't go his way. Please, seek justice for me." William smacked his lips and said, "What a display of fatherly love and filial piety." Listening in, Lucian found it incredible that someone would actually want William to teach their father a lesson. Truly off the charts. Beastly. Heartless beast. But upon reflection, he himself felt quite pleased when he saw his grandfather hitting his dad, silently cheering on the inside. Just then, the space in front of William suddenly tore open, and a palm struck towards William's chest. Balder emerged from the void, landing a solid palm on William's chest. Audacious scoundrel. His voice was cold, but then it abruptly stopped, replaced by the sound of swallowing saliva. "Master, is that really you?" In full view of everyone, Balder's legs gave out, and he slid down, tightly hugging William's legs, crying, "Master, where have you been all these years? I've missed you so much." William took Balder's full-force palm strike, his clothes fluttering slightly, but his feet didn't move an inch. "Yeah, missed quite a bit." William's tone was somewhat cold. This guy, without even looking properly, just slapped away. Luckily, he's sturdy. What if he had weakened? Then wouldn't he have been killed by Balder's slap? How dangerous. Hearing William's tone, Balder's scalp tingled. "Let go of your hands first." William looked down at the silver-haired elder. Balder dared not speak, slowly releasing his hands, with an awkward smile on his face. Forsetti, watching from the side, grinned. From that slap and his father's attitude and title, it proved that the man before them was indeed the real William the Obliterator. And this William the Obliterator was unimaginably powerful. His father, the renowned god of light Balder in the divine realm, could obliterate a planet with one full-force palm. Yet, this slap on William the Obliterator only stirred a breeze. The extent of his power was evident. "Cover your head." William looked at Balder in front of him and said softly, All the surrounding shapeshifters' leaders dared not move. What's happening? The god of light, Balder himself, appeared. He personally made a move against Mr. Johnson, and then the scene was almost unbearable to witness. The god of light, Balder, the supreme commander of Heart of Asgard, crouched in front of William, holding his head. Seeing him ready, William swung his fist and started a furious barrage. Of course, the force was somewhat controlled, because even for Balder, William could have blown him into pieces with one punch. Chapter 6:22, Please hit me 2 more times. After all, Balder was William's disciple, and not just any disciple, but one recognized by William himself. William had always treated the 3 high-ranking Olympian gods well, especially the sea god Poseidon, towards whom he practically applied the principle of excessive indulgence, giving him all the good things. Balder, belonging to the same circle of fellow disciples as the 3 high-ranking Olympian gods, unfortunately, didn't receive as many benefits from William. When William's fist landed on Balder, he immediately realized that Balder's life was nearing its end. Moreover, his soul was damaged. Now, William had fully understood the capabilities of the cosmic entity. The previous claims by the cosmic entity that destroying him would result in the destruction of the entire universe were clearly a bluff to mislead William. If the entire universe were likened to a hotel, then the cosmic entity could only be considered the contractor who built the hotel. Once the universe stabilized, the cosmic entity was more like the hotel's property manager. Even if the cosmic entity had intricate connections with the universe, William could sever them directly. Now, William could completely disregard the law of cause and effect. If the cosmic entity dared to mess around in front of him again, annihilating it wasn't out of the question. With one punch, Balder initially cried out in pain. But then he discovered that his originally depleted primordial life force suddenly filled up. It was like a pond on the verge of drying out suddenly being furiously replenished with fresh water. Balder was somewhat astonished. He knew his master possessed heaven-defying abilities. But for such a powerful being like him to forcefully extend his life, that truly was an act against the laws of the universe, and divine punishment was bound to descend. Moreover, William giving him essentially a second life. What kind of price would William have to pay? When William's fist landed, it wasn't terribly painful, at least within the threshold of bearable pain. But thinking of his master going to such lengths for him, Balder couldn't help but tear up. With another punch, the spiritual wound caused by Forsetti's interruption of his meditation miraculously healed. What would William have to pay to achieve this? Master, please, no more. Overwhelmed with emotion, Balder also felt immeasurable guilt. How many years had it been since he last saw his master? Just upon reuniting, his master had done so much for him. Most importantly, his master, William, was no longer young, likely facing the depletion of his primordial life force. Yet, even in such a situation, William transferred his primordial life force to him and healed his wounds. This made Balder even more troubled. Had he known earlier, wouldn't it have been better to just die quietly? Yet he caused his master to pay so much. Hearing Balder plead, no more, William still did not stop, continuing with his punches and kicks. These strikes, while causing superficial injuries to Balder, healed all the internal damages in his body. However, in Forsetti's eyes, it appeared as if Master William was finally giving his dad a good thrashing. Look, he even cried tears from the beating. A long-standing grudge was avenged. With a final kick, William sent Balder flying. Balder lay motionless on the ground, emitting a strange gasping sound at the end. After this beating, it was as if he returned to his peak condition. The surrounding shapeshifters' lords were utterly terrified. This was their Heart of Asgard's supreme commander, the god of light Balder. A super-strong being ranked among the top 5 in strength in the Ultimate Force Alliance. Yet, he was beaten up like this, so how powerful must Mr. Johnson be? It was unimaginable. Master, I can never repay your great kindness. After getting up, Poseidon knelt before William and deeply kowtowed 3 times. For a moment, the entire Heart of Asgard trembled. The surrounding shapeshifters' lords were utterly baffled. What happened to Lord Balder? After being beaten, he was so excited to come forward and give thanks. These days, the habit of kneeling down at every opportunity is about to become a custom in Heart of Asgard. seeing Lord Baldur's practiced movements, which seemed even more standard, and the force used seemed even more perfect. William waved his hand, saying, "Stand up." Only then did Baldur slowly rise, standing beside William with his head slightly bowed, whispering, "Master, I didn't believe it when Forseti said you had come, and I offended you. Please forgive me." The shapeshifter's lords probably understood that Mr. Johnson must be Lord Baldur's master. How powerful that must be. "It's fine. I was about to leave anyway. Since you came out, it's good to meet." Hearing this, Baldur turned pale and said, "Master, are you really okay? You're not about to die, are you?" Hearing Baldur's words, William's smile grew thicker. Indeed, a family style is the same. Baldur's family all know how to respect their elders. He raised his hand and gave Baldur a noogie, laughing. "I just meant I'm leaving Heart of Asgard to wander around the divine realm. What are you analyzing?" Is that so?" Baldur, holding his head, said. "Then, may I continue to follow you?" William glanced at Baldur and said, "You now have a family and manage the entire Heart of Asgard. Live your life well." Suddenly remembering something, Baldur said, "Could you take Forseti with you? Although the kid is a bit foolish and a little lacking in talent and aptitude, he should still be able to handle some chores for you." Forseti, hearing his father's words, felt incredibly complex. What does it mean to be a bit foolish, a little lacking in talent and aptitude? Is he that bad? But what he didn't expect was for his father to personally request William to take him along. William said, "Having him follow me, I'm afraid one day he'll just be gone." Baldur didn't quite understand what William meant. William didn't explain further and said, "Forget it, let him come with me." Forseti, hearing William say this, was overjoyed. He had long been tired of living in Heart of Asgard. Ever since he read the 2 books given by William, he knew that if he could follow Mr. Johnson, he would surely achieve great things in the future. What he didn't know was that in William's eyes, he was more like a collection of delicious ingredients. Of course, given Forseti's respectful attitude, William wouldn't really eat him. Most importantly, William considered that Forseti, as a member of the Ultimate Force Alliance's council, having him along as a guide or something was quite good. Before leaving, Baldur repeatedly instructed him to listen to William in everything. "I know, Dad." Forseti looked at his old father, a dominant force in the divine realm, with moist eyes. Dad, why do I feel like you look much younger after being beaten up by Mr. Johnson?" Forseti originally wanted to make a touching farewell, but noticed his dad's spirit seemed much rejuvenated. Baldur laughed. "All of this, of course, is thanks to Mr. Johnson." Forseti simply couldn't understand how one could become spirited after being beaten up and muttered subconsciously, "Indeed, these old folks, they all need to be taught a lesson." Baldur's smile stiffened, and his fingers trembled slightly. If it weren't for William being there, he would definitely slap this little rascal into the wall. So deep he couldn't be dug out. Realizing his comment might earn him a beating, Forseti quickly said to William, "Mr. Johnson, let's go? If we don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave my father behind." Chapter 623. So, you really want me to eat you? William also realized that Forseti had the kind of attitude that just asks for a beating, probably on par with Sophius, the element-devouring cat. Great. William likes these cheeky and arrogant kids. Let's go? No need for farewells. William learned from the element-devouring cat that the Ultimate Force Alliance conference was in Nostera City. Nostera City is 5 million miles from Heart of Asgard, not too far. There are 2 cities between Nostera City and Heart of Asgard in a straight line. Mr. Johnson, Shadowfen City, is up ahead, and Grendel there is quite arrogant. Shall we take a detour? Forseti also had a way with words, actually asking William if they should take a detour. William looked at the vast city ahead and asked with a smile, "Do you have a grudge against Grendel?" Forseti didn't hide it any longer and chuckled. "I've wanted to wipe them out for a long time." "Then why haven't you?" Forseti hesitated. "My father said that now we should try to ally with strong shapeshifters from all regions, unite against Zeus, and I should prioritize the bigger picture." He paused, then added, "Of course, the main reason is that I can't beat that Grendel. Shadowfen City is not too far from Heart of Asgard, and it's normal for the 2 cities to have friction and fights every now and then. Now, The Ultimate Force Alliance is gathering powerful allies from across the Divine Realm to prepare for a confrontation with the Divine Alliance. They need powerful allies and can't just forcefully eliminate those who are unwilling to join. That wouldn't solve the issue of the Ultimate Force Alliance's insufficient strength. Baldur is willing to let Forseti gain experience, allowing him to manage Heart of Asgard, and hoping Forseti can engage with opponents stronger than himself. Without going through harsh battles, how can one grow better? So no matter how Forseti fights with others, as long as he's not killed, Baldur would never interfere. According to Baldur, the kid just deserves a beating. Forseti can't beat Grendel, so he just has to take the beating. Grendel also takes pleasure in bullying this son of Baldur, the son of the god of light. Baldur, how satisfying it is to bully him. Forseti is straightforward, sharing these details openly, feeling there's no need to hide anything from William. Can't win a fight? What's there to be ashamed of? Let's go in and take a look. William doesn't know the grudges between Forseti and Grendel, but doesn't plan to take a detour either. Shadowfen City is Grendel's domain, where he reigns supreme. Grendel, with demon lineage, possesses a huge body, extraordinary strength, a grotesque figure, and a fierce demeanor. Living in Shadowfen City after the rebirth in the Divine Realm, he belongs to the Shapeshifter's race, his true form being a terrifying behemoth. Of course, their so-called terrifying behemoth is still not as horrifying as William. As William and his group approached the gates of Shadowfen City, a monster poking its big head appeared atop the gate. Yo, isn't this Lord Forseti? What brings you to our Shadowfen City? Came to brave our city alone. Damn it. Morkanth, face me one-on-one if you dare. Forseti, clearly not one to take insults, lying down and indeed possessing considerable strength within the upper echelons of the Ultimate Force Alliance. Only Odin, Uranus, and Baldur could possibly best him. Without Baldur's intervention, Forseti is utterly dominated by Grendel, enduring both defeat and verbal insults from Grendel's son Morkanth afterward. It's already commendable that Forseti didn't rush to retaliate right away. Morkanth, leaning on the castle wall, let out a sneering laugh. I'm not going to fight you. You want to fight? I'll call my dad. William found some amusement in this little monster's response. Interesting for knowing he can't win and opting not to fight Forseti directly. Huh. Forseti scoffed coldly. Among the younger generation of the shapeshifters, how many could stand as his equal? This big-headed little monster, Morkanth, is Grendel's son, not even daring to confront him. Morkanth's gaze swept over William and the others, saying, Lord Forseti, why didn't you bring your subordinates this time? And you brought 2 humans and a cat. Are you here to present gifts and seek peace? Forseti retorted, Morkanth, you little brat, seeking death, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am seeking death, but since Lord Forseti has brought gifts, my father the king has a lot of city matters to attend to daily. He probably won't have time to play with you. If you give the gifts to me, I can forgive your impudence. Morkanth directly considered William and the others as gifts from Forseti. Hearing this, Forseti suddenly felt no anger. Morkanth, I advise you to be careful with your words, lest you offend someone you shouldn't. Now that Forseti knew his Mr. Johnson was the legendary William the Obliterator, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Someone we shouldn't offend? Morkanth laughed louder, the laughter thunderous. Are you referring to those beside you? Who can I not offend? Are they high-ranking god kings? This is Shadowfen City. My father Grendel is the king here. Who else could possibly break in and kill me? Morkanth's eyes roamed over William and Lucian. Are you implying one of them is a high-ranking god king? Forseti felt William was quite patient, so Morkanth's insolence might not lead to his death, but a beating was likely unavoidable. Ever heard of William the Obliterator? Forseti stood, hands behind his back, looking up at Morkanth. Morkanth paused for a moment, then burst into laughter as if farting. William the Obliterator? You're telling me about William the Obliterator? Morkanth laughed. Are you here to scare children? When shapeshifters discipline their children, they occasionally lie, saying, if you keep misbehaving, William the Obliterator will take you away to eat you. So, the name William the Obliterator is akin to the big bad wolf in Earth's fairy tales like Little Red Riding Hood. In this context, Forseti asking if he's heard of William the Obliterator? It's like talking to an adult about the wolf grandma on Earth. Forseti said nothing, just quietly watching Morkanth on the castle, letting him show off. Forseti, don't use William the Obliterator to scare me. Morkanth laughed. William the Obliterator, right? Then let him eat me. I'm right here waiting, come on. Let him eat me. Hearing this, Forseti's smile gradually twisted. This truly takes the spirit of courting death to the extreme. William slightly lifted his head, squinting at Morkanth. Morkanth suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if he was targeted by some terrifying entity, enveloped by a horrifying atmosphere, and stiffly fell from the castle. Boom. Morkanth crashed down but, in the moment before hitting the ground, teleported and appeared right at William's feet. Morkanth's body, originally like a small mountain, shrank to just over 3 feet tall upon landing before William, becoming a miniature version of himself. William, smiling, asked, "So, you really want me to eat you?" Morkanth's brain turned to chaos. What's happening? Could it be that the person before him really is William the Obliterator? What do you want to do? Morkanth looked at William in terror, already sensing how fearsome the person before him was. William slightly bowed his head, smiling gently, and said, "What do you think?" Chapter 624. Sometimes, not looking appetizing can be an advantage. At this moment, Morkanth was somewhat dumbfounded. The feeling this person before him brought was truly terrifying. That kind of mental oppression made him dare not even think about resisting. There's a saying that goes, even a lamb can become a lion. But at this moment, even if Morkanth turned into a lion, he wouldn't dare bite William. He didn't dare to speak, just lay prostrate before William, looking up at him pitifully. William the Obliterator. This person is William the Obliterator. You wanted me to eat you? William examined Morkanth's body, his brows gradually knitting together as if he thought of something. No, great God. It was just a joke. Seeing William frown, Morkanth felt even more uneasy, sensing a great disaster looming. This is the end. At this time, the only hope for survival would be his father intervening, but his father is currently in the palace, busily working on providing him with siblings. He probably has no idea his beloved son is about to die. That joke of yours wasn't funny at all. William sighed. This pure Grendel lineage meat is tough and sour, with a weird smell of feces and urine. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Morkanth swore he had always been proud of inheriting his father Grendel's pure bloodline. Now to hear such words spoken, they seemed extremely insulting, but for some reason, Morkanth felt vaguely pleased. Smells weirdly of feces and urine. Aren't dogs into that? Why wouldn't they eat it? But now doesn't seem to be the time to delve into this issue. Morkanth whimpered softly. So, you're not going to eat me? Take me into the city to have a look, William said, not daring to claim he is an overly kind person, but he is quite picky about his food. The meat of a creature like Grendel is indeed hard to stomach. Hearing William say this, Morkanth felt like he had escaped from death's grasp and let out a heavy sigh. Snap! William raised his hand and slapped Morkanth away. Morkanth's body crashed into the walls of Shadowfen City. The wall, fortified with powerful defensive magic, collapsed thunderously, a stretch of several thousand feet of wall crumbling like a sand barrier hit by a cannonball. William's slap actually transmitted its force through Morkanth's body to the wall, so Morkanth wasn't really injured. It was just the wall that was demolished. Morkanth had no idea why William suddenly attacked again. And after such a slap, he was unscathed? What is this? Morkanth was somewhat uneasy, and at the same time, he thought, with such a big commotion, even if his father was busy creating siblings for him, he should have heard it by now. As long as he didn't act rashly and stayed calm, once his father came out, he would surely avenge him. William frowned slightly and said, "Your mouth has a strange smell. I don't like it, so it's better if you don't speak. Don't open your mouth." Although it's very impolite to publicly mention someone's mouth smells, William has always been straightforward. Besides, for Morkanth to casually emit such a smell from his mouth is in itself quite impolite. Morkanth's eyes were about to pop out. Are you being polite? He, being of pure Grendel lineage, prefers eating carrion on a normal basis, finding the taste of rot to be the most delicious. Naturally, what emanated from his mouth was that carrion scent. That scent might be hard for humans to accept, but to him, it was the best smell. As William entered the city, he found it hard to bear, encountering various monsters, demons, and other shapeshifter clan corpses everywhere, creating a nauseating, murky atmosphere. As for the architecture, it was even less pleasing to the eye. Everywhere exuded a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, with many places constructed of bones, tattered and torn as if the city had been besieged. Such a place, just looking at it is enough, if he were to stay here to play. He really feared he might not resist the urge to flatten and rebuild the place entirely. For Seti, being the son of his disciple, was bullied by these strange creatures. Naturally, he had to seek vengeance for him. Not to say killing Morkanth and the others, but at least teaching them a lesson was necessary. In terms of protecting those close to him, William has always been thorough. Who dares to make a move in my shadow-fenced city? A furious roar suddenly erupted, shaking the entire city. A gigantic Grendel flew in the air, resembling a huge and ugly flying tiger. Its body was as large as a hill, covered in scales, with wings that blotted out the sun, and a pair of blood-red eyes overlooking from above. It looks very much like a hybrid of shapeshifters and demons. Just a roar alone filled the entire city with a foul stench. The city's monsters and demons all cheered and howled. Insolent humans, daring to intrude into Shadowfen's city. It's been a long time since we've had human flesh. This human must possess exceptional strength. But in the presence of the king, he is no more than an ant. The underlings in the city kept shouting. In their eyes, with Grendel appearing, this human was doomed. Grendel, from high above, scrutinized William. He did not recognize him. Yes, he didn't know William. After all, he hasn't lived long enough, and William is not interested in creatures like Grendel. Therefore, he has only heard of the name William the Obliterator, but doesn't know what William the Obliterator looks like. Sometimes, not looking appetizing can be an advantage. It must be said, Grendel's entrance was quite frightening. In the northern part of the Divine Realm, under the rule of the Ultimate Force Alliance, he could monopolize a city on his own and take pleasure in bullying for Seti. His strength far surpassed that of the average supreme deity level, making him a top strongman among the shapeshifters. Human, how do you wish to die? Grendel stared at William and roared, causing the space around to begin collapsing. The next moment, he appeared directly above William, his claw descending swiftly, intending to smash William into a meat patty. William also enjoyed dealing with these shapeshifters' leaders who considered themselves somewhat powerful. His figure seemed somewhat slender, even tiny, in front of Grendel. Just as Grendel's claw was about to hit him, William suddenly reached out his hand. His palm firmly grasped Grendel's sharp claw. Huh, Grendel laughed. How foolish was this person? His claw could tear through space, and yet this human dared to meet him force barehanded? Did he think he was a high-ranking god? Crack! William accurately grabbed one of Grendel's claws and gently twisted, breaking it directly. Grendel was stunned for a moment. But in that moment, William punched him in the jaw. Grendel was sent flying into the sky, his body starting to melt away like snow under the scorching sun. No matter how Grendel struggled, he couldn't change the state of his body disappearing. Silence fell over the city. All the shapeshifters were silent, looking at William with fear. Just how powerful was this human being? To annihilate Grendel with a single punch? That was a being capable of dominating supreme deity-level powerhouses. Were you all having fun shouting just now? William raised an eyebrow, and all the shapeshifters in the city, except for that guy named Morkanth, dissipated just like Grendel. Shadowfen City, spanning tens of thousands of square feet, was also leveled to the ground in an instant. Chapter 6, 25 William's Bad Taste. Chapter 6, 25 William's Bad Taste. Morkanth watched in disbelief as all the shapeshifters in the city disintegrated before him. His father, whom he took pride in, was overpowered by William in just one move. Yes, William the Obliterator. This person is William the Obliterator. Why did he think his father could defeat William the Obliterator? In an instant, he lost his father, as well as all the familiar friends and relatives. For a moment, Morkanth even doubted whether everything before his eyes was real. An illusion? The ground within a radius of several 100,000 miles became flat land, and rainwater sparsely fell, with new shoots visibly growing from the ground at an observable rate. Morkanth lay there, letting the rainwater fall on him, unable to comprehend what great sin he had committed to summon this god of death. Forsetti and Lucian were also dumbfounded. Although Forsetti also had shapeshifter blood, he had almost always lived in Heart of Asgard. Although he occasionally fought wars with other shapeshifter clans, those conflicts involved casualties on both sides, and after the war ended, there would be time to reflect on the brutality of the war and to console his soldiers. Moreover, he was very clear about one thing. Grendel of Shadowfen City could not possibly kill him. Instead, Shadowfen City seemed more like a challenge given to him by his father, Balder. Now, William had directly destroyed the city, something Forsetti definitely did not want to see. Lucian was even more unable to understand William's actions. Slaughtering an entire city. Was William truly a great demon? Cold and heartless. Previously, he had even helped Lucian access the internet. William had also made an effort to reassure Lucian's grandmother by helping him video call her. It was faintly evident that William did possess a sense of humanity. "Let's go," William said coldly, continuing towards Nostera City. Morkanth slowly got up, murmuring, "Why didn't you kill me along with the others?" As you wish." After William spoke, Morkanth also disintegrated into dust and vanished into the air. No further discussion was needed. Gulp. Forsetti's heart suddenly started pounding wildly. He stared at the spot where Morkanth had disappeared, dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Lucian couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Couldn't you have spared his life? Even if Grendel offended you, what about the other shapeshifters and demons?" William didn't even turn his head, responding indifferently. "If you hadn't entered the city with me, you would probably have been torn to pieces by them by now." Innocent shapeshifters and demons? In William's view, there's no such thing as innocence or guilt in this world. It all comes down to the survival of the fittest. William tries to adapt to wherever he is. For example, on Earth, he would never do something like slaughtering a city. But in Divine Realm, what he does is entirely up to his mood. Isn't this a place without strict laws? Isn't it a place that values freedom and respects the strong? As someone standing at the pinnacle of the world, isn't it just about doing whatever he wants? Slaughter a city? If you ask him why, it's simple. He didn't like the city to begin with. He was just planning to pass through, but then Grendel attacked him. So just erase the entire city then. Hearing William say this, Lucian also realized these issues. He felt sympathy for the shapeshifters in the city, but if he wasn't with William, would Grendel have killed him? Probably. Of course, if he wanted to survive, he could also have used the Odin sapphire given to him by Odin. Lucian could only continue following William. Actually, he could feel that his own strength had increased somewhat. Because of the entity William expelled, who played with all kinds of fancy stuff across more than 3,000 parallel worlds, Lucian would absorb a portion of the power from anyone who had made a contract with that entity upon their death, thereby becoming stronger. In Shadowfen City, almost half of the shapeshifters had signed contracts with that entity. With William's slaughter of the city, Lucian and someone named Elric were essentially gaining experience points for free, which was incredibly comfortable. "Lord William, should we just fly directly to Nostera City?" Forsetti was somewhat scared by the prospect. After all, he has been the leader who managed a city and has also experienced the love and admiration from the citizens of his own city. If they continued on with William possibly slaughtering every city they passed, the sin would be enormous. William seemed indifferent and nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they appeared on a wasteland several tens of thousands of miles outside Nostera City. Nostera City was also the ancient capital of the Shapeshifters tribe. Standing in front of the grand city gates, they saw the city walls crowded with shapeshifters. The city was enveloped in dark clouds and a pervasive stench of decay. A terrifying and eerie atmosphere loomed over. "Mr. Johnson, you're not planning to slaughter Nostera City, are you?" Sophias, the element-devouring cat, looked at the majestic Nostera City ahead and couldn't help but entertain a bold thought. William glanced at Sophias and asked, "Do you think I'm a city-slaughtering maniac?" Sophias chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not. Mr. Johnson is kind and merciful. How could he be a city-slaughtering maniac?" Forsetti looked at Sophias in surprise, then added, "Lord William, you're here to attend the Ultimate Force Alliance conference, right?" "Of course I came to see. Let's all keep a low profile," William said, turning to look at Forsetti. "Do you have an invitation?" Forsetti nodded. "Of course. I'm a member of the Ultimate Force Alliance Council." for a conference called by Odin and Uranus. They naturally sent me an invitation. Then we'll pose as your entourage. William figured it would be better not to reveal his identity when entering the city. He was just wandering around with nothing better to do, and if Odin found out he was entering the city, there would surely be a lot of pleasantries exchanged. Playing without being able to fully enjoy oneself truly lacks excitement. You posing as my entourage. Forseti didn't quite understand William's intention, but still said, "Whatever you say, Lord William." With a thought, William transformed into a giant black bear monster, modeling the look after one they had encountered on the way. Similarly, Sophias, the element-devouring cat, grew larger with a more ferocious appearance. Lucian was also turned into a huge grizzly monster. "From now on, I'm called Briar, you're Winnie," William said to the element-devouring cat, "and you're called Tom." "Damn, what kind of bad taste is this?" Lucian, having been turned into a grizzly bear and hearing the names William chose, couldn't help but complain. "Briar? Winnie? Tom? Was he shooting an animated film? Do you have a problem with that?" William glanced at Lucian. Lucian moved his large bare paw and said, "I think this look is quite nice, but I'm not sure if we'll be seen through." "No one can see through us," William confidently stated. He was sure that not even the highest gods could see through his magic. "Let's go. Accompany our Lord Forseti to the Ultimate Force Alliance Conference." William smirked and swung his bare paw, finding their disguises somewhat amusing. Forseti had no choice but to bravely head towards Nostera City. As they approached the entrance, they felt a supremely powerful divine consciousness sweeping over them. That was Odin. Knowing that William was coming to the Ultimate Force Alliance Conference, Odin was fully alert. If any reckless shapeshifter's leader offended William, wouldn't he be in trouble? However, when Odin's divine consciousness scanned over them and only recognized Forseti's group, he didn't bother further. Chapter 626. Can I take her away for a while? Isn't that Forseti from Heart of Asgard? Why is he bringing two clowns to the Ultimate Force Alliance Conference? Can you tell the power level of those two bear men? Now that you mention it, those two bear men seem to be no ordinary characters. At the entrance of Nostera City, two shapeshifters leaders whispered to each other, sizing up Forseti's group. William and Lucian's transformed bodies were huge, making it impossible not to attract attention. "Hey bro, Forseti, you're quite early, huh?" Just as they reached the city gate, a shapeshifter's leader, standing 8 feet tall, approached them. Forseti had no idea why William came to Nostera City, and he was also worried that this shapeshifter's leader, who greeted them and had a good relationship with him, might accidentally offend Lord William. If he accidentally offended William, it could indeed turn out quite badly. "Noctur, let me introduce you. These three are my friends, and they are very capable shapeshifters," Forseti said, taking a big risk. William had said to pretend to be his entourage, but Forseti, fearing that William and the others would be looked down upon by other shapeshifters in the city and potentially cause trouble, told other shapeshifters' leaders that they were friends. As friends of Forseti, the shapeshifters of Nostera City would also show some respect. Hearing Forseti say this, William wasn't upset, as he wasn't someone who gets easily angered. Even his city slaughtering was definitely not out of anger. "Hello, Noctur. I'm Briar, and this is my brother Winnie." William introduced themselves straightforwardly, then pointed his bare paw at element-devouring cat, saying, "And he is Tom." Noctur was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing the three shapeshifters. Their strength was unfathomable. Could it be that Baldur sent them to protect Forseti? "Your names are indeed unique." Noctur chuckled awkwardly. With such unique names and such power, if he had heard of them before, he surely wouldn't have forgotten. Then, these three shapeshifters' leaders must indeed be the hidden forces from Heart of Asgard. Ha, not too bad. William scratched his head, showing a simple and honest expression, and said, "Lord Noctur, you flatter me." With such behavior, even Forseti almost believed he was facing a genuine bear man. William always fully embodies whatever role he assumes. Now pretending to be a bear man, he thoroughly becomes one. Lucian glanced at William and thought to himself, "Briar, Winnie, why not conjure up Mickey Mouse next?" Seeing that William was not upset by his words, but instead very cooperative, Forseti breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Lord William had a somewhat eccentric temper, and one could never predict his mood or what he might do next. Forseti and Briar, Winnie, Tom. Let's talk more after we enter the city. Noctur is a renowned shapeshifter's leader, the ruler of a city. While talking, Forseti had already shown his invitation. The checking of invitations in Nostera City has never been very strict, as almost all visitors are shapeshifters' leaders, and the city serves as the headquarters of the Ultimate Force Alliance. Who would dare to sneak in and cause trouble? Not even supreme deities would dare to barge into Nostera City uninvited. After they entered the city, Noctur whispered mysteriously, "Does anyone know the purpose of Lord Odin calling this Ultimate Force Alliance conference?" Forseti raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you know?" Noctur chuckled, "Let's head to the Joyful Hell Tavern for some drinks, and we can talk there." Forseti sneakily glanced at William, who then said, "Drinking? That sounds great. Let's go have some drinks first." Noctur laughed. "It seems our friend Briar also enjoys good wine. Come on, let's head to the Joyful Hell Tavern. Bro, I'll hook you up with a lady bear for some fun. Let's get Winnie in on the action too." Noctur was very hospitable, but Lucien's mindset had slightly shifted. What kind of shapeshifters are these? Setting them up with female bears? He wasn't into that sort of thing. The Joyful Hell Tavern, being the largest bar in Nostera City, had everything one could ask for. On their way, William saw leaders of various shapeshifter races. Anyone daring or able to enter Nostera City boasted considerable strength. In Heart of Asgard, William had already collected quite a few ingredients, but upon entering Nostera City, he no longer felt like he was in a supermarket. "Brothers, today's expenses at Joyful Hell Tavern are on me. Just enjoy yourselves to the fullest." Noctur was very generous, directly arranging for 2 female bears for William and Lucien. William was indifferent, without any distractions, leaning against the female bear. It was fluffy and quite comfortable. Because of William's mere thought, the female bear with him remained still, almost like a leather chair. Lucien glanced at William and felt disgusted. Damn, can this guy really live with the habits of anything he transforms into? Not even sparing the female bear. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. No normal person would do such a thing. William also noticed Lucien's peculiar gaze, and, with a smirk, the female bear accompanying Lucien began to rub against Lucien's neck. "What are you doing?" Lucien was stunned. Was this female bear harassing him? "Big Bear Winnie, you're so strong. I'm totally into you," she said, fluttering her eyelashes flirtatiously as she rubbed against Lucien. A female bear batting her eyelashes was truly. Lucien felt like vomiting, but he found his mouth wouldn't open and he couldn't speak. William sat up straight, looking as if he hadn't done anything. Seeing this, Noctur laughed. "Briar, look how playful Winnie is." William chuckled naively. "I'm not interested in female bears." Lucien's mentality was shattered. Did that mean he was interested in female bears? This damned female bear even stuck out her large tongue to lick his face. Damn it. And Lucien found he couldn't move at all. Why was that? Did it even need asking? It must have been William's doing. Lucien regretted it, truly regretted it. Wasn't it good to stay in Odin's dungeon? Why did he choose to follow William, this bastard? Look at what he has gone through along the way. It was really too terrifying. Sophias, the element-devouring cat, seeing Lucien's state, glared at Noctur and asked, "Do you have any female cats here?" Noctur suddenly realized, I forgot about you, Tom. Wait a moment, I'll ask the waiter to arrange something." William couldn't help but laugh. Sophias couldn't hold back, Coming to Nostera City and before doing anything else, wanting to have an adventure first? The customs among the shapeshifters were open, not like humans who consider certain matters private. Right in the hall, there were shapeshifters openly engaging in exploration and reproduction. Chaos. Noctur quickly had the waiter bring over a docile-looking cat-shaped shapeshifter. Sophias cautiously glanced at William and asked, "Can I take her away for a while?" Chapter 627, Did you say something just now? Hearing Sophias's request, and then following Sophias's gaze, Noctur realized that Tom had ideas but still felt the need to seek Briar's permission. This suggested that Briar held a leadership position among the 3 peculiar shapeshifters. This was Noctur's way of testing the waters. From Winnie's behavior, it seemed that Winnie was not the leader. However, Noctur remained silent as if he hadn't heard anything. Although he was the lord of a city, unlike Forseti, he didn't have a significant background. Coming to Nostera City, Noctur definitely didn't want to make more powerful enemies. He preferred to make more friends instead. William glanced at Sophias and grinned, saying, "Go if you want to. Why ask me?" Sophias's eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity to indulge his natural instincts. As a male element-devouring cat, he had his desires, but being constantly in Aphrodite's presence, Sophias cared about etiquette and couldn't just vent his desires here like other shapeshifters. Of course, his biggest fear was upsetting William, risking William taking his balls. After Sophias left, Noctur leaned closer to William and said to Forseti, "You should have understood the purpose of the Ultimate Force Alliance conference by now." Forseti looked at Noctur with a blank expression. "Did you say something just now? It seemed like you hadn't said anything." "Huh." Noctur looked back at Forseti and then at William, puzzled. William understood what he meant. The Joyful Hell Tavern was bustling with shapeshifters, and with their loud voices, even whispered conversations were clear to them. Or rather, the agenda of this Ultimate Force Alliance conference was practically an open secret, no longer requiring much disguise. Forseti, sitting there, had a mind full of confusion, pondering what William, now as Bearman, intended to do here. He hadn't paid attention to what the other shapeshifters were saying. William, however, had understood everything, but he was currently in the guise of a bear man. As a bear man, you should look a bit simple-minded. Why bother with so much? Noctur cleared his throat and said, "This Ultimate Force Alliance conference is likely aimed at Christianity. You must have heard that Jesus has left God's camp and is in hiding. It's said that God has disappeared recently, leaving the sanctum of the holy light without a leader. Furthermore, Hades has acquired Archangel Amenadiel's 7 treasures staff and spear of apocalypse," Noctur said excitedly. "What does this mean? Perhaps Archangel Amenadiel is already dead." William looked at Noctur expressionlessly. After all, he was aware of these developments, having orchestrated them himself. But what does this have to do with the Ultimate Force Alliance conference? Maybe because of these things, Uranus and Odin have started making some unrealistic associations again. Forseti, having not left Heart of Asgard for a long time, hadn't heard this news. Now, hearing Noctur speak, his eyes also began to sparkle. The power of God and Zeus has been strong for tens of thousands of years, and the shapeshifters have always deeply detested God's forces. God's missionaries often target shapeshifters and demons, leading to battles whenever God's forces encounter shapeshifters in the divine realm. With such deep-seated enmity between the two powers, the shapeshifters couldn't stay indifferent to the major upheavals within God's forces. Regardless of right or wrong, good or evil, different camps mean that they would definitely rub salt in the wound of their adversaries. Even if they don't annihilate God's forces, they at least want to make them suffer. On this matter, the entire shapeshifter race is united. Hades acquired Archangel Amenadiel's supreme artifacts. Forseti thought deeper. Rumors say Hades has his own forces and isn't ranked among the 12 Olympian gods. Still, ultimately, he's brothers with Zeus and Poseidon. Could it be that the two major forces within the Divine Alliance have begun an internal war, and Hades' power has reached the level of a high-ranking deity, even going so far as to annihilate Archangel Amenadiel? The possession of both of Archangel Amenadiel's supreme artifacts by Hades would lead any normal shapeshifter to conclude that Archangel Amenadiel is dead. Moreover, if Hades has these two supreme artifacts, his power must be no less than any high-ranking deity. Otherwise, how could he have seized Archangel Amenadiel's two supreme artifacts? You should know, with those two supreme artifacts in hand, without significant strength, they would easily attract more powerful beings to seize them. If Hades' strength isn't enough, those artifacts would only bring him disaster. Hearing Forseti's analysis, Noctur simply smiled and said, "We can hardly guess the affairs at the level of high-ranking deities. But there's another piece of news. 5 unclaimed divine halos of power have appeared in the divine realm." Forseti instantly perked up at this news. What does the decline of God's forces matter compared to this? 5 divine halos of power. It's said that obtaining the power of a divine halo would earn cosmic entities recognition and protection. With only 100 divine halos of power in the entire universe, The appearance of 5 unclaimed ones in the divine realm is an enormous opportunity. William had already heard shapeshifters discussing the matter of the divine halos. When he killed Amenadiel and extracted the power of the divine halos, adding his own power to sever the connection between those 5 divine halos and the cosmic entity. This should only be known to a few deities present at the time. But now the whole of Nostera City is abuzz with the news. Clearly, those big shots of the divine realm deliberately spread the message. Even high-ranking deities would covet those 5 divine halos of power. Yet, William's methods have made it impossible for them to detect the presence of those divine halos. Getting them would almost be a matter of luck. Such luck is unparalleled. William can assure that even the cosmic entity couldn't detect the existence of these 5 divine halos of power. Are they expecting some incredibly lucky beings to find them? Don't even think about it. Maybe it's some unlucky fellow who ends up getting them. Presumably, the big shots in the divine realm have also tried to use their divine senses to search the entire realm, but in the end, they found nothing and thus spread the news. In their view, as long as the power of the divine halos is obtained by their own forces, it's generally not considered a loss. Moreover, once the power of the divine halos is discovered, it's mostly likely to lead to contention. At that time, it would be difficult to keep it hidden from the big shots of the divine realm. Spreading the news to deliberately incite a battle for possession, who will it end up with in the end? Isn't it still the survival of the fittest? Noctur chuckled and said, Forsetti, if other shapeshifters by chance obtain the power of the divine halos, they probably wouldn't dare to claim it as their own. But you're different. He just said it out loud, and in the joyful Hell Tavern, many shapeshifter lords couldn't help but look towards Forsetti, the sole son of Baldur, the next leader of Heart of Asgard. Other shapeshifters obtaining the power of the divine halos might actually bring disaster upon themselves. But Forsetti is different. As long as Baldur lives, who in the entire divine realm would dare to touch him? So, does Forsetti have a chance to replace Odin and Uranus as the new leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance? Chapter 628, It's clearly time to choose whom to support. Chapter 628, It's clearly time to choose whom to support. Hearing Noctur speak this way, Forsetti couldn't help but feel excited inside. His father is the god of light, Baldur, and it is for this reason that he is the one who most desires to become stronger and to be recognized by others. He wishes that after leaving Heart of Asgard, people will refer to him as Forsetti, the super-strong warrior of the divine realm, and not just as the son of Baldur. Previously, he only thought about clinging to the coattails of William the Obliterator and was also glad to be able to leave Heart of Asgard, becoming the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance. He had thought about it, but even Forsetti himself felt it was unrealistic. For tens of thousands of years, the Ultimate Force Alliance has been led by Odin and Uranus, and there are reasons for that. Both in terms of character and strength, Odin and Uranus have the respect of the shapeshifter race. When the shapeshifters were in decline, it was Odin and Uranus who extended a helping hand to save them. Odin and Uranus hold high esteem within the shapeshifter race. But what about Forsetti? It seems no matter how hard he tries, let alone surpassing Odin and Uranus, he hasn't even surpassed the prestige of his own father. As long as he hasn't exceeded his father, he is just a child under protection. Noctur, what do you mean? Forsetti isn't entirely foolish. The shapeshifter race has always believed in the supremacy of the strong. Noctur, being a city lord with the strength of a supreme deity, coming to forge ties with him so generously, without a purpose? He doesn't believe it. Noctur doesn't hide his intentions, saying to Forsetti, I am willing to make a blood pact with you, swearing with our souls and lives that from now on, you are my brother in arms. We will share benefits and face difficulties together. If we betray this oath, may our souls be annihilated. Forsetti is slightly taken aback. Does he want to become brothers with him? Noctur, you must be joking. You seem to be much older than me. After all, having lived for so many years, Forsetti understands why Noctur would want to form ties with him. Saying they want to become best brothers is essentially akin to submitting to his Heart of Asgard, to his father Baldur. The power of the 5 divine halos might even create 5 high-ranking gods, right? Of course, that was just Forsetti's wishful thinking. Even with the power of the divine halos, Becoming a high-ranking god wouldn't be so easy. Noctur's move was simply to find himself a strong backer. Even if not Odin or Uranus, it would be a force that could make Odin and Uranus wary. Such a force, in the entire Ultimate Force Alliance Council, apart from Forseti of Heart of Asgard, there seems to be no second option. Directly finding Baldur. Noctur had recently visited Heart of Asgard, and Baldur probably guessed his intentions. Noctur couldn't even enter the city gates, and only had a brief encounter with Forseti. Older? No. Forseti, your lineage is more noble, your potential limitless. All you're missing is a bit of opportunity. In fact, when Noctur mentioned the noble lineage, there was no pride in Forseti's heart. On the contrary, he even felt some disgust with this notion. It sounded more like, if not for his bloodline, Noctur wouldn't even spare him a second glance. But he still smiled and said, "In that case, let us form an alliance. I'll accept you as my bro." Noctur beamed with joy, getting all chummy with Forseti, as if they were real brothers. As for making a blood pact, naturally, it wouldn't be done in such a place. Noctur glanced at William, seemingly curious, and asked, "Briar, what level of strength are you at now?" William had been listening to these two chatting away and had remained silent, but he could see through Noctur's little schemes at a glance. "Me?" Knowing Noctur's strength, William said in his simple way, "Just at the peak of Supreme Deity level." Noctur was only at the early stages of the Supreme Deity level. Not weak, but he knew all too well how difficult it was to advance further after reaching the Supreme Deity level. To break through from the Creator Deity level to the Supreme Deity level, he had consumed countless mythical level potions and experienced many adventures over 40,000 years. He couldn't even imagine, without something like the power of the divine halos, how could he advance further? Yet here was this unheard-of bear man, claiming to be at the peak of the Supreme Deity level? And Winnie, Noctur couldn't believe it. Heart of Asgard had a peak Supreme Deity level warrior? No wonder it's under Baldur's rule. It seems the decision to befriend Forseti was absolutely correct. William glanced at Lucian, who was entangled with the she-bear, and said with a grin, "Him? He's at the mid-level of the Supreme Deity strength." Lucian, currently unable to move, was inwardly cursing, "Supreme Deity level. Ah, William, can't you make this she-bear stay away from me?" Noctur couldn't help but be shocked and asked, "And Tom?" "Also just mid-level of the Supreme Deity strength," William said nonchalantly. This statement caused all the shapeshifter lords in the Joyful Hell Tavern to stare at them. Supreme Deity level strength? All three of them are at the Supreme Deity level. Just how strong is the force of Heart of Asgard? Shall we talk upstairs? It's too crowded here. Noctur somewhat regretted his earlier decision to show off here, thinking it would be easy to overhear some information with Forseti around. Damn, what's with all these fancy reception arrangements? Couldn't he have just taken them upstairs and told them everything directly? Now he had inadvertently exposed the strength of Heart of Asgard, which might even attract other shapeshifter lords to seek friendship with Forseti. At that point, his importance in Forseti's eyes would diminish. "Let's go." Upstairs, William stood up, and the she-bear accompanying him obediently left with him. Lucian finally found he could move again, and quickly pushed away the 6,000-pound she-bear, rushing out of the Joyful Hell Tavern to vomit violently. That guy William really holds a grudge. Just for looking at him a few times, he actually pranked him like this. "Huh? Briar, what's wrong with Winnie?" Noctur was also somewhat surprised, and considering he hadn't previously mentioned making a blood pact with William and the others. So, these words of concern came out naturally. William laughed heartily. "Don't mind him. He's just got a bad stomach. Let's go upstairs." Knowing that William and his companions were of Supreme Deity level strength, the shapeshifters of the Joyful Hell Tavern certainly didn't dare to neglect them. A charming female shapeshifter came over, batting her eyelashes coquettishly. "Isn't this Lord Noctur? Visiting our Joyful Hell Tavern without notifying me. You really forgot about me." Noctur laughed it off. "Miss Serena, what are you talking about? Why don't you join us upstairs to drink with a few of my friends?" Serena, the manager of the Joyful Hell Tavern, backed by the Hydra clan and supported by Odin and Uranus. The fact that the Joyful Hell Tavern could operate in Nostera City was also supported by the 10 major families of the Shapeshifters clan. Now, With the Ultimate Force Alliance conference about to begin and the task of finding the 5 scattered holy halo powers in the divine realm, how should these powers be allocated and handled if acquired? It's clearly time to choose whom to support. If one sides with Odin, does it mean that whoever obtains the power of the holy halo must offer it to Odin? Chapter 6:29 Betray anyone, but never betray William. The Joyful Hell Tavern has only 3 floors, but the distance between each floor exceeds 150 feet. This is probably to accommodate some shapeshifters who are quite large in size. Just as William and his group reached the upper floor, they heard Odin's voice. Noctur, Forseti, you're quite early. Odin, with his imposing stature and heroic appearance, simply sitting there, exudes a strong sense of oppression. He had concealed his presence and had been sitting there all along. As for the conversation between Forseti and Noctur, he had listened to every word. If William could see through Noctur's little schemes, how could Odin, an old fox, not? Upon reaching the upper floor and seeing Odin, Noctur's breath hitched. He had been too outspoken with Forseti downstairs. Initially, he thought it wouldn't matter even if Odin heard those words. In fact, he wanted Odin and Uranus to know that his backing was Heart of Asgard. This way, when he obtains the power of the Holy Halo, Odin and Uranus wouldn't lay hands on him. But now, facing Odin in person, Noctur couldn't help but panic. To put it bluntly, even if Noctur made a blood pact with Forseti, if Odin killed him, Baldur wouldn't cause a stir with Odin over him. Lord Odin, you're here too. Looking at Odin, Noctur bowed deeply and said, Noctur of Blazeheart City greets Lord Odin. Odin nodded, replying, no need for such formalities. Forseti, unlike Noctur, simply greeted Odin, Lord Odin, long time no see. Such an attitude was like that of equals meeting and greeting each other. Odin mused, indeed, it has been a long time, but I still remember when I held you as a child. Your willy was only the size of a grain of rice. Forseti's face turned awkward. Damn, is it really appropriate to bring up such things in public? Mentioning holding him as a child was one thing, but why bring up his willy? Mentioning willy is one thing, but what's with the size of a grain of rice? With just one sentence, Odin rendered Forseti speechless. Without Forseti speaking, Odin's gaze fell directly on William. Odin's eyes slightly narrowed. Are you a disciple of Baldur? William wanted Odin to see him as a peak supreme deity-level entity, so that's what he would appear as. As for what Odin could understand, that was also what William intended for him to know. Yeah, William did not bow to Odin, just stared straight at him. Odin didn't find this bear man's demeanor unreasonable. He knew that bear men were mostly simple-minded. And it seemed this bear man was just a regular bear who gradually gained strength and developed a human form through sheer effort. A regular black bear, elevating itself to the strength of a supreme deity level. What kind of effort and sacrifice does that entail? Such a simple-minded bear man, not understanding manners, could be understandable. Expecting a bear man, wholly focused on enhancing his strength, to learn etiquette might be asking too much. Supreme deity level peak, very good. Odin, as the current leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, is happier the more strong individuals there are in the alliance. As he nodded, Sophias and Lucian also came up. Sophias, with a face full of reminiscence, shouted upon seeing Odin, Lord Odin, hello. Odin frowned and sized up Sophias, wondering what this creature was. A cat appearing out of nowhere, with the strength of a mid-phase supreme deity level. Then turning to Lucian, Odin's brows furrowed even deeper. What exactly is going on with Heart of Asgard? 2 ordinary bears and a cat, none with any special bloodline. If it's said that just an ordinary bear has become a supreme deity-level entity, then it could be said that this bear has really worked hard and encountered enough opportunities. Otherwise, how could it become a supreme deity? You should know, the Shapeshifter clan highly values bloodlines. Generally speaking, the more powerful the bloodline, the greater the potential. How could such ordinary bloodlines produce 3 supreme deities? Are you all disciples of Baldur? Odin couldn't help but think of more possibilities. Doesn't he know how many powerful beings the Shapeshifter clan has? Baldur is strong, but Odin also knows about the powerhouses living in Heart of Asgard. And if these 3 supreme deities really are Heart of Asgard's trump cards, then why would they come to Nostera City with Forseti? Three supreme deity-level beings, in Odin's eyes, are not really that significant. Heart of Asgard already has Baldur sitting in, so it doesn't need to use three supreme deities to intimidate anything. The only possibility is, Serena, step down for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Forseti and Noctur. As the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, when he needs to discuss matters, naturally, it's the irrelevant shapeshifters who need to leave, not him changing the location. He does maintain a certain level of dignity. As you command, Lord Odin. Serena covered her mouth with a coquettish smile, then went downstairs. During this time, the second and third floors of Joyful Hell Tavern were booked by Odin. As he mentioned, he was expecting an important guest. So now, it's just needed to go down and ask the shapeshifters below to keep quiet. After Serena descended the stairs, she said, "Esteemed guests, please quiet down a bit." Although she's just the manager of Joyful Hell Tavern, her words quickly made the first floor so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Odin willed it, and all noise from the second floor was isolated. Only then did he look at Forseti and ask, "Forseti, have you ever seen William the Obliterator?" Forseti, quick-witted, responded with a blank expression, "Lord Odin, what are you talking about? Isn't William the Obliterator a mythical figure?" "A myth," Odin said. "You're unaware that Shadowfen City has been flattened?" Forseti feigned even more shock. "Shadowfen City is gone? How could that be?" Odin scrutinized Forseti, saying, "William the Obliterator would have passed through your Heart of Asgard on his way from Tulip Town to Nostera City, and then through Shadowfen City. Now that Shadowfen City is gone, you're saying you didn't know?" Forseti chuckled. "I really don't know what you're talking about, Lord Odin. First off, how could I have met William the Obliterator if he's a figure of legend? Secondly, does a being as powerful as William the Obliterator need to travel on foot to enter Nostera City? At least I don't need to walk." He knew well that since William had disguised himself as a bear man, he likely didn't want Odin to know of his arrival. How could he betray William? Sure, Odin was the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, but compared to William the Obliterator, he seemed somewhat insignificant. Betray anyone but not Lord William, Forseti was clear on this. Odin, not easily fooled, slightly lifted his eyelid and said, "William the Obliterator is an old friend of your father. You really haven't seen a human coming to Heart of Asgard, accompanied by another person and an element. Devouring cat." With these words, he used a truth-seeking enchantment on Forseti. Even if Forseti was not weak, he would not be able to deceive. Chapter 630 Gillerhorn Assembly Hall. "I haven't seen him." Forseti lied without batting an eye, appearing earnest and even shockingly retorted, "My father and William the Obliterator are old acquaintances? How come I didn't know?" Odin took a deep breath and said, "It seems you really don't know." He had just used the truth-seeking enchantment on Forseti, confident that Forseti couldn't lie under such circumstances. This confidence stemmed from his own power and magic. But he didn't know that with William standing by, all those spells were useless in his presence. Forseti nodded with a smile. "Of course, I wouldn't dare to deceive Lord Odin." Odin's gaze swept over William and Lucian, still convinced that Baldur couldn't possibly help these ordinary shapeshifters achieve supreme deity-level power. The logic was simple. If Baldur could teach these three supreme deities, then Forseti should at least be at the peak of the supreme deity level. Forseti's lineage is considered noble, and his talent is exceptional. With the same resources and the same secret techniques, there's no reason Forseti should be inferior to these two bear men. As the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, Odin always thinks a lot. After a period of analysis, he concluded that, in this world, apart from William the Obliterator, no one would do such boring things. Odin was aware of some history between Baldur and William the Obliterator. That meant William the Obliterator supported Baldur of Heart of Asgard, and him sending these three supreme deities to protect Forseti implied William the Obliterator had high hopes for Forseti. Considering all this, Odin directly asked Forseti, "Forseti, do you want to become the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance?" Odin had also heard the conversation between Noctur and Forseti downstairs. If it were any other shapeshifter leader trying to obtain the power of the Holy Halo, he would definitely not agree. But Forseti was different. His father is Baldur, with a pure bloodline, and now with William the Obliterator escorting him, becoming the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance seemed only natural. Forseti didn't expect Odin to ask so straightforwardly. He chuckled and said, "Lord Odin, are you trying to stop me? In the divine realm, the strong are revered, and this is especially true among the shapeshifters, where competition is exceedingly brutal." Forseti wanting to replace Odin's position, would Odin readily agree? Forseti was also clear-headed about the situation. With Lord William right by his side, he fully had the capital to stand up to Odin. What would Lord William do if Odin really made a move against him? Would he directly give Odin a beating? He wondered, who was stronger, is Lord William or Odin? Don't misunderstand. Odin slowly stood up and said, "If you truly wish to become the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, then I can help you ascend to the throne. After all, I've watched you grow up, and it would be great if you could become stronger." This was playing the emotional card. Odin knew how protective William the Obliterator was. Didn't Hades rely on William the Obliterator before to snatch 2 top-tier divine artifacts from the Archangel Amenadiel? He definitely didn't want to offend anyone close to William the Obliterator. Lord Odin jests. With the power of the Holy Halo yet undecided, and Forseti's strength being inferior, becoming the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance is extremely difficult. Forseti didn't expect Odin to offer his help. Or to put it another way, he didn't believe it. "I will gather the strongest members of the Ultimate Force Alliance to vie for the power of the Holy Halo. Even if we obtain just a sliver of the 5 Holy Halos' power, it will be yours." Odin certainly wanted to obtain the power of the Holy Halo himself, but he also clearly understood that William the Obliterator, capable of annihilating the Archangel Amenadiel with a single move, was definitely worth allying with. The power of the Holy Halo was not as important as a friendship with William the Obliterator. Is that true? Forseti looked at Odin somewhat surprised. Since he was young, he had dreamed of one day replacing Odin as the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance. Now Odin was being so generous to him. It felt a bit uneasy on his conscience. Would my words be false? Odin smiled kindly, but your current strength is still a bit low. After the Ultimate Force Alliance conference ends, you should go to the Nostarian God Tree to enhance your strength. This city is known as Nostera City because it houses the first sacred tree in the world, the Nostarian God Tree. For thousands of years, aside from the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, no one has been able to enhance their strength at the summit of the Nostarian God Tree. It is the only tree in the divine realm that can continuously provide pure soul energy to those beneath it. It's a personal belonging of Odin, the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance. Only those who have made significant achievements or contributions to the Ultimate Force Alliance are allowed to enhance their strength by the Nostarian God Tree. Thank you, Lord Odin, but I don't need it. He is now equally aware that following Lord William presents a tremendous opportunity, making even the Nostarian God Tree seem insignificant in comparison. Suit yourself. When you wish to enhance your strength through the Nostarian God Tree, just come to me. Odin simply offered Forseti an olive branch, showing his goodwill. Whether Forseti accepted it or not was his own decision. Could Odin really beg him to enhance his strength by the Nostarian God Tree? Odin thought that since William the Obliterator had sent 3 supreme deity protectors, for Forseti, William the Obliterator probably wouldn't come himself. Let's go. It's time to convene the Ultimate Force Alliance Conference, Odin said as he walked downstairs. The shapeshifters on the first floor bowed in respect upon seeing Odin. Everyone, head to the Gyllerhorn Assembly Hall, Odin said indifferently. Let's discuss the ownership of the power of the Holy Halo. After saying this, Odin led the shapeshifters to the Gyllerhorn Assembly Hall in Nostera City. The so-called Gyllerhorn Assembly Hall is somewhat similar to an arena on Earth. Following Odin's command, the various powerful members of the Ultimate Force Alliance who had arrived in Nostera City gathered at the Gyllerhorn Assembly Hall. William followed Odin and the others to the highest altar-like place. Long live Lord Odin. May Lord Odin unite the divine realm. Among those present were shapeshifters loyal to Odin, the powerful beings from Asgard ruled by Odin, and leaders from various cities around the realm. The voices of the crowd were deafening. William, observing the crowd below, couldn't help but reflect on the diversity. The number of races had increased by thousands compared to several 100,000 years ago. Odin, with a simple gesture, exuded a regal aura, instantly silencing the entire Gyllerhorn Assembly Hall. You all should know why I've gathered you here. Odin stated. I'll get straight to the point. There are only 5 strands of the power of the Holy Halo, and all the forces within the divine realm are vying for them. Naturally, our ultimate force alliance will not be left behind. In this matter, we must be united, or else the people from the divine alliance or the demon race will obtain it, Odin said, frowning slightly. But in the end, if we do obtain it, how should it be distributed? After the collective effort of the Ultimate Force Alliance to contend for the power of the Holy Halo, the question was, to whom should it be given if obtained? Many, eager to flatter, shouted loudly. Naturally, it should be offered to Lord Odin. Whoever dares to hoard it for themselves, I'll be the first to not let them off. Meanwhile, the people below joined in the shouting. Almost without exception, they were flattering Odin. Odin flicked his fingers. Uranus and I do not intend to take it for ourselves. Instead, let the leaders of each city send representatives to compete. The ultimate victor will receive the power of the Holy Halo obtained by our Ultimate Force Alliance. Chapter 631. Wasn't that a joke? Odin is quite presumptuous, discussing the distribution of the power of the Holy Halo even before obtaining it. It's a stance of assured victory. The situation is quite simple. The Divine Alliance has to divide its powers among various forces, including Zeus's Olympus with its 12 gods, each acting independently, as well as the power of God. If these forces were united, they would undoubtedly be invincible. But scattered, they are nothing more than a rabble. Their Ultimate Force Alliance, with most races looking up to Odin as the leader, aims to harness the collective strength of the alliance. Could they not secure even a strand of the Holy Halo's power? If not, the Ultimate Force Alliance might as well disband. Most importantly, Forseti is a shapeshifter who receives special attention from William the Obliterator. No matter how Odin considers it, he believes that at least one of the 5 strands of the Holy Halo's power will be allocated to the shapeshifter race. If only one strand is obtained, giving it to Forseti wouldn't matter. This decision doesn't even require consulting Uranus. Odin can decide on his own. William also sees through Odin's intentions. The power of the Holy Halo hasn't been seen yet, and already there's competition for its distribution. Probably only Odin would initiate such a contest. So, let's have a shapeshifter leader from Heart of Asgard go first, Odin said, clearly showing favoritism towards Heart of Asgard, which holds significant renown within the Ultimate Force Alliance. Baldur's prestige is no less than Odin's within the alliance. I'll go. William, who came for the thrill, volunteers to face the challenge of the entire Ultimate Force Alliance with his supreme deity-level peak strength. This is exactly what he wants to do. You're Briar, right? Odin, not oblivious to the fact that the bear before him is William, comments after, asking, very strong, impressive. Supreme deity-level peak strength is considered formidable throughout the divine realm. William responds with a broad, simple smile. Following that, he directly leaped into the center of the arena, only to be met with a barrage of mockery. What am I seeing? A bear? Ha, just a regular bear man. When did Heart of Asgard start recruiting such ordinary shapeshifters? Bloodline is highly valued among the shapeshifter race. In their view, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the potential for the future. William's ordinary bear bloodline was not expected to achieve much. Odin, hearing the shapeshifter's mockery, couldn't help but slightly smile. Briar, this guy, deliberately controlled his energy aura to appear at the level of a nature deity, feigning weakness to make his opponent underestimate him. Silly bear, let me take you on. A snake-headed person, clad in a black robe and shrouded in black mist, suddenly appeared in front of William. This creature, a mutant of the ancient python named Viper Fong, is highly venomous, has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and has reached the peak of the creator deity level. He's just a step away from achieving supreme deity level strength, and thus is in dire need of the power of the Holy Halo to break through. Odin's act of letting Heart of Asgard be challenged essentially meant he wanted the Holy Halo's power obtained by the shapeshifter race to go to Heart of Asgard. But Viper Fong disagreed. Heart of Asgard only had Baldur, right? Rumors say Baldur's worthless son has also reached supreme deity level strength. But so what? Viper Fong still believed in his ability to kill beyond his level. William hadn't actually intended to feign weakness by suppressing his energy aura. It was almost an instinctive action for him, always feeling out of place in this world due to his strength. Most importantly, he believed one shouldn't judge a person's strength by the level of their energy aura. It was time to teach these young shapeshifters a lesson. Today I heard that apart from Forseti, Heart of Asgard brought 3 supreme deity-level strongmen. You're not trying to say you've hidden your strength, are you? Viper Fang's gaze was coldly fixed on William, convinced that the bear man before him was just an ordinary bear man with no extraordinary bloodline. How could such a bear bloodline become a supreme deity? He wondered where such ludicrous rumors had originated. How utterly ridiculous. You're well informed, huh? William chuckled and said, I am indeed at the supreme deity level. Peak period. Having said that, he directly released the aura of a supreme deity at its peak. Since it was already brought up, he might as well release his energy aura to give them a good scare. Feeling the aura emitted by William, Viper Fang laughed strangely. Although I don't know how you managed to control your energy aura, I believe this is a trick. Taught by Balder to deceive others, right? William didn't expect this guy to have such a vivid imagination. With your bloodline, it's impossible to reach the supreme deity level. Viper Fang simply didn't believe it. How many years has a common bear existed in this world? A few thousand years? Let's not even discuss the issue of bloodline. In terms of time alone, it's absolutely impossible to enhance one's strength to the supreme deity level. Not to mention the supreme deity level. To become a nature deity level would already indicate a rare talent, and even that would require tremendous luck. Ancient species first and foremost have powerful bloodlines, and moreover, they live long enough. Time is what allows shapeshifters to become sufficiently strong. How many years can a common bear live? And you say it's at the supreme deity level? For these reasons, even Odin believes that aside from William the Obliterator, no one could possibly make an ordinary bear reach the supreme deity level, not even Balder. Get lost. I can't be bothered to kill you. Consider it a favor to Balder. Have your master come up. Viper Fang didn't want to offend Balder. Now that the illusion Balder had cast on the bear was revealed, he wasn't aggressively pursuing the matter further, giving Heart of Asgard some respect. William looked at Viper Fang expressionlessly and said, Why don't you make a move? For such a clever little snake, if you leave half your body, I'll spare your life. Arrogant. Since it's come to this, don't blame me for not giving Balder any face. After saying this, Viper Fang transformed from his human form back to his original state, turning into a giant python. His dark, gaping maw opened wide, aiming to swallow William whole. Snakes can swallow elephants, so what's a bear to them? William stood in place, not moving an inch, allowing Viper Fang to swallow him. The battle ended in an instant. The surrounding audience erupted in intense cheers. They too had concluded that the black bear was just releasing an intimidating energy aura, but in reality, everything was just an illusion created by Balder to scare people. Supreme deity level, huh? How could it be so easily swallowed? Forseti, you might as well come down. If you want to win the sacred halo's power, you should at least defeat the other shapeshifters lords present. Do you want to live under Balder's protection forever? Viper Fang, now a giant snake over 300 feet tall, flicked his tongue and stared coldly at Forseti. Forseti frowned. He didn't believe this trash could have swallowed William, his lord. Wasn't that a joke? Chapter 632 The Black Bear King is invincible. Forseti stood above, unmoved, as sighs rose from the audience below. The son of Balder, rumored to have reached the strength of a supreme deity, couldn't also be just an illusion created by Balder to deceive everyone. Could he? Odin scrutinized Viper Fang, feeling that things weren't that simple. The bear hadn't died. Yet, inside Viper Fang's stomach was a space of its own, filled with deadly poison everywhere. A weaker supreme deity being swallowed would indeed be in danger. If the bear man truly was at the peak of supreme deity level, then the outcome was hard to predict. As the audience cheered ecstatically, Viper Fang suddenly let out a pitiful scream, his giant serpentine body twisting in agony. Seeing this, Odin's lips curled slightly. It seemed the black bear was indeed at the peak of supreme deity level. Viper Fang's screams grew more agonized, confusing the onlooking crowd. Could it be that the bear man hadn't died? In less than half a minute, a black bear appeared on the stage. In his left paw, he held a human fist-sized black soul core, and in his right paw, he pinched a green snake gall. He was quite polite, insisting I pick my own ingredients. I couldn't decide which to choose, so I took both out. For William, getting out was a simple task. After being swallowed, he ignored the highly poisonous space inside Viperfang's stomach and quickly found the snake gall. This snake gall, when used to brew wine, is quite thrilling. For William, such toxic substances were slightly stimulating and quite exhilarating. As for the soul core, since he was there, how could he not take it? Viperfang's presence weakened as his snake gall and the black soul core were forcibly removed. His survival only spoke to his tenacity. He lay weakly on the stage, his eyelids flickering, occasionally hissing. Odin simply waved his hand, sending Viperfang away for treatment. Now that Viperfang's strength has greatly diminished, if Odin doesn't help him, once he leaves Nostera City, he will definitely be retaliated against by his enemies. William clapped his bare paws together, and both the snake gall and the black soul core disappeared into thin air. Collecting some ingredients is also a small hobby of William's. Next, William stood with his bare paws on his hips, the bear race's domineering aura on full display. No way. Viperfang actually lost. Could it be that this black bear truly possesses supreme deity-level strength? It seems likely. This power is proof enough. Here, the rule that strength reigns supreme was vividly demonstrated. The victor is king. No more shapeshifters doubted the bear man's strength. Someone shouted, "The Black Bear King is unparalleled in the world." This cry seemed to ignite the audience's passion. The Black Bear King is invincible. The Black Bear King is domineering. William, who had simply named himself Briar, revealed just a trick like this and instantly became known as the King of Black Bears. The audience didn't care what the black bear was called. To them, such a formidable bear deserved the title of Black Bear King more than anything. Forsetti stood in the viewing stand, looking nonchalant. If William's illusion, turning into a bear man, was such that even Odin could not see through it, doesn't that prove that William's strength far surpasses Odin's? A mere snake creature thought to swallow William? Was that snake not fully awake? What's there to be surprised about? This outcome is the most normal, after all. Odin glanced at Forsetti and said, "Briar, you're quite formidable." Forsetti chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Odin. It's always good news when strong warriors emerge from our shapeshifter's tribe." Odin nodded slightly. "True, but if you think you can secure the ownership of the sacred halo's power with just Briar alone, that's a bit unrealistic." Forsetti had always been defiant towards Odin. Odin's demeanor reminded him of his father, who was always reprimanding him, making him feel like a rebellious child. Forsetti chuckled and said, "Lord Odin, how about we make a bet?" "A bet? On what?" Odin's interest was piqued. Forsetti had the audacity to challenge him to a bet. Like William, he is someone whose strength is so great that he's bored all day long. When Forsetti, this young fellow, challenges him to a bet, he's also very curious to see just how much this kid is willing to gamble. Forsetti blinked and suggested, "How about your weapon, Gungnir?" Noticing a change in Odin's expression, Forsetti quickly added with a laugh, "How about the strand of eternal flame power within it?" In that instant, Forsetti felt a killing intent emanating from Odin, sending chills down his spine as if he was plunged into the abyss of hell. Gungnir was one of Odin's signature weapons, unmatched in power except perhaps by the Sword of Soulbreaker. Without it, how could he stand against Zeus of the Divine Alliance and God? Not long ago, Hades deliberately provoked the Archangel Amenadiel, and William the Obliterator took away Amenadiel's strongest divine artifact. Although Odin also felt a bit of schadenfreude, he couldn't avoid feeling a trace of sorrow, wondering what he would do if the same thing happened to him. Now, Forsetti was eyeing Gungnir. He might actually end up killing the boy in a moment of anger. "It's just a strand of eternal flame, Lord Odin. There's no need for such wrath," Forsetti said, his breathing slightly hurried, his smile stiff. He hasn't known William for very long, and their relationship doesn't seem to be particularly close. If Odin really killed him in a fit of anger, would William seek revenge for him? Even if William did, what good would it do? A strand of eternal flame, no problem. Odin, with his eyes slowly closing, said, "If you lose, serve as a slave in Nostera City for 10,000 years." The presence of the eternal flame in Gungnir is almost universally known throughout the divine realm. A strand of eternal flame, Odin naturally wouldn't fret over, but the key issue was Forseti had clearly had designs on his Gungnir. Not killing him, letting him serve as a slave in Nostera City for a year, even if Baldur were to come, it would still be justifiable. As an elder, educating the younger generation, there's nothing wrong with that. All right, Forseti found himself in a difficult position but was confident, believing that since William had already taken up the challenge on his behalf, he was bound to win this time. As for what he would do with a strand of eternal flame, damn it, he had no idea. If he hadn't said that, Odin might have already struck him down. Odin chuckled softly, then saw Ghidorah, a supreme deity at the pinnacle of his power, appear on the arena like a phantom. Ghidorah was currently Odin's strongest underling. Had William not cut off one of his heads in the past, he might have been even stronger by now. Without the power of the sacred halo, he had always been unable to reach a higher level of strength. Isn't this bear also at the peak of the supreme deity level? Odin might want to give the power of the sacred halo to Heart of Asgard, but Ghidorah wanted it too. Chapter 633. This is truly a genius analysis. King Black Bear? Impressive. Ghidorah, being a supreme deity-level apex powerhouse with even more formidable bloodline, naturally wouldn't fear a supreme deity-level peak bear man. In every aspect, he absolutely dominates the bear man in front of him. Upon seeing Ghidorah, William couldn't help but feel amused. The last time he was in Tulip Town, Odin's sudden appearance made it difficult for him to take action against Ghidorah. And now this guy shows up again. Then I'm sorry, it can only be considered as bad luck. He also heard about the bet between Forseti and Odin. It felt like Forseti was using him. But honestly, William didn't care whether he was being used or using others. To him, it was all the same. If Forseti tries to use him to deceive Odin out of his Gungnir, William would not agree to it. Truth be told, William never liked bullying others with force, but if it was just to obtain a strand of the divine flame from Odin's artifact Gungnir, and it could embarrass Odin in the process, then that would be quite delightful. He enjoyed watching Odin lose face. It was the kind of thing that could really brighten one's mood. Facing Ghidorah, William said with an unruffled smile, "Are you the mother of that little snake from earlier?" Ghidorah is a dragon, a 9-headed dragon, and importantly, he's male. How could he be the mother of that little snake? William has always been excellent at provoking others. To find a seemingly reasonable excuse to start a fight, mockery must be stable and effective. This was a lesson William learned from reading web novels on Earth. You're done for. Even if you are Baldur's disciple, don't expect to leave here alive today. Ghidorah, not as wise as Odin, felt his dignity as a strong being offended by such a simple sentence, and he was furiously determined to tear his opponent to pieces. Facing Ghidorah as if he were a delicacy. No. Facing such an enemy. William always maintained a serious and responsible attitude. It was crucial to identify the opponent's weaknesses first and take them down when their master wasn't paying attention to avoid criticism. Odin, sitting in the spectators' area, appeared calm and collected, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. He even considered saving Briar's life at a critical moment. But he didn't mind letting Briar suffer a bit. Presumably, Briar must have been instantly empowered by some secret technique used by William the Obliterator, suddenly possessing great power but lacking real combat experience, certainly never having tasted the pain of defeat. Without experiencing the pain of defeat, how could one grow stronger? Indeed, all of this must have been calculated by William the Obliterator. Letting Briar, Winnie, and others accompany Forseti to Nostera City and experiencing some battles was the true path to becoming stronger. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly, excited at the thought of seeing through all of William the Obliterator's plans. This is truly a genius analysis. With a slight smirk, Odin watched as William made his move in the arena, a massive bear paw landing on Ghidorah's chest. The strike didn't produce any terrifying power fluctuation. It was like a beast brawl, such that Odin and Ghidorah didn't react at first. Is that all? What kind of attack is this? The next moment, Ghidorah felt a mighty and overwhelming force sweeping through every cell of his body, then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a void space, with a seemingly docile little snake looking at him with eager eyes. Ghidorah? Mr. Johnson actually took a liking to you. This little snake was none other than Hydra, the once foremost combat force under Odin. Who are you? Ghidorah was a bit panicked. Mr. Johnson? William. Could it be William the Obliterator, that freak? Hydra sneered coldly. Ghidorah, have you forgotten me so quickly? After speaking, it transformed into 9 snake heads, releasing a powerful energy that pressured Ghidorah to the point of breathlessness, despite him already being of supreme deity-level strength. Hydra? How are you here? Ghidorah asked in panic and excitement. And where is this place? It's filled with such dense divine soul energy. You call this divine soul energy? Blind as a bat. Hydra scoffed disdainfully. But it's normal, considering it's your first time in Mr. Johnson's realm world. You have no idea how wonderful it is to enhance your strength here. Ghidorah swallowed hard, feeling streams of peculiar power flowing into his body. These streams of peculiar power weren't the cosmic truth power of a cosmic entity, but seemed like a divine power that reigned supreme over cosmic entities. Divine soul energy? What trash is that? Are you saying Mr. Johnson is William the Obliterator? Ghidorah was somewhat terrified and uneasy, not knowing how he ended up in such a place. He was just fighting that bear man in Nostera City, and suddenly he found himself here. Hydra's expression turned somewhat strange. You don't know how you got here? Are you saying you haven't become Mr. Johnson's pet? 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 Ghidorah exclaimed in shock. Ew. Hydra, what are you talking about? We are the noble lords of shapeshifters. Becoming William the Obliterator's pet? Impossible. Hydra looked at him with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot, sneered, and said, I mean, you're so ugly. How could Mr. Johnson possibly want you as his pet? What the heck? Ghidorah felt like his 9 heads weren't quite enough to process this. Were they even talking about the same thing? Hydra, are you saying that you are now William the Obliterator's pet? And that I am currently in a place specifically for William the Obliterator's pets? Ghidorah's mind was truly in disarray. The fight hadn't even started, and he was already brought to this bizarre place, with Hydra telling him all these inexplicable things. Hydra retracted its other 8 heads, continuing to maintain a cute pet posture, with red lights flickering in its eyes, and said, Before, it was only me here. It seems you're just here temporarily, probably soon to be turned into ingredients. Ghidorah's heart was panicking. What did that mean? Why did it sound so terrifying? On the arena of Nostera City, William remained in his bearman form, but Ghidorah had vanished into thin air in front of everyone's eyes. Odin stood up abruptly, his divine consciousness sweeping across the entire Nostera City, yet he could not sense Ghidorah's presence. He was so surprised he was speechless. What was happening? Everyone present knew who Ghidorah was. They all thought Ghidorah's appearance must have been at Odin's bidding. But now Ghidorah hadn't even fought. No, he had just taken a palm strike and then disappeared into thin air. Could it be that he used some sort of spatial magic to dodge that strike? Ghidorah's strength is indeed extraordinary. His mastery over spatial magic is impeccable. Indeed. We can't sense Lord Ghidorah's presence at all. This bear man is doomed for sure, about to face Lord Ghidorah's deadly strike soon. The audience in the arena was also somewhat excited. Is this what a fight between supreme deity-level powerhouses looks like? Chapter 634 Meat that has been repeatedly tenderized will taste better. Ghidorah's sudden disappearance gave Odin a bad feeling. If this was Ghidorah's spatial magic, then could Ghidorah be too powerful? So powerful that even he couldn't understand? Could that be possible? Clearly, it was not. As for Briar's palm strike obliterating Ghidorah without a trace, that also seemed unlikely. But the current situation felt strangely familiar. It was reminiscent of William the Obliterator striking down the Archangel Amenadiel with a single palm. Of course, in Odin's view, a figure like William the Obliterator would absolutely not stoop to transforming into a bear man just to mock him. After all, significant figures usually have deeper meanings behind every action they take. To him, William the Obliterator was like a profound and unfathomable chess player, and this bear man was merely one of his many chess pieces. It's possible that William the Obliterator had intervened from somewhere, not wanting Briar to lose. And then, with unfathomable methods, hid Ghidorah away. Odin's gaze was icy as he stared down. Seconds ticked by, and William in the arena, with his huge bare paw at the back of his head, stood there looking silly. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Briar had no idea how Ghidorah disappeared. The audience began to murmur among themselves. "Where's Lord Ghidorah? It's been so long. Why hasn't he made a move?" Could it be that Lord Ghidorah is intentionally losing under Lord Odin's orders in this manner? Keep it down. Do you want to die? Clearly, the shapeshifters mostly believed that Ghidorah was intentionally throwing the fight. After waiting a moment longer, Odin finally announced loudly, "Briar, you've won." Next, upon this declaration, the shapeshifters dared not raise any objections. After a burst of whispering, the entire Gjallarhorn Assembly Hall fell into silence. Clearly, there was something more going on. Now, who would dare to step up? Odin didn't mind. He felt that given William, the Obliterator's way of doing things, even if he had suppressed Ghidorah, he would surely release him eventually. Moreover, he had previously promised that if the Ultimate Force Alliance managed to seize the power of the Sacred Halo, at least a strand would be given to Forsetti. Now, William the Obliterator's actions were perfectly aligned with his own intentions. Excellent. Everything was under his control. "Lord Odin, I would like to know, if I step up, will I disappear into thin air like Ghidorah?" According to the records in the Divine Realm, Thornclaw possessed the bloodline of an ancient and rare mythical beast, but in reality, he was an extremely rare shapeshifter. He stood out and loudly questioned Odin. Odin paused before saying, "Ghidorah's disappearance just now has nothing to do with me. As for whether you will disappear, that I cannot say." This response didn't directly answer Thornclaw's question. In other words, I haven't done anything, and whether you disappear or not is not my concern. You might just disappear too. Thornclaw frowned slightly and said, "Since you say so, Lord Odin, I'll take your word for it." After that, Thornclaw appeared directly in front of William, saying with a ferocious smile, "Little bear, I'm going to kill you." When William saw Thornclaw, he couldn't help but smile. Fantastical creatures like the true form of Thornclaw, which resembles a tiger, have meat that is definitely not as coarse as that of a tiger. The solid muscles become tender and delicious after being repeatedly pounded, and pounded again. Despite his fierce appearance, his flesh has a subtle and unique fragrance, a delicacy hard to find in the entire Divine Realm. You say that, and it makes me feel very scared. How could it not be scary? What would it feel like when the food on your plate is threatening to kill you? Odin watched the events unfold below, resolute in his decision not to intervene. If that really was William the Obliterator's doing, then this bear man was sure to be safe. This Thornclaw, in the eyes of William the Obliterator, would probably make a fine delicacy. Thornclaw wasted no time in transforming into his monstrous form, becoming a beast as large as a small hill, his claws fiercely swiping at William. William didn't resort to his previous tactics. His bear form suddenly grew even larger, surpassing Thornclaw in size. He grabbed Thornclaw's paw and slammed him onto the ground so hard that the entire arena trembled. Damn, is this bear that fierce? Is this a contest of brute strength? I thought Lord Thornclaw should be stronger. The shapeshifters in the audience were buzzing with commentary, but all they saw was Briar beating Thornclaw. Punch after punch, Thornclaw was left without the ability to retaliate. Lord Thornclaw, use magic. Could this bear have awakened the power of the wild, its strength actually overpowering Lord Thornclaw? But this doesn't seem like a fight between supreme deity-level powerhouses. To them, it looked more like a brawl between beasts. In battles of their caliber, it shouldn't just be about who is bigger in size. Thornclaw was considered one of the stronger shapeshifters. Logically, even in a contest of brute strength, that bear man shouldn't have been able to surpass him. And Thornclaw's special talents should have made him even more formidable. Bang, bang, bang. Thornclaw didn't know what was happening, hearing those shapeshifters urging him to use magic. But how could he cast any spells at all? This bear man was truly bizarre. Once caught by him, the ability to mobilize one's soul energy was completely lost. And yet, this bear man's strength was even greater than his own, which was utterly incomprehensible. Odin was dumbfounded. Thornclaw was at the peak of the supreme deity level. After reaching the supreme deity level, battles among peers usually don't have significant disparities in strength, and one-sided dominations like this shouldn't happen. But what did he witness? Thornclaw was being pinned down and beaten by this black bear without any chance to fight back. Odin stared at the arena in disbelief. The movements of this black bear, they felt strangely familiar. Odin's pupils suddenly narrowed as he considered a possibility. Briar wasn't Baldur's disciple, but William the Obliterator's disciple. If that were the case, everything would make sense. If it really was so, then Thornclaw? Enough. With thousands of punches in a second, William thoroughly tenderized Thornclaw's muscles. After such intense pummeling, the meat would become much softer. With the final punch, Thornclaw disappeared just like Ghidorah before him. Odin's brow furrowed. He vaguely remembered William the Obliterator mentioning that Thornclaw's meat quality was quite good, and that it needed to be tenderized several times before consumption. It's over. Thornclaw was gone. Odin took a deep breath and announced, "This round, Briar wins." If no other shapeshifter lords wish to challenge further, the first strand of the sacred halo obtained by our Ultimate Force Alliance will belong to the Heart of Asgard. He no longer wished to continue with the tournament. If his suspicions were correct, continuing the fight would just turn these shapeshifter warriors into delicacies on William the Obliterator's plate. Briar was essentially helping William gather ingredients. Chapter 635 Action Planning. Odin definitely has some ideas. After Odin spoke, the leaders gathered at the Gjallarhorn Assembly Hall somewhat understood his intention. With Ghidorah and Thornclaw, both powerful figures among them, defeated and disappearing without a trace, their fate unknown, who else would dare to step up? Whether it was due to Odin's arrangement or Briar's overwhelming strength, they were too intimidated to challenge him. After all, one does not seek trouble if they wish to stay alive. The power of the sacred halo is something they desire, but since Lord Odin has already said so, at most, they should just report back after discovering the power of the sacred halo. It's a task that requires effort but not exertion. What's so difficult about that? Moreover, if they were lucky enough to obtain the power of the sacred halo and presented it, whether to Lord Odin or the Heart of Asgard, they would likely receive a generous reward. The competition for the power of the sacred halo was decided before it even began. After William returned to the stands of the arena, Odin looked at him deeply before announcing to everyone, "Aside from contending for the power of the sacred halo, there is another matter. That is, the conquest of the sanctum of the holy light, where God resides." This declaration caused a stir among the crowd. For Odin to speak such words openly in front of all the leaders of the Ultimate Force Alliance indicated a firm resolve to eliminate God's influence. The members of the Ultimate Force Alliance harbored deep resentment towards God's forces. Just as God's missionaries would opt to redeem the members of the Ultimate Force Alliance upon encountering them, the members of the Ultimate Force Alliance would spare no effort in combating God's followers if they believed they could win. Lord Odin is mighty. We vow to level the sanctum of the holy light, compared to the yet undiscovered power of the sacred halo. The attendees were visibly more excited upon hearing this news. To them, the power of the sacred halo was like ordinary people talking about winning a lottery of several hundred million, elusive and ethereal. Moreover, since the allocation of the sacred halo's power was already predetermined, what excitement was there for those doomed not to receive it? As the crowd cheered with high spirits, Odin waited for them to calm down before suddenly, a holographic map of the divine realm appeared in the center of the arena. Pointing at the map, Odin instructed, "Go to these places. First stop, Shire, the city of starlight. Find Jesus first to learn about the sanctum of the holy light." Odin's strategy was clear. To eliminate God's influence, he planned to hitch a ride on William the Obliterator's momentum. He had done quite some research on this matter. Upon hearing this, William instantly felt something was off. He had arranged for Jesus to wait in Shire, on the eastern side of the divine realm, for Alice's arrival. William wanted to direct a scenario according to his own script, aimed at training Alice. But Odin's plans disrupted William's arrangements. What if Jesus was captured by Odin and his forces first? A shapeshifter loudly asked, "Lord Odin, it's said that Jesus has already distanced himself from God. Do we still need to capture him?" Odin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the shapeshifter, stating, "Even though Jesus has distanced himself from God, I'm sending you to him to forge a good relationship and then take over the eastern territories of the divine realm. Jesus, even without his divine power now, is not someone you can deal with." Odin concluded from various clues that Jesus's backer was William the Obliterator. Could they afford to offend him? Since William the Obliterator intended to act against God, Odin would take advantage of the situation, starting from Shire, the city of Starlight, and conquering territories all the way to the ultimate goal of eradicating God's forces and destroying the sanctum of the Holy Light. Lord Odin is right. Then, some will go to Icewind Gorge, north of Blizzard City, to find Dionysus. Dionysus? I know him. The Marshal of the Celestial Legion of Olympus from the Divine Alliance? Lord Odin, are you planning to wage war against the Divine Alliance as well? Odin felt a complex mix of emotions at that moment, wishing he could simply slap the shapeshifter lord who interrupted him. Yet, he spoke with a grim face. He no longer belongs to the Divine Alliance. When you go there, your goal is the same: to establish a good relationship with him and then take over the areas surrounding Blizzard City. As for innocent civilians, do not slaughter indiscriminately. Just persuade them to join us. Odin wasn't arrogant enough to direct the entire Ultimate Force Alliance to go on a killing spree. That would mean outright declaring war against the entire Divine Alliance, wouldn't it? The relationships within the Divine Realm are intricate, especially since he now finds it difficult to decipher William the Obliterator's intentions. Therefore, the best approach at the moment is to first establish a good rapport with William the Obliterator's people, then gauge the reactions of the other high gods before planning the next steps. William found Odin's words quite interesting. What does he mean by not slaughtering indiscriminately? Just persuade them to join us. Doesn't that imply trying to persuade them to join, and if they refuse, they can be killed? And Odin mentioned occupying those two places. What does occupation entail? When one race occupies another race's territory, what choice is there but to use force? It's unrealistic to think that the Ultimate Force Alliance's army would arrive at a city of the Divine Alliance and gently persuade its inhabitants to leave their homes for the Ultimate Force Alliance to move in. Moreover, due to racial differences, masses of shapeshifters and demons heading to human domains might see killing as a natural course of action. William, however, doesn't plan to interfere. He's accustomed to following the rules of wherever he is. If the Ultimate Force Alliance wants to occupy Shire, the city of Starlight, let them. Would the Divine Alliance really stand by idly? Regardless of how they play their game, William plans to take Alice from the eastern continent of the Divine Realm to the westernmost continent. Even if it's not for training, treating it as a form of travel is good enough. Next, Odin mentioned 2 points, specifically the Frost Dragon arranged by William and Gump's current residence. Back in Blizzard City, Dracaena did some things to rescue her ancestor Hydra and learned quite a bit of insider information. It's not surprising for the shapeshifters, who are spread throughout the entire Divine Realm and well-informed, to know these things. After making all the arrangements, Odin turned to Forsetti and said, "Forsetti, come with me." Forsetti asked, "Where to?" Odin didn't respond. The next moment, he had transported William and the others to a desolate wasteland at the edge of an ancient abyss using spatial divine magic. This is the fringe of the ancient abyss. Yesterday, many official deities from the Divine Alliance suddenly appeared here, most likely having discovered something, Odin explained. This is probably the location of the first strand of the sacred halo, fulfilling my part of the agreement. It's up to you now, as I cannot directly intervene to seize it. There are certain unspoken rules among high-ranking gods. They generally do not attack beings below the absolute deity level, because they are indeed too powerful. For instance, in this contest for the power of the Holy Aura, the high-ranking god, kings of both the Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance had already agreed that they would let their subordinates vie for it, and they themselves would absolutely not personally intervene to snatch it. They also cannot grant their subordinates the use of top-tier divine artifacts. These are tacit understandings among them. Otherwise, if the high-ranking gods of the Ultimate Force Alliance and the Divine Alliance were to fight, countless lives would suffer unwarranted disaster. Chapter 636, The Mysterious Corpse. Odin was essentially a deceiver, claiming he would gather the Ultimate Force Alliance's strongest forces to help Forseti seize the power of the Sacred Halo, only to bring him to a place where the power of the Sacred Halo might exist. Whether Forseti could actually obtain it was left to his own abilities. As for the strand of divine flame Forseti won, Odin kept his promise and gave it to him. The rest is up to you. Odin now seemed uninterested in the power of the Sacred Halo because the major powers, including himself, had agreed that high-ranking gods should no longer vie for it. This agreement also included Hades, who had already benefited greatly from obtaining 2 top-tier divine artifacts. Naturally, there was no need for him to contest for anything else. Obtaining the power of the Sacred Halo, in reality, is more about gaining the recognition of a cosmic entity, which also subjects one to various restrictions by the cosmic entity. Odin was well aware that as the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, he maintained his position through sheer power. Although Odin's strength was slightly inferior to Zeus's, the 3 top-tier divine artifacts he possessed more than compensated for it. The power of the Sacred Halo, even if placed before Odin, is something he would absolutely not absorb. At Odin's level, one would have to be insane to consider absorbing it. Although Hades was not entirely clear about what the power of the Sacred Halo amounted to, he knew that he had already received special attention from William the Obliterator. There was no need to compete for anything else. After Odin gave his instructions, he directly traversed space and left the area. Forseti glanced at William, blinked, and was unsure if he should speak. He also didn't dare to call out, "William," fearing Odin would hear him. William straightforwardly said, "Say whatever you want. Odin can't hear us." He doesn't want anyone to perceive his every move. Not even a cosmic entity could discern it, let alone Odin, the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance. It's simply impossible. Forseti exhaled deeply. Only heaven knew the turmoil he had gone through in just that short moment. Betting with Odin, even aiming for his top-tier divine artifact, Gungnir. Facing Odin's interrogation, he lies without even blinking. Despite disliking Odin, there's still a tremendous amount of pressure to endure. "Lord William, what do we do next?" Forseti now refrained from recklessly deploying his divine consciousness, following William's lead in everything. The 5 strands of sacred Halo power, after his modifications, couldn't be traced even by a cosmic entity. Now, it seemed, someone destined had stumbled upon them. "If you want it, you should strive for it yourself. Don't ask me about everything." William was also curious to know if someone absorbing the sacred Halo power he modified would establish any connection with him. Forseti nodded, looking towards a place thousands of miles away, murmuring, "The battle has already started." Where his gaze fell, the sky and earth were shattered, various spells and magical artifacts flying chaotically. Clearly, the fight over the power of the sacred Halo had begun. "Whether you want to go or not is up to you. I'm just a spectator and definitely won't make a move." William said this. "Of course we're going." Forseti was thrilled. Wasn't this chance at the sacred Halo what he was waiting for to possibly become the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance someday? Having come this far, how could he back down? "Let's sneak over first and see the state of their battle." After saying this, Forseti cast a spell named Shadow Meld for invisibility and disappeared into the darkness. William glanced at Forseti, thinking he would brazenly charge in and declare, "The heir of the heart of Asgard is here. Everyone back off. The sacred Halo is mine." Turns out he knew to sneak over stealthily. Not so foolish after all. William decided to conceal Sophia and Lucian as well. Forseti's art of concealment was not on the same level as William's, but they both slowly made their way towards the direction of the battle. Suddenly, Forseti realized William had disappeared. Indeed, he was now the only one in their company. "Lord William, are you there?" Forseti called out softly. William and Lucian were actually standing right beside Forseti, but it was as if they were in 2 different worlds, with Forseti completely unable to detect their presence. Without receiving any response and without much concern, Forseti stealthily moved to the edge of the battle. Unaware until he saw for himself, Forseti was startled by the sight. At the center of the battle, a monster covered in blood-red fur was single-handedly resisting the attacks of dozens of official deities from the Divine Alliance. Leading the Divine Alliance deities was the god of war, Ares, who unleashed his full arsenal of attacks on the monster. But the monster curled up into a ball, its red fur acting as a robust barrier that blocked all attacks. Meanwhile, a golden mist formed a halo above the monster's head. Is that halo above the monster's head the sacred halo? Forseti swallowed hard. What exactly was this creature? With Ares and the others from the Divine Alliance being so powerful, yet unable to breach the monster's defenses, what level of a powerhouse was this creature? William quietly observed from the sidelines. The monster was actually a corpse, Prometheus. The 5 strands of the sacred halo's power were initially scattered by William at random, to be claimed by whoever found them. Surprisingly, the first one encountered turned out to be a jackpot. Once, Prometheus stole fire to give to humanity, angering Zeus in the process. Zeus had him bound to a mountain peak, where an eagle would feast on his liver daily until his death. After Prometheus died, his corpse was somehow moved here by a cosmic entity. What was the cosmic entity intending? Buried in this ancient abyss, Prometheus's corpse absorbed countless evil souls and was evidently corrupted by demons, becoming another form of powerful existence. Now having received the power of the sacred halo modified by him, how strong would it become after absorbing this power? William watched quietly, while Ares and his side became increasingly anxious. Some people from the Divine Alliance shouted, "Ares, this creature is absorbing the power of the sacred halo. We must kill it quickly. The beings from the ancient abyss are truly beyond understanding." Ares roared lowly, spreading his hands to unleash a burst of golden light that fell upon Prometheus. The red fur covering Prometheus began to burn. "It's working, it's effective against this demon," Ares exclaimed joyously, preparing to continue his assault when the red fur on Prometheus suddenly exploded off, revealing a dry, pitch-black body. This appearance was that of a desiccated corpse. Golden flames blazed fiercely within the hollow sockets of Prometheus's eyes, emitting a terrifying aura. Golden light swirled around his mouth and nose, creating an eerie effect. This is a corpse. He's been revived." Ares was somewhat horrified by the scene before him. Who exactly was this? A mere corpse was able to withstand the attacks of so many powerful beings from the Divine Alliance? A high-ranking god-level corpse? An ancient demon? Chapter 637. Are you a bird? The attacks from the official deities of the Divine Alliance didn't cease, with countless magical artifacts striking Prometheus, but to no significant effect. The scene resembled an online game where a group of players team up to take down a big boss, only to find that all their skills and attacks hardly make a dent in the boss's health bar. It was a rather awkward situation. Retreat. Retreat. Only a high-ranking god can deal with this kind of monster. Ares finally came to a clear understanding of how terrifying the creature before him was. Despite the secret techniques learned from William and a breakthrough in his power level, he found himself completely powerless against this creature. The Divine Alliance's powerful beings also felt the monstrous energy emanating from the creature was rapidly growing stronger. Moreover, this creature was merely defending itself, aiming to absorb the power of the sacred halo. If they couldn't kill it now, once it fully absorbed the power, it's likely no one present would be able to leave alive. Seeing the situation turning dire, Ares and his group prepared to flee. The ancient abyss was inherently eerie, and anything emerging from it was unpredictable. Such a monstrous creature could probably only be handled by a high-ranking god. This area had already been cleared by the Divine Alliance's deities, and while Ares instructed the others to leave, he stayed to watch. "Mortaleth, go quickly and summon Lord Zeus." Mortaleth, a subordinate of Ares, was now tasked with keeping an eye on the creature, ensuring no one else would claim it. Ares had tried to report the situation to Zeus through telepathy, but received no response, leaving no choice but to send someone. Among the Divine Alliance deities present, aside from those under Zeus, there were also followers of Poseidon. A follower of Poseidon, named Tindra, chuckled, "God of War Ares is truly amusing, bothering Lord Zeus to personally deal with this. Haven't you noticed that the high-ranking gods aren't concerning themselves with this matter? If we can obtain the power of the sacred halo by our own strength, it would be an incredible fortune. If not, let it be. If you're not confident, why not ask your master, the old god of war Titanicus?" Tindra, dressed in a bright red robe, smiled lightly. Ares frowned, but decisively chanted a spell to telepathically inform his master, the old god of war Titanics, about the situation. The old god of war, Titanics, appeared in front of Ares almost instantaneously, and his face turned pale. Upon seeing Prometheus, Ares, this is beyond your capability, retreat now. Even Titanics, with his vast experience and being stuck at the peak of the supreme deity level without further advancement, could tell that this creature was not something they could handle. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of green light and swiftly fled, disappearing without a trace. Damn, even a being at the peak of the supreme deity level was intimidated by this creature's aura. Just how terrifyingly powerful must this creature be? These kids actually dared to provoke such a horrifying existence. Did they have a death wish? And what exactly was this thing? Time to make a quick exit. The power of the sacred halo isn't worth losing one's life over. Tindra and the others nearby also felt the terrifying aura emanating from Prometheus. Seeing Titanics' reaction, if they didn't flee now, what were they waiting for? Just as Tindra said earlier, the high-ranking god kings won't interfere with this matter. So, if they can't handle this monster before them, were they supposed to just throw their lives away? Adventures are indeed important, but if one overestimates their abilities and forces their way through for the sake of adventure, it's very likely that hundreds of thousands of years of effort could be destroyed in an instant. That was something they definitely wouldn't do. Even though Titanics noticed Forsetti hiding in the shadows, he paid him no mind. Forsetti was not weak, but compared to the creature before them, the difference was just too great. If he wanted to die, nobody would stop him. In just a short time, the Divine Alliance deities had all vanished without a trace. Forsetti was dumbfounded. What was happening? Everyone had fled, abandoning the power of the sacred halo. Sophias and Lucian dared not even breathe, as Prometheus did not suppress his aura. That ancient, primeval terror made their spines chill. The surrounding land was drenched in crimson, and the terrifying mummy in front seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Cracks appeared on the black corpse's skin, with golden light seeping out from these fissures, and the eye sockets of the corpse also began to glow with a golden light. Forsetti, standing 10 miles away, found his invisibility spell shattered like an eggshell hit by a sledgehammer, exposing him directly in front of Prometheus. Damn, this time, Forsetti genuinely panicked because he noticed the strange being staring intently at him. The divine light in its pupils enveloped him, rendering him unable to mobilize any soul energy. Most terrifyingly, William was nowhere to be found. He had thought his strength was sufficient, unbeatable in the divine realm unless facing a high-ranking god. Yet, just days after venturing out, he encountered such an abnormal being. What happened to the notion that all below the high-ranking gods were mere ants? He was, after all, of supreme deity level. Strength. Couldn't he get a bit of respect? Prometheus's black, withered skin gradually fell off, eventually becoming crystal clear, and his unattractive face underwent a dramatic transformation. When Forsetti came back to his senses, he saw a middle-aged man with black hair and eyes standing in front of him. "Who are you?" Prometheus slowly spoke, curiously staring at Forsetti. With a tingling scalp, Forsetti carefully responded, "Hello, I am Forsetti, the son of Balder, pleased to meet you." Balder. Prometheus tilted his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Seems somewhat familiar." After that, he looked at Forsetti, licked his lips, and asked, "Are you a bird?" Forsetti was momentarily stunned. Strictly speaking, part of his body indeed possessed bird-like traits. But that seemed hardly the point. Prometheus frowned and said, "Birds are edible, right?" Damn, is that something a normal person would say? He wasn't just any ordinary bird. "Balder, do you know the god of light, Balder?" "Sounds tasty." "Oh no, you don't know the god of light, Balder? Why are you thinking of eating me?" Before Forsetti could even open his mouth, Prometheus grabbed his neck. The next moment, a golden flame blazed upon Forsetti, transforming him instantly into the form of a bird, large in size, but still seemingly appetizing when burned. Prometheus's size also increased significantly, relentlessly gripping Forsetti's neck. Forsetti internally screamed, "I'm done." For he never would have imagined. As the son of Balder, just a few days out, and now he was about to be roasted and eaten. Prometheus's golden flame was truly outrageous. In just a moment, it burned off all the feathers on his body. Lord William, save me. Help. Chapter 638 Impossible. It couldn't be. The saying that all below the high-ranking gods are mere ants is just a rumor. At least, beneath William, even high-ranking gods are mere ants. Forseti, too, could be considered a prodigy blessed with extraordinary talents, both in terms of lineage and personal strength, ranking him among the powerful in the divine realm. However, his luck was terribly bad. Not long after leaving the heart of Asgard, he encountered a monstrous freak. Prometheus, once the bringer of fire to humanity, was enticed to steal the fire by William, who at that time proclaimed himself as the god of cooking. After all, how could he prepare delicacies for Prometheus without fire? Seeing Forseti's feathers burned off by Prometheus, William's first thought was that such a cooking method was a waste of good material. But hearing that desperate cry for help finally awakened the last bit of William's conscience and sense of responsibility. After all, Forseti was entrusted to him by Balder. If he really were to be eaten, it should at least wait until he safely returned to the heart of Asgard. Stop! William didn't wait for Prometheus to continue, immediately appearing in front of him, growing massively in size and revealing his true form, grabbing Prometheus's wrist. You? Upon seeing William, Prometheus finally loosened his grip on Forseti, then looked at William somewhat bewilderedly. Forseti, having just escaped from Prometheus's clutches, fled tens of thousands of miles away, watching from afar with lingering fear. Damn, what kind of monster was that? Too terrifying. God of cooking. Prometheus stared at William for a long time, a smile eventually appearing on his face as his body rapidly shrank. William also shrank back to normal size and looked Prometheus up and down. For a long time, he had pondered how to revive someone. Now, it seemed not to be too difficult. You still remember me, which proves you haven't completely lost your memory. William nodded, now clearly feeling a new connection between himself and Prometheus. Because Prometheus absorbed a strand of the sacred halo that had been modified by William, William could take it back in an instant if he wished. This meant that William held absolute power over Prometheus's life and death. Although killing Prometheus would be a simple matter of action for William, the feeling is completely different. From this perspective, it can also be understood that cosmic entities have such rights over those high-ranking god kings who have absorbed the strand of the sacred halo. William's eyes narrowed slightly. Strictly speaking, the strand of the sacred halo absorbed by Alice had undergone a fundamental change. Neither cosmic entities nor William could directly strip it away from her, unless she was killed. That's where the distinction lies. The strand of the sacred halo absorbed by Alice was more like a mutant, beyond the control of both cosmic entities and William, except for Alice herself. Prometheus blinked and asked, "That bird just now, can you cook it?" Although Prometheus's memory hadn't fully recovered, there was an underlying notion in his subconscious that preparing food should always be the god of cooking's responsibility, while his own was to provide the fire. In Prometheus's mind, his relationship with the god of cooking seemed quite positive. William had watched Prometheus die and had personally buried him. Now, seeing Prometheus alive before him, he couldn't help but feel somewhat sentimental. Let's forget about that bird. I've gathered many more ingredients. This time, William had collected quite a few premium ingredients. Eating alone, after all, lacked a certain flavor. After speaking, William directly summoned the celestial furnace. Upon seeing the celestial furnace, Prometheus felt a warm sense of familiarity and smiled, a somewhat simple-minded expression on his face. William faintly remembered the first time he and Prometheus met, both setting their sights on the same prey. He let Prometheus have it, and after Prometheus killed the prey, he planned to eat it raw. This was something William found somewhat unacceptable. When Prometheus realized William's reluctance to eat food raw, he went up to Mount Olympus alone and brought back fire for William. The food William cooked was unforgettable for Prometheus. William also taught Prometheus how to cook food with fire. Prometheus, wanting more people to enjoy roasted food, shared the fire with other humans. During that time, William stayed in Prometheus's tribe, frequently bringing them various delicacies and teaching them how to cook. earning him the title God of Cooking. Reuniting after a long separation, it was natural for William to share his delicacies with Prometheus. As for Sophias and Lucian, William had no intention of sharing with them. They were to remain invisible by the side, unnoticed by anyone. William took out some ingredients he had collected from the heart of Asgard, including the pair of wings contributed by Forseti. Seeing William starting to make a fire and prepare food, Prometheus quietly sat down on the ground. "That bird you caught earlier, these wings are the tastiest part. We'll have one each, no extras," William said as he began to clean the feathers off the wings. Prometheus nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Far away, Forseti sensed a familiar aura and upon closer inspection, saw the pair of wings in William's hands. Forseti was stunned. "Lord William said these wings wouldn't help me improve my strength." Something seemed off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on. What exactly was wrong? Could Lord William actually deceive him just for the sake of eating a pair of wings? Impossible. It couldn't be. Forseti remembered how Lord William suddenly appeared and saved his life, knowing that a benevolent and powerful being like Lord William could never do such a thing. It must have been a misunderstanding of Lord William's good intentions. He even doubted Lord William, which was truly a sin. In fact, William himself blushed while plucking the feathers from the wings. How could he do such a thing in front of Forseti? But to stop plucking halfway through would seem cowardly, wouldn't it? So, he simply continued with the task. Inside the celestial furnace, parts of the body generously donated by other shapeshifters are being cooked, while Forseti's wings are roasted outside, spreading waves of delicious aroma. Although Prometheus was eager to start eating, he swallowed his saliva and held back. From afar, Forseti watched William's actions, furrowing his brows and muttering to himself. Could it be that Lord William had anticipated encountering such a monster, one even he might struggle against, and had already laid plans back in the heart of Asgard, having the shapeshifters sacrifice some expendable parts of their bodies to entangle it, ensuring my safe escape? Or perhaps, mixing these ingredients together could be highly toxic, weakening the monster upon consumption, and Lord William still intends to help me seize that strand of the sacred halo. Thinking of all this, how Lord William first saved him, then used these ingredients to stall the creature, and even now was preparing to fight for him once more, Forseti's eyes reddened, and his nose felt sore. How vile! Lord William had done so much for him, yet he doubted him, utterly heartless. Just moments ago, he had even fled, leaving Lord William behind, which was truly disgraceful. Chapter 639, Slaying Gods. William felt that Forseti was so scared he was nearly out of his wits. Unexpectedly, Forseti charged back, his face set in a deathly resolve, silent but staring intently at Prometheus with a look of wanting to say something, yet holding back. In his time, Prometheus was a hero to humanity, a catalyst for human civilization, and received immense power from human faith, matching Odin in strength. Other high-ranking gods wouldn't dare to act rashly in his presence. Prometheus died on Earth, and his corpse was brought to the divine realm by a cosmic entity, buried in the ancient abyss for countless years. His body, preserved and empowered by the abyss's demonic forces and further by the sacred halo power modified by William, became unimaginably strong. In front of Prometheus, Forseti's supreme deity-level strength was merely food. William was curious about where Forseti got the courage to glare at Prometheus like that. Don't you know Prometheus has a penchant for gourmet food? While grilling the wings, William watched Forseti. With a hint of puzzlement, Prometheus followed William's gaze towards Forseti, then looked back at William and again at Forseti, seeming to realize something was amiss. "Take off your clothes." Forseti opened his mouth, intending to make a defiant remark, much like the determination he had when he rushed back. But facing Prometheus, his courage fizzled out, leaving him to reluctantly remove his robe and then his shirt. "That's enough, one piece will do." Prometheus, having just revived, hadn't remembered everything yet, but he was not an excessive person, taking just one robe to drape over himself. Finally, William asked, "Do you want to join us for a bit?" Although they were roasting Forseti's wings, it seemed only polite to invite him while he watched eagerly. "Aye." Forseti, looking at the golden-browned wings in front of him, twitched his mouth sharply and said, "Thank you for the kind offer, Lord William. No matter how delicious, he couldn't bring himself to eat his own wings. Currently in a state of invisibility, Sophius and Lucian stayed far away, too fearful to approach due to Prometheus's powerful aura. Sophius, the element-devouring cat, knew well that if it appeared before Prometheus, it might very well end up as an additional dish. William was never known to be a benevolent figure. Initially, he wanted it as a guide, but now, with many around him familiar with the divine realm, the significance of its role as a guide seemed to diminish. Forseti declined William's invitation, and Prometheus's gaze towards him softened slightly, possibly because there were only 2 wings. If Forseti ate one, either Prometheus goes hungry or William goes without food. Thinking this way, neither outcome is good. Thus, if one of the wings were given to Forseti, he would have to act against Forseti again. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere suddenly lift, Forseti breathed a sigh of relief and chose not to speak further, sensing that William and this creature seemed to be acquaintances. Prometheus, this one is ready. You can start eating. William handed a roasted wing to Prometheus, who, with a smile, took the roasted wing, took a bite, and looked just like a harmless middle-aged man. Just as they began to eat, the space around them fluctuated, and the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus arrived, including Hera, who typically shunned public appearances. Upon seeing William, Hera greeted him with a dignified demeanor, politely saying, "Mr. Johnson, hello." Zeus and Poseidon followed suit, greeting, "Mr. Johnson, hello." Forseti didn't recognize the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus, but they seemed quite impressive and likely friends of William, so he decided it was best to keep quiet. William cleared his throat and said, "Let's not stand on ceremony. Since you're here, sit down and join us." Given that Hera seemed aware of William's identity, he didn't bother to clarify. With plenty of food prepared, inviting them to share was no big deal. Since Mr. Johnson has extended the invitation, it would be rude of me not to accept. Hera, with her golden hair and youthful visage, exuding an extraordinary presence, took a seat beside William. Poseidon, usually arrogant and domineering, was much more subdued in front of William, also sitting on the ground. Apart from Prometheus, who had already started eating, the other roasted wing remained suspended in midair, untouched. The 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus sat quietly, not daring to speak out of turn, creating a rather dull atmosphere. This was precisely why William didn't want his identity known. Many people became overly reserved and dull upon learning of his identity, making even a simple meal together unpleasant. "This is Prometheus, whom you should recognize, so I'll spare the introductions," William said. Then, he introduced to Prometheus, "These 3 are my friends, Hera, Zeus, and Poseidon." Cough, cough, cough. Forseti, hearing William's introduction, couldn't hold back his laughter. Living in the divine realm, he hadn't heard of someone named Prometheus, but he was familiar with the renowned names of the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus. No, no, no. Sorry, let's pretend you didn't see me." Forseti was terrified. Was it appropriate for a shapeshifter to sit in the presence of the 3 great high-ranking gods of the divine alliance of Olympus? While the gods of Olympus weren't like the followers of God, who'd redeem shapeshifters at the drop of a hat, offending any of these 3 could be disastrous. The gaze of the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus and Prometheus fell on Forseti, making him even more nervous. What kind of situation was this? William chuckled. "Don't scare the kid. His name is Forseti, the son of Balder, and recently he's been traveling around with me." Poseidon, dressed in a sea blue robe, laughed. "This kid is talented. His future is boundless." Hera and Zeus also nodded slightly at Forseti, affirming Poseidon's remark. Their belief in Forseti's limitless future wasn't because he was Balder's son, but because he had been traveling with William, which in itself promised great potential. Prometheus, while munching on the roasted wing, gradually furrowed his brows, eyeing the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus, and said, "I remember who you are now. The 3 high-ranking gods of Olympus. The one in the middle is Zeus." Hearing Prometheus suddenly bring this up, Zeus immediately felt tense, considering it was he who had ordered Prometheus to be bound to the mountaintop, left for an eagle to peck at his body. Hera and Poseidon similarly offered apologetic and awkward smiles to Prometheus. Prometheus had brought fire to humanity, which, looking at the results, was indeed a beneficial deed for mankind. Moreover, Prometheus appeared to be a distinguished guest of William's, and from the energy emanating from Prometheus, it was clear that he was now no weaker than them. If they could ease the tension and become friends again, it would be excellent. Prometheus thought for a moment, then asked, "How are humans now?" William responded, "You are now in the divine realm. The humans you speak of are on another planet. I'll take you there later." Prometheus nodded and asked, "Do gods still arbitrarily take lives, bestow or strip fortunes, and bring disasters upon humans?" His tone was unmistakably unfriendly, indicating that if the answer was unsatisfactory, he might resort to extreme actions, such as slaying gods. Chapter 643 against 1. Isn't that an overwhelming advantage? In the era when Prometheus lived, the gods often waged war, and the division of power was unclear. Additionally, deities from other parallel dimensions would also descend upon the prime world. The true gods, preoccupied with warfare, left the weaker deities to enslave humanity. Some would readily impose divine punishments, which infuriated Prometheus. Thus, Prometheus really had a poor impression of the gods. Hera looked at Prometheus seriously and said, "Prometheus, over these years, we have lived in the divine realm and rarely intervened in the affairs of humans in the prime world, so there has been no taking of human lives or issuing divine punishments." Prometheus and Hera locked eyes, and he said, "You high-ranking gods aren't considered human, are you?" Hera smiled and asked, "Why? Would you say that, Prometheus?" Prometheus fell silent. He vaguely remembered a saying, "All below the high-ranking gods are mere ants." This statement didn't just emphasize the immense power of high-ranking gods, but also suggested that high-ranking gods no longer consider themselves human. In their eyes, all beings are mere ants, as if they have become an entirely different race. William, now playing the role of a chef and listening to their conversation, summoned the celestial furnace and decided to prepare a hot pot. He had a variety of ingredients at hand and had previously concocted his own hot pot base. "Don't just sit there. Who's going to help chop the vegetables?" William casually set up a wooden table, complete with a chopping board, a chef's knife, and several plates. "I will." Poseidon eagerly stood up, only to be halted by Zeus. "My dear brother, such tasks should surely fall to your elder brother, shouldn't they?" Poseidon laughed awkwardly. "Brother, why say such things? This small task should be left to me." "That won't do," Zeus insisted, and in an instant, he appeared at the table and began chopping vegetables with the chef's knife. Poseidon regretted their argument. Why debate at all? Why not just teleport directly and grab the chef's knife? Now that they knew William's true identity, Poseidon recalled the benefits he had received from William during the era of the gods. Zeus didn't care about such things. This was his time to shine in front of his master. Poseidon had previously enjoyed William's favor and reaped many benefits. How could Zeus let him take the lead now? Forseti was already numb to the spectacle. High-ranking gods competing to chop vegetables in front of Lord William? The scene was truly beyond belief. William doesn't really mind. To him, it doesn't matter who does the chopping. Zeus, standing at the wooden table with the chef's knife in hand, instantly felt the special runes on the knife. These runes were so unique that, while chopping vegetables, Zeus felt as if he were grasping a power entirely different from what he was used to. This chef's knife. A flicker of joy passed through Zeus's eyes. He had simply wanted to show off in front of William and hadn't expected this additional discovery. No wonder Poseidon was so eager. That explains it. Zeus, with a face full of enjoyment and secret delight, continued chopping the vegetables, like a child eager to perform in front of a teacher. As he was chopping, Odin hurried over as well. "What a coincidence to find you all here." Odin greeted the three great high-ranking gods of Olympus before turning to William with a smile. "William, you're here too. I thought you'd be in Nostera City. I even arranged a dinner for you." As for Forseti, Odin completely overlooked him, along with Winnie, Tom, and the others, who were deemed unimportant. Odin felt his relationship with William the Obliterator was fairly good. As for the three great high-ranking gods of Olympus, A polite greeting was sufficient given their respective camps. However, he hadn't expected his comment to provoke a cold laugh from Poseidon, who retorted, "Odin, what's so special about your Nostera city? If Mr. Johnson doesn't go, are you going to blame him?" Odin glanced at Poseidon, not recalling any offense he might have given to Poseidon. Was this an attempt to follow Hades' strategy of undermining the Archangel Amenadiel, aimed at undermining him? "Poseidon, I'm here for William. What's it to you?" "Stop with your sarcasm." Odin initially wanted to suggest a fight to settle their differences, but then reconsidered. With all three high-ranking gods of Olympus present, and hearing that Hera had made a breakthrough, becoming stronger than before, he realized he might lose embarrassingly if it came to a fight. Sea god Poseidon snorted coldly. "Odin, if you're not satisfied, we can have a fight. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Odin laughed. "Anyway, you gods of Olympus always like to win by numbers. Do you all want to gang up?" Poseidon laughed heartily. "You're trying to provoke me into anger. If the three of us join in, don't come crying." Odin scoffed. "Then come at me, all of you. What's there to be afraid of?" Forseti was at a loss for words on the sidelines. What was even happening? Not only were the three high-ranking gods together, but there was also this strange being named Prometheus. And now, with Odin's arrival, was there going to be a brawl with the three high-ranking gods? If they really started fighting, wouldn't he be killed just by the aftershocks of their powerful attacks? Is it still possible to run now? Should he ask Lord William to flee with him? William's hot pot was almost ready. Hearing the talk of fighting, he became interested and shouted at Zeus. "Zeus, your brother and wife are about to fight someone. It's 3 against 1 of you. Are you fighting?" Zeus, who was comfortably chopping vegetables, paused at William's shout, giving Odin a deep look. Odin wanted to fight the 3 of them? Is he mad? Looking for death? Let's fight. Zeus put down the chef's knife, ready to start. Hera, who had been sitting quietly, perked up at William's words, interpreting them as a command from William, and stood up, looking at Odin with an expressionless face. Perhaps William was seizing this opportunity to take down Odin. Poseidon chuckled. "Odin, this time you're the one who suggested we all take you on. If we don't join together, wouldn't that seem disrespectful to you?" Odin's face turned sour. Damn, he didn't know how he had managed to offend the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus to the point where they confronted him upon meeting. Logically speaking, the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus should care about their dignity. The idea of 3 against 1, if spread, would utterly disgrace the reputation of high-ranking gods. No, wait. Damn, why is William the Obliterator fanning the flames? Odin felt somewhat despondent. He could never have imagined that the moment he appeared and greeted William, he would offend the 3 great high-ranking gods of Olympus. Did his arrival disrupt the exclusive time they were to have with William? Hera couldn't be bothered to quarrel with Odin, but Poseidon was known for his bad temper. Moreover, with such a golden opportunity to take down Odin, why not seize it? 3 against 1. Isn't that an overwhelming advantage? Chapter 641. Go ahead and fight. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Odin truly couldn't accept the current situation. But after boasting so arrogantly just moments ago, putting on such a show, how could he possibly back down now? Odin feigned composure, speaking coldly. "Think carefully, the 3 of you. The cosmic entity has decreed that among high-ranking gods, whoever strikes first will be stripped of their power." Given the terrifying strength of high-ranking gods, and following William's world-ending slap, the cosmic entity issued a command to prevent a repeat of such destruction. High-ranking gods are not to engage in direct conflict. Otherwise, their power would be stripped. This was also why Archangel Amenadiel could act so brazenly in front of Poseidon and Zeus. "Even if my power is stripped, I still want to give you a beating today." Hera was dismissive, following the directive of William the Obliterator. Even the words of the cosmic entity held no sway. "Then come at me. Hit me." Odin was infuriated, thinking, "Are you insane?" He was just passing by and even greeted them. Weren't they able to have friendly conversations on other days? What's with the collective madness today? Could it be because of the recent Ultimate Force Alliance meeting? But that doesn't make sense either. Wasn't the convening of the Ultimate Force Alliance also in response to William the Obliterator's call? And it was targeted against God, so why were these 3 high-ranking gods of Olympus picking a fight with him? Hearing that the first high-ranking god to act would be stripped of power, William looked up and asked, "If I told them to fight, would you strip their powers?" This question was directed at the cosmic entity, with an undertone of threat. This indeed took Odin aback. Was William the Obliterator talking to the cosmic entity? The next moment, a voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, echoed in the minds of the three high-ranking gods of Olympus and Odin. "Go ahead and fight. I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Odin looked at William, dazed, and exclaimed, "William, you can't do this. I've always considered you a brother in arms." At this, William's smile deepened, and he said, "Next time, find a different way to address me. I don't really like you calling me by my name directly, given our relationship." Because of calling William directly? What a strange reason. With two of the three great high-ranking gods of Olympus being William's disciples, hearing William's remark only fueled their anger, prompting all three high-ranking gods to take action. But the moment they raised their hands, they found themselves unable to use their divine power or artifacts. Odin also felt his soul energy being restrained. "Go a little further away to fight," William said with a smile. "Come back for the meal afterward." Of course, he wouldn't let them fight freely. He sealed their divine powers and let them fight it out slowly. Having hot pot is one thing. In some places, you get to watch a show while you eat. Reuniting with Prometheus and enjoying a hot pot while watching four high-ranking gods brawl seemed perfectly reasonable. The three great high-ranking gods of Olympus weren't fools. William sealing their divine powers meant he didn't actually want to kill Odin. So, their beating of Odin was merely to vent their frustration. The three high-ranking gods rushed forward, and Odin didn't just stand there. He raised his fists and fought back. Odin could see that William the Obliterator didn't genuinely intend for the three high-ranking gods of Olympus to kill him. So, the great Odin battling alone against the three high-ranking gods of Olympus. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he didn't die, it would be something to boast about. And it seemed that the three high-ranking gods couldn't use their divine powers. In a pure physical fight, even though it was 1 against 3, Odin felt he could truly handle it this time. In the Age of Gods, humans began to forge magical artifacts and learn power-enhancing spells to defend against monsters. Living in a frigid region, Odin's body was constantly trained, fighting against powerful frost giants year-round. Even without using soul energy, his physical strength was definitely superior to the three high-ranking gods. Forseti stealthily moved closer to William and telepathically messaged, "Lord William, shall we run away first?" He knew Lord William was very powerful, possibly as formidable as a high-ranking god. But with four high-ranking gods embroiled in a massive brawl, standing here was genuinely dangerous. Since William had been so good to him, and he couldn't bear to flee alone, it only made sense to suggest that they escape together. "Don't panic, just sit and watch. This should be a good learning opportunity for you." William then conjured up a chair and table from his spatial storage ring. "Would you like some watermelon?" What? Forseti felt like crying. Was now really the time to think about eating something called watermelon? William handed him half a watermelon with a spoon, noting, "It's from the prime world. It seems they don't have it in the divine realm." He also gave half to Prometheus. Holding the watermelon, Forseti glanced at the four high-ranking gods now fighting in the distance. He saw Poseidon's fist smash into Odin's handsome face, causing Forseti to shudder. Poseidon's punch, shouldn't it have obliterated the entire area? But all he saw was Odin stumbling a bit before kicking Poseidon in the stomach, sending him flying several feet away, shouting, "Poseidon, didn't you eat?" Then, Zeus punched him in the back, right in the heart. Forseti twitched, thinking, "Come on, three high-ranking gods against one, and still resorting to sneak attacks? Can't you play fair?" Though he usually found Odin irritating, they were both part of the Ultimate Force Alliance. And it was thanks to Odin that the shapeshifters could stand their ground in the divine realm without being annihilated. Faced with a formidable enemy, Forseti stood by Odin. He could hardly imagine, if Odin took another hit from Zeus, whether he would be seriously injured, which unexpectedly made him somewhat concerned. "Ha ha ha! Zeus, is that all the strength you have?" Odin, agile and robust, managed to turn and punch Zeus, sending him flying. But soon, the three great high-ranking gods of Olympus charged at him again. They were unable to use their divine powers or artifacts. and even their physical strength was suppressed by William to the level of an ordinary person on Earth. Now, their fight was merely a contest of combat skills. Had the three great high-ranking gods of Olympus ever used combat skills before? Never. Previously, if they wished to kill someone, a casual gesture, or even a look, was sufficient. This level of hand-to-hand combat was truly unprecedented for them. But clearly, Odin had overlooked the physical toughness and adaptability of the three great high-ranking gods of Olympus. After a few rounds, the three high-ranking gods of Olympus were dominating Odin, relentlessly landing punches and kicks on him. Yet, Odin gritted his teeth, holding on to the spirit that even if he was hit, he must land his punches on them too, determined not to just take hits without fighting back. Gradually, Forseti finished the watermelon in his hands, and the hot pot was ready. Is this really a fight between high-ranking gods? Isn't this just a bunch of thugs fighting? Forseti's expression became somewhat dazed. This might be the clumsiest fight he had ever seen in his life. Could it be that this is the kind of fight you get into once you achieve the status of a high-ranking god? For a moment, he found it somewhat incomprehensible. Chapter 642 times have changed. No one would have expected the battle among four high-ranking gods to resemble a brawl of street thugs, with each punch landing flesh to flesh. This is why Forseti watched intently as the gods fought, covered in mud, hoping to learn some divine techniques from these high-ranking gods, as Lord William had suggested. But how should he learn? Could it be that all the combat skills and secret techniques he had learned over the years were false? Could it be that to become the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, to become a high-ranking god, he should discard all spells and not use any artifacts, and fight in the most primitive way? The more Forseti watched, the deeper his frown became. It's entirely possible. Otherwise, why would Lord William want him to learn from the combat of these four high-ranking gods? While Forseti was absorbed in learning, William picked up another roasted wing and started eating. It must be said, deserving of being Forseti's wing, the taste was indeed exceptional. Just a simple roasting brought out a chewiness unmatched by ordinary birds. Given Forseti's young age, essentially just reaching adulthood, the meat was also quite tender. The wing even had a subtle seafood flavor, naturally delicious, simply too wonderful. William considered himself a reasonable person. Eating Forseti's wing in front of him was something he probably wouldn't do. So, giving him half a watermelon to let him seriously study the fight between the four high-ranking gods was his approach. Indeed, young Forseti was utterly fascinated. This diligent spirit of learning was commendable. William, gnawing on the wing, nodded in approval as he looked at Forseti. So what genius? A genius is just someone who spends the time others use to eat grilled wings on learning. Clearly, Forseti was that genius. How long do you think they'll keep fighting? William, sitting next to Prometheus, quietly asked. Prometheus hadn't eaten for who knows how many years, and the roasted wing William had given him was already finished. Hearing William's comment, he didn't respond, but gave William a knowing smile and picked up a large spoon from the table to start scooping food from the celestial furnace. William's smile widened at this knowing look, that wise glint in his eyes. He was certain Prometheus had fully regained his memory and his wits were sharp again. What did it matter to Prometheus how long Odin and the others fought? Wouldn't they have to come over for a meal after they finished fighting anyway? Prometheus didn't have a high opinion of them, even harboring a bit of hostility. So, of course, the plan was to enjoy the feast while they were still brawling. Why share with them? Odin was beaten and covered in wounds by the three high-ranking god kings of Olympus. But the three high-ranking god kings of Olympus also took hits from his fists and feet. All in all, merely not being beaten to death was hardly a good outcome for anyone. They had never fought like this before. The first time they did, it was somewhat exciting. Mr. Johnson asked you to change how you address him. Do you now know what to call him? Hera also made the reason for beating Odin very clear. Since the beating had already happened, it was necessary to make Odin understand why he was beaten. Odin still doesn't understand how exactly he managed to offend the three high-ranking god kings of Olympus. Although they are not from the same camp and have a non-aggression agreement, usually greeting each other cordially on the rare occasions they meet, why does it seem like they all went mad today? What I call him is none of your business, retorted Odin, who was used to roughing it out. Given their way of fighting, it was unlikely they'd kill him. so he bravely continued to trade blow for blow. The injuries sustained would heal quickly since they were just suppressed in power by William, not in their inherent physical strength. So, this battle was destined to drag on. William pulled out cola and beer brought from Earth, telling Prometheus, "These were made by humans nowadays." After consuming a fair amount of food but still not fully satisfied, Prometheus drank a bottle of cola and downed a large glass of beer, excitedly asking, "Where are humans now?" William took out his phone, opened a video, and after Prometheus watched it, he solemnly said, "Humans nowadays seem to be living well. What you see now is the deity of witchcraft from divine realm going to prime world, spreading witchcraft among humans to help them have better physiques and guiding those who are lost. They seek the power of believers' faith. What about you?" William looked at Prometheus. "There's no such thing as free help, and the deity of witchcraft wouldn't help humans without reason. If not for the power of human faith, Moros and the others probably wouldn't be so kind to humanity. Maybe." As Prometheus said, high-ranking gods are no longer considered human. When once power reaches a certain level, humans appear no different from ants and livestock in their eyes. Or perhaps, having grown strong through the faith of humans, they've gotten used to helping humans. This habit, for humans, can also be considered a good thing. Prometheus, known as the benefactor of civilization, had almost all human faith concentrated on him before his downfall. After his death, gods reborn in divine realm formed various factions, spreading their ideologies through soul reincarnation or finding human agents, competing for the faith of humans. How many people remember Prometheus today? Even if people worldwide know of Prometheus's deeds, it hardly constitutes faith. Hearing William's words, Prometheus grinned and said, "As long as humans are doing well, that's enough for me." The video William showed him featured witchcraft thriving on Earth, and the number of followers of various religions gradually increasing. During William's absence from Earth, numerous deities from parallel dimensions descended on Earth, and evidently, they ended up disastrously, some even losing their lives. Just like the group of angels who foolishly attempted to invade Earth, they were nothing but dust before Poseidon. Now, Earth has many powerful deities. Going from divine realm to Earth isn't challenging for the truly powerful beings, unlike before, when crossing dimensions was necessary and high. Ranking gods and absolute deities worried their presence might destabilize Earth. Times have changed. William then asked, "Do you want to return to Earth?" "Earth?" Prometheus looked at William, puzzled. William smiled and explained, "That's what humans now call their world." Prometheus's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. William further inquired, "What do you plan to do once you're there?" "I'll just watch as an ordinary person," Prometheus said. "Don't worry, I won't compete with them for the power of faith." William thought for a moment and suggested, "Maybe you could write a novel once you're back?" "Huh." Prometheus was bombarded with too many new terms. William continued with a smile, "A novel is a story. I've even thought of a title for you. Prometheus returns to live as an ordinary person." The modern-style title only added to Prometheus's confusion. The wisdom-filled eyes of Prometheus were clouded with bewilderment. By this time, they had almost finished eating the hot pot. William cleaned up the area, packed away the celestial furnace, and then called out towards Odin's direction. "Haven't you finished fighting yet? We're leaving now." At that moment, Poseidon was holding one of Odin's arms between his legs. Zeus was hesitating whether to resort to the disgraceful tactic of grabbing Odin's balls. Hera was pondering what respectful title Odin should use to address Mr. Johnson. If calling him William directly was inappropriate, what should Odin refer to him as? Mr. Johnson? It seemed not humble enough. When William shouted this, for pairs of eyes turned towards him. The celestial furnace that had been boiling the hot pot, sending delicious aromas into the air, was gone. Even the tables and chairs had been neatly packed away, leaving only the cool breeze blowing through the desolate space. Chapter 643 Go Our Separate Ways. The three great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin all realized that they seemed to have missed something. What was their purpose for coming here, after all? Was it really just for a bout of straightforward fisticuffs? It seemed they had unwittingly strayed from the main topic, especially Zeus, who was already regretting it in his heart. Damn, he had that chef's knife in his hand just a moment ago. If he hadn't joined the fray but continued chopping vegetables instead, perhaps with just a word, his mentor William might have gifted the chef's knife to him. And he had even helped chop vegetables just now. He should have at least gotten a taste of that hot pot meal, but now, he hadn't had a sip of the soup. The three great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin almost simultaneously stopped fighting. Enough. Odin felt it was about time as well. All things considered, although he took a beating, he didn't suffer any losses. The high-order kings of Olympus felt they had given Odin a good thrashing, while Odin similarly thought he had single-handedly thrashed the three high-order kings of Olympus. Although it was quite self-aggrandizing, he could definitely exclaim that it was worth it. Upon hearing their decision to stop fighting, William also lifted the suppression of their powers. Prometheus, was it you who received that divine aura? Hera's question brought the conversation back on track. After watching the video given by William, Prometheus realized that the gods of the divine realm did offer some protection to humanity, and his previous hostility evaporated. Yes, it was me. Prometheus nodded without denying it. There was no need for him to deny such a thing. With that, the three great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin all started to scrutinize Prometheus. They could feel the continuous vitality emanating from Prometheus's body. Most importantly, the aura around Prometheus was very different from theirs. If they had all absorbed the power of the divine aura, then standing together, they would feel that the other was like them, familiar with each other's presence as if they were of the same kind. But clearly, Prometheus did not carry that kind of aura. Prometheus, you were resurrected with the power of the divine aura, and you've broken free from the control of the cosmic entity. Hera was shocked and could hardly believe it. Absorbing the power of the divine aura, no matter how strong one becomes, still means being under the dominion of the cosmic entity as a high-order divine king. High-order divine kings controlled by the cosmic entity, though powerful, remain within its jurisdiction, subject to having their power stripped away at its whim. But a high-order divine king who has broken free from the control of the cosmic entity is a completely different matter. They truly become lawless and free. Prometheus, the resurrected, was essentially brought from the prime world to the divine realm by the cosmic entity, with his body relocated to the ancient abyss to absorb the power of demons. In essence, he was just a corpse. Even during his lifetime, in terms of combat power, he couldn't match a high-order divine king. It's understandable that absorbing a strand of the divine aura could greatly increase his strength, but breaking free from the control of the cosmic entity seemed impossible. In fact, not all high-order divine kings are the same. High-order divine kings under the control of the cosmic entity are those who utilize its power and are recognized by it, thus becoming high-order divine kings, which is why they are bound by the cosmic entity. As the cosmic entity itself stated, they have another title, guardians of the cosmic entity. However, apart from the cosmic entity, there exists another universal truth in the cosmos, a power that transcends the laws set by the cosmic entity. If one becomes a high-order divine king by acquiring a power that transcends similar to the cosmic entities without absorbing the divine aura linked to it, then they are known as a sovereign high divine king. A sovereign high divine king is much stronger than those high-order divine kings controlled by the cosmic entity. Another category is the primeval high divine king, who becomes such without external assistance, through self-cultivation and breakthrough. In this universe, a primeval high divine king is not necessarily the strongest because the high-order divine kings under the control of the cosmic entity are empowered by its strength, while the primeval high divine kings rely solely on their own power, generally unable to defeat those enhanced by the cosmic entity. But once outside this universe, theoretically, primeval high divine kings overpower those controlled by the cosmic entity in all aspects. Odin became a primeval high divine king through self-cultivation and breakthrough, yet in this universe, Odin is still suppressed by the cosmic entity, even though he is not under its jurisdiction. But if Odin cannot defeat the cosmic entity, would he dare disobey its commands? So, the fact that Prometheus absorbed the power of the divine aura and ended up with a different aura from the other high-order divine kings is quite strange. Prometheus himself was full of confusion. He didn't really know much about the distinctions between the high-order divine kings controlled by the cosmic entity and the primeval high divine kings. Did it make a difference to him? He truly didn't know anything. He merely absorbed the strand of the divine aura instinctively and ended up like this. William said, "He cannot be called a primeval. High Divine King." The three great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin all turned their attention to William. They trusted what William said. If William said no, then it wasn't so. Could it be a sovereign high divine king? Poseidon asked, then looked at William, waiting for his mentor to clear up the confusion. Because they had all witnessed William dispersing the power of the 5 divine auras of the archangel Amenadiel. And it was one of these that Prometheus had absorbed. So, did William have a hand in this? William replied, "No, not that either." Enough with the guessing. He now shared a unique connection with Prometheus. As long as Prometheus's body could withstand it, William could even lend him a portion of his power, just as Poseidon and the others utilized the power of the cosmic entity. From this perspective, as long as William is willing, Prometheus could be much stronger than the high-order divine kings controlled by the cosmic entity. Despite the many questions in the minds of the 3 great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin, with William stating so, they didn't feel it was right to inquire further. "Let's disperse. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving." With a wave of his hand, William made Cepheus and Lucian appear in front of the 3 great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin, their disguises now gone. No one realized that there were 2 onlookers enjoying the scene. William said to Lucian, "I'm going to find my wife." "What are your plans?" Lucian immediately understood William's hint and said, "I would like to leave with these 3 high-order divine kings, if that's possible." William glanced at the 3 great high-order kings of Olympus. Poseidon and the others were aware of Lucian's background, yet Hera still said, "Then you may come with us." Lucian asked, "Will you not restrict my freedom?" "Not at all." While Hera still had many questions and even wished to spend more time with William, she was well aware that William did not want to elaborate further at this moment, and she could not force him. As for Lucian, with William having made his stance clear, how could they dare to restrict his freedom? Cepheus, the element-devouring cat, had previously offended Odin, but when William asked him, he still said, "Lord Odin, I will go with you." Forseti, however, remained silent. He heard everything loud and clear. "You too." William didn't mention him. Following the 3 great high-order kings of Olympus and Odin, is that better than following Lord William? Certainly not. Indeed, in the end, William said, "Forseti, let's go then." Prometheus, looking forward to our next meeting. William turned and waved his hand, having already told him how to get to Earth. The 3 great high-order kings of Olympus watched William's departing figure and bowed in unison, paying their respects. Odin and Cepheus, witnessing this scene, were also profoundly moved. The one who could make the 3 great high-order kings of Olympus willingly bow and see off. William the Obliterator, it seems, could only be him. Chapter 644. Is he really your boyfriend? In the 13th district of the Divine Alliance, William, accompanied by Forseti, appeared directly in front of Alice. At that moment, Alice was standing in front of the 13th district city walls, guarding the gate. For as long as William had been away, she had been guarding the gate. This was the task Aphrodite had assigned to her. To work in the 28th district, she first had to guard the gate here for a month before discussing a change of position. When William and his companions suddenly appeared at the gate, a group of Valkyries guarding it watched them warily. Some even activated a powerful binding barrier, ready to apprehend these 2 presumptuous intruders. "Gyara, don't." Alice, seeing the Valkyrie next to her about to make a move against William, quickly shouted to stop her. The one named Gyara sized up William and Forseti, then asked Alice, "Alice, are they your friends?" Alice, having gone through much, was no longer the girl who blushed at the slightest provocation. With a slight smile, looking at William, she said, "He's my boyfriend." Such a designation was rather unusual in the divine realm, but the Valkyries understood its meaning. "Oh." The Valkyrie had a moment of realization, then said, "He looks quite handsome, not bad. Do they have the pass to enter District 13? If not, you need to report to Aphrodite, the master of District 13. Hello, we have the Odin Sapphire. I wonder if that would allow us entry." William, having seen the Odin Sapphire Odin gave to Lucian, conjured up a similar one effortlessly. Adhering to certain local customs wasn't difficult for him, but with his wife working in the 13th district, he didn't want to be too unassuming. Being questioned at every different district checkpoint of the sanctuary of the celestial gods was not a pleasant experience. Gyara, looking at the Odin sapphire in William's hand, frowned slightly and said, "Technically, having the Odin sapphire should grant you entry. But esteemed friend, please keep a low profile. This is the Divine Alliance, not the territory of the Ultimate Force Alliance." This admonition from the Valkyrie was meant as advice, yet Forseti found it quite displeasing. The Odin sapphire, less significant than a mere pass? You must know that anyone who can obtain the Odin sapphire is necessarily Odin's envoy, with unparalleled strength. The words of this woman are simply unreasonable. Does Odin, the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, not care about his dignity? Are you looking down on the envoys sent by Odin? Although Forseti doesn't like Odin, this disdain is purely personal. It's like how some students might nickname their teachers and even curse them behind their backs, but they would never allow anyone else to insult their teachers. Human nature is complex, and it's no different in the divine realm. Gyara said, "I didn't mean to disrespect Odin, but this is the Divine Alliance. The rule of the Divine Alliance is that entering each area requires a pass. If everyone with an Odin sapphire could freely traverse, wouldn't that mean that members of the Ultimate Force Alliance could move around the Divine Alliance at will?" Aphrodite is the daughter of Uranus, the deputy leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance. As Aphrodite's subordinate, she also hopes for peace and harmony between the Divine Alliance and the Ultimate Force Alliance, to keep the Divine Realm free from war. "Never mind, I won't argue with you." The Valkyrie gave Forseti a dismissive glance. Of course, they could enter, but that actually breaks the rules. William patted Forseti on the shoulder and said, "All right, let's go in." Then, he and Alice exchanged glances. A couple, long separated, wishes nothing more than to embrace each other immediately. "You're working, so I'll take this young man to grab something to eat. Come find me after your shift." The smile on Alice's face gradually faded, then she forced a strained smile again. "Okay. Sure. Where will you guys be eating?" "I don't know. Find me after work," William said, already leading Forseti through the city gate. At that moment, the wind at the city gate felt particularly biting. Gyara, watching the backs of William and his companion entering the city, frowned and asked Alice in a low voice, "Alice, is this man really your boyfriend?" "Yes, I guess." Alice's confusion swirled anew amidst the cold wind. "Heartless man, it's been so many days since we last met, and that's it? He just enters the city to grab a bite with another man?" Gyara then asked, "Why do I feel like those two are the actual couple? You haven't been dumped, have you?" "Huh." Alice's mouth slightly agape said, "Gyara, the one just now was a man, right? It could be a woman in disguise, or someone who changed their appearance with an illusion." Gyara tilted her head, whispered into Alice's ear, "Besides, nowadays, it's open-minded. Even if they're the same gender, it's okay, just like I could accept being with you." "No, I refuse." Alice took 2 steps back, frightened. Gyara chuckled mischievously. "If you like men, I can turn into a man. What he has, I can have too, and mine would be bigger." Alice was at a loss for words, finally realizing that the divine realm was too chaotic, especially regarding relationships between men, women, and women with women. The 13th district was no exception. Since she began standing guard at the city gate, no fewer than 20 Valkyries had attempted to broach this subject with her. This situation was dire. Alice didn't realize that because she had fully absorbed the power of the divine aura and was nurtured by William's love, the energy aura she emitted had already become different from others. This energy aura was like an enticing perfume, very alluring to everyone around her, regardless of gender. Although these Valkyries in the 13th district were unaware of these details, their intuition told them that becoming partners with Alice would be a splendid choice. "Alice, don't be scared, I was just saying. If you don't agree, I won't force you." Gyara, with a friendly smile, said, "What's so good about men? They're dirty and smelly. I smell so much nicer." She even winked at Alice after saying this. Alice shivered, gave a couple of awkward laughs, and then stood to the side without speaking or paying any attention to Gyara. William, accompanied by Forsetti, walked through the streets of the 13th district, surrounded by goddesses who were graceful, radiant, and voluptuously enchanting. Forsetti is Baldur's only son, and due to his status, it's impossible for him to seek procreation with his own kind. Additionally, because the shapeshifters enhance their strength through secret techniques that require them to remain in human form for extended periods, he has become accustomed to the aesthetics of human form. Therefore, he finds the women of District 13 around him very enticing. "Lord William, where are we going?" Forsetti heard William say he was taking him into District 13 for some food, but along the way, William did not stop. Though they weren't walking fast, it was clear they were heading somewhere with a purpose. "Ever heard of Aphrodite? The most beautiful woman in the divine realm?" Forsetti's eyes lit up. William said, "Do you want to meet her? Want to court her? Although, she's been married before." "So what?" Forsetti didn't care, saying, "Aphrodite is Uranus's daughter. That she married Hephaestus was a loss. As a beauty of the Ultimate Force Alliance's deputy leader, naturally, she should marry someone like me." William's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "Why don't you ask your father to speak to Uranus about this?" He hadn't come to the city just to eat. He was aware of everything that had happened to Alice these days. Aphrodite letting a bunch of women seduce Alice was quite a move. The most beautiful woman in the divine realm? William once regarded her as he would a niece, yet she seemed to hold a grudge over her sister's tragic love affairs. Unfortunately for her, William felt no indebtedness. Aphrodite's actions these days indeed warranted some correction. Chapter 645 it seemed. William had a point. When they arrived at the entrance of the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, although the chains on Adonis had been removed, he was still chopping wood like a guardian deity. "Still chopping wood, Adonis? Don't you plan to do something else?" William and Adonis were old acquaintances, and William had previously teased him for being whipped. Adonis gave William a cold look and said, "I'm used to it." "Then keep at it." William merely greeted him politely, and then proceeded towards the Isle Palace of Delightful Love. "What are you doing?" Adonis called out to him as he saw William heading inside. "Going in." William raised his eyebrows. The man wasn't blind, asking such a silly question. Did chopping would make him dumb? "I mean, what are you going in there for?" Adonis eyed William warily. William couldn't help but stop and laughed. "You sure are nosy. Just keep chopping your tree. You're not still thinking about Aphrodite, are you?" In Adonis's eyes, William was a player, flirting around with women and then not taking responsibility. Just as William thought Adonis was whipped, Adonis saw William as a player. "You're not the one thinking about Aphrodite, are you?" William chuckled. "Even though you're no longer chained, you stand there chopping wood shirtless at her doorstep every day. Do you think showing off those muscles will make Aphrodite notice you?" Adonis was left speechless by the comment, stuttering for a while before glaring and saying, "Don't spout nonsense here. William, after all, has lived for so many years and has been with women, not 10,000, then at least over 9,000. Although he is also a boy who is slow in matters of love." But William clearly hit the mark with Adonis's thoughts. "It seems I guessed right." William laughed. "Love between a man and a woman is natural. You clearly have feelings, yet you don't even have the courage to admit it. With that attitude, you're destined to be single forever." Adonis had been chopping wood at the entrance of the Isle Palace of Delightful Love for years. He had loved Aphrodite's sister in vain, but Aphrodite's sister had passed away long ago. Now, he often saw the beautiful and enchanting Aphrodite. The title of the first beauty in the divine realm was not undeserved. If Adonis wasn't moved, that would be the real wonder. William's words were straightforward, and after a string of rebukes, Adonis was left speechless. It wasn't until William continued walking towards the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, ignoring him, that Adonis finally mustered the courage to shout, "If you want to lay a hand on Aphrodite, you'll have to step over my dead body." William looked back at him and laughed, saying, "Walking in directly or stepping over your dead body makes no difference to me, and you should be well aware of this." Adonis was truly stunned by William's words. Indeed, what could William do if he wanted to enter? Could Adonis stop him? What a joke. Stepping over his dead body. Just stepping in would suffice. "Then I'll go in with you." Adonis wasn't inflexible. He decided it was best to follow and see what happens. It seemed it wasn't yet clear if William the Obliterator had any designs on Aphrodite. Suit yourself. William continued towards the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, adding, I'm here to introduce a match for my disciple's son. Introduce a match? Adonis quickly caught up to William and asked, for whom? Knowing Aphrodite was hiding somewhere close, William glanced at Forseti and said, This is Forseti, the son of my disciple Balder. I'm here to introduce him to a potential match. Balder? Poseidon. Adonis looked from William to Forseti, astonished. The god of light, Balder, is your disciple? Is that a problem? William patted Forseti on the shoulder. Look at him. Isn't he handsome? Plus, his father Balder has a good relationship with Uranus. Although he and Aphrodite didn't grow up knowing each other, they come from equivalent familial backgrounds. Isn't that a better match than someone who chops wood? Adonis, a man of few words, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye upon hearing William's logic. It seemed, William had a point. Uncle William, I've been married before, and though my husband has passed away, I'm not worthy of the future Lord of Heart of Asgard. Aphrodite's voice floated over softly. Suddenly, the space twisted, and Aphrodite, dressed in simple clothing, appeared in front of William and the others. Oh, niece, you don't fancy the son of my disciple. William claimed he was here to introduce a suitor, but his intentions were not entirely sincere. Aphrodite had dared to send those women to pursue Alice. Utterly reckless. I do not. Aphrodite didn't even glance at Forseti as she said, In this life, Aphrodite loves only her deceased husband and will not remarry. Forseti spoke up loudly. Aphrodite, I am considered one of the strongest among the younger generation of the shapeshifters. Am I still not good enough for you? Not good enough. Aphrodite did not beat around the bush and gave Forseti a sideways glance. After all, Aphrodite was a formal deity of the Divine Alliance, a trial sovereign, and her father was the vice leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, Uranus. She did not regard Forseti highly. Forseti glared at Aphrodite and challenged, How about we fight it out? He couldn't believe he wasn't considered good enough. How infuriating. He had to prove his worth to Aphrodite. Bang. William smacked Forseti on the head, scolding, What? Has your primal instinct taken over? It was just like a lion courting, using brute force to conquer the other party. Such vulgar behavior. Forseti held his head, bewildered, muttering, Can I do that? William ignored Forseti, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Aphrodite, saying, Aphrodite, do you think I'm easy to bully? Aphrodite tilted her head and smiled. How could Uncle William feel that way? William snorted with laughter and said, Then do you believe that if I say you have to marry someone, you must marry them? Aphrodite shook her head, still smiling, and replied softly, I don't believe. Suddenly, Uranus, dressed in a suit, appeared before William. William, what are you doing? I'm about to be late for work. Uranus glanced at his watch and added, Time's almost up. What's up? Going to work. All right then. Uranus, in his attire, seemed like a white-collar worker, apparently finding his pleasure on Earth. Lost in the moment. William stated, I called you to discuss Aphrodite's marriage. Marriage? Uranus was taken aback and asked, You've taken a fancy to Aphrodite again? Well, that's fine. Go ahead and get married. Father, Aphrodite protested loudly. What are you talking about? I will not marry anyone else. Uranus turned back, looking affectionately at Aphrodite, and said, It's all right, Aphrodite, you don't have to care about age differences. Love is free nowadays. If you like your Uncle William, I won't object. Who likes him? Aphrodite almost couldn't help but throw a punch at Uranus. Is this really her father's attitude? Is he insane? William hurriedly interjected, Not me, Forseti. I'm here to arrange a marriage for him. Only then did Uranus realize, and putting aside whether he was going to work or not, he scrutinized Forseti and said, This. Forseti, I know him, but, after hesitating, he asked Aphrodite, Do you like him? Aphrodite coldly responded, I do not. That makes it difficult. Uranus gave an awkward smile and laughed it off. William's smile grew wider as he stared at Uranus and said, What if I insist she marries Forseti? Chapter 646 I'm angry, and I need to be appeased. William is mostly a reasonable person, and he doesn't like to use his formidable power to coerce others into doing things they're unwilling to do. Uranus and William have known each other for a long time, and Uranus knows that someone of William's status and strength dislikes such actions even more. But now, William has indeed done so, clearly threatening Uranus. He's forcing him to marry off his daughter. This is highly unusual. Uranus was stunned, then slowly turned his head to look at Aphrodite, his lips quivering as he said, "Then, should we agree?" Hearing her father utter such words, Aphrodite's face turned ice-cold, and she tried to use her divine magic to leave, only to find she couldn't cast any spells, nor could she even move her feet. She couldn't leave. However, she quickly calmed down, looked at William, and said, "Uncle William, are you planning to force me to marry Forseti?" "Yes." William nodded, utterly serious. Normally, it would be out of character for someone like William to do such a thing. Aphrodite coldly said, "Uncle William, you can't force me. I can choose death." William, still smiling, said, "You can choose death, then I'll just kill your father and everyone in the 13th district you govern, and then resurrect you." Uranus looked bewilderedly at William. After exchanging a glance with Uranus, William said, "What are you looking at? Keep looking, and I'll kill you." Ah. Uranus didn't feel any killing intent from William. Hearing him say that, Uranus even scratched his face with a finger, winked at William, then turned to Aphrodite and said, "Aphrodite, for your father's sake, why not agree to marry Forseti? Forseti is a decent young man, after all." Aphrodite chuckled and said, "Father, you are the deputy leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, the mighty sky god Uranus. Are you really that afraid of him? He's threatening you right in front of you, and you're not the least bit angry?" Uranus coughed lightly and said, "The main reason is I can't beat him, you know." Aphrodite, feeling extremely wronged, cried out, "Just because you can't beat him, you're willing to sacrifice your daughter's happiness? Then, I can't beat him." Uranus also felt helpless and eventually stiffened his neck to say to William, "Then why don't you just kill me first?" Aphrodite, is this her formidable father? Why does he seem so foolish in front of William the Obliterator? You are the mighty sky god Uranus, the one who once slew countless powerhouses of the divine realm without batting an eye. How come suddenly there's no fighting spirit? William also raised his hand and said, "All right then." As he was about to make his move, the space around his palm began to distort. The clouds in the sky of the divine realm crazily swirled, and every creature in the divine realm felt a strong sense of suffocation. Aphrodite could sense how terrifying William's impending strike would be. If it landed, would her father truly die? Could the mighty sky god Uranus really be slain with a single blow by William the Obliterator? The thought seemed absurd, but she actually felt it was a real possibility. "Wait. I agree to marry Forseti. Lord William, I don't want to marry Aphrodite anymore." Aphrodite and Forseti shouted almost at the same time. Only then did William retract his hand. The terrifying presence vanished, and the world returned to clarity. Uranus was sweating bullets from his back. He had felt from the start that William the Obliterator was playing some strategy, but surely it wasn't one that involved actually killing him. Yet, at that moment just now, for the first time, he felt death was so near. With this slap, he really could have died. No. He would have definitely died. Is it just an engagement? Was there really a need to start off by killing him? Uranus panicked. He feared William was serious. He wasn't a guardian of the cosmic entity. If he died, who would resurrect him? But at that moment, the intense suffocation vanished. That scared him to death. "What do you mean?" William looked at Forseti and said, "You came here wanting to marry Aphrodite." Forseti sheepishly smiled and said, "But I don't want to marry her this way." A funeral before the wedding. Aphrodite looked at William somewhat terrified. She knew William the Obliterator was formidable, but in her memory, William the Obliterator was actually a very amiable person. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to send those Valkyries to flirt with Alice, thinking to revenge on William in such a manner. And she thought, even if William knew, he wouldn't really do anything to her. His temper was so good, and since he owed her sisters, would he really do anything to her? A false sense of security. Then forget it. William said to Uranus, "Go back to work then." Uranus heaved a sigh of relief, looked down at his watch, and said, "Oh no, I'm going to get docked pay again." Aphrodite, Is this still her powerful father known as the Sky God? Afraid of getting his pay docked? What exactly did he experience in the prime world? And with Uranus's divine power, shouldn't wanting to be somewhere be just a matter of thought? How could being late even be possible? Aphrodite, have a good talk with your Uncle William, okay? I'm off to work now. After saying this, Uranus disappeared immediately. Aphrodite was speechless. Was this the father who doted on her to the skies? Now, as she faced such coercion and even threats, the grand sky god Uranus acted as if nothing had happened, turning around to head back to work in the prime world. Did work make him lose his mind? Aphrodite couldn't understand it. After Uranus left, William toned down his energy aura, looking at Aphrodite with a smile, and said, I don't care what you think, but you'd better not target Alice. Otherwise, I really will kill you. In that moment, Aphrodite felt as if the only thing in the entire universe was William's threat, and she was very aware that it was not just a threat. If she did anything to Alice, William would truly kill her. Even if her father was the sky god Uranus, it would make no difference. Let's go. William turned and left after speaking. Forseti, following behind, asked quietly, Lord William, are we just leaving like this? Didn't you say you didn't want to marry her? It's not that I don't want to marry her. I just wanted to beat her up before marrying her. William nearly laughed out of frustration. Why was this guy so fixated on beating Aphrodite? If someone like him lived on Earth, wouldn't he be condemned by feminist organizations? Seeing William silent, Forseti thought William agreed with his idea and smirked. Didn't she say I was unworthy? I want to show her how strong the son of your disciple is. After beating her, she will naturally be conquered by my strength. I really feel like beating you up right now. William had no nice words for him. A guy like this was unlikely to experience normal, consensual romance, unless the woman was masochistic. Of course, divine realm customs might be different. William and Forseti settled down in a bar and waited until Alice got off work. Alice quickly found William but arrived with a pout, sitting beside him silently with puffed cheeks. That was clearly her way of saying, I'm angry and I need to be appeased. Chapter 647 Tip? Want something to eat? William asked Alice, his face expressionless. I'm not hungry. Alice turned her head away, her pride evident. After all this time, could William not see that she was upset? Nearby, a woman dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding a celestial aura, stood beside them. She is Seraphine, the owner of the Eternal Spring Tavern. Ladies and gentlemen, may I know what you'd like to have? Seraphine asked, her gaze lingering on Alice. Forseti, what do you feel like eating? Order whatever you like. William said, pulling out a fist-sized, fiery red energy crystal, showing off his wealth nonchalantly. In a place like the divine realm, there really was no need for him to be modest. Especially when it came to dining, why act frugal? Seraphine's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she saw the energy crystal William pulled out. It was a top-quality energy crystal, and it even possessed fire attributes, a rare find indeed. Was such a thing really being used to pay for a meal? Seraphine's smile grew even wider as she attentively said, Esteemed guests, we have secret dragon rib racks, grilled griffin wings, and our pan-fried phoenix eggs are famous far and wide. Upon hearing Seraphine's words, Forseti's face turned ashen, interrupting her. The ruler of the 13th district, Aphrodite, is a beautiful woman. Is it really okay for your establishment to cook food using the flesh of shapeshifters? Seraphine laughed as if she had heard a joke, covering her mouth. Dear guest, you jest. This is the Divine Alliance. If we don't eat shapeshifters here, are we supposed to eat deities? Seraphine lowered her voice. Or perhaps, you're interested in trying human flesh. William showed no significant reaction to Seraphine's words. Shapeshifters preying on each other, members of the Divine Alliance hunting shapeshifters. This was a display of the divine realm's law of the survival of the fittest. However, most deities are originally elevated humans from the prime world, so eating humans is generally off-limits for the people of the Divine Alliance. But for some deities with pure bloodlines, eating human flesh is as common as humans eating dog meat. Forseti looked extremely displeased, gritting his teeth. Is there any meat from deities available? Had William not been sitting beside him, Forseti might have already exploded in anger. Of course, Seraphine giggled, taking the energy crystal from William and leaning close to Forseti. whispering in his ear, "With such a generous offering of an energy crystal from your friend, whatever you wish to eat, our establishment can provide. We have the most famous divine blood in the divine realm. Drinking it can turn an ordinary person into a deity instantly." William acted as if he hadn't heard, clearly unwilling to consume human flesh. After all, the earliest humans were his creation, and those made by the cosmic entity, in terms of appearance and physique, were essentially indistinguishable from his own creations, making them difficult for him to consider as food. And as for deities, perhaps because they also assume human forms, William also refrained from consuming them. However, he used to hunt shapeshifters for food frequently, which is entirely normal in the divine realm. Hearing Seraphine's words, Alice immediately felt nauseous and said, "William, let's go to another place. I feel like eating something light." As someone who became a soulmancer and entered the divine realm, never considering herself a deity, Alice couldn't help but feel sick at such conversations. "Let's go then." William felt disgusted as well. Eating human flesh was something he couldn't accept, but he didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with it. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature. He didn't need to concern himself too much. As Alice stood up to leave, Seraphine quickly said to William, "Sir, you've already given the tip in advance. Are you sure you won't eat?" William nodded. "No, give it back to me." "What are you talking about?" Seraphine smiled coyly. "If you had ordered and were unsatisfied with the meal, our establishment would compensate accordingly. But since you gave a tip without even ordering, we can't refund the tip." "The tip?" "Right, the tip." Seraphine insisted that the energy crystal William had given earlier was meant as a tip, not payment for the meal. After all, William hadn't ordered anything before handing over such a large energy crystal. How could it be considered payment for a meal? It was merely a tip. Makes sense, right? Do you realize what you're saying? William hadn't encountered such a situation in years, a woman trying to swindle him. Seraphine smiled with her eyes narrowed. "Sir, of course, I know what I'm saying. Do you know who the owner of this tavern is?" William frowned. "Aphrodite or Uranus?" "My dear guest." Seraphine blinked and smiled. "My husband is the fire god Agni." "Fire god Agni?" William frowned. "Who was that?" "The fire god." William really didn't know there was a fire god named Agni. Where did his wife get the courage to swindle people, especially on Aphrodite's turf? Quite bold. Wait a moment. William's consciousness swept across the entire divine realm, quickly locking onto the fire god Agni. With a thought, Agni appeared before them. The fire god Agni, clearly in the midst of meditation, appeared suddenly and was a bit confused. Looking around, he asked, How did I end up here?" After saying this, his expression turned a bit off. Materializing out of nowhere was too odd, even for him. "Your wife tried to swindle me." William looked at the fire god Agni expressionlessly. Agni, having emerged after the divine alliance was re-established, had never encountered William the Obliterator. After sizing William up and confirming he didn't recognize him, Agni presumed William wasn't any significant deity. Frowning, he asked, "Do you have any proof?" William said, "The energy crystal I left on the table, which is now with her. Does that count as evidence?" Seraphine, puzzled by Agni's sudden appearance, but still arrogantly produced the energy crystal, told Agni. "Agni, he gave this as a tip. He didn't eat, and now wants the tip back." After saying this, her gaze lingered on Alice, whispering, "Agni, this girl is enveloped in the power of a divine aura. If you could spend a night with her, the benefits would be immense." Agni looked at the fire-attributed energy crystal in Seraphine's hand and then at Alice. His greedy expression was unmistakable. "My friend, how could we possibly refund a tip?" As an official deity of the divine alliance with a pure bloodline, Agni considered himself superior to those who ascended from humanity to deity status in the divine realm. With such a premium energy crystal now in hand, how could there be any talk of returning it? And regarding Alice, enveloped in divine aura, the potential benefits of absorbing her power through proximity were too tempting to ignore. William had no patience for further discussion. Agni's lecherous gaze at Alice had sealed his fate. William stepped forward, took Alice's hand, and said, "Let's go." "Wait." Agni barely started to speak when his body turned into black ashes and dissipated into the air. Seraphine also noticed her body slowly fading away, the impending sense of death growing closer, yet utterly unstoppable, filled her with terror. Who had she offended? Do you dare kill an official deity of the Divine Alliance? Are you declaring war on the Divine Alliance? Slaying deities? Wasn't that something William had done before? With a flick of his sleeve, the energy crystal entered his spatial storage ring. William, holding Alice's hand, walked out of the tavern. Chapter 648, I'll be with you. Fire god Agni was indeed an official deity of the Divine Alliance, one with a formal position. His death naturally caused panic. It's known that various deities patrol the skies of the Divine Alliance, and the disturbance immediately alerted the patrolling deities above the Eternal Spring Tavern. Hundreds of Valkyries clad in bright armor quickly surrounded William and his party. Mr. Johnson, everyone, stop! The red-clad Valkyrie who had led William to see Aphrodite during his previous visit to the Isle Palace of Delightful Love, upon seeing William, urgently called for her soldiers to halt. What a joke! This was William the Obliterator, who addresses Uranus as his peer. Did these minor characters really think they could lay hands on William the Obliterator without facing consequences? The Valkyries encircling William and his companions were unsure of what to do next. Some patrons inside the tavern shouted, "This guy just killed the fire god Agni and the tavern owner, Seraphine." Really, they were just adding fuel to the fire, curious to see what happens next. If someone could kill the fire god Agni in the blink of an eye, how powerful must they be? Could the Divine Alliance's guards even stand a chance against such a being? Was this mighty deity planning to cause a huge disturbance in the sanctuary of the celestial gods? Erasing fire god Agni right before everyone's eyes was an act of outright disrespect towards the Divine Alliance. Mr. Johnson, what does this mean? The leading Valkyrie approached William cautiously to ask. She wasn't a fool. How could she possibly handle someone who could erase fire god Agni? As long as her mind was intact, she knew she couldn't manage this situation. It means nothing. He tried to swindle me, so I killed him. It's that simple, William said with a smile. You might as well pretend nothing happened or report this matter to Zeus. I don't want to take action against you. Most of the time, William was reasonable and bore no malice towards these Valkyries. If he did take action, it would just result in a few hundred more souls lost. Then, could Mr. Johnson wait a moment? I will report to my master Aphrodite to come over. The leading Valkyrie also felt that William made a lot of sense, but if she let William kill the fire god Agni and then leave without consequence, it would be considered negligence on her part. No need. With a thought from William, Aphrodite appeared before him. Aphrodite, faced with the situation, looked even more distressed. She had just been threatened and coerced into marriage by him. And now what was he planning to do? Was he intending to start a massacre in the 13th district? What is the meaning of this, Uncle William? Aphrodite was still panicking. Inside, unaware of Agni's demise, William said, I've just killed the fire god Agni. How do you want to handle this? Aphrodite's heart raced. The fire god Agni was killed? Just now? Was this another threat? The patrons, seeing Aphrodite arrive, watched quietly, eager to see how she would deal with the public execution of the fire god Agni. Aphrodite took a deep breath and said, Uncle William, since you've killed the fire god Agni here, I must report this to Zeus. Aphrodite dares not punish her uncle directly. The surrounding patrons were stunned. Aphrodite's uncle? Someone Aphrodite referred to with such respect as uncle must hold a very high status. Could this person be a high-order divine king in disguise? But even if this individual was of high-order divine king strength, killing the fire god Agni in the Divine Alliance's 13th district of the sanctuary of the celestial gods seemed overly arrogant. Indeed, William could have summoned Zeus with just a thought, but he considered it might embarrass Zeus, so he decided against it. After all, Zeus was his disciple, the king of gods. All right, you report to Zeus. We'll just hang around nearby. Tell Zeus he doesn't need to come over personally. William didn't want to escalate the situation further. If Zeus personally came, it might be somewhat awkward. Does Zeus have to ingratiate himself with William in front of so many people? However, when he said this, the bystanders around them thought it was too arrogant. Even for someone with the strength of a high-order divine king, such arrogance in the divine alliance was unprecedented. Killing the fire god Agni in the 13th district of the sanctuary of the celestial gods, instructing Aphrodite to report the incident, and even telling Zeus not to come. I will tell Zeus exactly what happened. Aphrodite bowed to William and then turned to address the onlookers. Disperse, please. I will personally report this matter to Zeus. The gods were in an uproar, as someone blatantly killed the fire god Agni in front of everyone, with such an arrogant attitude. Was it really okay for this person to be so audacious? Did he intend to challenge the entire divine alliance? Rumors of an ultimate force alliance assembly led by Odin had been circulating. Could this be a schemer from the Ultimate Force Alliance attempting something sinister? Especially with the recent surge in news about the disappearance of God, a major event seemed imminent in the divine realm. After speculating that William might actually be a high-order divine king in disguise, the crowd that had gathered to watch the drama naturally dispersed. Especially once people learned that William and his party had presented the Odin sapphire upon entering the city, everything made sense. Nobody wanted to provoke Odin. As for the fire god Agni and Seraphine, they were known for extorting money from patrons on regular days. Their deaths were seen as inconsequential. Aphrodite asked William to wait, and then went straight to Zeus's temple, while William took Alice for a stroll on the streets. Have things been okay for you lately? William asked casually, holding Alice's hand as they walked forward. Forseti followed behind them, like an attendant. Alice wasn't actually angry, but seeing William instantly kill someone claiming to be the fire god Agni, she became somewhat panicked. I've been okay, but about you killing that fire god Agni just now, are you sure that's not a problem? Should we run away now? Alice began to adeptly use telepathy. These were not things to be said out loud. William also communicated telepathically. Most of the divine realm is under the jurisdiction of the divine alliance. Where could we possibly escape to? So we just sit here and wait for doom? Aphrodite seemed okay. She didn't capture us. Now she's going to report to Zeus. Maybe she's giving us time to escape. Alice was putting her mind to good use, considering all the possibilities. She also knows William is very powerful, but the actions just now seem to have very serious consequences, right? Killing a deity in the street. And if this was reported to Zeus, would he send troops to suppress them? Run away. William communicated through thought. Then wouldn't we have to live our lives in hiding, unable to reveal our true identities? That's also an option. We have to stay alive first, right? Should we go? Home. Back to Earth. Yes. Alice communicated. It seems for some reason, the deities of the divine realm can't easily come to Earth, right? So, we could live well on Earth. William was silent for a moment before saying, but what if the divine alliance could send troops to Earth? Wouldn't that endanger even more people? Alice asked. So, what's your plan? William replied. No plans, just want to walk around with you for now. All right then. Alice held William's hand tighter. If it really comes to facing death, I'll be with you. Chapter 649. Some just don't think it through. Alice had indeed used her imagination to the fullest, but she couldn't have anticipated that William's strength had reached a level that could make the entire divine alliance tremble. In her view, if this matter were reported to Zeus, William would inevitably face a bloody battle. He might even die. From the mythological memories Alice had accessed, fire god Agni and openly challenging Zeus, it was as if he was preparing for war against the divine alliance. William's actions were naturally in aid of implementing the plans made at the Ultimate Force Alliance Assembly. The Ultimate Force Alliance aimed to take over God's territory and wage war against the divine alliance. The Ultimate Force Alliance intended to unify the divine realm. For Forseti's Shapeshifters clan, the rise of the Ultimate Force Alliance meant reclaiming dominance over the divine realm. Thinking of this, Forseti couldn't help but feel excited. The past glory of the Shapeshifters clan was once magnificent, and now they were on the brink of a revival. It seemed he had arrived at a great era. Little did he know, William hadn't thought that far ahead. Initially, he simply wanted to eat something, and later, he just wasn't in the mood anymore. Then, after being swindled, he killed the fire god Agni in displeasure. When one becomes powerful to a certain extent, there's no need for any scheming. Just over 10 minutes after Aphrodite left the Eternal Spring Tavern, for great deities suddenly appeared in the sky above the 13th district. Among the official deities of the Divine Alliance, there are 9 great guardians. At this moment, the 4 deities appearing in the sky were the wind god Vayu, the water god Varuna, the plant god Parvati, and the earth god Bhumi. They were powerful guardians from the same department as the fire god Agni and Rushed. Hereupon, hearing of Agni's demise, who killed the fire god Agni? The water god Varuna's shout was so loud that almost all deities in the 13th district could hear it. Varuna, who was as close as a brother to Agni, immediately summoned the other 3 great deities to seek revenge for Agni's death. Hearing this voice, Alice squeezed William's hand, ready to face whatever came, without saying a word. What was meant to come would always find its way. William slightly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the 4 guardian gods, and in an instant, they noticed William. I killed him. William's tone was indifferent, as if a passerby had inadvertently stepped on an ant. Then you shall pay with your life. The water god Varuna, holding a box, his divine artifact, the spring source box, opened it, releasing a water jet towards William. This water was concentrated waters of the Styx, each drop weighing tens of thousands of pounds and capable of corroding the soul, extremely powerful. Even a high-order divine king would suffer skin corrosion upon contact. Seeing Varuna attack immediately, William knew he wasn't sent by Zeus. He stood still, unbothered by such a trivial divine artifact. Boom! The spring source box in Varuna's hands exploded. Billions of pounds of Stygian water burst, enveloping the 4 guardian gods. In the next moment, all the Stygian water froze into ice and then exploded into snowflakes scattering in the air. As for the 4 guardian gods, their souls were obliterated, and their bodies vanished. Varuna's loud shout had already drawn much attention, with countless deities from the 13th district watching this direction. They thought these 4 guardians could avenge the fire god Agni, but in just a moment, all 4 were dead without a trace of their bodies. Holy shit! Which great deity took action? The 4 guardians, suddenly dead? Isn't that too terrifying? I heard it was Odin's envoy, holding the Odin sapphire. Odin? What is he trying to do? Is he sending someone to cause chaos in the sanctuary of the celestial gods? Let the war begin. Alice was stunned. It happened so quickly? Killed again? Those 4 deities in the sky seemed quite formidable, didn't they? They just shouted a few words and died. She didn't even see William make a move. Was it merely his gaze that obliterated them? This was terrifyingly powerful. It's okay. Let's wait a bit more. William, continuing forward with Alice, stopped on a bustling street attracted by a modest looking but popular dessert shop. Displayed in front of the shop were various sweets. William paused and turned to Alice. How about trying something here? This shop's Phoenix Blossom cupcakes are famous, practically a delicacy of the divine realm. Phoenix Blossom cupcakes were made from a special flower that reportedly only grows where phoenixes reside, emitting a faint fragrance. Naturally, such a flower couldn't be found on Earth, so calling it a specialty wasn't an exaggeration. One moment he was erasing 4 deities, the next he was tasting sweets on the street. Probably only William could manage such a feat. The deities selling the sweets trembled upon seeing William, thinking, this guy is a slaughtering god. If his sweets weren't to William's liking, could he be erased on the spot? Take 3. William placed the energy crystal in front of the deities selling the cakes, just for 3 pieces of cake. To William, an energy crystal was really no different from an ordinary stone. Respected, great deity, it doesn't cost that much. The deity selling pastries panicked. The rest is a tip for you. William only took 3 Phoenix Blossom cupcakes, sharing one with Forsetti. Forsetti swallowed his in one bite, smacked his lips, and muttered, tastes quite ordinary. This comment terrified the dessert-selling deity. William glanced back at Forsetti, speaking irritably. How can you taste it if you swallow it in one bite? How did you not choke? Forsetti immediately fell silent. Alice ate her pastry quietly, following William and communicated telepathically. William, just how powerful are you? William pondered. If the Divine Alliance were to dispatch the entire celestial legion of Olympus and all the deities. If there were really that many, it would be troublesome. William figured Zeus wouldn't actually send someone to capture him, but scaring Alice a bit seemed okay. It can't be that. Big of a spectacle, right? Alice was indeed scared. She thought those four must have been too weak. William nodded. I'm on good terms with many deities. As they were talking, Aphrodite had already reached Zeus's thunder sanctum. Zeus met with her, with Heracles and Perseus standing by his side. Aphrodite, what brings you here? Zeus couldn't anticipate William's actions and glanced at Aphrodite, who seldom visited him. With her head bowed, Aphrodite said, Lord Zeus, William the Obliterator has killed the fire god Agni. Upon hearing the name William the Obliterator, Zeus's eyebrows rose in anger. What did the fire god Agni do? Aphrodite was speechless. Shouldn't he be asking what William the Obliterator did? Heracles and Perseus stood by, stunned. William the Obliterator, a legendary figure, had truly appeared? And he dared to kill the fire god Agni? With such bold actions, what was he trying to achieve? Chapter 650 The Gods Assemble. It took Aphrodite a moment to gather her thoughts before she said, William the Obliterator said that the fire god Agni was extorting him. Courting death. Zeus lost even his kingly demeanor, furious to the heavens. Seeing Zeus enraged, Heracles stepped forward, bowed, and said, Father, that William the Obliterator is indeed courting death. I am willing to lead the celestial legion of Olympus to suppress him. Hearing Heracles say this, Zeus immediately wondered if there was something wrong with his son's brain. Was he really his son? I will personally apologize to William the Obliterator. Why should father bother with such matters? Heracles misunderstood, thinking Zeus was going to personally fight William the Obliterator, but quickly realized and looked up somewhat foolishly, confusion in his eyes. Apologize? Zeus sneered, otherwise? You want to fight William the Obliterator? What's so great about William the Obliterator? He's just a legend from the era of the gods, but it's been so long since that name was heard. It must be a rumor. Father, you mustn't be afraid of him. If you personally apologize to him, what would become of the divine alliance's dignity? Heracles believed he understood his father's intentions, thinking Zeus only meant to show his magnanimity. Who else in the universe could demand an apology from Zeus? Summon all the divine officials to my thunder sanctum. Zeus thought it over and decided that merely going to apologize to his teacher wasn't enough. He needed to call all the official deities of the divine alliance together and then apologize to his teacher to show sincerity. As for Heracles, the fool, he would find an opportunity to strip him of his divine status later. Hearing Zeus's command, Heracles immediately assumed Zeus wanted all the deities to band together to fight William the Obliterator. As you command. Heracles hurriedly left to rally the divine officials. After Heracles left, Zeus asked, Aphrodite did William the Obliterator say anything else? Aphrodite reported truthfully, he won't let you see him. Such words, Aphrodite thought, would surely enrage Zeus. At least that's what Aphrodite thought, considering the words spoken by William the Obliterator, upon reflection, were indeed rather arrogant. Did he think he could command Zeus? Zeus is one of the leaders of the divine alliance, the king of the Olympian gods. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Zeus sighed, probably understanding his teacher's intentions. Then I won't go. Zeus felt touched and a bit disappointed. It would have been nice to see his teacher again during this opportunity. If possible, he would rather be a mere attendant in front of his teacher than the king of gods, Zeus. Aphrodite couldn't grasp Zeus's sentiment. What did this mean? Why did Zeus's words sound so melancholic? Why feel melancholy over such a matter? As the king of gods, Zeus, faced with such provocation, shouldn't he be angry? Let's wait and see. Aphrodite also heard Zeus instructing Heracles to summon the divine officials. Even if William the Obliterator was strong, he probably only faced death now. At this moment, Aphrodite recalled the uncle who used to dote on her so much. In her memory, William the Obliterator was really good to her. As for her sisters, upon closer thought, William the Obliterator has never said that he likes them, and when her father Uranus proposed marriage with his daughters to William immediately refused without any hesitation or delay. Rather than saying William the Obliterator really wronged her sisters, it would be more accurate to say that her sisters were deluding themselves. Just like Adonis, who was chopping down the myrtle tree at the entrance of her isle palace of delightful love, Aphrodite didn't feel her sister owed Adonis anything. Not loving is not loving. Does one have to be together with someone just because of the other's deep affection? These issues were probably because her sisters were the ones hurt by love, which is why she harbored hatred towards William the Obliterator. I don't care what you think. This was what William the Obliterator said to her. Lord Zeus, could you spare William the Obliterator's life? Just strip him of his divine power. Aphrodite knelt before Zeus. She had decided that her uncle really hadn't done anything wrong. If he were stripped of his divine power, at least she could save his life. What are you talking about? Zeus also couldn't understand what Aphrodite was saying. Strip him of his divine power? Is Aphrodite being naive? As a disciple of William the Obliterator, who had witnessed him obliterate the archangel Amenadiel with a single palm strike, Zeus of course knew how strong his teacher was. The gods of the Divine Alliance? He could probably annihilate them with a wave of his hand. Just as Aphrodite began to speak, a divine official entered the thunder sanctum from outside, announcing, Lord Zeus, Odin's envoy has killed the fire god Agni, the wind god Vayu, the water god Varuna, the plant god Parvati, and the earth god Bhumi, 5 deities. Zeus, hearing this, was also taken aback, frowning. Odin's envoy? Aphrodite was stunned too. The fire god Agni was killed by William the Obliterator, right? Aphrodite, you said it was William the Obliterator who killed the fire god Agni, didn't you? Zeus wanted to confirm again. If it was Odin's envoy who did the killing, then it would surely lead to a direct confrontation with the Ultimate Force Alliance. Such audacity, wasn't it disrespecting the Divine Alliance? After thinking for a moment, Aphrodite said, the fire god Agni was killed by William the Obliterator. As for the other deities, I don't know. Zeus looked at the divine official and asked, so, was it William the Obliterator or an envoy sent by Odin? The official was taken aback, glanced at Aphrodite, and said to Zeus, Lord Zeus, someone heard Aphrodite calling that person uncle. Zeus immediately understood what was happening and waved the divine official away, saying, I understand. You may go. Being called uncle by Aphrodite, it definitely had to be William the Obliterator. There was no doubt about it. Although Odin is powerful, his audacity likely hasn't reached the point of sending someone to kill deities within the Divine Alliance, and to kill 5 at that. Unless the Ultimate Force Alliance is looking to start a war with the Divine Alliance. Not long after the divine official left, the divine officials of the Divine Alliance gradually arrived at the Thunder Sanctum. On their way, they heard about the incident of Odin's envoy killing 5 deities. Has Odin gone mad? Hey, it's also because the water god Varuna and the others failed to see the situation clearly. Odin's envoy killed the fire god Agni, surely for some reason, and that person must be powerful. Yet, they dared to seek vengeance. Don't talk like that. It looks like Zeus is truly enraged this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned all the divine officials of the Divine Alliance. I heard that Odin had just convened some Ultimate Force Alliance assembly recently, and now someone is boldly sent to execute deities within the Divine Alliance. It seems like a great war is imminent. A group of Divine Alliance's divine officials discussed fervently on their way, believing this incident to be of great significance. And the rumors they heard were mostly about Odin's envoy killing 5 deities. None dared to go to the 13th district to verify. That envoy of Odin must be exceptionally strong, definitely reaching the level of an absolute deity. Aside from high-order divine kings, wouldn't ordinary deities be seeking death by confronting him? They decided to wait and see what Zeus would decide. For a time, the divine officials of the Divine Alliance gathered at the Thunder Sanctum. The fire god Agni violated the Divine Alliance's regulations by opening a shop on his own, attempting to extort William the Obliterator. Subsequently, the water god Varuna and others provocatively challenged William the Obliterator. This has damaged the reputation of the Divine Alliance. I order all divine officials of the Divine Alliance to collectively go to the 13th district to apologize to William the Obliterator and his wife. Chapter 651. He wanted to keep a low profile, but it was really too difficult. Zeus spoke with righteous indignation. His tone of entitlement inevitably led the gods to start whispering among themselves again. Not for any other reason, but the name William the Obliterator itself was enough to make many true deities tremble with fear. Today, Zeus had called upon the divine officials of the Divine Alliance, and except for the sea god Poseidon, and the underworld king Hades. Almost all other officials had arrived. Is William the Obliterator really still alive? A divine official who had once been reprimanded by William was shocked. William the Obliterator? The legendary William the Obliterator is still alive. How powerful is William the Obliterator exactly? That Zeus would have the divine alliance's deities apologize to him. Zeus also heard these discussions among the divine officials, but in his view, these discussions were utterly inconsequential. Regardless of what these deities thought, would they dare to refuse his order to apologize to his teacher? What was most important to Zeus was to make them understand that in this divine realm, there was no one they should provoke less than his teacher, William the Obliterator. So full of themselves and brainless, daring to challenge his teacher? Just like the foolish fire god Agni, trying to extort William the Obliterator. Such naive divine officials. They simply did not understand that in the era of the gods, it was always William the Obliterator who extorted others. During that age, the cosmic entity did not control the power dynamics as strictly as now, with many creatures being immensely powerful, and even Zeus was just another strong figure among many. William the Obliterator, in that era, was the undisputed sovereign. Thinking about these minor deities attempting to challenge him now seemed utterly ridiculous. Zeus's command, even if incomprehensible to some divine officials, was still to be obeyed without question. The deities gathered at the Thunder Sanctum, then formed lines, marching neatly towards the 13th district. War god Ares, do you know what abilities this William the Obliterator actually possesses? Ares, surprisingly part of this divine procession, was asked by Hermes, who was walking alongside him. Ares glanced at him and said, "The strength of Mr. Johnson is not something we can speculate about at will." Why did Hermes ask Ares? Because Ares is known to be a maverick within the divine alliance, sometimes even disregarding Zeus's orders. Now, with Zeus ordering him to apologize along with the other gods without hearing a single word of protest from Ares, there was something odd about it. Mr. Johnson? Hermes frowned slightly, realizing that Ares must have had some contact with William the Obliterator, knew his surname, and was aware of William the Obliterator's strength. Otherwise, why refer to him as Mr. Johnson? Zeus wants us all to apologize together, so we must do it sincerely and with all due respect, making sure our apology is heard loud and clear. Ares, hearing some of the surrounding discussions, with some divine officials even thinking Zeus was making a big deal out of nothing, was very clear about William the Obliterator's power. He had witnessed it firsthand, and even Uranus was respectful in his presence. What were these divine officials of the divine alliance in comparison? The fire god Agni sought his own death. The best outcome was not dragging the whole divine alliance down with him. In the 13th district of the sanctuary of the celestial gods, William was casually strolling with Alice when a dense mass of figures appeared in the distance, with large swathes of colorful auspicious clouds drifting towards the district's skies. The creatures living within the divine alliance all looked up, watching the mass of figures. What the hell? What am I seeing? Where are all these high officials going? I heard Odin's envoy killed the fire god Agni. Could it be that Zeus has gathered all the divine officials to capture the perpetrator before clashing with Odin? Alice, noticing the situation above, couldn't help but nervously tug at William, saying, "No way. You were right. They're all coming." William looked up and couldn't help but laugh. "Is this all of them? You're still in the mood to joke?" Alice criticized optimistically before pouting, saying, "Are we really going to die here?" She then hugged William tightly, resting her head against his chest. "I don't feel you being scared, though." William patted Alice's head, trying to turn her away, saying, "You're not afraid of dying now." Alice's face darkened. Was this a normal thing to do? At such a time, she just wanted a hug, and yet he pushed her head away. "We could hide inside the alchemy furnace. They probably won't be able to break through." Alice blinked, having already thought this through. Her alchemy furnace seemed indestructible, and combined with William's strength, surviving seemed possible. William's hand still rested on Alice's head, and he laughed. "I remember telling you that Zeus is my disciple." "Ah." Alice's mouth hung open, unable to nod. "You weren't joking when you said that." William raised an eyebrow. "Did I look like I was joking when I told you that?" "But that can't be taken seriously." Alice found it hard to believe such a claim. Zeus's master? So, she was the wife of Zeus's master? Oh, this. Who in their right mind would believe that? William continued. I also told you that I am invincible. Huh? By invincible, you mean? Alice felt her mouth wouldn't close. Invincible? Doesn't that mean without any opponent? For instance, a high school student might be unbeatable in a kindergarten, but would they still be unbeatable in college? It just means what the word expresses. William slightly lifted his head to look at the procession of divine officials from the Divine Alliance. Forseti stood obediently behind William, and at this moment, he felt like he understood something more. So, Zeus was William's disciple too? Then shouldn't Zeus be respectful towards William? But what's with this group of divine officials flying in the sky? Does Zeus want to get rid of his teacher? But then, it's just a bunch of divine officials. Thinking about stirring up trouble in the Divine Alliance with Lord William really was thrilling. After living a monotonous life in the heart of Asgard for so many years, engaging in such a significant event right after coming out was just too exciting. Lord William, how about letting me go up and fight a bit? Forseti's eyes sparkled with eagerness, ready to take action at any moment. With his supreme deity-level strength, ordinary divine officials were indeed no match for him. William raised his hand, wanting to knock Forseti on the head, thinking the kid might be a bit foolish. Mr. Johnson, we are here by the command of Zeus to apologize to you and your wife. Ares and Perseus stood at the forefront, shouting loudly. Following Ares and Perseus's call, a barrage of apologies ensued. We, on behalf of the entire Divine Alliance, offer our most sincere apologies to you and your wife. Please forgive us. The apologies came from well-known divine officials of the Divine Alliance, representing the whole Divine Alliance in their apology. The magnitude of this event shocked the other deities in the 13th district of the Sanctuary of the Celestial Gods. The people of the Divine Alliance are usually so proud. Such a grand, formal apology had never happened in tens of thousands of years. Alice and Forseti were dumbfounded. They thought these divine officials were coming to start a war. Such a grand setup, just for an apology? William looked up at the deities and said indifferently, Disperse. Let's end this matter here. He wanted to keep a low profile, but it was really too difficult. Chapter 652. You haven't misunderstood. You're a smart kid. William the Obliterator has made a comeback. The event where the divine officials of the Divine Alliance apologized to William the Obliterator directly shocked the entire divine realm. Before Ares and the others could leave, they saw the appearance of the zodiac constellations belonging to Athena in the sky. Athena leads the zodiac to congratulate Mr. Johnson on his comeback. Aside from Zeus, all the divine officials in the sanctuary of the celestial gods appeared one after another to congratulate William on his return. Eventually, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, holding the seven treasures staff, appeared in the sky and bowed deeply at 90 degrees towards William. Hades pays respects to Master. His shout further shocked the deities of the Divine Alliance. What was that in Hades' hand? It looked remarkably like the legendary Seven Treasures staff. And Hades is William the Obliterator's disciple? The 12 absolute deities of the zodiac, upon hearing Hades' call, had complicated expressions. Athena, damn it, Hades really knows when to steal the spotlight. Gemini Kimi, that bastard Hades, stealing the show like this. Hearing these voices, William suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. It was as if he was in a boxing match, reminiscent of Tyson's return to the ring after being released from prison. The scene was as bizarre as it could get. This was probably one of the reasons he had been reluctant to visit the divine realm for so many years. Disperse. William didn't find such grandiosity flattering. On the contrary, it made him feel quite uninterested. Just like the ancient kings on earth at the peak of their power, they experienced immense loneliness, with no one around them to speak to as equals. All they heard were compliments, and all they saw was reverence. Hearing William say this, Ares also sensibly told the divine officials behind him, Mr. Johnson has spoken. Everyone withdraw. Following Lord William's command, Perseus echoed, prompting all the divine officials to leave. The divine officials arrived quickly and dispersed just as quickly. As for the 12 absolute deities of the zodiac, knowing William disliked the commotion, they also took their leave one after another. Only Hades appeared before William in the blink of an eye. having put away the 7 treasures staff. He looked at Alice, his face beaming with a smile, and said, "Master, this must be your esteemed wife, right?" William glanced at Hades and remarked, "You seem to have a lot of free time on your hands." "No, it's just that they made too much noise," Hades whispered. "Master, are you planning to do something?" William replied, "I don't have any plans. You go about your business." Hades chuckled. "If you're planning to do something, like unifying the divine realm or something like that, you must let Hades serve you." After saying this, he sneakily glanced at Forsetti and inquired, "Master, is this young man your newly accepted disciple?" William answered, "He's Baldur's son." Baldur's son. Hades nodded at Forsetti as a greeting. "Lord Hades, greetings." Forsetti quickly nodded in return. Could it be? Hades's mind raced, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock as he looked at William. "Master, is Baldur also your disciple?" After thinking for a moment, considering his disciples weren't many, and since the situation had escalated this much, William said, "Baldur is my disciple. Besides him, Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, they can be considered my disciples too." There was no point in hiding anymore. He had decided, after traveling around the divine realm with Alice, to visit other universes, or perhaps retire on Earth. After his identity was revealed in the divine realm, it indeed became dull. It would be bothersome to have to deliberately hide his identity every day. Hades and Forsetti were both stunned. Forsetti had indeed heard William mention Zeus as his disciple, but he had no idea that Poseidon and Hera were also his disciples. This meant Forsetti could greatly leverage this relationship to his advantage. His father was Baldur, and with the king of gods Zeus, the sea god Poseidon, Hera, and the underworld king Hades all being disciples of William the Obliterator, that was an incredibly profound network of connections. With such relationships, he could stride across the divine realm unchallenged, with no one daring to touch him. Now he probably understood why the 3 great Olympian gods showed such attitudes in front of William, and why Hera had reprimanded Odin, urging him to change his title. Alice, on the other hand, was outright baffled by the revelation. She finally understood why William said being invincible was just the literal meaning of the word. Isn't this the very definition of invincibility? In her view, the king of gods Zeus, the sea god Poseidon, Hera, and the underworld king Hades should be among the most formidable figures in the divine realm, and all were disciples of William. Being William's wife, it was like taking an elevator straight to the peak of a mountain. Would the 3 great Olympian gods have to respectfully address her as well in the future? Knowing this is enough. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have some matters to attend to. Although William wasn't busy, he also didn't want to constantly catch up with old acquaintances. He had so many old friends that catching up could take tens of thousands of years. Hearing William's words, Hades stepped back, bowed deeply, and said, "Master, I take my leave." After bowing directly towards William and the others, he backed away a dozen steps before disappearing. His actions were impeccably respectful. Alice was somewhat uncomfortable with this. William in the divine realm truly had the aura of an emperor. Forget it. Let's go to the 28th district. William felt that it no longer made much sense for Alice to continue working in the 13th district. After today's events, the entire divine realm now knows that Alice is his, William the Obliterator's, wife. If she wishes to go to the 28th district, who would dare to obstruct? Forsetti closely followed William. With a wave of William's hand, the 3 of them appeared directly in front of the heavenly dungeon in the 28th district. Before them was a vast and powerful magical formation, standing in front of the heavenly dungeon. Forsetti swallowed hard and said, "Lord William, is this the Divine Alliance's heavenly dungeon?" William nodded, and Alice looked ahead, feeling a strong sense of impending danger. It is said that some of the divine realm's most notorious villains are imprisoned here, from which entry is possible but exit is not. Even supreme deity-level beings, once incarcerated, find it hard to escape. Forsetti, your father handed you over to me. It's time for you to undergo some training. Forsetti's eyelids twitched as he noticed William's gaze on him, which carried a peculiar expression. Forsetti seemed to understand William's implication, but he didn't quite want to comprehend it, hoping he had misunderstood. William smiled. "This is a good place. Your strength is not low." We're going in to rescue someone named Loki, and then we plan to take Loki on a trip for a while. As for you, Lord William, you can't possibly mean. Forseti felt a chill run down his spine, laughing nervously. William nodded. You haven't misunderstood. You're a smart kid. Chapter 653 Master Turner. Lord William, are you sure you're not joking with me? Forseti found this joke not funny at all. The Heavenly Dungeon was a prison jointly established by the three great Olympian gods, and it was said that God himself had a hand in its creation. What's known as the most secure prison in the divine realm. That would be the Heavenly Dungeon right in front of them. Lord William actually planned to send him in for training. The prisoners residing there were incredibly powerful beings. William, with a smile, said, Do I look like I'm joking to you? Kind of, haha, Forseti said. What kind of training can one possibly get in such a place? William's smile gradually stiffened as he asked again, How about now? Forseti instantly felt that if he kept complaining, Lord William might actually cook him up. Isn't it enough that I'm going in? Forseti, having lived for so many years, nearly cried out in fear at this moment. Ahead was the Heavenly Dungeon, and behind him was the highly respected William. But the William he respected now seemed more dangerous to him than the Heavenly Dungeon ahead. William nodded slightly and stepped into the Heavenly Dungeon with Alice. As for Forseti, William dragged him in. Upon entering the Heavenly Dungeon, attacks released by thousands of magical formations directly targeted Forseti. Forseti, being a supreme deity in strength, was engulfed by the onslaught from the nearby powerful magical formations. Where's Forseti? Alice, led by William, only saw electric sparks, flames, frost, and various colorful magical formations around them, looking both dangerous and beautiful. It was just that Forseti had disappeared into thin air right in front of them. William explained. He fell into a spatial magical formation. Will he be okay? Alice didn't personally feel the terror of these powerful magical formations. Being led by William, the surrounding powerful magical formations seemed just like beautiful paintings. You won't die? Don't worry about him. I'll take you to see Loki. William is well aware that Forseti's strength is not weak. This place is a prison set up by the high-ranking god kings and absolute deities. The prisoners here are more subjected to greater torment and agony. More than death, endless imprisonment and torture are the purpose of the Heavenly Dungeon. In terms of strength, Loki wasn't even as strong as Forseti before being imprisoned. If Loki didn't die, how could Forseti possibly die? Is Loki very powerful? Alice only saw various strange spells falling around them, but they didn't cause her any harm. She had no idea that if it weren't for William holding her hand, these powerful magical formations alone could have doomed her forever. Not very powerful. With a step, Alice found herself and William suddenly inside the Heavenly Dungeon, in the area where the primordial dragon lords lived. At that moment, Loki, along with the primordial dragon lords and ancient phoenixes, were sitting in a row, chatting leisurely. The scene was so harmonious, it was hard to believe this place was the Heavenly Dungeon that made the powerful beings of the divine realm tremble with fear. What are you talking about? William and Alice's sudden appearance startled the primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenixes. Mr. Johnson, you're back? The primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenixes, now also around 6 feet 8 inches tall, looked almost as tall as Loki. They had reduced their size after waiting for so long, fearing that when William the Obliterator returned, they would still be towering, requiring Mr. Johnson to look up at them. Loki, you've made rapid progress. William immediately noticed that Loki's strength had already reached the mid-level of the supreme deity. It should be noted that before Loki was captured, he was only at the mid-level of the creator deity. After being imprisoned, his strength greatly diminished. Now, after not much time, he has already advanced to the mid-level of the supreme deity. Loki, upon seeing William, respectfully said, "Thank you, Mr. Johnson." William nodded and asked, "Loki, do you want to leave?" Loki blinked vigorously and nodded hard. "I want to go out." William turned to Alice and said, "If you accept her as your master, you can leave." Loki looked at Alice and hesitated. "Have her as my master?" Clearly, he perceived Alice's strength as somewhat weak. William intentionally let Loki perceive Alice's strength. "You're unwilling?" This was also William giving Loki an opportunity. If, for any reason, including Alice's strength. He refused to accept Alice as his master. It would be difficult for him to leave. Previously, the purge plan concocted by Zeus and God also counted Loki as a pawn. Now, with the entire divine realm thrown into chaos by William, even God has disappeared, what purge plan could there be? The game was destroyed, and Loki, this pawn, was destined to be forgotten by those significant figures. Unless Loki reached the level of a supreme deity within the heavenly dungeon, William not saving him meant Loki would be imprisoned for eternity. I am willing. Loki was not foolish. During his time here, he had heard the primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenixes extensively boast about William the Obliterator. Supreme deities, absolute deities, in their words, seemed not to match even a finger of William the Obliterator. Such a significant figure asking him if he was willing to accept the woman beside him as a master? To refuse? How stupid would that be? Although Loki had once had a master, it wasn't as if he couldn't find another person to be his master. All right then. William was also quite satisfied. Loki was not bad. Loki stood in front of Alice, immediately bowing at 90 degrees, and declared, "From now on, you are my master. Please take good care of me." "She's Alice Turner. You can call her Master Turner." William raised an eyebrow. Loki bowed and paid respects even without knowing his own master's name. Master Turner. Alice's mouth twitched violently. Why did this title sound so strange? Alice grew up watching various mythological stories and movies, and she recently watched Loki, starring Tom Hiddleston, so naturally, she had a good impression of Loki. But suddenly becoming Loki's master felt somewhat strange. "You're called Loki, right?" Alice asked. "Do you have a weapon?" Loki shook his head. "I haven't found a suitable weapon yet." Alice casually took out the ancient dark artifact she had cut from a mineral. "Since you've called me master, consider this a gift for our meeting. See if you like it." Loki, without a powerful artifact, felt quite uncomfortable. Alice could probably tell, although William said he had formed a team for her, she still needed to lead it thoughtfully. The Loki in front of her wasn't easy to control. This Loki, having been confined in such a lonely place for so long, receiving an artifact as a meeting gift would be appropriate. To show a bit of goodwill, Loki took the ancient dark artifact, played with it in his hands, and asked, "Master Turner, does this stick have a name?" "Little broken stick," Alice said with an embarrassed expression. "Anyway, it's given to you. Call it whatever you like. Also, I don't mind if you recognize me as your master. But could you not call me Master Turner? It sounds weird. For a 20-year-old girl, being called Master Turner might make her feel old." Chapter 654. You get my point, right? Loki, of course, didn't understand the nuances of a girl's mind, but in the current situation, whatever the master says goes. Besides, Alice was generous in her gift, providing him with an ancient dark artifact that suited him well. He studied its properties and abilities in his hands, cherishing it as a treasured find. William glanced at the primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenix, asking, "Do you want to leave?" The primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenix were ancient mythical beasts that survived the great calamities. They were powerful but seen by the divine realm more like oddities that humans would lock up for later study. Or perhaps, they were treasured like giant pandas, kept in captivity, though they didn't receive nearly as good treatment. The primordial dragon lords excitedly said, "Of course we do." However, the ancient phoenix shook its head, stating, "I don't want to leave." This left the dragon incredulous. Could the phoenix have lost its mind? Mr. Johnson offered such an opportunity, and it was not seized? She didn't want to leave? Did she wish to stay in this forsaken place forever? The ancient phoenix said, "Even if we go out, what then?" It stared at the primordial dragon lords, paused, and continued. "The tide has turned. It's no longer our era. Would those high-ranking god kings let us off? Are we to become their mounts or slaves once we're out?" Hearing this, the primordial dragon lords was at a loss for words. In the ancient era, the battle of gods, mythical beasts, and humans, the original ancient dragons, due to excessive killing, accumulated too much karma, leading to divine punishment. Zeus sealed them under Mount Olympus, condemning them to never leave. The first ancient phoenix, gravely injured, attempted to return to the eternal volcano. However, midway, It was struck by elemental energies, and an unexpected dark force invaded its body. This force clashed violently with the phoenix's life essence, leading to its rebirth from ashes in a haze of mist. Since then, the dragon and phoenix clans declined and faded from history, their descendants left to cling to other powers. Afterwards, the descendants of these two clans were often hunted by soulmancers, their bodies dismembered and used as materials for alchemy. Even more, they forced the dragon clan's princess to bear offspring with other species for consumption. The strong ones among the dragon clan were also mostly bullied. The dragons and phoenixes captured and held in the heavenly dungeon are among those who have lived the longest and possess great strength. Yet, aren't they still suppressed within the heavenly dungeon by the high-order gods and absolute deities? Even if they were to leave now, what awaits them outside? If you want to leave, you don't have to worry about that, William said. I have quite a few friends in the divine realm. I'll let them know, and they'll ensure your safety. Hearing William's words, both the primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenix's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. They were more than aware of William the Obliterator's immense power. They knew that the original ancient dragons and the first ancient phoenixes would advise their descendants that if they ever met William the Obliterator, they should serve him with their bodies and never offend him. What does that imply? William the Obliterator was a being even the first ancient dragons and phoenixes feared. With William the Obliterator's protection, they would be safe once they left. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenix were immensely grateful to William. Who would want to stay in such a dreadful place if they could live freely outside? However, before you leave, I need a small favor from you, William said with a kindly smile. I've brought a young man named Forsetti here. Technically, he's somewhat related to you. His father is Balder, which makes him a grandson of the first ancient phoenix, and his mother is also a dragon princess, William explained. Since I've brought him here, I'll have to trouble you to properly train him. The kid hasn't been out much and lacks some real combat experience. You get my point, right? William felt that Forsetti's talents and character were indeed commendable. He's articulate and shows great potential. He plans to go on a honeymoon with Alice and won't have much time to train the boy himself. Dropping him off with his relatives here seems like an excellent choice. The son of Balder, the phoenix said excitedly. That would make him of pure lineage. Training this young man is our duty. Even if Mr. Johnson hadn't mentioned it, we would have taken it upon ourselves to nurture him. The primordial dragon. Lords pondered. I never imagined there would come a day when someone would possess the combined bloodlines of both the dragon and phoenix clans. He definitely needs proper cultivation. Just as Mr. Johnson said, the kid surely lacks real combat experience. The primordial dragon lords wouldn't dare to question William's judgment. How could William the Obliterator be wrong? With such dedication to the welfare of their descendant, the child must have been raised in luxury, living a life too comfortable. He's currently trapped in a spatial illusion array and won't be able to get out anytime soon, William said. I'll take you all out when I return next time. At this moment, Forsetti was still dreaming within the spatial illusion array, fantasizing about becoming the king of the divine realm, unaware of the imminent danger lurking within the powerful illusion array. He had no idea that his beloved William was discussing how his two distant relatives were planning to give him a thorough beating once he emerged from the array. Alice, leading Loki, managed to leave and couldn't help but ask, "You're not intentionally pranking Forsetti, are you?" William raised an eyebrow. Why would I prank him? Alice chuckled, knowing full well from her own experiences of being teased by William. She suspected William was just bored and doing these things for fun, and the idea of having the primordial dragon lords and the ancient phoenix train their relative was probably just made up on the spot. Let's go? I'll introduce you to another one of my disciples, Jesus. William winked at Alice. Based on Alice's experiences with William these days, she knew that whenever William said he was taking her somewhere, 9 times out of 10, it wouldn't be anything good. Shire, the city of Starlight, is located in the far eastern lands of the divine realm. 10,000 miles further east from this location is the land of the demon clan, known as the Land of Slaughter, a place not even absolute deities are willing to venture into. It is known alongside the ancient abyss as one of the 2 forbidden zones of the divine realm. Jesus, after hearing from William, settled down in Shire, the city of starlight. However, this place, it wasn't originally called Shire, the city of starlight. It used to be known as Shadowfell Fortress, filled with demons, with a demon lord as its ruler. Now, it has been forcibly renamed. The script designed by William really put Jesus through a lot of trouble. Having dispersed his divine power and left God's camp, Jesus was dropped here by William with only this bizarre mission. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and carry it out, forcing the demon lord to become sworn brothers with him and even changing the fortress's name. How could that be achieved without using force? Was he really expected to persuade the demon lord with just words? Despite being a kind soul, Jesus was forced to threaten the demon lord like a ferocious deity. William, on the other hand, simply left, and now Jesus finds himself surrounded by 100 demon soldiers in the fortress's great hall, with no choice but to firmly grasp the demon lord's neck and not let go. This standoff has lasted for several days now. Chapter 655. He's gone. He's gone. William has run away. When William and his companions arrived, Odin's subordinates were attacking the place known as Shire, the city of starlight. The attack wasn't for no reason. During the last Ultimate Force Alliance convention, Odin planned to send someone to Shire to make an ally of Jesus, aiming for the Ultimate Force Alliance's forces to occupy the territories surrounding Shire. Led by shapeshifters Lord Borak, 500 soldiers of the Ultimate Force Alliance's forces made a show of force at the fortress's entrance, but didn't actually engage in combat. The reason was straightforward. Shire, formerly a stronghold of vile demons, was feared mainly because it fell under the dominion of the demon king Satan, along with his 300,000 demon soldiers. Demon King Satan has been an immensely powerful entity since the dawn of the universe, capable of slaughtering millions of human beings without batting an eye. He single-handedly repelled an attack by 500 angels sent by God and could effortlessly annihilate ancient beasts like dragons and phoenixes. Such a peerless demon, not even Odin or Zeus would dare to provoke lightly. Jesus forcefully taking control of the demon lord guarding Shire and changing the fortress's name did catch Satan's attention, who responded by sending a demon lord to negotiate and attempt to recruit Jesus. The main goal was to recruit Jesus. Otherwise, the demon lord Jesus had taken hostage could have simply been killed. Why bother with negotiations? Lord Borak was tasked by Odin to make contact with Jesus and take over Shire, the city of starlight, a mission he found exceedingly complex. The demon lord guarding Shire isn't really the issue. The key point is, if he really attacks the city and, by chance, angers Satan who then decides to annihilate him, what use would it be even if Odin were to come? Such was the cruel, merciless, and bloodthirsty demon king. Although Lord Borak couldn't defy the orders from Odin, the Ultimate Force Alliance's leader, all he could do daily was have his soldiers make empty threats and spit insults, complaining about his bad luck compared to other shapeshifters lords who seemed to have it better. Borak, bored to death, sat outside Shire's city gates under the sun, grumbling about his misfortune in being saddled with such a thankless task. As the blood sun set, 3 figures appeared in the distance. Lord Borak, 3 odd fellows are approaching from the west, reported a rhinoceros beast standing by Borak's side. Leaning back in his massive chair, Borak lazily inquired, "Odd fellows? How odd can they be?" The rhinoceros beast replied, "They seem like divine alliance god officers or powerful deities. The shapeshifters have indeed become accustomed to transforming into human forms, but they generally reveal some racial characteristics. For instance, the rhinoceros beast has a human face and body, but with a large rhinoceros horn on its nose, a symbol of his noble lineage. At the headquarters of the Ultimate Force Alliance, if a shapeshifter looks exactly like a human, it's either because they are exceptionally powerful and choose to keep a low profile, like Balder, or because they're ashamed and don't dare to reveal their distinctive features. Borak casually instructed, "Go ask those people about their origins. If they're god officers from the Divine Alliance, kill them and share their flesh in a soup for everyone." With the leader of the Ultimate Force Alliance, Odin, convening the Ultimate Force Alliance conference so ostentatiously, Borak naturally followed suit in being high profile. He is not afraid of any divine officials from the Divine Alliance. Understood. The rhinoceros beast was thrilled. Having spit for so many days at the city gate and getting bored from inactivity, unable to enter the city, and long deprived of meat, the prospect of killing a couple of Divine Alliance's god officers for Boric to feast on, so he could at least enjoy some soup, was tantalizing. As William and Alice approached the city gate, Alice wondered, "Why don't we just go directly into the city?" William responded with a laugh. "Do you really think we're here for a honeymoon?" Alice wanted to retort but hesitated, deciding not to embarrass herself with such a question, which would appear as foolish as a burrowing mole. "You need to subdue your disciple on your own. I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary," William said, donning a bronze mask he had produced. William's scripted adventure involved a master subduing his disciple and then slashing through shapeshifters and demons along the way. He had already found a disciple named Loki for her, as per the script. While he didn't expect her to sweep through obstacles with her own strength, she needed to put in some effort. Resigned, Alice saw a burly shapeshifter with a rhinoceros horn on his nose, accompanied by 10 odd-looking shapeshifters, approaching them. "Are you god officers from the Divine Alliance? What are you doing here?" The rhinoceros beast halted about 20 feet away, eyeing Loki, Alice, and William. Loki, exuding confidence, planted his little broken stick on the ground and declared loudly, "We're entering the city. Block our way, and you die." The rhinoceros beast, merely a nature deity in strength, below which is the destroyer deity level and above which, after 2 more levels, is the supreme deity level, evaluated the situation. Loki, being at the mid-stage of the supreme deity level, plus wielding the ancient dark artifact named Little Broken Stick with its extraordinary origin, merely standing there exuded a fierce aura that instinctively made the rhinoceros beast shudder. "I'm asking you, are you 3 god officers from the Divine Alliance?" The shapeshifters accompanying the rhinoceros beast weren't particularly strong, so it certainly wasn't looking to start a fight directly. After all, engaging them would be akin to courting death. This situation was like Spider-Man asking Thanos how hard his punch was, with their Lord Boric backing them. Even if these 3 were powerful, could they surpass Boric? And even if they were stronger than Boric, could they possibly be stronger than Odin, the Lord of the Ultimate Force Alliance? "We are not god officers of the Divine Alliance. Let us through." Loki glared provocatively at the rhinoceros beast. His nature was always to court trouble, and the excessive questioning by this shapeshifter was truly annoying. If there's to be a fight, then fight. If not, step aside. Why all the questions? The rhinoceros beast was momentarily taken aback by the response that they weren't Divine Alliance god officers. "Then, are you people from the Divine Alliance?" Not wanting to confront Loki directly due to his lower strength, the rhinoceros beast asked again. Loki, irate, bellowed, "No. Are you letting us through or not? If not, I'll fight my way through." Already known for his arrogant demeanor, having been confined in the heavenly dungeon had only built up his frustration. Now following William, he was eager to prove himself. "Wait!" The rhinoceros beast called out before running to Boric's side, shouting, "Lord Boric, those people are forcing their way through." Both the rhinoceros beast and Loki had loud voices, and Boric, already irritated, slowly got up and approached William and the others. Standing over 7 feet tall, with a lion's head, a human body, and clad in black armor, Boric looked imposing and fierce. He looked down at William and his companions, laughing menacingly. Supreme deity level strength? Impressive. Then, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy towards Loki, causing the ground under Loki to crack and his expression to twist grotesquely. Seeing the situation, William, as if he had an accelerator on his feet, quickly slipped away to a place thousands of feet away, while Alice foolishly stood there, not knowing what to do. Alice wanted to run, but found herself locked in by Boric's aura, unable to move from her spot. How infuriating! William escaped without taking her. Chapter 656. A life spared deserves at least a bit of gratitude. Before Boric could make a move, William instantly ran away, which somewhat baffled Boric. As one of the 10 shapeshifter lords under Odin, Boric's strength has reached the pinnacle of the supreme deity level. With just a glance, he perceived Loki as the strongest among the 3 of them. As for William, wearing a mask, he appeared to possess merely the strength of a nature deity level. Boric refrained from killing William and Alice on the spot. simply for the sake of tasting fresh meat. But this little nature deity level actually ran away under his pressure? That was indeed a surprise. Loki has an exceptional talent for combat. In the moment Boruk was caught off guard, Loki abruptly made his move, pointing the little broken stick forward. An energy wave was released, striking directly at Boruk's face. The little broken stick is an ancient dark artifact of immense power. The energy wave it released was overwhelmingly fierce, with a murderous aura that shot up to the skies. Boruk remained motionless, and the energy wave simply passed through his body. Boruk did not sustain any injuries. Loki was quite astonished by this. However, William saw it very clearly. Although Boruk had a huge physique, he effortlessly dodged the attack from the energy wave. It was just that his speed was too fast. Boruk was probably bored these days, and with something finally happening, he naturally didn't want to kill Loki so quickly. That would be too boring, wouldn't it? For someone at the mid-stage of the Supreme Deity level to dare attack someone at the peak of the Supreme Deity level was already quite interesting. Plus, the fact that the young man with the mask had just run away made it even more amusing. He'd capture the young man with the mask later for some fun. As Loki charged with the little broken stick, Boruk thought, and a wall of water appeared in front of him. The little broken stick hit the water wall, splashing up a few ice flowers, then fiercely bounced Loki back. In that moment, Loki was surrounded by 4 water walls. No matter how he swung the little broken stick, he couldn't break these water walls. Little guy, take your time playing. Boruk looked at Loki smugly, not taking him seriously at all. The weapon in your hand is quite nice. It will be mine soon, huh? After saying this, he walked towards Alice, and with every step he took, the ground began to tremble. Alice's face turned pale with fear. This guy was a bit too terrifying. Loki got trapped like this. Thinking of herself as Loki's master, Alice felt something was amiss. The title seemed like a curse, as if it bound her to do something. Peak of the nature deity level? Boruk glanced at Alice and chuckled. You look quite tasty, girl. Do you prefer to be roasted or fried? Such a monster standing in front of Alice made her tremble uncontrollably. I don't like either. Alice bravely summoned an alchemy furnace and hid inside. Her strength wasn't great, but carrying the world's strongest defensive alchemy furnace and the most powerful offensive sword of Soulbreaker, she should be able to protect herself, right? Boruk, who didn't even care about Loki, certainly wouldn't take Alice, at the peak of the nature deity level, seriously. At his level of strength, the number of enemies he would take seriously could be counted on one hand, and if a truly powerful enemy wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as snapping their fingers. But obviously, dealing with children at the nature deity level didn't require seriousness. Hiding inside a turtle shell? Boruk saw Alice hiding in the alchemy furnace and laughed out loud. But his laughter stopped abruptly as he stared at the furnace, his eyes showing a hint of shock. Golden magic sand? Golden magic sand was a rather rare material for crafting weapons and alchemy furnaces in ancient times, perfectly suitable for making even the strongest divine weapons, which would contain only a small amount of golden magic sand. But what did he see? An alchemy furnace made entirely out of golden magic sand? Didn't expect that. There's an unexpected treasure. It seems the young man with the mask must have something good on him too. Boruk slightly lifted his head, his gaze locked on William. With a thought, he used a rather crude space spell, attempting to pull William directly through the spatial barrier. He could have gone directly to capture William, but he felt this method of action was more befitting his status. William could clearly feel the disturbance in the space around him. This crude space spell was leagues behind compared to Morrow's in terms of sophistication and range. Adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict as much as possible and considering Boruk's temper, William appeared directly in front of Boruk, as he wished. Young man, no need to run anymore. Once I've set my sights on you, even if you run to the ends of the earth, it's useless. Boruk thought his space spell had worked. Indeed, logically speaking, when a supreme deity level being uses spatial magic on a nature deity level being, even if their understanding of spatial laws is at a lower level, they should still be able to directly teleport them over. William, being understanding and kind, very considerately played along with Boruk. Even standing in front of Boruk, he nodded and said, "Yeah, I understand. I won't run next time." Boruk sized up William, and then felt that something was off about this little nature deity level being in front of him. From him, Boric sensed a more refined cosmic energy. This cosmic energy was different from the power of a cosmic entity, that strange power, as if it had become one with the nature deity. That mask of yours. Boric tried to see William's face through the mask, but found that the mask seemed to have some mysterious power blocking his vision. Take it off. Boric arrogantly extended his claw towards William. William vaguely remembered having encountered Boric before, but this guy was just too ghastly looking. Intuitively, William felt this guy's flesh must not taste good, probably stinky like Grendel's flesh. That's why Boric had lived until now. If he took off the mask, it would be quite awkward. William straightforwardly took it off, saying, "This mask is yours. As long as you don't harm me, it's fine. I'm not very tasty. You should go eat." Those other two. Boric took the mask, turning it over in his claws, his eyes sparkling, and asked, "Where did you get this mask?" William's mask, naturally, had an extraordinary origin, and Boric was no fool. Observing it closely, he could tell that the mask was on par with the top divine artifacts. With a straight face, William said, "I found it in a tomb. I'll take you there later. There should still be some treasures. I'm not powerful enough to retrieve them." Good. Very good. It had been years since Boric had made any breakthroughs in his strength. Thinking about possibly obtaining a top divine artifact like the mask, Boric excitedly said, "As long as you take me there, I promise not to kill you." "Thank you." William wasn't too concerned about the mask being taken. Instead, he politely thanked Boric. A life spared deserves at least a bit of gratitude. Chapter 657. Did he really think my soul was that easy to read? Aren't you afraid of me? Boric always felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. The tiny nature deity before him seemed odd in a way he couldn't explain. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This tiny nature deity wasn't afraid of him? His casual tone and calm demeanor made Boric somewhat uneasy. Relying on his martial prowess and status to instill fear and terror in others was a source of joy for Boric, but he couldn't sense any fear in William. Didn't that girl just now look terrified? In any case, William's attitude was making him uncomfortable. William knew that showing fear now would seem a bit over the top, so he said expressionlessly, "I have a natural poker face. Actually, I'm so scared right now, I feel like peeing. Do you believe me?" "Is that so?" Boric burst into laughter. "Interesting. Very interesting. Go ahead and pee. I'll go deal with that girl." "You go about your business. Don't mind me," William said, then went off to pee on his own. The whole process was surprisingly amiable and friendly, without the slightest conflict. Alice was hiding inside an alchemy furnace, secretly observing the situation outside. She noticed that William and that monster were getting along famously, the shapeshifter's lord laughing joyously. William actually went off to pee. How could someone do that? Alice was frantically panicking inside the alchemy furnace, while Boric no longer paid attention to William and slowly approached the furnace. Boric had thought this would be a grueling task, but he hadn't expected to stumble upon treasures. The ancient dark artifact in Loki's possession, the bronze mask he had just acquired, and now this alchemy furnace. All items that would cause a frenzy anywhere had all come into his possession. Could it be that heaven was favoring him, wanting him to use this opportunity to break through his current level of strength? A minor nature deity like you don't think you'll be fine just hiding in there, do you? Boric said as he transformed back to his original appearance, his body growing 3 times larger, with massive claws grabbing the alchemy furnace, attempting to forcibly pry open its lid. Alice quickly covered the entire alchemy furnace with eternal starfire. Wasn't this how she attacked those nature deity elites last time? Hiss! Boric got scalded. Much like an ordinary person touching a metal kettle full of boiling water, the kind that doesn't insulate heat. Eternal starfire? You actually possess the power of a sacred aura. Boric's eyes widened in shock, yet he didn't let go. The entire alchemy furnace was enveloped in flames in his palm. He scrutinized the furnace in his grip, his pupils shrinking. What kind of miraculous power is this? Alice had absorbed the essence from within William, so the eternal starfire mixed with a trace of William's power, making it appear different. But now Alice was truly scared. This monster wasn't afraid of her eternal starfire at all. After all, the difference in their strength levels was just too great. No matter how many treasures Alice possessed, she couldn't avoid being utterly suppressed by this force. The power of a sacred aura? This minor nature deity possesses the power of a sacred aura? Boric suddenly remembered Odin's mention of the power of a sacred aura at the Ultimate Force Alliance conference and couldn't help but laugh out loud for a few moments before stopping abruptly, loudly proclaiming, "Since you won't come out, I'll just swallow you whole." With that, he swallowed the alchemy furnace in one gulp. The matter of the power of a sacred aura, once discovered, shouldn't be recklessly disclosed. Odin had promised at the Ultimate Force Alliance conference that the first hint of the power of a sacred aura would go to Forseti of the Heart of Asgard. Now that he had found it, if he were to release Alice and Odin found out, it would be difficult to justify. Better to claim it as his own first. The alchemy furnace made from golden magic sand naturally couldn't be handed over either. Having already experienced Alice's eternal starfire, which couldn't cause him any real harm, swallowing it to absorb the power of the sacred aura, along with the furnace, was no big deal. He could just spit out the furnace afterward. Now, the task at hand was to ensure that no other superpower discovers the existence of this strand of the power of a sacred aura within him. Alice was swallowed whole by Boric. William shook off the last few drops of urine, pulled up his pants, and turned back to look at Boric, who had consumed both the alchemy furnace and a person. This was simply disrespecting food, and so unrefined. "Young man, now tell me, where did you find this mask?" Boric, still not having shrunk back to his normal size, looked down slightly at William. William slightly lifted his eyelids and said, "Tell you, so you can eat me too? Do I look stupid? Ha 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 ha. You really are clever." Boric laughed loudly. "But do you think staying silent will do? I can easily probe your memories." After saying this, he actually cast a soul-reading spell on William. "Stop!" William shouted. But it was already too late. Boric had cast the soul-reading spell, attempting to forcibly search William's memories. The moment Boric cast the soul-reading spell on William, he felt his soul suffer an unprecedented blow, so much so that even the 4 ice barriers sealing Loki could not be maintained. Loki seized the chance to escape, picking up the little broken stick and smashing it towards Boric's head. At this moment, Boric was dizzy and disoriented, barely able to move his limbs, let alone fend off Loki's attack. In an instant, he was struck down to the ground by the stick. All the shapeshifters under Boric were stunned. What happened? Wasn't that person powerless just a moment ago? Why did the 4 ice barriers shatter all at once, and he managed to take down Boric? No, that can't be right. It must be fake. It must be Lord Boric being bored and wanting to toy with Loki again. A rhino-like monster, standing not far away, kept explaining to a crocodile-like monster beside him. "Our leader, Lord Boric, really knows how to have fun." The crocodile-like monster nodded repeatedly. Lord Boric must have wanted that person to scratch him with the stick. Ha 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 ha. That person couldn't possibly think he really took down our great Lord Boric, right? Look at Lord Boric's acting. Skills, truly unparalleled. Yes, I almost believed it myself. A group of shapeshifters laughed and formed a circle, watching Boric get thrashed by Loki. This person really has some strength to actually make Lord Boric bleed from the head. Lord Boric probably hasn't been injured in years. Maybe he wanted to experience what being injured feels like. This must be the loneliness that comes with being the strongest. We'll probably never understand it in our lifetimes. The shapeshifters at the gates of Shire had been spitting for days, bored out of their minds, so they were thrilled to see such an exciting performance and even started cheering. Above the city gates, a group of demon soldiers were also enjoying the spectacle. Am I seeing things? I saw that Boric was hit by a stranger. Boric's subordinates are laughing? Could it be they have some serious issue with their brains? It's probably just these shapeshifters being bored and messing around. Seriously messed up. They've been blocking the city gate for so many days without fighting. What exactly do they want to do? Watching Boric, beaten bloody by Loki and unable to move, William sighed inwardly. This guy must be seriously sick. He had been warned not to do it, yet he insisted on using a soul-reading spell to read my memories. Did he really think my soul was that easy to read? Now, look what happened. He's caused himself to have a mental breakdown. Chapter 658, the final. Roar. Loki's strength level is indeed far below Borik's. If Borik hadn't used the soul-reading spell to forcibly probe William's memories, Loki wouldn't have been able to escape the ice prison. But Borik was asking for trouble. Of all the things he could have done, he chose to use his psychic powers to explore William's memories, which was a very bold move. Not to mention supreme deity level, even high-ranking god kings would not dare to probe William's memories. The fact that he didn't drop dead on the spot was already lucky. William was merely instinctively rejecting the intrusion into his memories. Even so, Borik was left delirious, allowing Loki to do as he pleased. The little broken stick, being an ancient dark artifact, was no ordinary object. Its demonic aura voraciously eroded Borik's flesh. Borik, unresisting, with drooping eyelids, struggled even to keep his eyes open, but Loki did not cease his assault, continuing to wildly beat Borik's massive body, taking advantage of his weakness to take his life. A strike directly on Borik's nose caused a gush of blood, but the nasal bones didn't break, showcasing the incredible resilience of a supreme deity-level body. The little broken stick voraciously absorbed Borik's blood, emitting a dense black aura that was terrifying to behold. Loki, putting all his strength into it, was frustrated that he couldn't smash Borik's nasal bridge. If one strike didn't do it, then several more would. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The little broken stick relentlessly struck down, the stick blurs finally breaking Borik's nasal bridge on the 53rd strike. William was silently counting by the side. While consuming Borik's blood, the stick in Loki's hand also attempted to devour Borik's soul. The souls of the shapeshifters are the source of Borik's power. If it weren't for the backlash encountered while exploring William's memories, how could Loki have been allowed to act so recklessly now? But now, Borik struggled even to gather soul energy, immobilized. Perceiving Loki's actions, Borik was nearly infuriated to death. What exactly is the background of that minor nature deity? And those subordinates outside, are they all idiots? Who the hell wants to experience being hurt? Do they really think he has a masochistic tendency? As Loki continued his assault, he became influenced by the little broken stick, with bloodlust flashing in his eyes, and his attacks grew increasingly savage and brutal. Borik was beaten beyond recognition, with the little broken stick piercing his eyeball, causing black and red blood to gush out like a fountain, splattering all over Loki. Something doesn't feel right. Borik's subordinates finally realized something was seriously amiss. Even if Borik was a masochist, he wouldn't enjoy having his eyes gouged out. What are you standing there for? Attack! Shouted a rhino-like monster. The 500 soldiers of the Ultimate Force Alliance that Borik had brought charged at Loki. However, these Alliance soldiers were not very strong, none of them at the creator deity level. As soon as they rushed in, they were swept away by Loki, who was in a frenzied killing state, resulting in heavy casualties. Influenced by the demonic aura emitted by the little broken stick, Loki's desire to kill surged, and he attacked Borik, who was lying on the ground, even more ferociously. William stood by, quietly watching, like an indifferent passerby who sees an old lady fall and does nothing. Loki, stop. If you dare to move again, I'll kill him. The rhino-like creature held a large knife to William's neck, threatening Loki in hopes of stopping his rampage. The surrounding shapeshifters also realized they could do nothing against Loki, but for some reason, Borik wasn't resisting. They needed time, hoping to delay until Borik regained his senses, which could turn the tide of battle. So, they all pointed their weapons at William. Loki didn't even listen, glared fiercely at the rhino-like creature, and continued to swing the little broken stick at Borik, his body covered in black and red blood, his bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent, like a demonic god. I told you to stop, the rhino-like creature shouted, and then slashed at William's arm. He didn't want to kill William, but he needed to make Loki understand that if he didn't stop, he would torture Loki's companion to death. Clang! The rhino-like creature's large knife struck William's arm, emitting a crisp sound, and then broke into two pieces. All the shapeshifters were stunned. This was not what they had expected. Holding the broken half of the sword, the rhino-like creature stared at William, noticing not even a single tear in the nature deity's clothing. It was as if his strike had hit something indestructible. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. William raised an eyebrow and said, "Folks, I'm actually not close with that Loki. If you're trying to use me to threaten him, it might not be very effective. Maybe you should just deal with him directly, as if I'm not here." As he spoke, all the shapeshifters seemed a bit confused. What was he talking about? They had so many weapons pointed at him. "Kill him," someone among the shapeshifters shouted, and a barrage of bizarre weapons was hurled towards William. The next moment, William appeared in another location, his expression slightly cold, warning, "If you attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless." What William used must have been a true space magic. Moreover, when William spoke, a deep sense of fear emerged within all the shapeshifters, as if continuing their assault would lead to their annihilation. William had already shown utmost benevolence and righteousness. These shapeshifters, in a way, were victims of an unwarranted disaster. Had those weapons hit him, they probably would have shattered. Although those magic artifacts weren't particularly high quality, they were still the fruits of the shapeshifter's labor. Life is not easy when you're away from home. Snarl! A sudden roar came from Borik's mouth. His soul had just suffered severe damage, and he could no longer control his body. He was battered by Loki, riddled with countless wounds, and even felt the approach of death. At the last moment, he couldn't bear it any longer, forcibly burning his own soul to temporarily return to his peak condition. With his furious roar, the surrounding shapeshifters clutched their ears, writhing in pain on the ground, while demon soldiers on the distant city walls were also severely injured. Loki was sent flying by a sudden swipe from Borik, bleeding from every orifice, his fate unknown. Borik, now blind, extended his consciousness over tens of thousands of miles, but could not locate William. This time, William skillfully avoided this guy's soul-reading spell. Since Borik is already burning his soul, inflicting further damage to his psychic power means there's no need for a fight anymore, right? Alice was still inside Borik's stomach, and it was time she did something. William understood, well, that the moment Borik chose to 105. Swallow Alice, the outcome was sealed. Even if he hadn't used the soul-reading spell on William, Alice, wielding the sword of Soul Breaker from within the alchemy furnace, could inflict fatal damage on Borik. Didn't they know that the strongest defense is breached from the inside? Breaking through from the inside out isn't that difficult, especially since Alice is accompanied by the two sword spirits of the Sword of Soul Breaker. Chapter 659. Everyone should have a unique weapon. After Alice, along with the alchemy furnace, was swallowed by Borik, she immediately panicked. She used her consciousness to probe the outside situation and found that the alchemy furnace was enveloped in a green liquid. Her eternal starfire was still burning, but it had no effect. Sword Spirit, I've been swallowed by a monstrous creature with the head of a lion and the tail of a serpent. What should I do? Alice quickly remembered the Sword Spirit. She dared not venture out, but she could control her sword. Can I control you to go out and attack this creature's stomach? Alice wasn't foolish. After being swallowed, the green liquid didn't seep into the alchemy furnace, which meant she was temporarily safe. The Sword Spirit chuckled mischievously. Really? A monster dared to swallow the master? The Sword of Soul Breaker never imagined that one day a monster would be bold enough to swallow it. What was it thinking? The Sword Spirit in the scabbard solemnly said, "This monster is already dead." Both Sword Spirits shared the same understanding. Even a high-ranking God King swallowing the Sword of Soul Breaker would undoubtedly die. Alice asked, "Are you sure the liquid outside won't corrode you? That huge monster seems very powerful, and if I'm not mistaken, the green liquid outside should be its stomach acid." Alice wasn't sure how strong Borik really was, or if he was powerful enough to corrode the Sword of Soul Breaker with his stomach acid. "Master, you really are joking. What monster's stomach could corrode us?" The Sword Spirit in the blade laughed. "Just let me out, and I assure you I'll carve a way out from inside. Little scabbard, keep an eye on things, don't let him spit us out. Also, you're responsible for protecting the master. Don't let that green liquid flow into the furnace." The Sword Spirit in the blade immediately devised a strategic plan. Swallowing the Sword of Soul Breaker might have been easy, but spitting it out again would be difficult. For a bold shapeshifter lord to swallow the Sword of Soul Breaker was practically seeking death. The main issue now was that Alice, the owner of the Sword of Soul Breaker, was too weak. Even with the Sword of Soul Breaker, she might not be able to harm Borik if they were outside. Once inside Borik's stomach, Even if Alice were to unleash just half of her power and randomly direct the Sword of Soulbreaker to stab a few times, it could inflict 10,000 tons of real damage on Boric from the inside. Having received a positive response from the Sword of Soulbreaker's sword spirit, Alice released her control over the Sword of Soulbreaker, allowing it to fly out of the alchemy furnace. The sword spirit in the scabbard stayed by Alice's side, casting a white barrier that enveloped the entire alchemy furnace. The white light flickered as the Sword of Soulbreaker rampaged within Boric's body, thrusting and piercing wildly, exhilaratingly unstoppable. Boric, who had just forcibly regained his senses and wanted to tear Loki into pieces, suddenly felt intense pain in his belly. A minor nature deity is still not dead. Boric was shocked. Upon scanning his interior, he discovered a divine sword wreaking havoc inside him, his prideful, strong body as frail as paper before the sword. In mere seconds, Boric's insides were riddled with wounds. Boric tried to expel the Sword of Soulbreaker, but found it completely beyond his control. The sword spirit in the scabbard protected the alchemy furnace, making it impossible for even the mental consciousness of a supreme deity-level being to detect the situation inside the furnace. This sword, Boric finally sensed real danger. The Sword of Soulbreaker could be considered the universe's sharpest weapon. Swallowing such an item was tantamount to courting death. Puff, puff, puff. The body of a supreme deity-level being was too fragile before the Sword of Soulbreaker. In a short moment, Boric, who had just risen again, fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, clearly severely injured. Such a swift change was unexpected. Boric's subordinates, thinking he had recovered, were cheering for him. Their cheers had barely begun when Boric collapsed, his massive body covered in wounds. Loki sent, flying by Boric, buzzing in the head, struggled to stand up. All he saw was William standing in the distance, looking unaffected. Loki, having lost his sanity, swung the little broken stick at William's forehead. The weapon spirit of the little broken stick was utterly mad. In its view, Alice was the real powerhouse, and that terrifying sword had also been swallowed by Boric. Now, by killing this man and taking control of Loki's body to escape, it would be completely free. How could an ancient dark artifact be intimidated by a mere sword? Having absorbed much of Boric's blood and the power of his soul, this ancient dark artifact had grown stronger. William stood still, and as Loki swung the stick down, William casually caught the end of the little broken stick, unmoved. Sigh. The demonic aura around Loki dissipated, and clarity returned to his eyes. Mr. Johnson. Loki trembled, looking at William with terror. What had he done? He had actually attempted to strike William with the stick? Was he seeking death? It's okay, just stand aside and watch. William glanced at Loki and slowly took the little broken stick into his hand. The weapon spirit of the little broken stick was also shocked. What was happening? This person had actually grabbed it directly, and the weapon spirit had even tried to devour William's soul. Dark, demonic aura spread along the entire stick, but with a gentle tap from William's index finger on the little broken stick, the dark aura instantly vanished without a trace, and the weapon spirit was completely sealed. It's over. Who exactly is this guy? The weapon spirit of the little broken stick was truly frightened, having thought this man was an easy target to manipulate. William, paying no mind to the rest, conjured a small carving knife as if by magic. What was he planning to do? The weapon spirit of the little broken stick was baffled. Did this person intend to use a small carving knife for some bizarre act? It was an ancient dark artifact. What could a small carving knife possibly do to it? A script, after all, should match the character's traits. Everyone should have a unique weapon. William said to Loki, "Let's call this stick the Mind Stone Scepter from now on." With that, the carving knife touched the little broken stick. Seemingly ordinary, the small carving knife engraved words on the ancient dark artifact. Mind Stone Scepter. Each letter was carefully shaped, and as the final stroke was made, the dark aura of the little broken stick faded, and the once entirely black ancient dark artifact began to emit a faint golden glow. The entire appearance of the stick also changed accordingly. Just as William finished carving, the Sword of Soulbreaker burst through Boric's belly, and Alice, still hiding in the alchemy furnace, flew out. Boric lay on the ground, his massive body twitching, half dead. Alice had narrowly escaped from Borik's belly, a close call indeed. Borik's subordinates were all horrified by the scene before them. Their powerful leader, Borik, had actually fallen, while Loki and the others remained unharmed. Let's go? Into the city. Seeing Alice emerge, William didn't linger. He simply glanced at her and smiled. You lead the way. Alice took a deep breath, looking at the fortress ahead. Was that a narrow escape from death? Without even a moment to catch her breath, she was already facing a new challenge. Who knew what powerful creatures awaited them inside the fortress? From the recent battle, she could somewhat tell that no matter what powerful enemy they encountered, William was unlikely to lend a hand. Chapter 660 Unlucky Fellow. Borik lay there, half dead, and his shapeshifter subordinates dared not approach further. Loki's combat prowess terrified them, and Alice's escape from Borik's stomach after being swallowed showed she was no ordinary being. As for William, they had gotten a glimpse of his capabilities just moments ago. Merely speaking a word induced deep-seated fear in their souls, and his catching Loki's attack single-handedly spoke volumes of his formidable strength. With William and his companions heading towards the fortress, the shapeshifters, after some thought, suddenly realized that they too wanted to enter the city, didn't they? They had simply not acted on it these past days. Why should they hinder them? Were they mad? If William and his companions had the means to enter, then let them. With no further obstruction from the shapeshifters, Alice and Loki led the way, with William following at a leisurely pace. Are you with those shapeshifters? A demon soldier loudly inquired from atop the city gate. Naturally, given Loki's brutal display earlier, the demon soldiers on the gate harbored some fear. Loki's savage beating of Borik had been excessively bloodthirsty and violent, even by demonic standards. We're not with them. We've come to find someone, Alice called out loudly, holding the sword of Soulbreaker. Her compatibility with the sword of Soulbreaker was increasing, realizing the immense power she wielded. According to the sword spirit of the sword of Soulbreaker, currently, only the second layer of the seal has been opened. There are a total of 9 layers. Once all are unlocked, except for William, there should be no one in the universe who can be her adversary. With a casual stroke, she could split planets. With a casual stroke, she could slay high-ranking god kings. Who are you looking for? Is it that Jesus fellow? The demon soldier shouted. If you're looking for him, you need not proceed further. This is the domain of the Demon King. Leave quickly if you wish to live. What do I care about a Demon King? Alice raised her sword and slashed down. During these days, her understanding of swordsmanship deepened considerably. According to the sword spirit, it would be best for her to concentrate on mastering a single strike. The ultimate strike. Shadowfell Fortress, now known as Shire, backed by the Demon King Satan, didn't regard any power as a threat. The demon lord sent by Satan to persuade Jesus held himself in high esteem, directly removing the strong magical barrier protecting the city, originally maintained by the demon lord stationed within. This claim was proven true in the following days. Borik, one of the 10 strongest shapeshifter lords under Odin and leading the forces of the Ultimate Force Alliance, arrived at the city gates but dared not launch an attack. The demons on the city walls had witnessed Loki's ferocity. As for Alice, at the peak of nature deity level, she might possess some skills, but wouldn't she flee in terror at the mention of the Demon King Satan? They couldn't have predicted that Alice had no idea who this so-called Demon King was. With a single slash, the unprotected city wall collapsed thunderously. Sword Spirit, is this Demon King they mentioned just now formidable? Alice didn't know who the Demon King was, and suspected William might not tell her, so she straightforwardly asked the Sword Spirit. Upon hearing Alice's question, the Sword Spirit disdainfully said, "The King of Demons, what's that supposed to be? The Master need not bother." Oh, so he's not formidable then. Alice felt relieved. That means Loki could probably defeat this Demon King, right? Loki? This Loki? The Sword Spirit laughed. Master, you really are joking. What level of power does Loki have? Even if the Demon King Satan is at his worst, he's still of a high-ranking God King caliber. Loki could be squashed like a bug 10 times over. Alice, holding her sword, froze. Then why do you say the Demon King is nothing? In front of Mr. Johnson, the Demon King truly is nothing. The Sword Spirit had always been lofty. In its view, High-ranking god kings, the demon king, they're all trivial, easily defeated with a single strike. And it was that strike. Haven't you noticed that William doesn't plan to intervene? Alice was nearly at her wit's end. How arrogant could this sword spirit be? No worries. Could that Satan possibly break me? The sword spirit was reckless, believing that even if Satan were powerful, he couldn't cause it the slightest harm. Alice's feelings were complicated. Indeed, the king of demons couldn't break the sword of Soulbreaker, but he could crush her. Hadn't she seen how Boric had swallowed her whole, with William remaining indifferent? Are you thinking of using this as an opportunity to change masters? Alice slowly sheathed the sword of Soulbreaker, a logical suspicion. Master, to think that of me is really a misunderstanding. The sword of Soulbreaker would, of course, not admit to such a thing. Though it also desired a more powerful master, it was still aligned with Alice for the time being. Alice didn't dwell on it further. With the city wall already breached, could she really turn back now? She straightened her back and strode towards Shadowfell Fortress. Loki followed closely behind, and William casually caught up. William had noticed Alice's progress. Her recent strike was much stronger. Even if Shadowfell Fortress's defensive barrier had been active, it would have taken at most 10 strikes to break through. After breaching the wall with a single slash, they entered, while the shapeshifters rushed to Boric, forming a circle around him, trying various methods to heal his wounds. Boric's massive body still trembled on the ground. As William and his party entered the city, Boric's bloody and blurred eyes slowly regenerated, and his wounds began to heal. Finally, with a massive inhale, he absorbed all his subordinates, his body swirling with dark red energy, eventually assuming human form. The bronze mask William had given him seemed embedded on his face, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. Recognizing his own supreme deity-level peak strength, Boric understood that among the three they had just encountered, the most formidable was likely the masked man. Could he be a high-ranking god king? Boric frowned, his injuries barely healed and his strength greatly diminished. Not daring to enter the city again, he vanished into a puff of black smoke. If Boric were to report this matter to Odin, regardless of the outcome, he likely wouldn't gain any benefits. Instead, by revealing the location of the power of the sacred aura, he would inadvertently provide information for others to benefit. A mysterious powerhouse had approached him some time ago, offering him a contract that promised the power of a high-ranking god king. Sensing something off, he decided to take a few days to think it over before responding. Now, with the power of the sacred aura right before his eyes, and having acquired a mysterious bronze mask, if he could attain the power of a high-ranking god king and return to slay these three individuals, perhaps he really could become the strongest in the divine realm. Would he then still need to serve Odin hand and foot? William was aware that Boric hadn't died. This unfortunate Boric, who originally suffered through no fault of his own, let the bronze mask serve as a form of mental compensation, with hopes that his luck might improve in the future. This could be considered as the last little thing William could do for the unlucky Boric. Chapter 661. Do you not see me here? Shadowfell Fortress was originally a frontier fortress of the demon race. As William and his companions entered the fortress, they encountered tangible black, demonic mist and faint, lingering souls everywhere. The residents of the fortress exuded a violent and ferocious aura. The people watched them with resentful eyes as they passed. Had it not been for the overwhelmingly strong aura emanating from them, the demons living in the fortress might have already attacked, seeking their blood and flesh. Loki, lead the way. Alice, wielding the sword of Soulbreaker, chose to follow behind. After all, she was now a master, and having her disciple Loki scout ahead seemed perfectly normal. The little broken stick, renamed by William, had its demonic mist dispelled, transforming its appearance with a faint white glow encircling it. Loki led the way, his supreme deity-level energy deterring any monsters from approaching. The main hall of Shadowfell Fortress was engulfed in a dark green glow. The staircase to the hall was eerily constructed from skulls, giving off a dilapidated and sinister vibe. Upon seeing the staircase, Loki frowned. The Mind Stone scepter emitted a beam of blue light, collapsing the staircase and reducing it to bone dust scattered about. "Who's there?" A loud shout came from the hall as a demon lord, shrouded in black armor, appeared at the entrance. His helmet glowed with flickering green demonic flames. "What devil are you?" The Mind Stone scepter pointed forward, assuming control of the situation. The demon lord let out a sinister laugh, saying, "I am Gorza Bloodoath, a servant of the king of demons, Satan. I see you possess some strength. Why not pledge allegiance to the king of demons, Satan? This lord might then spare you from death." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Loki cursed, ready to fight. Alice quickly intervened. "Wait." Loki glanced back at Alice and reluctantly returned to her side. He still recognized the hierarchy. Alice was his master, and if she asked him to wait, he would hold off on acting. The demon lord's attention finally shifted from Loki to Alice, ultimately resting on the sword of Soulbreaker in her hands. And then he froze. Even a mere glance at the sword made him feel in unprecedented danger. Moreover, this sword seemed familiar. Where had he seen it? Demon Lord Gorza tilted his head, looking at the sword of Soulbreaker, trying hard to remember something. "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll chop off your head with one more glance." The sword spirit, sensing the demon lord's gaze, arrogantly released a bit of energy. These demon lords were powerful beings from ancient times, some of whom were resurrected by the demon king Satan with demonic powers after death, while others were transformed into demons after consuming demon blood. Their memories of the past were mostly unclear, but some things were etched in their very bones. "Will." The green flames in Demon Lord Gorza's helmet flickered uncertainly, and a terrified voice echoed from the empty helm. The next moment, he transformed into black smoke and vanished without a trace. Alice was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy acting all tough and formidable just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly run away? She had asked Loki to hold back mainly because she wasn't even sure if Jesus was inside. What was there to fight for? But before she could even ask, the strange fellow fled as if he had seen a ghost. Did she look that frightening? William cleared his throat and said, "He has fled. Let's go inside." He had also thought there would be a battle here, but the sight of the sword of Soulbreaker sent Demon Lord Gorza fleeing in terror. It was likely that Gorza had fallen to the sword of Soulbreaker in the past. William had indeed committed many killings in his time. The sword of Soulbreaker had claimed countless souls. William had no idea which one the demon lord had been in life. With Alice wielding the sword of Soulbreaker, many demons in the divine realm probably couldn't help but fear it. It seemed she had once again easily bluffed her way through a situation. Loki, somewhat puzzled himself, followed Alice into the main hall. In the hall, amidst flickering demonic flames, atop an obsidian throne, a middle-aged man in a white robe, with long, unkempt, soft hair and a resolute face, was seen clutching the neck of a monster clad in black robes. The two were as still as statues, not moving an inch. "Don't bother persuading me. It's useless. I won't let go today." The middle-aged man, without even glancing at Alice and the others, was firmly grasping the monster's neck, ready to deliver a form of physical redemption. The scene was somewhat odd. Alice thought that, considering the two on the throne, it should be the monster choking the middle-aged man. "Excuse me, sir in the white robe, are you Jesus?" Alice, having seen her fair share of bizarre sights recently, found this seemed to be somewhat acceptable. Only then did Jesus turn to examine Alice, his gaze not exactly friendly. Eventually, his eyes also settled on the sword of Soulbreaker. "Wow, you finally came." Jesus looked at Alice with tears welling up in his eyes. With a twist of his wrist, he broke the Demon King's neck, his head spinning around completely. He then awkwardly looked at the Demon Lord, saying, "Sorry, my hand was too stiff. I couldn't control my strength." Back in the day, Jesus had seen William slay many fierce beasts. Whenever the sword of Soulbreaker was swung, there was sure to be meat to eat. How could he not recognize it? Clearly, this woman wielding the sword of Soulbreaker was the one he had been waiting for. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Jesus, with his kind and benevolent appearance, seemed relatively normal. Roar! Suddenly, bloodshot eyes erupted from the Demon King, whose neck had been snapped. He grabbed Jesus, twisted his head around, and bit into Jesus's neck, emitting a terrifying scream. Alice was startled by this sudden turn of events. The place was already eerie, like something out of a horror movie. No way. Was Jesus going to be bitten to death just like that? Just as Alice was about to intervene, she saw Jesus grasp the demon king's head, forcefully pry open his mouth, then aim at his head and pulverize it into debris with a punch. "I'm really sorry for my carelessness just now." His voice was filled with regret and compassion. Jesus picked up the demon lord's shattered body and casually tossed it aside, reverting to his usual gentle demeanor. He smiled at Alice and said, "Let's go." Alice swallowed hard. Was this man really Jesus? Why did his behavior in the divine realm seem so different from what she had known of him on earth? Wasn't Jesus supposed to be the kind of existence that responded to even the darkest evil with only peace and love? It seemed he was displaying another form of love through a powerful and direct force. Hesitating for a moment, Alice said, "My name is Alice, and from now on, you're my disciple, all right?" Alice felt hesitant as she spoke. If it weren't for William's request, Jesus was someone she deeply revered. But now, she could only tentatively ask, "No problem, Master." Jesus had already seen William standing behind Alice and agreed without any hesitation. Jesus, slightly stunned, glanced at Loki and said, "Who is he?" "I'm Loki, bro. From now on, you're with me, you're big bro. I'll take you to sweep through the divine realm." Loki put an arm around Jesus' shoulder. Loki, as Alice's first disciple, felt very confident after the battle at the gates of Shire. In his view, he was now capable of sweeping through the divine realm. Jesus, who had just redeemed the demon lord, effortlessly pushed Loki away. A barely noticeable gleam flashed in his eyes before he calmly looked at Loki and said, "Loki, your courage and determination are commendable. But on the path to power, we should seek inner peace and wisdom. Remember, true strength comes from understanding and love." Jesus placed his hands on Loki's shoulders. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Now that our paths have converged, from here on, you'll join me in exploring the profound mysteries of this world, spreading love and light to the world." To say that I'm too arrogant. Loki seemed somewhat displeased. Alice watched these two peculiar individuals, thinking to herself, "Do you not see me here?" Chapter 662. Was this William's way of the sword? Alice's gaze shifted from Jesus to Loki, sensing the tension in the air gradually rising. Although Jesus spoke calmly, Loki's eyes revealed defiance and disagreement. Known for his pride and competitiveness, Loki was not willing to change his stance just because of a few words from Jesus. "Jesus, I respect your strength, but I do not agree with your path." Loki's voice grew colder. "In the divine realm, power is everything. Without power, you don't even have the right to stand and speak." Jesus' face remained calm, but his eyes started to become serious. "Loki, there is much you need to learn. Power is not for ruling and oppression, but for protection and service. If you persist in this belief, I'm afraid we cannot continue together. Then let's prove whose path is correct with power." Loki suddenly unleashed a strong energy surrounding him, challenging Jesus with his gaze. "Master, I find this Loki to be overly arrogant. Today, I wish to teach him a lesson, if that's permissible." Alice didn't respond directly. She had thought that finding Jesus would mean they could move on to the next destination. She looked back at William, wondering what to do. William simply smiled and said, "They are both your disciples, you decide." He appeared utterly uninvolved. "Then you two take your time fighting. I'll wait outside the city," Alice said before turning to leave, unwilling to force Jesus and Loki to get along. But who knew how long these two would stick with her? Would she have to play peacemaker every time? Jesus didn't seem as benign as portrayed on television. A fight might be good, both being powerful deities, to see who was stronger. This could also establish their positions within the team, making future management easier. If one accidentally got killed, it would be less trouble for her. William remained silent behind her. Just as they stepped out of the main hall, the entire building collapsed thunderously. Although Jesus had dispersed his divine power, his followers were widespread. Strengthened by the faith of numerous believers, his physical body was incredibly strong, hence he didn't fear the confrontation. Even if Loki was powerful, in terms of physical might, he was utterly outclassed. Loki wielded the Mind Stone scepter in a frenzy of attacks, while Jesus countered with just his fists, a display of brazen arrogance. "Let's wait outside the fortress." William knew these two could potentially dismantle the entire fortress in their clash, even possibly fighting for days and nights on end. He had plenty of delicacies waiting to be shared with Alice, so why not set up a stove outside the fortress, eat, and wait? Stepping out of the fortress, Alice saw William wave his hand, and a celestial furnace appeared on the open ground in front of them. Then, tables and chairs were set, along with some fruits she had never seen before. Try some food. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it. William extended his hand, saying, "Give me the sword. I'll peel the fruits for you." Alice raised an eyebrow, looking at the exotic fruits on the table, and handed the sword of Soulbreaker to William. "Why do you need the sword of Soulbreaker to peel fruits?" William took the sword of Soulbreaker, smiling. "It's not that it's necessary. It's just convenient, and I'll teach you a few more sword moves later." William could sense Alice's deeper understanding of swordsmanship. With guests coming soon, he planned to teach Alice a few more techniques. Sure, a spark of excitement flashed in Alice's eyes. It had been a while since William had taught her anything. Recently, her sword moves were learned from the sword spirit and a technique she picked up during a battle with a clone of the sea god Poseidon. Naturally, personal instruction from William would be incredibly valuable. Previously, Alice might have been more excited about the food, but now, recognizing William's immense strength, she understood that his guidance was incomparable. The food seemed less significant. William didn't say much more and summoned Ghidorah and Hydra from his spatial ring to an open area nearby. Hydra immediately scurried to William's feet upon seeing him, rubbing its head against him and purring softly in a display of affection. Ghidorah stood there dumbfounded, utterly at a loss, looking at William with eyes filled with fear. Alice's mouth dropped slightly, staring at these two odd creatures in front of her. To appear less terrifying, Ghidorah had transformed from a massive 9-headed dragon into something resembling a 6-foot-tall creature with 9 bird-like heads and a pair of wings on its back, curled up like a bizarre ostrich. As for the Hydra with 9 snake heads, "William, you're not thinking of eating this monstrous snake, are you?" Alice felt a shiver down her spine at the sight of Hydra. How could they even consider eating such a terrifying creature? Hearing Alice's words, Hydra too was frightened, its scales standing on end as it curled up. "No way. Mr. Johnson wants to eat it?" William glanced at Alice, then pointed his sword at Ghidorah, saying, "No, we'll eat this strange bird. How about that?" Alice looked over Ghidorah and nodded. "That works." In the understanding of normal humans, birds are generally considered edible, whereas snakes are not as widely accepted. Just as the foolish Amy would think pigs are edible, but kittens are not. In the understanding of normal human females, terrifying animals are not something they dare eat. Like Ghidorah, this bizarre 9-headed bird logically should also be off the menu, but if they had to choose one to eat, it would definitely be him. At the point of William's sword, Ghidorah curled up in fear, its 9 heads drooping as it cried, "Mr. Johnson, could you spare my life?" "Spare you?" "Of course." William slowly approached Ghidorah. "I just want something to eat. Which part of your body are you willing to offer? My sword is quick, it won't hurt much." Ghidorah hesitated, then suggested, "How about I offer 2 wings? Wings can regrow if one is strong enough, as long as it's not the head." William extended 2 fingers and said, "2 heads along with the necks, and 2 wings. Your necks taste quite good, and I do enjoy roasted wings." The number of Ghidorah's heads represented its strength. Removing 2 would drop its level from the peak of Supreme Deity directly to the peak of Creator Deity. But if it didn't agree, that would mean no life at all. "Mr. Johnson, please enjoy." Ghidorah extended 2 of its necks, having resigned to its fate. Since the last battle with William and the conversations in the alternate space of William's spatial storage ring with Hydra, Ghidorah knew William's strength was beyond its imagination. Even Odin and Uranus were mere children in front of William. Seeing Ghidorah so compliant, William didn't say much. With a swift motion of his sword, 2 heads along with their long necks and 2 wings were cleanly severed and fell to the ground. Ghidorah's wounds healed almost instantly. As for its heads and wings, after William's gentle touch, all the feathers were gone, leaving them clean. Alice watched, spellbound, by the side. In that instant, William had executed 1,800 sword strikes, each one precise and meticulous. After sheathing his sword, Alice was still lost in the sight of where William had struck. Wasn't this far more direct than the memories shown by the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker? Was this William's way of the sword? Alice stood still, her understanding of swordsmanship soaring rapidly. William turned to look deeply at Alice, casually throwing the Sword of Soulbreaker, which landed next to Alice's feet. At this moment, dark clouds gathered to the east of Shire City, bringing a terrifying and malevolent aura sweeping in. Chapter 663. Do you understand what revenge is? We have guests coming. You go greet them. I'll cook the food. William glanced towards the eastern sky and said, Remember, the way to welcome this distant friend is to give him a good beating. Huh? Beat him up. Alice turned her head to look at William, then followed his gaze towards the eastern sky. Is it going to rain? The dark expanse made Alice feel oppressed, reminiscent of the heavy atmosphere before. Rain on Earth. It's the Demon King Satan and his minions coming our way, William stated calmly. What? The Demon King? Satan. Alice grabbed the Sword of Soulbreaker in shock. The Demon King Satan, who is said to be able to slap to death 10 demons of Loki's strength with one palm. As William set up the grill, he remarked, Never mind 10 Lokis. Even 20 would be much the same, no difference. Alice's understanding of swordsmanship had indeed grown stronger, but her power was still at the peak of the nature deity level. As far as she knew, Loki was at the mid-level of supreme deity strength. The gap in power between her and Loki was ridiculously vast. If the Demon King Satan could slap to death 10 Lokis, then killing 100 Alices with one slap would surely be no problem. You just mentioned a distant friend coming. You weren't talking about him, were you? Alice felt like she was running out of air. You just said, to beat him up? William laughed heartily. You're really humorous. Do you think you can beat him? Of course, I can't beat him. Alice was nearly driven mad. William really knew how to pick her battles. The past overleveled fights were one thing, but this is something else entirely. This isn't just a matter of fighting above one's level anymore. It's outright suicide. I know you can't beat him, nor can you beat those 300,000 demon soldiers behind him. William mused for a moment, then said, with the Sword of Soulbreaker, they wouldn't dare to touch you, but let's switch it for another weapon. No sooner had he spoken, the Sword of Soulbreaker hung from Alice's wrist, and she found herself holding a wooden sword instead. Alice, holding the wooden sword, felt utterly bewildered. Knowing she couldn't win, yet sealing her Sword of Soulbreaker and handing her a wooden sword instead, what was he thinking? Actually, power levels aren't important. Just like me, I don't have a power level, William said as he tended the fire. The strongest sword has always been in your heart. As long as your heart is strong and steadfast, even with a wooden sword, you can slay the Demon King. Alice was even more lost. How simply put, right? William doesn't have a power level. He's just purely invincible. Just need a strong and steadfast heart. How strong does that have to be? Sigh. Alice took a deep breath and asked, Those 300,000 demon soldiers you mentioned, how many do you think I could take on? William, skewering wings on an iron spit, replied, Technically, each of those demon lords should be at least of the creator deity power level, and many are the souls of ancient mythical beasts. Though they've lost their memories from life, they retain instinctual combat experience. If your heart isn't strong enough, you won't be able to defeat even one. Can't beat even one. Alice's mentality exploded. Indeed, wherever William asked her to go, there was never anything good waiting. That depends on how strong your heart is. William's gaze suddenly turned serious, staring at Alice. Your swordsmanship is taught by me. The swordsmanship taught by William. As long as one truly grasps the essence of the secret sword technique, even wielding a wooden sword, one can slay gods and vanquish demons. Power levels are insignificant in William's view. Even an ordinary person, if they grasp the essence of the secret sword technique he teaches, can slay gods. As they spoke, a demon, over 9 feet tall, wielding a massive god-slaying spear, landed in front of them. And those dark masses of more than 300,000 demon soldiers hovered in the air. William the Obliterator? Is it you, Satan? Cloaked in a black robe with only skeletal features visible and not a trace of flesh, his skull's eye sockets flickering with blood light, stared intently at William. "It's me." William looked back at Satan, squinting and smiling. "You've given up on having a physical body?" "A physical body?" Satan burst into laughter. "When you cut off my lifeline with a single sword strike, and now you ask if I've given up on my physical body? Ridiculous." William sighed, saying, "Sorry, I was young and impulsive back then, destroying your body. I hope you're doing well now." To William, there wasn't any deep-seated vendetta between him and Satan. At that time, William didn't fully understand his own power, and his actions could inadvertently cause unintended killings. "Doing well." The red light in Satan's eye sockets flared as he roared. "What do you think?" "You seem to be doing quite fine now," William commented. "Let's not dwell on the past. Sit down and have some food." Food? Satan had rushed over from 30,000 miles away just because he heard from his demon lords that the Sword of Soul Breaker had been sighted. He came for revenge. Do you understand what revenge is? These years Satan secluded himself in the burning hells, filled with flames, agony, and darkness, enduring pain and silently strengthening himself for hundreds of thousands of years. For what? Wasn't it to tear apart the one who severed his lifeline, imprison his soul forever, and torment him for eternity? And now upon meeting him, he suggests sitting down to have some food? William adjusted the grilling wings and said, "What else would you like to do? Die again? Ha 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 ha." William the Obliterator. "Do you really think you're invincible? Do you know how I've survived these years?" The demon king Satan was nearly driven mad with rage, laughing loudly. "These years Do you play Diablo?" William interrupted him directly. "Ah." Satan had the illusion of being interrupted mid-skill, a feeling that was simply infuriating. It's a game. You know, the kind where you cast spells everywhere," William said, talking to himself. "Who asked you about that?" Satan raged, finding William the Obliterator as arrogant as ever. No. He was even more arrogant than before. This attitude clearly showed he didn't take Satan seriously at all. "Draw your sword." Satan, holding his god-slaying spear, pointed it at William's nose and roared, "Today, you will die a clear death." Ghidorah and Hydra by the side were petrified. The demon king Satan had actually emerged from the burning hells. His first battle after leaving the burning hells was to seek revenge on William the Obliterator, and the demon king Satan's physical body had actually been destroyed by William the Obliterator back in the day. Hydra hid behind William, sneakily observing Satan. Ghidorah had slinked even further away, not daring to run off for fear that William the Obliterator, in a moment of displeasure, would slay him right there. This scene, the demon king Satan battling William the Obliterator, was even more terrifying than a fight between high-ranking god kings. A slight misstep, receiving even a bit of the aftershock, would mean their complete annihilation. William looked up at the demon king Satan, silent for a moment, then said, "I gave my sword away. Also, I'm now called William. The person who slashed you is known as the Obliterator. What does that have to do with me?" Chapter 664 to taste it? Satan clearly wasn't the type of demon adept at speech. Even in ancient times, he was known to be cold, merciless, brutal, and bloodthirsty, killing on sight without needless chatter. These years were no different, endlessly striving to enhance his power without pause. Now, William was saying these things to him. Did he take him for a fool? "William the Obliterator, are you playing with me?" Though not given to eloquence, Satan realized that William the Obliterator was toying with him. With a roar of fury, Satan fiercely thrust his god-slaying spear towards William's head. The demon king Satan's enraged strike with the god-slaying spear was not to be underestimated, even by high-ranking god kings. William simply lifted his eyelid, extended his hand, and caught the spearhead of the god-slaying spear directly. The space around William and Satan drastically changed, leaving them in a void, alone. "Deal with those demon lords yourself." Alice watched as William and Satan disappeared before her eyes, with William's voice echoing in her ears. "Deal with it myself?" Alice looked up at the sky, swirling with demonic energy like a tidal wave, and screamed, "Loki! Jesus! Help!" In the void, Satan stared at William in horror. William the Obliterator hadn't drawn his sword. He had simply caught the god-slaying spear with his bare hand. His full-force strike, all his power, felt like it had sunk into the abyss, with William the Obliterator standing there, expression unaltered. You? Satan withdrew the god-slaying spear, his tone somewhat dispirited. I never imagined that after sealing myself away in the burning hells, filled with flames, pain, and darkness, focusing on improving my strength for hundreds of thousands of years, I would still be no match for you. William didn't exert any force, allowing Satan to withdraw the god-slaying spear, then said, "Let's just say you won, okay?" "What do you mean, let's just say I won?" Satan howled to the sky, loudly saying, "Winning is winning, losing is losing. Then you've won." William thought Satan was being childishly pedantic. Did he really have to be so petty? Satan was on the verge of madness. What was even going on? He had endured hundreds of thousands of years of arduous training, all for the sake of revenge. And now, upon encountering William the Obliterator again, he was being treated as though he was being placated like a child. Win what? My full-force strike couldn't even harm a single hair on your head. William the Obliterator, this is an insult to me. More than once, Satan had imagined what it would be like to face William the Obliterator again. The entire divine realm destroyed, planets shattered, lifeless bodies floating through space, vanishing into the cosmos. Even if he were to die again at the sword of William the Obliterator, his demonic soul extinguished, turning to ash. But recalling it was at least blood-pumping, filling him with excitement. And now, William the Obliterator had given away his sword, easily caught his attack, and then conceded defeat. Is it all over just like that? What was all his suffering and power enhancement over the hundreds of thousands of years for? All his years of anticipation turned to naught. It felt like tens of thousands of ants crawling over his body, more unbearable than being killed. William and Satan stood far apart, and after a long while, William tore off half a strand of his hair and handed it to Satan. "No problem, this is for you." Satan stared at the half-strand of hair in William's hand, the space around them seemingly freezing. "That's not what I meant." Satan was completely disordered. Had all his years of hard work and power enhancement been for half a strand of William the Obliterator's hair? "Don't want it." William raised an eyebrow. This strand of hair, almost like a lollipop a creepy guy uses to lure little girls. Satan slowly extended his bony claw, carefully pinching the half-strand of hair that William handed over, his inner feelings as complex as can be. The mighty king of demons, Satan, who had endured agonizing torment for hundreds of thousands of years, all for the sake of obtaining this half-strand of hair? Holding onto the hair, Satan grew increasingly angry the more he thought about it, glaring at William and exclaiming, "We can't just leave it at this." William's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor calm as he said, "Then decide on whatever settlement you wish." Satan's aura grew even more terrifying, the god-slaying spear in his hand emitting a strange glow. He took 2 steps back, putting away the half-strand of William's hair, and said in a deep voice, "I hadn't used my full strength just now." William could tell Satan hadn't fully vented his anger, becoming angrier the more he thought about it. "Die!" Satan swung the god-slaying spear again, its tip crushing the void with a heavy dark aura. The power contained in this strike was enough to pierce through the entire divine realm. William stood still, as if the scene was replaying, catching the god-slaying spear with one hand, forcefully snatching it from Satan's skeletal claw, then grabbing it with both hands and giving it a knee lift. Clang! Satan's god-slaying spear snapped like a sugar cane. William broke the god-slaying spear, tossed it aside casually, and said without expression, "Continue." "I." Satan's jaws opened and closed, lamenting that the ancient times lacked the word fuck, unable to verbally express his current feelings. At this point, Satan couldn't just admit defeat. Just because he couldn't win, should he stop fighting? He refused to believe that William the Obliterator was truly invincible. An abyssal orb, formed from the dark power he had accumulated over 80,000 years in the land of evil, suddenly appeared in his hand. This is the abyssal orb, a concentration of shadow energy that could devour a parallel universe with just a sliver of its power. William asked, "Do you think we should use rosemary or chili powder for the barbecue?" Are we discussing what seasoning to use for barbecue? Satan was nearly driven to madness. Am I discussing what seasoning to use for barbecue with you? Satan was on the verge of madness. In ancient times, when they were to compete, they would usually display their divine artifacts and secret techniques before officially starting the battle. It was all about showing off. Yet again, Satan was interrupted by William, this jerk. He was already a man of few words, and this really felt like a breakdown. Here Satan was, introducing his powerful artifact, but William wasn't paying any attention at all, merely pondering over his dinner plans. Ghidorah's neck would taste better marinated in sauce, and adding some chili powder might bring a unique flavor. Furious, Satan hurled the abyssal orb, formed of dark power, at William. He expected that, at least this time, William would dodge it. Could he really catch the attack of the abyssal orb outright? Seeing the abyssal orb flying towards him, William slowly reached out and caught it in his palm. Satan stood there, completely shattered mentally. Was it really that simple? Just like that, William the Obliterator had caught the abyssal orb, which condensed all the dark power of the burning hells. What are you doing? Satan witnessed an even more horrifying scene. William the Obliterator, this guy, actually slapped the abyssal orb into powder, tasting the powder. Tasting it. William then pinched a bit of the powder onto his tongue too. Taste. To think that the abyssal orb, which concentrated all the dark power of the burning hells and could devour a parallel universe with just a sliver of its energy, would turn into seasoning in the hands of William the Obliterator? To taste it? Satan was so angry that the joints in his body cracked and popped. Chapter 665, Three Fearless Folks. William tasted the powder in his hand, finding the flavor quite good, with a moderate level of spiciness, and directly bottled it up to store in his spatial ring. Satan was at a loss for words. After all these years, he had painstakingly increased his power, thinking he could redeem his past disgrace. Now, it seemed like a self-inflicted humiliation. Satan possessed three major dark artifacts: the abyssal orb, formed from all the dark power of the burning hells, the god-slaying spear, and the hellfire blade. Now, with the god-slaying spear broken and the abyssal orb turned into powder, should he really bring out the hellfire blade? But at this juncture, conceding defeat would be even more embarrassing than before, wouldn't it? Could he truly slay William the Obliterator with the cold, merciless, brutal, and bloodthirsty hellfire blade? That must be a dream, right? Got anything else? Bring it all out. William could tell that Satan wouldn't give in unless he was thoroughly defeated. Nothing left. Satan, having lost his sense to rage earlier, had now cooled down a bit and realized it was utterly foolish to seek death again. The hellfire blade was of no low quality, but in front of the freakish William the Obliterator, it might just be a toy. If an enemy was only a bit stronger, striving for revenge through effort was feasible for Satan, and he would have fought with all he had. But if after all efforts, humiliation only deepened by 10,000-fold, it was better to concede early. It's like an ant thinking it could take down Captain America. Is that realistic? Unrealistic. If that's all, how about we go out and have something to eat? William suggested. My wife is dealing with your minions. You just stand by and watch, no need to speak. Satan, left with no other option but to nod, didn't know what else to say. William's wife? What's that? A pet? The king of demons, Satan, who secluded himself within the burning hells, indeed never considered the matter of finding a wife. What does it matter what this so-called wife is, just as long as he doesn't speak? Seeing Satan nod, William took it as a reluctant agreement and tore open the void space, bringing them back to the gates of Shadowfell Fortress. Although some events unfolded in the void space, in the outside world, less than 10 seconds had passed. Jesus and Loki, initially engaged in fierce combat, naturally ceased their fight due to the commotion caused by Demon King Satan and the Demon Lords. Assuming Alice would be safe with William by her side, they were surprised to hear her call for them. Loki, I'll properly discipline you when I have the time. Jesus launched a punch. Loki, too, swung his staff, separating from Jesus, and then both promptly appeared beside Alice. Alice, holding a wooden sword, pointed at the demonic soldiers in the sky, gritting her teeth. Charge with me. Jesus and Loki, standing by Alice's side, were seasoned in facing grand scenes, Yet the dense crowd of demon lords in the sky was indeed daunting. Master, it seems they have no intention of attacking. Jesus observed the demonic soldiers in the sky. They just stood there, indeed imposing, but seemingly just in formation without any intention to engage. Alice fell silent for a moment. Understanding William's intention, it was for her to practice the newly learned sword techniques in this situation, wasn't it? A determined heart, huh? Advance fearlessly, victory without defeat. Attack first to gain the upper hand. Master, you're really humorous. Even Jesus couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he knew of the demon king Satan residing in the hellfire blade and the over 300,000 demonic soldiers. No need to mention how strong Satan is. Even if Jesus had dispersed his divine power, he wasn't weak, but compared to Satan, he was but a child. Just now, in a fight with Loki, who's at the mid-phase of the supreme deity level, it was a draw. Facing Satan, he would undoubtedly be defeated in a single move. As for those over 300,000 demonic soldiers, it's said, each possesses the strength of a creator deity level. How many creator deity level beings are there combined in the entire Divine Alliance and Ultimate Force Alliance? It would be good if they could count up to 500. This is also why the Hellfire Blade is known as a forbidden place in the divine realm. Now, Alice facing 300,000 demonic soldiers, yet declaring, attack first to gain the upper hand. Her humor, did she learn it from Mr. Johnson? Alice, having been thoroughly brainwashed by William, darkened her expression, gathered all her energy to draw her sword, and alone with her sword charged towards the sky. Loki, follow me. Jesus didn't think much. His physical body was strong enough for self-protection. Although Alice's actions were reckless, since he acknowledged Alice as his master, he had to ensure Alice's safety. Loki had already become addicted to the exhilaration of the two battles, his battle desires significantly enhanced due to being corroded by dark energy from the dark artifacts. With so many demon lords in the sky, he had been eager to move. Now, the thought of 3 against 300,000 was thrilling. Fearless. That described Loki's current state. Although Alice took the initiative, Jesus and Loki's speed was faster, engaging with the demon lords in the sky even before she reached. William, just emerging with Satan, couldn't help but exclaim at their actions. 3 fearless folks. Satan, looking towards the sky with the demonic flames flickering in his eye sockets, remained silent. William had told him not to speak. From his perspective, these 3 attacking his demonic lords were like throwing eggs at rocks. Loki and Jesus were still somewhat manageable. At least they were strong enough to have a chance of surviving after the assault. But for a girl at the peak of nature deity level to charge into 300,000 demonic soldiers was sheer suicide. Foolish suicide. Ghidorah and Hydra were terrified by the momentum of Alice and the other 2. Are these 3 out of their minds? Alice was supposed to be scared, but she kept thinking about William's words, effectively brainwashing herself. Holding a wooden sword, she transformed into a beam of golden light and charged into the ranks of the demon lords. Satan's 300,000 demonic soldiers were not untrained rookies. Many of them were strong ancient beasts in their previous lives who gave their souls to Satan in exchange for a different existence in this world. They were trained for slaughter and well-disciplined. When Jesus and Loki charged into their midst, they were immediately surrounded by demonic soldiers. But despite their spirited fighting, not a single demon lord was harmed. Alice followed closely behind, swinging her sword at the group of demon lords. Squeak. William, watching from below, couldn't help but shout, "Well done." Alice's heartfelt swing, her wooden sword wrapped in energy, and shining with a golden glow, was particularly dazzling among the dense demon lords. But that dazzling streak was instantly overwhelmed. The wooden sword turned to ashes. A huge demon lord opened its massive mouth, attempting to swallow Alice in one bite. If not for Jesus pulling Alice away at the critical moment to dodge the attack, she might have been killed on the spot. Liar. Alice finally realized at that moment that William's words were too illusory. What about being invincible as long as your heart is strong enough? That's not right. William never said anything about being invincible if your heart is strong enough. His exact words were, if your heart isn't strong enough, you can't beat a single one. He also never said that if her heart was strong, she could defeat them, It was just that William's words led her to a mistaken interpretation. William, looking up at the sky, smacked his lips and said, charging in 300,000 demonic soldiers at the peak of the nature deity level. That spirit is really commendable. Chapter 666. You're allowed to speak now. Alice's sword strike just now was definitely the strongest she's made so far. But the key issue was her attempt to slaughter 300,000 demonic soldiers in one go with the strength of a nature deity at her peak, which was utterly preposterous. William watched as Alice, scared, hid inside the alchemy furnace with Jesus and the others, and he burst into laughter. It seemed as if he had just been discussing with Alice how important it is to be mentally strong. Of course, he also knew that Alice would definitely charge in naively after hearing what he said. Practicing swordsmanship, sometimes, requires one to be naive enough. If one isn't naive, always worrying and fearing this and that, how can they become stronger? William is definitely not the kind of weird grandpa who enjoys playing pranks. After all, Alice is the current master of the Sword of Soulbreaker, and William just helped her put away the sword without completely sealing the Sword of Soulbreaker. It was just Alice who thought the Sword of Soulbreaker was sealed again. As soon as she draws the sword, regardless of the overwhelming strength of those 300,000 demonic soldiers, they would be scared off by the Sword of Soulbreaker. Alice and Loki felt in that instant how terrifying the formation of the 300,000 demonic soldiers was. When Alice told them to hide in the alchemy furnace, they quickly shrunk down and squeezed in. Master, what were you thinking just now? Jesus really admired Alice's spirit of courting death. In just that brief moment, he was already battered and bruised, and Loki wasn't much better off. Did they really think being at the mid-stage of supreme deity level would make them invincible? Once swallowed by the 300,000 demonic soldiers, they could very well become zombies enslaved by Satan, which would be worse than death. Alice was also distressed, as she tried hard to wrap the alchemy furnace with eternal starfire, but the flames were quickly extinguished by the overwhelming demonic aura. Master, draw your sword. It was then that the sword spirit of the Sword of Soulbreaker spoke up. Huh. Alice was taken aback. It's still usable? Why wouldn't it be? The sword spirit retorted. Does the master actually prefer that wooden sword? That would truly break my heart. Alice felt a flood of emotions within her, genuinely thinking William might have gotten her killed. What's the use of drawing the sword? Alice took a deep breath and said, You know how strong those monsters outside are. Even if I draw the sword, can I beat them? The sword spirit chuckled. Master seems to have forgotten how that demon lord ran away in terror at the mere sight of me. Those 30,000 demonic soldiers? If we're talking about murderous aura, my Sword of Soulbreaker's aura is tens of thousands of times stronger than theirs. Sword of Soulbreaker boasted shamelessly. Master's sword strike just now showed significant progress. If you draw the sword again, you might even break the third seal of Mr. Johnson. Alice's eyes lit up. Are you saying that if I break the third seal, I can defeat those monsters outside? The Sword of Soulbreaker paused for a moment, then said, With Master's current strength, to defeat those creatures outside, you probably need to break the seventh seal. What